Introduction. As a mere guard of Winterfell, unworthy even of a name, the steadfast Lance Dell has been chosen as the Prime Minister's bodyguard, accompanying Duke Eddard Stark on his fateful journey south to King's Landing. Awakened by memories of a past life, Lancel fervently exclaims for the Starks. Yet the true nature of his thoughts remains a mystery, even to the old and new gods. Having lived 2 lives, he harbors no grand ambitions. He simply desires to serve a veto, live better, freely, and with dignity, fully unrestrained. At last, a long-awaited opportunity has surfaced, reminiscent of a certain game of knights, albeit with a distinctly derivative flavor. Chapter 1. A surprise after despair. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, Lancel awoke to a throbbing pain in his face, accompanied by raucous sounds that intensified with each passing moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to see a large hand descending upon him. With agile reflexes, he turned his head and caught that forceful hand. Gazing at its owner, he said, "Thank you, Haihua. You have finally awoken, Lancel Delaware. I was beginning to think you had joyfully departed to meet the old gods. The old gods would not accept me. They said you rascals had yet to join them. So how could I go first?" Lancel sat up in bed, observing his comrades Winterfell guards who had gathered around, laughing heartily. The memories of his past life had resurfaced after a 20-year delay, awakening from the depths of his mind, leaving him feeling as though he had just emerged from an egg, despite having been reborn for 2 decades. "Lancel, would you join us for a drink outside the city? We are about to follow Lord Eddard Stark south to King's Landing, and it may be years before we have the chance to return to the taverns outside Winterfell, or to see my lovely Rose again." "I think not. I am rather fatigued." Lancel declined Haihua and the other's invitation. He wished to remain and carefully sift through the memories that had long lain dormant, for an unsettling premonition lingered in his heart. "Then rest well. After you fainted at the prospect of heading to King's Landing, Joffrey mentioned we wouldn't be on duty for the next few days. Tomorrow, I shall visit home with Vale. You should also return to Dell Village. I recall you have a cousin living there." Lancel nodded in silence. Once his companions departed with excitement, he found himself alone in the spacious guardroom. In the tranquility, he unearthed the source of his unease from the recesses of his memory as it stemmed from the event of the Game of Thrones series. This afternoon, King Robert Baratheon, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, along with his family and a vast entourage, had arrived at Winterfell from the capital, King's Landing, located thousands of miles to the south. He had come to visit his childhood friend, Eddard Stark, the current head of the Stark family, which had loyally ruled the north for over 6 centuries. King Robert sought to invite Duke Eddard south to King's Landing, to take the place of their foster father, the recently deceased Lord Jon Arryn, the protector of the Vale and Duke of the Eyrie, who had passed away suddenly a month prior. Eddard Stark's departure to King's Landing would entail taking 50 of Winterfell's guards, along with his 2 daughters and several servants to attend to their needs. The majority of these individuals would likely never return, leaving their lives behind in the distant King's Landing, including Eddard himself, and perhaps even Lancel, though he could not be certain. In the television series, he was merely one of the nameless 50 guards, destined to perish without a trace. He harbored no desire to embark on a journey towards death, yet remaining in the north would only afford him a few additional years of life, accompanied by the certainty of enduring numerous battles. As the Duke Eddard Stark faced his impending demise in King's Landing, his eldest son and heir, Robb Stark, would rally all the lords of the north to form an army and march south to avenge his father. However, this northern army would suffer catastrophic losses upon entering the south, with many northern nobles extinguishing their bloodlines, let alone a mere inconspicuous guard. Remaining in the north, Lancel would ultimately meet his end, just as his father and uncle had 17 years prior, fighting alongside Eddard Stark in the War of the Usurper, perishing at the Trident. 9 years ago, his brother had similarly followed Eddard Stark in a battle during the Iron Islands Rebellion, meeting his fate beneath the walls of Pike. Since 6 centuries ago, when Lancel's ancestor, Old Dell, was granted lands alongside the White Knife by the Starks, the Dell family had proudly offered hundreds of fearless warriors to the Stark cause. Their most honorable fate was to return to their icy village and pass away peacefully, or to follow generation after generation of Starks into the fray, with 3 fortunate souls interred in the Winterfell cemetery, this being the highest honor bestowed upon them. Before awakening to his past life's memories, Lancel's aspiration mirrored that of Eddard Stark, willingly embracing death for the sake of loyalty and honor, a sentiment that had even influenced his only close relative, his cousin Duncan Dell, who remained in Dell Village. Last month, upon visiting Dell Village, Duncan fervently declared his intention to join Lancel in Winterfell as a proud guard under Duke Stark's command after celebrating his 17th name day next month. In that moment, Lancel felt an inexplicable pride for his cousin. Duncan's 17th name day is merely 2 days away, after which he would follow Eddard Stark south to King's Landing, perhaps affording the brothers one last meeting. Despite Lancel's awakening to his prior memories, he had lived in this life for 2 decades, forming bonds and emotions that were not easily erased. Out of familial love, he could not bear the thought of Duncan's early demise. Out of friendship, he could not witness the daily companions he had grown close to perish. And out of loyalty, he could not stand idly by as Eddard Stark marched towards his own demise. Thus, as a transmigrator, he earnestly implored, "Please reveal your golden finger." If it did not appear, he would have no choice but to lead Duncan to Old Town or across the sea to Bravos, to evade the impending horrors he could not bear to witness. As for his loyalty to the Starks, it must take a back seat to his own safety and the bonds of kinship. At this moment, set aside thoughts of conquest, agriculture, or saving the world, he struggles even for mere survival. His humble origins in the realm of power games have predetermined a life of hardship, evoking memories from a past life filled with relentless striving. All he desires is to exist better, to live freely, with dignity, and without restraint. In his previous life, he labored tirelessly for a more prosperous existence. Yet now he finds himself grappling merely to survive. This is a profound regression of civilization, a lament for humanity, and the twilight of the Dell family. "Come forth, golden finger," he cries out for the 98th time, despair enveloping his heart. No other transmigrant has yearned for a golden finger as he does, yet his capabilities seem painfully limited. Golden finger emerge 99 times. Golden finger perish 100 times. As his expression shifts from dejection to stupor, then from stupor to surprise, a shimmering panel appears before him, imbued with medieval hues, reminiscent of a game he once played in his former life, yet not entirely identical. Character: Lance Dell. Level: 0. Experience: 0-100. Title: The Gluttonous Lance. Prestige: Obscure. Physical attributes: available attribute points: 0. Strength: 5. Endurance: 5. Agility: 3. Charm: 1. Skills: available skill points: 0. Horsemanship: 2. Weapon Mastery: 1. Leadership: 0. Beast Taming: 0. Danger Sense: 0. Nervous Reaction: 0. Weapon Proficiency: one-handed 100, two-handed 100, polearm 50, archery 50, throwing 0, troops 0 none, pets 0 none. Lance Dell's long-awaited golden finger has resurrected in response to his fervent summons, yet it possesses an unmistakably rudimentary and counterfeit quality. Having played numerous games and read countless novels, Lance immediately recognizes this as a typical upgrade mechanism. He is currently a humble level 0, and by acquiring 100 experience points, he can ascend to level 1. He ought to, perhaps, must strive to grow stronger. Disregarding the title and prestige, he accurately discerns the meanings of the 4 attributes within the physical attribute section. Strength denotes might, endurance represents stamina, agility signifies speed, and charm implies beauty. He can also surmise the functions of the first 4 skills in the skills section aside from horsemanship, which stems from his natural talent. The other 3 likely correspond to the subsequent sections on weapon proficiency troops pets. However, the specific applications of troops and pets remain uncertain, necessitating a level up to explore further. However, regarding the other 2 skills, danger perception and neural response, found himself perplexed. A plethora of associations flooded his mind, leaving him uncertain as to which was genuinely reliable. The so-called golden finger, which should have been a boon, was miserly in offering even the slightest hint or explanation. Thus, the most pressing question now was how one might progress in levels. Was it necessary to slay poultry or fish, or must one resort to taking human lives? Chapter 2. What constitutes experience? With a renewed spirit, Lance Dell emerged from the guardroom, the darkness of night having already enveloped the sky. He could not hear the clamor within the grand hall, as the guardroom was situated at a considerable distance from the banquet being held in honor of the king. As Lancel traversed the armory, the distant sounds of merriment from the hall began to reach his ears. It must be quite the lively affair, he mused, given the Dell family's esteemed lineage. Upon Jory's announcement of his selection to join the southern expedition to King's Landing, he should have been reveling in the sumptuous feast within the hall. However, upon receiving the news, it felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his mind, rendering him unconscious. When he awoke, all memories of his previous life had surged back in full clarity. Now, he suppressed his cravings for culinary delights, prioritizing the need to slay a chicken to test his golden finger and expedite his level advancement, a matter of self-preservation far more critical than indulging in roasted fowl. Speaking of roasted chicken, his former self had been easily satisfied. Those chickens, aside from their slight saltiness that filled his stomach, were a gross waste of a chicken's existence. Yet now, instinctively, he found himself yearning for that tasteless poultry, hunger gnawing at him. As he passed through the training grounds, he nodded in greeting to two guards stationed at the entrance before entering the kitchen nestled in a corner of the city wall. More than 20 individuals were bustling about, providing a steady flow of food to the nearby hall, as it was said that the southern knights brought by the king had hearty appetites. A young, portly lad was seen carrying 2 live chickens as he crossed paths with Lancel at the doorway. "Lord Lancel, is there not enough food in the hall? We will soon be slaughtering 10 more chickens." I truly did not anticipate their voracious appetite. They have devoured all the provisions we had prepared in advance. The cook is currently in the back slaughtering pigs, claiming that even pigs cannot satisfy the lords from the south. There are hundreds of guests enjoying the banquet you have meticulously prepared. They will be genuinely grateful to you, Lancel replied with a gentle smile to the young lad. "Hand over the chickens, allow me to assist you." "You are a guard, how can you kill chickens?" The lad, unable to reject Lancel's request in time, found his 2 live chickens snatched away. He offered a resigned smile. "Very well, but you must at least wait until the chickens are thoroughly roasted before you partake." "Kimmy, hurry to the wine cellar and fetch another barrel of ale," shouted a plump cook to the young lad. "Go about your tasks. I shall not pilfer any chickens," Lancel remarked, unfazed by the boy's uncharitable assumptions about him. After all, his reputation for gluttony had already become well known throughout Winterfell, yet his own prestige remained quietly unrecognized. The butcher's apprentice, Kimmy, left with a hearty laugh. He had a casual rapport with Lance, who, at times humorous and at others serious, maintained amicable relations with many in Winterfell. While he may not have been everyone's favorite, there were no whispers of animosity against him. Lance grasped the chicken by the neck, retrieving a knife from the kitchen, and effortlessly dispatched 2 birds, his mind devoid of any reminders, and the experience points did not increase upon accessing the panel. In frustration, he recalled that Kimmy's master was in the back of the kitchen slaughtering pigs, prompting him to hasten over. In his rush, he accidentally collided with a busy assistant, repeatedly apologizing, yet nothing could deter his determination to assist in the butchering. "Stop!" Lance shouted, seizing the sharp knife from the butcher's hand. "Let me do it." "Lance, the roast will take a while," the butcher exclaimed, startled, his expression darkening. "Go wait in the hall, there will soon be roast pork and pork kidney pies. Do not misunderstand, I'm not here for food. I merely observed how busy you all are and wish to lend a hand." With that, Lance plunged the sharp knife into the neck of a bound pig, watching the blood flow into the filthy bucket. Even after the creature had breathed its last, he still received no experience. What is going on? Killing chickens and pigs yields nothing. Must I slay a White Walker? With what? A pig slaughtering knife. Amidst his confusion, the butcher shoved him forcefully. "You lad, what madness has seized you? When did you develop a taste for raw pig meat?" "I'm truly not here for food, though I am indeed hungry." "There are freshly roasted pork sausages in the kitchen," the butcher retorted, reclaiming the knife from Lance's grasp and beginning to untie the deceased pig. "Do not linger here to impede my work." Reluctantly, Lance exited the kitchen, grasping 2 scalding pork sausages and stealthily taking a piece of freshly baked bread. He indulged in bites, inhaling audibly as he retraced his steps across the training yard. A cacophony of thuds echoed from a corner of the yard, where a young man with long black hair and a slender face was fiercely striking at a wooden post. "Hey, John!" Lance recognized him as Eddard Stark's acknowledged illegitimate son, a somewhat aloof and reclusive 17-year-old. Over the past 3 years, Lance had cultivated a good relationship with John, perhaps due to their similar ages, as John was the same age as his cousin Duncan. Their shared introverted demeanor, stemming from both being orphaned at a young age, drew Lance to instinctively view John as a cousin. They often practiced swordsmanship in secret, sparring with drawn blades under the watchful gaze of Ser Roderick, the training master of Winterfell. John's swordsmanship was exceptional, yet he lacked real combat experience. These youths were overly shielded by their fathers, notably Lord Eddard Stark, and despite being 17, John had yet to see his sword taste blood. In contrast, Lance had already taken the life of an intruder at the age of 14 to protect Dell Village. I did not see you in the hall earlier, Jon remarked, sheathing his sword and turning to his rare friend in Winterfell. I heard from Tomer that you fainted. I went to the guardhouse looking for you, but you were nowhere to be found. So, you went to the kitchen in search of food. Lance consumed the sausages and bread in his hands with ease, naturally wiping his hands on the fabric of his sleeves. After residing in this place for 20 years, such rustic habits have become second nature to him. Practicing swordplay alone is rather dull. Shall we do it together? A new idea blossomed in his mind. If this were akin to a modded version of a game, perhaps knocking out an opponent could also yield experience points. Are we really going to use real swords? Jon asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Of course. Lance unsheathed the standard sword at his waist, a steel blade acquired 3 years prior upon joining Winterfell. It was nothing extraordinary, merely adequate, and, after consistent maintenance over the years, it remained sharp and free of nicks. No attacking the eyes, no striking the face, and no kicking below the belt. Jon reminded him, crossing his sword in front of his chest, a habitual caution. I will be careful. Lance was even more exhilarated than Jon. As soon as they assumed their stances, he could hardly contain his eagerness and rushed to strike. With a series of loud clangs, he seized the opportunity and delivered an elbow strike to the back of Jon's head. Watching Jon tumble to the ground, he shook his head in disbelief, his expression turning to one of indignation as he looked up. Why did you hit me on the head? How are you not knocked out? Lance expressed his disappointment. I am about to leave, and chances for us to spar may become scarce. I hope to impress upon you that winter is coming. You must be cautious in battle. I will be vigilant, especially after knowing you, Jon replied through gritted teeth. Lance sighed and shook his head. No notifications had emerged in his mind. Reluctantly, he summoned his character panel, his disappointment dissipating. Character, Lance Dell. Level, 1, Experience, 100200. Physical attributes. Available attribute points, 1. Skills. Available skill points, 1. Had he leveled up clandestinely? While Lance instinctively critiqued himself, the thrill was undeniable. Regardless of how rudimentary, he had indeed leveled up, and with each level, he was rewarded with an attribute point and a skill point. What should he enhance? Chapter 3. The second encounter with Jon. Defeating Jon grants an increase of 200 experience points, with the experience required for the next level doubling. He has discovered the correct method to activate his unique ability. However, this confounded ability fails to provide any notifications for significant upgrades, compelling him to check manually for updates. After a moment of hesitation, Lancelot allocated his attribute and skill points through sheer will, experiencing a brief tension in his muscles, accompanied by a refreshing sensation coursing through his body and mind, while the interface reflected these changes. Physical attributes, available attribute points, 0 strength, 51 skills, available skill points, 0 equestrianism, 2 weapon mastery, 11, weapon proficiency, one-handed, 101 100 two-handed, 100 polearm, 5100 archery, 5100 throwing, 0 100. He noted that his previous proficiency of 100 in one-handed combat, aside from the additional 100 gained from his weapon mastery skill, had secretly increased by 1. This suggested that he still possessed significant potential for growth. Once more, Lancelot deftly executed a series of diagonal crosses, visibly demonstrating his newfound dexterity. Good, Jon muttered, grinding his teeth. Winter is coming. You must tread carefully. The swords in their hands clashed violently as they exchanged blows. Lancelot attempted to employ the same tactic again, but Jon had anticipated his move and evaded it with ease. Throughout their continuous duel, Lancelot discovered that he could match Jon, a master swordsman, without resorting to those somewhat embarrassing tricks. Was it possible that Jon's one-handed proficiency was merely at the level of 200? If so, he would need to defeat him once more to gauge the level of 300 proficiency. Seizing an opportunity, Lancelot landed a punch squarely on Jon's nose. Watching with a pang of sympathy as Jon staggered back a few steps, glaring at him with a fierce roar. Lancelot, winter is coming, Jon. This may be our final contest. Lancelot expressed his sincere apologies, feeling a mix of regret and elation within, for indeed, Jon was worth 200 experience points. He had now reached level 3, with his strength and weapon proficiency both increased by 1, bringing his one-handed proficiency to a remarkable 301. Yet he pondered why this time. After defeating Jon, his original proficiency had not risen further. Was his potential for self-improvement limited to this extent, reliant solely on his unique ability for future strength? Once more? No. Jon vehemently rejected. You haven't struck my nose in quite some time. Lancelot realized that this phrase, steeped in the Stark family's ancestral wisdom, bore resemblance to the English exclamation, "Oh, for heaven's sake," suitable for responding to any inquiry. "Enough," Jon said, his tone shifting to one of gravity. "I heard from Jory that you are soon to accompany your father to King's Landing. You will be gone for quite a while, won't you?" Lancelot set aside his desire for a third encounter with Jon. Before awakening his past memories, he had regarded Jon as a younger brother. Now, with his memories restored, he felt an added layer of sorrow for the characters from the original narrative, beyond mere brotherly affection. Before his demise, Jon Arryn served as the Hand of the King for 17 years, and he wondered how long Lord Eddard would hold the position. Deep within, he speculated it might not be for even a year, yet he felt it unwise to voice such thoughts. The prospect of seeing each other again seemed increasingly bleak. A pallor of melancholy enveloped Jon. "You may propose to Duke Eddard to journey south together," suggested Lance, recalling that when Eddard departed with the king, he would head to the Wall, destined to become a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, an oath of celibacy, childlessness, and landlessness, dedicating his life to guarding the realm. However, the Night's Watch had transformed drastically. It was no longer composed of the noblemen of legend, but rather filled with prisoners from the Seven Kingdoms, seeking to evade punishment by taking on the Black Cloak. To King's Landing? Jon expressed his surprise. He had never contemplated leaving the north. In his 17 years residing in Winterfell, he had never ventured far from its vicinity. The furthest he had traveled was to the gallows on the hills, where he witnessed his father wielding the ancestral greatsword to execute the king's justice. King's Landing boasted a population of hundreds of thousands, whereas Winterfell merely had a few hundred. There, regardless of one's status, opportunities abounded for advancement. Even commoners could be elevated to knights with relative ease. "You will possess your own surname in the future, akin to my ancestor, Old Dell, who established our lineage with his name, a legacy enduring for over 6 centuries. Jon sheathed his sword and sat beside Lance on a wooden bench by the training yard, his face alight with aspirations. "I have heard my father speak of House Delaware. 3 warriors from their lineage lie interred in the Winterfell graveyard. But can I truly follow in their footsteps? Would my father permit me to go to King's Landing? As long as you remain steadfast, I have faith that Lord Eddard harbors genuine affection for you, as is evident from your very name." Lance, wishing to alter Jon's fate, whether out of jest or genuine concern for his friend's future, resolved to take action. Jon was Eddard's ward, a protector of the East, the Duke of the Eyrie, and the former Hand of the King. He held great expectations for you. Jon lowered his head in silence, but after a moment, lifted it and declared, "Very well, I will speak with my father about joining his retinue of sworn swords and accompany you to King's Landing, where I shall see Bran and Arya again, as well as you." Lance, suppressing his camaraderie, inquired with some surprise, "Will Bran also travel to King's Landing?" "Indeed," Jon replied, as if it were the most natural thing. "Sister Maya has already begun preparing their belongings. Aside from Sansa, who must journey to King's Landing to wed Prince Joffrey, my father intends to take Arya along as well. Bran will accompany them, leaving only Lady Catelyn, Robb, young Rickon, and myself behind in Winterfell." As he spoke of his own situation, Jon found it increasingly intolerable. He had grown weary of the peculiar gazes directed at him within Winterfell. "Lady Catelyn has actually been quite kind to you," Lance remarked. In earlier times, such a statement might have been mere consolation, but now he could clearly discern Catelyn's magnanimity. What noblewoman would tolerate her husband's illegitimate son living under her roof until the age of 17, mingling with her children, training and studying alongside the heir of Winterfell, while her husband openly referred to the bastard as his son before all? Such a spectacle was indeed rare in the Seven Kingdoms. Jon once again fell into silence. And this time, the silence lingered for an eternity. Jon's origins were immutable, yet the future was a realm we might strive to shape ourselves. "Let us journey together to King's Landing, where we can forge our own destinies." Lancel unwittingly revealed his inner intentions. But it was evident that Jon was not in the mood to take notice. The father's squire dared to scheme for his own future in the capital. "I will," Jon declared with resolute conviction, his hands clenched tightly. "I shall request my father's permission to accompany him south to King's Landing. Before we depart, I will express my gratitude to Lady Catelyn for her years of tolerance. I owe her that much." "No," Lancel corrected, "it is her husband. You have no authority to dictate your parentage, but you possess the power to determine your own future." This time, Jon recognized the disrespect woven into Lancel's words. "Are you mocking Lord Eddard Stark, who has remained loyal to the House of Stark for over 600 years? Lancel feigned a look of fright, patting his soiled chest. "Will you inform Lord Eddard?" Clearly, Jon took a deep breath and burst into laughter. "I shall not." Chapter 4. The Arrival of Tyrion. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the twilight, a rider clad in black galloped into the training grounds, his steed weary from the journey. A servant stationed at the stables hastened forward to take the horse. "Uncle Benjen!" John exclaimed, seeing the long-faced middle-aged man dismount, his voice filled with genuine joy as he strode toward him. Lancel nodded in acknowledgement toward Benjen Stark in the distance. As a guard of Winterfell, all the Starks were his lords, and as a servant, he could only serve them humbly. "Do not let me grow too robust. Strength brings about change," Lancel thought to himself with a chuckle, for though their statuses were worlds apart, he had not felt the humiliation of being a servant during his 3 years in Winterfell. This was not due to the noble demeanor of Eddard Stark, but rather the friendship of the bastard Jon Snow and the Duke's spirited daughter, Arya Stark, who often mingled with the servants. Eddard maintained a stern demeanor towards the servants, reminiscent of how he had appeared when Jon was still a stranger to him. However, the bastard acted out of self-preservation, while Eddard Stark, as the Duke of Winterfell, upheld his noble status, refraining from lowering himself to mingle freely with ordinary guards. As for the perpetually dirt-smudged Arya, her behavior was purely instinctive. She harbored no notions of hierarchy, preferring to make friends with those she liked and play freely, inadvertently endearing the Stark family to the servants. Lancel? Or was it Loras? Startled by the voice behind him, Lancel turned, realizing he had been so engrossed in conversation with Jon that he had failed to notice a diminutive figure lurking in the shadows. "Lord Tyrion?" he exclaimed. Recognizing the dwarf emerging from the wall's shadow, there was no other dwarf in all of Winterfell. Tyrion nodded, a teasing smile gracing his face. "Are you merely a squire?" Lance nodded inexplicably, pondering whether his attire was insufficient to convey to the other party that he was merely an inconspicuous guard. Stark was not a man who knew how to utilize people. Tyrion stepped forward, offering a wineskin filled with Dornish summer wine. "Care for a sip?" Lance graciously accepted, expressing his gratitude to Lord Tyrion. He tilted his head back, drinking deeply until the somewhat deflated wineskin was returned. The Dell family had sworn fealty to House Stark for over 6 centuries. All that they possessed was granted by the Starks. His father, uncle, and brother had all served under Lord Eddard, and he felt honored to have the same opportunity. He subtly refuted the notion that Stark was incapable of employing talent. While he inwardly agreed, he would never openly admit it. Tyrion took back the wineskin for himself, took a swig, and remarked, "If I understand you correctly, your father, uncle, and brother must have fallen in battle for Lord Stark." Lance nodded, and a sense of sorrow washed over him for the Dell family. 600 years of loyalty had yielded hundreds of devoted warriors, yet here they were, still settled by the weeping river, subsisting on the hard-won land and the fish they caught from the fixed stretches of the river. However, in the presence of outsiders, he had to constantly profess his loyalty to House Stark. Such matters pertained to the very survival of his family, and what lay in his heart was beyond the kin of the Seven. "I trust in your loyalty," Tyrion said, offering the wineskin once more. "And I quite enjoyed what you just said. What was it again? Let me think." Lance unceremoniously took the wineskin and drank heartily, living up to the moniker of Greedy Lance. Even with the awakened memories of his past life, his appetite remained robust. He welcomed food and drink indiscriminately, for he had known hunger all too well in this life. As a descendant of the Dell family, possessing land yet finding himself in such dire straits, one could only imagine the plight of ordinary peasants. In the frigid north, during the protracted winters, many perished from starvation and cold. He felt fortunate to have been born into the Dell family, which afforded him the chance to reach the age of 20, persevering until the moment of his past memories' resurgence. While one's origins were immutable, the future was something one could strive to shape. Tyrion spoke solemnly, "There is another saying I favor. We have no power over our parents, but we can determine our own futures." "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Tyrion," Lance replied, satisfied with the words of wisdom he had shared with Jon. "Truly fitting for the occasion. And what is the future you desire?" Tyrion inquired, his expression taking on a playful quality. "It is Lance, my lord," Lance reminded him, emphasizing the importance of using his name, a matter of basic respect. "I am Lance Dell, hailing from Dell Village. My ancestors bore the name Delegate very well." "Lance Dell of Dell Village," Tyrion said, feigning a pout of apology before regaining his smile. "What future do you seek?" "To accompany Lord Eddard to King's Landing and to protect him with my life," Lance replied earnestly, handing the wineskin back to the dwarf, his demeanor grave. "A commendable notion." Tyrion grasped the wine pouch and gave it a gentle shake, only to find it utterly devoid of contents. "It appears I have encountered a worthy adversary. Your capacity for drink is impressive. Let us venture forth to procure some wine. The town beyond the castle seems quite appealing. We should include that bastardee as well." Tyrion turned his gaze towards Jon Snow, who was approaching after meeting with his uncle. "It is my honor, yet I must consult Jon." Lance observed as Eddard Stark's younger brother, Benjen Stark, hastily made his way to the hall. As the first ranger of the Night's Watch, he had rushed back from the Black Castle at the Wall, presumably to partake in the king's welcoming feast, perhaps with ulterior motives. However, Lance could only speculate about the particulars, gleaned from his viewing of the television series. "What brings you here?" Jon inquired upon noticing Tyrion alongside Lance. "Lord Tyrion is imbibing over there and fortuitously overheard our conversation," Lance indicated towards the shadows beneath the wall. "I suspect he, much like yourself, is not particularly fond of the revelry in the hall, and now wishes to invite us for a drink." "I am to pay?" Tyrion queried, pointing a diminutive finger at his own nose. "This is Winterfell, the stronghold of House Stark, the realm of you Northerners. Surely you would not expect a southern dwarf like myself to treat you to drinks." Lance spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. "I am but a pauper. Perhaps we could scavenge some food from the kitchen, a domain with which I am quite familiar." Previously, he had deemed his position as a guard in Winterfell to be quite favorable, yet after 3 years he had earned not a single golden dragon. Meanwhile, to indulge in a lavish feast at the tavern in the town beyond would cost nearly a silver stag, equivalent to 10 days' wages. Living in the guard quarters of Winterfell, where all expenses were covered, Lance should have had some spare coin. However, over the past 3 years, he had sent every last bit of his earnings back to Dell Village to support the elders who remained there, along with his cousin Duncan. Thus, Lance seldom dined or drank at taverns outside the castle, seizing every opportunity to feast at Lord Eddard's banquets, often consuming until he could hardly rise, earning him the epithet of Gluttonous Lance, a title he could not deny. "Certainly, Winterfell shall not compel you to spend a dime," Jon reassured the dwarf before turning to his friend Lance. "Are you still able to eat?" Lance patted his emaciated belly and chuckled, always prepared. Chapter 5. The warmth of Winterfell. A bastard son of a Winterfell lord, a dwarf son of a Casterly Rock lord, and an unremarkable young squire of Winterfell. The trio entered the sole inn and brothel of the town beyond the castle, the Smoky Barrel. The establishment was already teeming with patrons. Over 30 guards from Winterfell and more than 50 attendants who had accompanied the king north filled what was once a spacious hall. "Look who has arrived," a bleary-eyed Haidar exclaimed, gazing at the trio standing in the tavern doorway. "I knew Gluttonous Lance would come. I have one." Upon hearing Haidar's exclamation, Lance understood that they were once again using him as the subject of their jests. Whenever someone found themselves unable to drink or eat, they would mockingly declare, "You are even less capable than Gluttonous Lance. Lance, do not hesitate to spend a little. Today, Vale and I made a wager, and he claimed you would not attend. Yet, here you are, and now you must treat us to 5 cups of mead each." Hiwa joyfully patted Vale on the shoulder. Lance glanced helplessly at the illegitimate son Jon Snow, and the dwarf Tyrion Lannister standing beside him, apologizing for their penchant for jesting. "Are you not upset?" Tyrion inquired with a furrowed brow. "Why would I be?" Lance retorted, unbothered by light-hearted banter. He had never been one to engage in verbal disputes, neither in this life nor the last. When faced with malicious ridicule, he preferred to ignore it if possible, and if it became intolerable, that was when a man should take action. At present, he felt no such impulse. "I find myself rather fond of you," Tyrion remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Having endured various scornful glances since childhood due to his stature, he was all too aware of the derision from his father and sister, as well as the whispers of servants and rival families. He suspected that the Starks, who were currently welcoming the king in Winterfell's hall, referred to him as the little monster. "My apologies, Lord Tyrion," Lance replied earnestly. "I am only drawn to young women with innocent appearances, graceful figures, and supple skin." "Indeed. Innocence does not necessarily enhance one's experience," Tyrion chuckled. "You likely have yet to savor the company of a woman. The pursuit of a woman is not akin to that of a wife. For a wife, perhaps innocence is desired, but for a woman, it suffices if she can ignite your desire." "I stand corrected," Lance admitted sincerely. "I should have described her as possessing a striking beauty. What do you say about tonight?" Tyrion's gaze swept across the hall, where over 80 guests were seated, including more than 20 young women. He quickly fixed his attention on a girl sitting beside Hiwa, noting her as the most beautiful of them all. "Her name is Rose, the darling of many in Winterfell," Lance thought, feeling an inner calm, once indifferent to feminine allure. He now found himself looking down upon it. "I want her," Tyrion declared, producing a gleaming gold dragon between his fingers. "I also require a table where my friends and I may indulge in fine wine." Hiwa tightened his embrace around Rose, casting an unfriendly glance at the diminutive Lannister. "Lord Tyrion, we shall vacate our table for you." Several respectful attendants from Casterly Rock offered, yielding their seats. Tyrion flicked the gold dragon, tossing it to them, before again turning his attention to the girl nestled in the arms of a Winterfell guard, producing another gold dragon. "The girl is mine, the gold dragon is yours," he stated. Hiwa scoffed. "The folk of the north do not covet gold from Casterly Rock." With that, he tightened his grip on the favored girl. A tavern wench from the smoke shed. "Lord Tyrion, women abound. But the warmth of Winterfell is a rarity, Lance remarked with a smile. If you are willing to use a gold dragon to encourage everyone to drink freely, you shall receive warmth far surpassing what a single woman could offer. The warmth that comes from Winterfell. What a splendid idea, Tyrion grinned. Let me experience the hospitality of Winterfell, then. Hiwa, please make room for 3. Lancelot, accompanied by Tyrion and Jon, approached the long table where the guards of Winterfell were seated, deliberately avoiding the table vacated by the attendants of Casterly Rock. Hager cast a sidelong glance at the approaching dwarf, tightened his embrace around Roose, and shifted slightly in his seat. Beside him, Vale and Harwin likewise lifted their goblets, making room for 2 more. The space felt somewhat cramped, especially with winter's chill looming. Lancelot explained, "Your father would surely be displeased to hear such words." Jon remarked with resignation, "Lord Eddard is a man of great tolerance. He would not punish me for this." Lancelot jested, delighting in the Stark family motto, which he found to be universally applicable. Tyrion took his seat between Lancelot and Jon, tossing a gold dragon to the tavern keeper standing behind him. "Tonight, the illustrious Tyrion Lannister treats everyone present to ale, until we can drink no more, until I can truly feel the warmth of Winterfell. We shall not disappoint you," declared another Winterfell guard, Ellen, raising his goblet and downing its contents before appending it. "To the hospitality of Winterfell." "Bravo." Tyrion laughed heartily, slapping the table. "Pour me more drink. The Lannisters shall not be outdone by the warmth of Winterfell." The tavern keeper and 2 servers hurriedly brought a massive barrel to the table where Tyrion sat, and then rushed back to the cellar, continually emerging with barrel after barrel. A single gold dragon was sufficient to empty the cellar. Tyrion lifted his wooden goblet filled with ale, toasting, "To the king, to Winterfell." Over 80 beneficiaries in the tavern raised their goblets in unison, shouting, "To Lord Tyrion." Hearing the cheers, Tyrion's face beamed with joy. "To the Starks." With that, he tilted the goblet to his lips, drinking deeply. Lancelot, seated beside him, raised his own goblet, drinking heartily. He relished both food and drink, living life to the fullest, or perhaps it would be more precise to say, indulging in his gluttonous reputation. The Winterfell guards, equally boisterous, continued to toast Tyrion Lannister with cup after cup. Lancelot, fully aware of their intentions, chose not to intervene, watching as Tyrion indulged in his libations. "She is yours now." Hager, thoroughly inebriated, pushed the girl in his arms toward Tyrion. "I fear I cannot satisfy her tonight. Perhaps your little fellow can." "Ah," Tyrion chuckled, shifting his posterior to make room for the most beautiful girl in the room between himself and Lancelot and Jon. He embraced her soft waist, which bore a bit of extra flesh, laughing heartily. "I can feel the warmth of Winterfell. Let us toast again to our king, to Winterfell, to the Starks, to Lord Tyrion." The crowd responded with a resounding cheer, as the tavern keeper, both joyful and weary, busied himself serving roasted meats, sausages, and ale to satisfy the guests' desires. Burping, Tyrion exclaimed, "I now find myself in dire need of a restroom, at the wall of despair, at the world's end." Lancelot, having consumed 10 cups of ale, remained clear-headed, internally scoffing. The wall of despair is far from the world's end. It barely marks the limits of Westeros. Chapter 6. The frenzied pursuit of experience. On the following day, Lance Dell awoke in the guardroom, reflecting upon the absurdity of the previous evening, where Tyrion had audaciously proclaimed his intent to confront the 5 ladies, while Jon Snow found himself accompanied by 2 courtesans. Only he remained virtuous, bearing the unconscious body of Haifa, accompanied by more than 20 inebriated guards devoid of female company, as they returned to their quarters in Winterfell's guardroom. Awakening with a clear mind, Lance was eager to amass experience points, aspiring to reach the illustrious level of 100, at which point he could single-handedly traverse the 7 kingdoms with ease. With grand ambitions, he sought out the readying captain of the guard, Jory, in the training yard. "Jory, let us engage in a duel until one of us concedes," he proposed. Having concluded from his earlier spar with Jon that acquiring experience did not necessitate rendering an opponent unconscious or deceased. Merely incapacitating them temporarily or displaying a sign of surrender would suffice to garner experience points. This was an exceedingly favorable method for leveling up, and he was confident in his ability to reach level 100. However, considering the exponential increase in experience required at each level, it was clear that ascending from level 0 to level 1 demanded 100 experience points, while progressing from level 2 to level 3 required 400. The question lingered: how much experience would be required to attain level 100? Lance could not fathom the vast sum, vaguely estimating it might reach 1 trillion or even 10 trillion. With so many individuals in the 7 kingdoms, would he truly find enough to challenge? "Not today," Jory replied, glancing at his favored young subordinate. "I must accompany King Robert and Lord Eddard to hunt in the Wolf's Wood, seek out Vale and Haifa. I hear you had quite the revelry at the Smokeside Tavern last night. Lance chuckled. A Lannister treats, and none shall be courteous. Everyone drank until they could no longer stand. Jory patted Lance on the shoulder. You've endured much. Every time they overindulge, you're the one tasked with bringing them back. Lance shrugged. Who can help it if my tolerance exceeds theirs? The gluttonous Lance is not without merit. Jory could not suppress a smile, delivering another pat on Lance's shoulder. Upon our arrival in King's Landing, I shall treat you to a proper feast. I look forward to it, Lance replied, stepping back as he watched Jory mount his steed, following the approaching King Robert and Lord Eddard as they galloped away from the training yard towards the Wolfswood beyond Winterfell. Resolutely, he turned back to the guardroom. Since Jory had no time to spare, he would have to seek experience from others, for this was of utmost importance. His survival hinged upon his own prowess, and should he attain the skill level of the Hound, Sandor Clegane, he would stand a chance of enduring until the end of the Game of Thrones. The ordinary soldiers, numbering 7 or 8, fell like ripe fruit before the Hound's blade, while common knights were dispatched with but a few strikes, though the series lacked truly cataclysmic powers. The sight of formidable knights effortlessly dispatching soldiers was indeed a frequent occurrence. Lance aspired first to become a warrior on par with the hunting hounds, then to evolve into a fighter equivalent to 10 of them, and ultimately to transcend into an invincible knight, surpassing 100 hounds. At that moment, within the 7 kingdoms, unless confronted with the dire situation of being simultaneously targeted by over 100 archers, who could possibly obstruct his path to survival and ascension. Outside the guardroom, more than 50 attendants formed a circle, their spirits ignited as they watched yet another fallen comrade in the arena. Harwin has risen, vanquishing Lance to claim the Silver Stag. They roared. Cursed Lance! Lured us into one-on-one duels with the temptation of the Silver Stag. This marks the 7th defeat. Who's next? Lance sheathed his sword against his chest. His breath somewhat labored. His endurance seemed to falter against the finesse of his adversary's swordsmanship. Nevertheless, he resolutely allocated all the attribute and skill points gained from his recent level-ups into strength and weapon mastery, granting him an immediate sense of empowerment. No. Harwin tilted his head, rubbing his chest. How could your swordsmanship have improved so remarkably? And it seems your strength has increased as well. Perhaps it is due to the imminent journey south with Lord Ed, which has sparked a sudden enlightenment within me. For the sake of our esteemed Lord Ed, I must become stronger, Lance replied earnestly, adding, after all, winter is coming. Then why do you strike my neck and kick my chest? Harwin sighed, though not angered. He was not the first to be bested in such a manner. This is not my fault, Lance protested innocently. Several times I've held my sword before your neck, pressed against your chest, yet you would not concede. Am I to harm you with my blade? I could only lightly elbow you or give you a kick. You scoundrel. Lance, shouted Hiwa, who had finally caught his breath. It's far too difficult to earn 5 silver stacks from you. Now it's 10. Lance proclaimed confidently to the onlookers. Who dares? 2 at a time, and each can win 10 silver stacks from me. I shall. Hiwa stepped forward first, followed closely by Ellen, Kane, Valley, and the portly Tom Thomas, who was in his 50s. Isn't this a bit excessive? Lance realized that his recent elevation had made him somewhat arrogant, inciting the ire of the crowd. Let us see if you possess that many silver stacks. Hiwa laughed heartily as he charged forward with his sword. Lance effortlessly parried the attack, the blade slicing through the air mere inches from his opponent's chest. Ellen and Kane struck from behind, prompting Lance to hurriedly pivot and counter, feigning thrusts at the throats of the 2 assailants. Tom Thomas barreled in from the side. Lance could have easily dispatched him, yet he refrained from harming his comrades. Instead, he retreated, only to be seized by Hiwa around the right arm. The others surged forward, disarming Lance and pinning him to the ground, delivering several punches. I concede. I concede. Lance raised his hands to shield his face, decisively admitting defeat. The 5 assailants, panting heavily, rose to their feet. Hiwa extended a hand to help Lance up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and laughed heartily. So, shall we continue? Lance shook his head, musing on these rascals. If he were truly capable of lethal force, they would never have had the opportunity to wrest a sword from him, let alone mar his face, which was strikingly handsome in its unremarkable charm. Were stepped forward and playfully punched Hiwa on the chest. You know, just now, Lance could have easily taken you down. Hiwa shrugged, but he wouldn't harm me, so I've won. Lance chuckled bitterly. You rascals. I hope you don't end up meeting the 7 gods. Does it hurt? Halwyn gently poked Lance's cheek with his finger. Shall we switch? Lance shot him a glare. I certainly didn't hit you. When will you give us the silver deer? 5 of us need 50 silver deer, Hiwa jested. That will likely have to wait until we reach King's Landing, Lance replied, spreading his hands. I'm currently as poor as a beggar. Just kidding. By then, you can treat us to a feast, Hiwa laughed. After all, We've been practicing with you for so long. One feast won't suffice. Lance smiled. Let's make it 3. The surrounding guards burst into laughter. Lance gazed around, feeling a twinge of melancholy. At least half of these familiar faces would join Eddard Stark's march to King's Landing in 2 days, never to return, leaving their lives behind in a distant land. Chapter 7. Jaime's Devotion. Character, Lance Dell. Level 4. Experience, 01600. Physical attributes, usable attribute points, 0 strength, 54 skills, usable skill points, 0 weapon mastery, 4 weapon proficiency, one-handed, 101400 two-handed, 100400 polearm, 50400 bow, 50400 throwing, 0400 with a bruised face. Lance Dell wandered alone, unknowingly making his way to a dilapidated tower behind the guardhouse. He was completely absorbed in observing the golden finger panel, feeling the power within his body and the elegance and precision of his swordsmanship. During the recent encounter, he had defeated 7 guards. But not everyone had granted him 200 experience points. Aside from Weir, Hiwa, Howland, and Ellen, who were worth 200 experience each. He could only gain 100 experience from the other 3. He assessed the swordsmanship of the 7 with his innate skill. Weir and Hiwa were slightly stronger than Howland and Ellen, while the other 3 were weaker than his former self, merely civilians clad in leather armor wielding steel swords. Perhaps the 200 experience represented their combat strength. While Weir and Hiwa employed more flamboyant sword techniques, the Golden Finger rated their combat prowess at 200. Lance recalled the renowned masters from the world of Game of Thrones, who would dispatch these guards with ease. He felt confident he could have done the same. So, what was his actual combat strength, and how did it compare to those masters? The sound of footsteps approached from behind, and Lance turned to see a striking couple in their 30s, a handsome blonde man and a beautiful woman, walking hand in hand. The Queen, Sir Jaime. Temporarily stationed as a guard in Winterfell, Lance inclined his head in a respectful greeting, striving to exhibit the demeanor befitting his station. Observing the two turn silently to depart from beneath the remnants of the tower, he could no longer restrain himself. Sir Jaime, he called out, I have always looked up to you as a paragon. You are the mightiest warrior of the 7 kingdoms. The golden-haired knight turned, revealing a sunlit, charming smile. Clearly surprised that even the guards of Winterfell were aware of his name, Lance maintained a polite smile. For I have memorized the names of all the renowned warriors across the 7 kingdoms. Who else do you know? Jaime Lannister inquired with curiosity. While Queen Cersei subtly tugged at her twin brother's sleeve, signaling him, yet he deliberately ignored her. In addition to yourself, among the powerful I am aware of, there is Ser Barristan, the commander of the Kingsguard, Ser Gregor Clegane of the Westerlands, and his brother Sandor, Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, son of the Highgarden Lord, and Prince Oberyn Martell, brother of the Dornish Prince. Lance endeavored to maintain a look of admiration, carefully sidestepping any irreverent nicknames. Do you wish to challenge them? Jaime frowned, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. A guard from Winterfell? I wish to challenge you first. Lance replied, bowing deeply, his heart brimming with a thirst for knowledge. If you would be so kind as to spare a moment to impart your wisdom. Huh? Jaime shook his head slightly. Come back to challenge me when you have become a knight. With that, he turned once more to leave with the Queen. Sir Jaime. Lance raised his voice. 20 years ago, Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, was willing to mentor you because you were already a knight. Or was it because you were the heir of Casterly Rock? Jaime halted, turning back, disregarding the Queen's tugging, and approached. I shall grant you a chance, Guard of Winterfell. Thank you for this opportunity. Lance's eyes gleamed with the prospect of immense experience, convinced that defeating Jaime would yield at least 1,000 experience points, propelling him swiftly to level 5 and revealing the gap between himself and the elite fighters. I shall find you a sword. His suggestion was born from good intentions. As during the earlier bout, someone had jokingly conceded defeat, leaving him without any experience to gain. How old are you? Jaime scrutinized Lance's youthful appearance, though he possessed a worldly wisdom atypical for one so young. 20, Lance replied truthfully. If you had even half the swordsmanship I possessed at 15, perhaps I would require a sword. Jaime scoffed, his demeanor still radiating charm. I beg your pardon. Lance dismissed the taunt regarding his experience points, drawing his sword and positioning it across his chest. I am prepared to strike. Jaime stood 2 paces away, nodding slightly, his hands raised slightly. Lance, exhilarated, lunged with his sword, only to have Jaime effortlessly evade. He swung horizontally again, and once more was sidestepped. Realizing Jaime's agility surpassed his own, Lance resorted to this flamboyant yet lethal swordplay, executing a series of feints. At the moment Jaime seized his right hand, Lance released the sword's hilt, catching it with his left hand, positioning it across Jaime's chest. Sir Jaime, you have underestimated me. Lance stepped back, sheathing his sword while courteously offering a way down. all the while discreetly observing his character panel. Character: Lancelot, level 4, experience 800-1600. A mere 800 experience? Is that not rather scant? Could it be because Jaime refrained from wielding a sword? After 3 rounds of questioning, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Though he knew he could not entice a wealthy Lannister to be his sparring partner with a handful of silver stacks. It seems I am in need of a sword. Jaime smiled. Having set aside his previous disdain, he had indeed underestimated this young squire. If the lad had truly wished to slay him, he could have succeeded. Let us proceed to the training grounds, where numerous swords await, alongside an armory, Lance proposed excitedly. The queen cast a disapproving glare at her brother. The siblings had intended to seize the opportunity while the king was off hunting to share their innermost thoughts in a secluded spot, only to have their spirits dampened by the presence of a squire from Winterfell, most vexing. Jaime glanced at his sister, intrigued by the young lad, whose mastery of the sword seemed to surpass that of Jaime at the age of 15. Perhaps he could even rival my current self, Jaime mused. Yet he recognized that the boy's combat instincts and physical reactions were still woefully inadequate. If only he had a sword in hand. Jaime was confident he could easily defeat him. To simply turn and leave would leave him feeling quite uncomfortable, adversely affecting the intimate moment he wished to share with his sister. Lance concealed his inner excitement as he walked through the guardroom alongside Jaime and the queen. A dozen or so squires, observing Lance leading the Lannister siblings, followed curiously from behind. Passing by the armory, Lance kindly inquired, "Sir Jaime, do you require a suitable sword? Or shall I have a servant fetch your blade?" "No need. Simply bring me any sword," Jaime replied, a perpetual smile gracing his face. Each smile imbued with a different nuance, yet all irresistibly charming. Lance pondered Jaime's charisma, feeling somewhat disheartened by his own initial charisma. 1. Truly. He was strikingly handsome in his modesty. However, he hesitated to squander attribute points on a trait of little practical value. Becoming stronger for survival was of utmost importance. Chapter 8. The tournament grounds. At the training grounds, Eddard Stark's second son, Bran Stark, was engaged in a sparring match with King Robert's second son, Tommen Baratheon, wielding wooden blunted swords. A crowd had gathered, including Eddard's eldest son, Robb Stark, and Robert's eldest son, Joffrey Baratheon, alongside Eddard's youngest daughter, Arya, and her half-brother, Jon Snow, who were seated on a bridge above, enjoying the spectacle of combat. Over 30 knights and squires encircled the area, attentively observing the focused duel between the two noble youths. Bran, agile and fond of climbing, was encumbered by protective gear that somewhat hindered his nimbleness, while the stout Tommen appeared even more clumsy in his armor. As Lance, Jaime, and the queen arrived at the scene, Bran had already knocked Tommen down for the second time, sheepishly smiling as he extended a hand to help the fallen prince rise. "Your Majesty," the crowd acknowledged the queen's arrival with respectful nods. Indeed, the queen managed to force a smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Observing the multitude gathered, she felt a profound sense of humiliation as her beloved brother prepared to duel a lowly squire in front of such an assembly. "Are you certain?" the queen inquired of the eager Jaime. "Fear not. You are well aware of my prowess," Jaime replied with a double entendre, a smirk gracing his face. The queen, seething with internal rage, masked her emotions in front of others, merely gesturing for her eldest son, Joffrey, to approach her. "What does Uncle Jaime intend to do?" Joffrey asked as he joined his mother. He watched as Jaime casually selected a blunt iron sword from the rack, weighing it momentarily before ultimately choosing a sharpened blade. "He is to spar with a guard from Winterfell," the queen explained. "A guard?" Joffrey exclaimed incredulously. "A mere squire dares to challenge the king's guard? He possesses some skill." The queen reflected on the earlier scene beneath the ruins. Even without understanding the intricacies of swordplay, she could discern the elegance with which the opponent wielded his weapon. At a banquet, her inebriated husband, King Robert Baratheon, would surely have found it captivating. In the training grounds, the crowd buzzed with excitement upon learning that the Winterfell Guard, Lancel, was to compete against the renowned knight Jaime Lannister, celebrated throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Enthusiastic spectators cleared the center of the arena, some calling upon friends to witness the spectacle. "Lancel, are you truly serious?" Robb interjected, placing himself in front of Lancel. He recognized the squire as the infamous Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. "I am aware," Lancel replied solemnly. "I am about to accompany Lord Eddard south to King's Landing. If I cannot best Jaime, how can I ensure Lord Eddard's safety?" At this declaration, Robb felt a surge of respect. No wonder Lancel was a scion of the loyal House Dell, which had served House Stark for 6 centuries. He stepped back, conceding the path. Lancel stood in the center of the field, sword in hand, gazing at Jaime, who was 5 paces away, familiarizing himself with the steel in his grip. Lancel patiently awaited Jaime's adjustment to optimal readiness, perhaps seeking to glean valuable experience from the encounter. Come forth. Jaime beckoned after acclimating to the sword's length and weight. A hint of admiration stirred within him for the young challenger. Though he remained perplexed by Lancel's fervor to face him, yet this unassuming demeanor was commendable. Lancel nodded in response, refraining from rushing into action, even in an unarmed state. Jaime was worth 800 experience points. With a sword, he might well surpass 1,000. Lancel was unaware of what 1,000 experience points signified in terms of combat prowess, but he coveted it and knew to tread cautiously. Unwilling to let such potential slip away. Shall I commence? Jaime asked with a smile, swiftly closing the distance and executing a sweeping strike from right to left. Lancel easily parried the blow but soon realized the force behind it was considerable, leading to a relentless barrage of strikes. One after another, Lancel sought opportunities to counterattack. Yet all were thwarted by Jaime's adept defenses or evasions. The swords clashed over 30 times, with Lancel forced into a defensive posture, while Jaime, agile and perceptive, managed to evade half of the attacks and even anticipated their angles, countering preemptively. Lance realized that the experience before him seemed poised to slip away, and he had no intention of letting it escape. He swiftly employed his flamboyant swordsmanship to provoke his opponent, aiming for a strike at his waist. With a resounding clash, James executed a powerful downward strike with both hands on his sword. Lance adjusted his attack direction, but still found himself parried by his opponent's blade. A tremendous force surged through him, and before he could regain his stance, he was compelled to wield his sword with one hand against James's second powerful two-handed side slash. Under the pressure on his right hand, his sword slipped from his grasp, eliciting gasps from the audience. James pointed the tip of his sword at Lance's throat. Your swordsmanship is exquisite, yet your strength, bodily reflexes, and combat instincts require refinement. Persist, and you shall have a promising future. Lance felt a chill at his throat, his scalp prickling slightly. Thank you for your guidance, Sir James, he sincerely acknowledged, realizing he could not glean truly commensurate experience from James. This combat prowess was far beyond the casual unarmed duel beneath the remnants of the tower. What is your name? James inquired as he withdrew his sword. Lanster, came the reply. James repeated his name, noting that Stark had a commendable squire. Lance nodded in silence, neither overly modest nor overtly proud. Without further words, James smiled and tossed his sword to a nearby squire before approaching the displeased queen, hoping he had not kept her waiting too long. The queen remained silent, not even glancing at her brother, before turning away. James, with a resigned smile, followed her out of the training grounds. Suddenly, a dozen guards from Winterfell rushed into the arena, encircling Lance, who was still savoring the recent duel. You were remarkable, able to hold your ground against the King's Guard for so long. Yet I still lost, Lance replied, disappointment evident. The experience had slipped through his fingers. Do not lose heart. Lance, Robert, emulating his father, Lord Eddard Stark, approached with a serious demeanor, suppressing his inner joy. James has long been renowned. He became a King's Guard at 15. And now he may be the strongest of them all outside of Barristan. But Barristan is aging, and you are young, a decade younger than James. Thank you, Lord Robert. Lance replied with a smile and a nod, confident that he would surpass James, given time. He was determined to continue seeking opportunities to hone his skills. Shall we have a go? Robert's serious facade faltered. Being 3 years younger than Lance, he was eager to gauge his own abilities against James. However, as the heir to Winterfell, directly challenging James felt inappropriate, so he turned to Stark's squire without such reservations. Lance, pondering whom to spar with for experience, was pleasantly surprised that Winterfell's young lord had approached him. Should he defeat him outright, or do so with subtlety? I would be delighted. The crowd once more parted, leaving the center of the arena for the eldest son of Lord Eddard Stark, Robert Stark, and the squire, Lance Derivative. John and Arya descended from the bridge above the training grounds, their minds still reeling from the dazzling display of skill they had just witnessed. Is Lance truly that skilled? The 11-year-old Arya curiously inquired of her half-brother. John nodded silently, recalling the duel between them the previous night, as well as countless contests over the past 3 years. It dawned on him that he had always been yielding to himself. Perhaps the underhanded techniques he employed, such as eye gouging and groin kicks, were not merely for victory, but rather a cautionary measure, a reminder that winter is coming, and one must remain vigilant against foes. Chapter 9. Joffrey's dog Lancel was rather tactful, employing over 50 moves to finally defeat Robb Stark, the young lord of Winterfell, earning himself 200 experience points. In terms of swordsmanship, Robb fell short compared to Jon. Yet he seemed to possess a slight edge in sheer strength. However, when compared to Jon's current strength of 54, Robb was significantly lacking and could not hold a candle to Jaime. Jon had lost his sword momentarily due to a powerful strike from Jaime, wielding his sword with both hands. Yet even during their initial one-handed exchanges, Jon could discern that Jaime's strength was at least above 10. Joffrey, standing at the sidelines, did not leave with his mother and uncle. Observing Robb and Lancel basking in the cheers of the crowd, his expression darkened considerably. Among the jubilant throng, many were royal guards, some hailing from the Lannisters and others from the Baratheons, yet Joffrey viewed them as future subordinates. His garments bore the sigils of both the Baratheon house of his father and the Lannister house of his mother, two families deemed allies. While the Stark family of the North was considered an adversary, as his mother had instructed him, "Dog, teach that guard a lesson he will never forget." So he understands the consequences of challenging a Lannister. "At your command," replied Sandor Clegane, the Hound, as he drew his longsword and strode into the arena. "Robb, you were incredible. You almost defeated Lancel." Arya ran to her brother Robb, sincerely praising him. Robb, hearing his sister's peculiar compliment, shook his head with a wry smile. He could not fathom how he had suddenly lost. It had seemed they were evenly matched until Lancel's overwhelming two-handed strike disarmed him, concluding the duel. Much like the outcome between Jaime and Lancel moments prior. "Let us have another go," Robb insisted, unwilling to accept defeat. He believed that with a bit more caution, he could last longer, and should he triumph over Lancel, it would indicate his potential to best Jaime. Lancel felt somewhat fatigued. His earlier performance had required considerable effort, as he aimed to gain experience without allowing the young lord to appear too foolish in defeat. Yet, Robb displayed a remarkable lack of self-awareness. Did he not notice that he hadn't sought a rematch with Jaime? For Lancel had discerned from there earlier about that. Even at his current level, Robb would struggle to defeat Jaime. It was wiser to face simpler opponents and swiftly level up while the required experience points were still manageable. "Boy, are you Lancel?" The Hound pushed through the crowd, standing before Lancel. The stark difference in their heights caused Lancel to frown as he gazed up. The Hound must have been nearing 2 meters tall, while Lancel was still shy of the height of 1.8 meters. "Sir Lancel," Lancel greeted politely. "I'm not a Sire. I detest the hypocrisy of knights," the Hound retorted. "Draw your sword. I wish to test your swordsmanship." "Very well," Lancel replied, excitement bubbling within him. Robb stepped forward to intervene, having heard of the Hound's notorious reputation. Rather than being a warrior, he was more akin to a malevolent beast. Loyal to the Lannisters, devoid of any semblance of honor, even less noble than the Kingslayer, Jaime. At least Jaime, despite betraying his vows to the Kingsguard and slaying the former king, retained a measure of knightly honor. Nevertheless, winter was approaching. Lancel would not squander the opportunity. Reiterating his bravado, if he feared his opponent's might in Winterfell, how could he protect Lord Eddard in King's Landing? Robb, upon hearing such fervent loyalty, found it difficult to persist in his opposition. The onlookers retreated to the sidelines, ceding the center of the training yard to Lancel and the infamous Sandor Clegane, the Hound. Lancel surveyed his towering adversary, clad in formidable armor, even the Hound's helmet obscuring his face, truly a sight to behold. He glanced down at his own standard leather armor, which seemed rather rudimentary in comparison. The soldiers of the North were pitiable, battling against the armored Southerners in mere leather and still emerging victorious, relying solely on the resilience cultivated in their harsh, frigid homeland. The Hound, indifferent to his opponent's thoughts, gripped the hilt of his sword firmly and swung his long sword with ferocious intent. He had already noted that this young squire possessed superior swordsmanship, but lacked strength and agility. Thus he intended to exploit his own advantages to overcome the other, aiming to impart a lesson that would etch itself in the young lord's memory. Lancel met the Hound's strike with both hands, feeling the weight of the Hound's strength, indeed, befitting a man nearing 2 meters in height, surpassing Jaime's might considerably. If Jaime's strength rated above 10, the Hound surely exceeded 15. One could only wonder how powerful his brother, the Mountain, must be. As Lancel continued to engage, he discerned that while the Hound was formidable in strength and wielded a longer sword, his agility and finesse in swordplay paled in comparison to Jaime's. However, this canine warrior, besides swinging his sword, occasionally resorted to grappling, reminiscent of Lancel's own techniques. Utilizing his own swordsmanship, Lancel deftly parried and redirected the Hound's force, making the latter's strength often strike nothing but air. After numerous unavoidable collisions, the Hound's breath grew labored, while Lancel's hands felt the toll of the relentless exchanges. After another series of strikes, Lancel seized an opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to the Hound's midsection, but it was thwarted by the robust steel armor. The Hound, using his iron-gloved left hand, pressed down upon Lancel's sword. With determination, Lancel exerted force to reclaim his weapon, breaking free from the Hound's grasp. But the Hound's right hand was already descending upon him. Lancel deftly angled his sword to deflect the blow and retreated a half-step for a brief respite. The Hound refrained from pressing the attack immediately. After countless powerful strikes, he believed that landing just one blow could incapacitate the young squire clad in leather armor. Yet, Despite the numerous exchanges, he found himself unable to breach the other's defenses. "Dog!" Joffrey shouted from the sidelines. "Cut him down. Kill him." Robb furrowed his brow at Joffrey's outburst, while Jon cast a cold glance in his direction. Standing in the arena, Lancel felt a twinge of fatigue. Yet he discerned that the hound appeared even more exhausted. Each strike from his opponent was laden with considerable force. A man of such imposing stature might possess great strength. Yet it did not necessarily equate to enduring stamina. Lancel brandished his sword, launching a proactive assault that compelled the hound to retaliate, leveraging his superior swordsmanship. He struck the adversary's armor a dozen times, yet not a single crack emerged. Lancel harbored a disdain for the impenetrable armor. Yet he yearned for a set of his own, preferably one adorned with elegance, unlike the utilitarian and aesthetically devoid armor of his foe. The hound grew increasingly irritable, leveling his longsword and utilizing its length to deliver relentless horizontal slashes, forcing Lancel to retreat. One misstep in retreat could result in a grievous wound, yet Lancel deftly evaded, retreating 4 steps before seizing an opportunity. As the hound swung his sword from left to right, Lancel struck from the left. And in the brief moment of the hound's attempt to withdraw his blade, Lancel's sword found its way into the crevice of the hound's helm. Uncertain if he had pierced the scarred visage beneath, it was over. Lancel maintained his stance, acutely vigilant against any unusual movements from the hound, only lowering his sword and stepping back when the hound discarded his longsword. "Kill him," Joffrey bellowed from the sidelines. "Your Highness." Robb approached the center, standing beside Lancel, and nodded toward Joffrey. "This is Winterfell, and Lancel serves as a sworn shield of Winterfell." Joffrey shot a venomous glare at the eldest son of the Warden of the North before turning away in disdain. Sandor Clegane silently sheathed his longsword, departing without a backward glance. Lancel watched as Joffrey and the hound exited, while the southern attendants encircling the arena whispered amongst themselves and gradually dispersed. At last, he had the opportunity to exhale and assess his experience points. Chapter 10. The Marvelous Experience. Character: Lancel. Level: 6. Experience: 62006-400 by the gods. Lancel was taken aback. How much experience did the hound yield? Was a mere dog worth 10,000 points? He found himself perplexed as to why his interface deemed the hound so valuable, while Robb, Jon, and Hightower were valued at only 200. The disparity was staggering, so enormous that voicing it would likely invite a thorough beating from those around him. Innocently recalling the original portrayals of these figures, Lancel noted that Robb had never engaged in a one-on-one duel, let alone a multiple combat scenario. Jon's victories in single combat were riddled with coincidence and serendipity, often aided by others. As for Hightower, renowned for his swordsmanship among the sworn shields, he tragically fell before he even drew his blade. In stark contrast, the hound, whom Lancel had bested, boasted a myriad of victories. Adept at slaying unarmed civilians as well as armed foes, whether they be soldiers or knights. The one who persevered through hardship was invariably the hound. Reflecting on his own prowess, Lancel realized he had effortlessly reached the level of a mere dog, and he felt a genuine sense of pity for his companions surrounding him. Lamenting, "You are even lesser than a dog, Lancel, do not lose heart," Robb encouraged, noticing Lancel's demeanor. "You have defeated the hound. Soon you shall triumph over Jaime as well. Shall we engage in another bout?" "Most willingly, though I may have gleaned new insights." Lance noticed that he was merely 200 experience points away from leveling up, and he was eager to achieve it. Yet he had no desire to accompany Robert in yet another performance. The crowd once again parted in the center of the arena. It was truly a lively day. Overwhelming their senses with the spectacle, Robert, sword in hand, fixed his gaze on Lance, determined to be cautious this time and not allow his opponent to disarm him. Even if victory eluded him, he intended to endure through 100 exchanges. "I am coming," Lance declared, and with that, he charged forward, his sword raised. Though it appeared fierce, his speed was rather average. Robert calmly raised his sword to block the initial strike and then lowered his gaze to the tip of the blade resting against his armpit. "Is he that quick?" Lance, feeling discontented, pondered the fact that he had only gained 100 experience points. Was it because his level was higher that the experience of others was diminished? This was not a favorable situation. The mechanics of combat did not operate in such a manner. "Come again," Robert retorted, his frustration evident. "If you wish to engage, so be it. My experience is only 100 points shy, and you too should be worth 100. But this time, I shall indulge you with a few exchanges." I would not want the noble heir of Winterfell to appear less capable than a mere chicken. As Lance prepared his stance, Robert launched an offensive, delivering a series of strikes with a semblance of finesse. Lance patiently parried over 20 attacks before lightly placing the edge of his sword against Robert's neck. Yet, was he rewarded with an additional 200 experience points? Lance was taken aback. cursing the so-called golden finger that had long outlived its usefulness, offering no warnings or explanations, leaving him to navigate this treacherous path alone. He could not dwell on the origins of this golden finger, but quickly deduced the underlying mechanism. His earlier encounter with barehanded Jaime had yielded 800 experience points, while facing the fully armed and lethal hound had granted him 10,000. Now, having defeated Robert with just 2 strikes, he had received a mere 100 experience points, but by allowing Robert to showcase his capabilities for over 20 exchanges, he had earned 200. It seemed that this golden finger assessed experience points based on the opponent's combat prowess, contingent upon granting them the opportunity to demonstrate their strength. Otherwise, they were worth less than a dog. He understood now, as long as his own level did not inhibit him from gaining experience from his companions, all would be well. Lord Robert, your strength is well suited for wielding a spear. In such a case, my sword would hardly come close to you. Lance offered Robert a gracious exit. At present, his agility could not keep pace with the dexterity of his hands. His advantages were confined to the interplay between his hands and the sword. He had already contemplated how to allocate his next 3 attribute points. As long as his physical reactions were swift enough to mitigate the spear's reach, Robert would still be no more than a chicken. Sir Roderick said as much, Robert acknowledged. Shaking his head, he was not a fool. He recognized that the loyal Stark squire before him was merely toying with him. Had he not noticed John laughing quietly at his side? I shall take my leave, Lance replied with a nod, opting not to challenge anyone further in the training grounds. The pain on his face had yet to fully dissipate, and his body's fatigue had reached its limit. Should he continue to act boastfully, he might well find himself thrown outside the city by nightfall. After bidding farewell to the crowd, he sought a secluded area within Winterfell. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself once more beneath the remnants of the tower, where he spotted Jaime and the Queen emerging, their complexions flushed. Queen, Sir James. A sudden realization struck Lance. He seemed to have missed a significant scene. Could it be that these siblings were engaged in some clandestine affair atop the ruined tower? Yet Bran had been occupied observing his duel on the training grounds, leaving no time to ascend the tower. Had he inadvertently missed the chance to fracture his leg and become the Green Prophet? Lance hesitated, torn between the desire to prevent Bran from becoming the all-seeing Green Prophet and the nagging suspicion of whether it was Bran who transformed into the Green Prophet or the Prophet who assumed Bran's identity. Regardless, the limping Bran ultimately morphed into a creature devoid of human emotions, an entity oblivious to joy, sorrow, or any sentiment. The thought of such a monstrosity filled Lance with a sense of powerlessness, for the monsters here extended beyond just the Green Prophet. Thus, he resolved to hasten his ascension and become stronger, aspiring to achieve the feat of single-handedly conquering the 7 kingdoms and fulfilling his modest ambition of living without restraint. James was startled by the guards stationed at the tower's base. Why did he encounter this individual yet again? What brings you here once more? Lance replied, maintaining a calm demeanor and respectful posture, his right hand poised, ready to draw his sword if necessary. I just finished a few duels and sought a secluded spot to reflect. This place is indeed quite isolated, James acknowledged, signaling to the Queen as they departed. Lance took a few steps back to maintain distance, wary of James's potential for sudden violence, his mind racing with malicious speculation. Did these 2 illicitly entangled siblings suspect that he had uncovered something? Would they seek to silence him? No, he must rapidly enhance his abilities, particularly those 2 formidable skills suggested by their names. Seated beneath the ruins, Lance summoned his interface, distributing his 3 attribute points and skills according to his devised plan. Scrutinizing the changes in his data panel. Character, Lance Dell, level, 7 experience, 100128800 identity. Guard of Winterfell title, Greedy Lance prestige. Obscure, physical attributes, available attribute points, 0 strength, 55 endurance, 5 agility, 32 charm, 1 skills, available skill points, 0 horsemanship, 2 weapon mastery, 14 leadership, 0 beast mastery, 0-1 danger sense, 0-1 nervous reaction, 0-1 pets, 0-5. None. He allocated 2 points to agility and 1 to strength. The sensation of strength no longer felt as pronounced as it once had, yet the newly acquired agility imparted an illusion of lightness, akin to a weight lifted after a cupping therapy session. Rising to his feet, he moved about, bouncing energetically. Attributes were visibly apparent, but skills remained elusive, leaving him to ponder if he had squandered his efforts. Chapter 11. The Eagle's Vision. Lance allocated an additional point each to Beast Mastery, Danger Sense, and Nervous Reaction. The art of beast taming indeed expands the pet capacity. A mere enhancement in Beast Mastery has granted an additional 5 slots for pets. However, the methods of taming these creatures remain shrouded in mystery, devoid of any guidance or hints. As for the applications of danger sense and reflex, he has yet to unravel their usage. This contrasts with the increase in weapon mastery, which imbues one with a heightened dexterity in wielding arms. A fleeting sensation of tingling discomfort coursed through his scalp, only to dissipate swiftly, leaving no further response. Lance found himself pressed for time. He was to accompany Duke Ed southward to King's Landing, a perilous journey of several thousand miles, in just 2 days. Having squandered much of the morning in pursuit of experience, he had reached level 7. And it was high time to return to Dell Village and inform his cousin that winter was indeed approaching. Before his departure, he hurried to the hall, where hundreds had already filled 4 long tables. The absence of the king and duke rendered the midday feast exceedingly modest, with 10 souls sharing a single roast. And only bread to accompany it, no kidney pie in sight. Greedily, Lance ladled himself a bowl of thick soup and took a generous hunk of bread, indulging in a ravenous feast dipped in the broth. Fortunately, having lived here for 2 decades, he could stomach the unidentifiable concoction that passed for soup without losing his appetite. After consuming 2 bowls of the thick liquid and finishing 3 pieces of bread, he sought more, only to discover that several large wooden platters had been entirely depleted. Patting his somewhat empty belly, he felt only moderately sated. His appetite seemed to have grown, as he usually managed to feel at least 6 or 7/10 full. A pork sausage suddenly appeared before him. Raising his gaze, he saw Jon Snow standing opposite. "You fought several matches just now. You must be quite famished," Jon remarked. "Thank you," Lance replied, accepting it without hesitation, deliberately savoring each bite to enhance his sense of fullness. "Have you spoken to Lord Ed?" Jon inquired, shaking his head. "Last night, my father drank too much, and this morning went hunting with the king. I plan to seek him out again tonight." Lance nodded, finishing the sausage. "I'll be heading back to Dell Village shortly. I hope to return by tomorrow afternoon and hear good news from you." "Will you be going alone?" Jon asked with concern. The wildlings crossing the wall southward have been increasing in number. "Not to worry. I have my sword," Lance replied confidently. In the past, he might have sought the company of 2 guards, inviting them to a meal in Dell Village, but having vanquished a dog, he now felt invincible. Those scattered wildlings were merely opportunities for experience points. "I'll go fetch a bow," he added, deeming it prudent to carry a ranged weapon to prevent any potential loss of experience. "You can shoot arrows now?" Jon exclaimed in surprise. Lance chuckled awkwardly. His previous archery skills were indeed lacking. Jon, on the other hand, had developed comprehensively, with estimates placing his swordsmanship and archery skills at around 200, surpassing many of Winterfell's guards. Yet, the Hound's swordsmanship was similarly around 200, merely bolstered by brute strength and cunning tactics, rendering it ineffective against him. Safe travels, Jon smiled as he departed, eagerly anticipating his evening conversation with his father. Lance, having finished his complimentary lunch within the city, took possession of a short bow and 20 arrows. He ventured outside the city to the market, where he spent a handful of copper coins on 3 large bags of plum liquor, a beverage favored by his cousin. He then mounted his steed and galloped eastward, racing towards the banks of the White Lade River. Before departing from the north, he wished to revisit Dell Village, the ancestral home of the Dell family for 6 centuries, to bid farewell to his only living kin. The horse he rode did not belong to him, like his sword. It had been allocated to him upon his arrival in Winterfell. It was merely an average horse, typical of the north, possessing an unremarkable build, speed, and endurance. After an hour of swift riding, he slowed his pace to allow the horse some respite. Perched atop his mount, Lance seized a bag of plum liquor and took a hearty swig, reflecting on the horse he had ridden for 3 years. He recalled the pet section within his golden finger, but to his dismay, it remained unchanged. How was he to utilize this feature? He pondered, believing that the pet section was meant for collecting animals, while the troop section was for gathering subordinates. This understanding seemed sound. Suddenly, a call echoed from above, and he looked up to see a majestic eagle soaring freely across the sky. The sight rekindled his aspirations from both his past and present lives to live, to thrive, and to embrace freedom. At that moment, he realized he merely existed, and the duration of his life upon reaching King's Landing remained uncertain. In this regard, he felt he was even inferior to the eagle. As his gaze followed the eagle's flight, he mused on the idea of having one as a pet, akin to the shapeshifters among the wildlings, who could scout distant lands, serving as a living radar. Once he commanded a cavalry of several hundred, complemented by such a radar, he would be virtually invincible, thwarting any attempts to encircle him and turning them into mere experience points. Suddenly, the eagle grew larger, diving directly towards him. As it closed within 20 meters, he nervously drew his sword, contemplating how to slay the majestic bird. To his astonishment, the eagle, once gliding swiftly, slowed its descent, becoming almost snail-like in its movement. Enlightenment dawned upon him. This was a manifestation of enhanced neural reflexes, allowing his cognitive processes to outpace others while rendering their movement sluggish. Curious, he summoned the interface to check for any changes in his neural reflexes, but found none. However, he noticed an additional line of text beneath the pet section. Pet 15, Eagle, hungry. So it was. A sincere call was the key to possession. With his sword poised in his right hand, he raised his left arm, allowing his neural responses to return to normal. The eagle obediently perched upon his forearm. It was remarkably compliant. With merely a thought, it would heed his command. Such a well-behaved creature deserved an elegant name. Thus, he decided to call it Varys, after the esteemed master of whispers. Just as Lord Varys had his little birds, so too did Sir Lance of Winterfell now possess his own charming little bird. Upon glancing back at the pet section, he noted further changes had occurred behind the eagle. Eagle, Varys' little bird hunger. Lance possessed only 3 bags of plum wine, having prepared no other sustenance, for he often traversed this path home and was certain to reach Dell village before dusk. There was no necessity to carry cold food. He preferred it warm. Ignoring the bird's hunger, he observed the eagle perched upon his left arm, estimating its length at 70 centimeters. Its weight at least 7 or 8 pounds. Fortunately, his strength had reached 10, and he wore a leather guard on his arm. Otherwise, blood would have been shed. Fly forth to hunt, but do not stray too far, Lance mentally urged, flinging his left arm outward. The eagle took flight, soaring higher and higher. He rode slowly, gazing skyward, establishing a connection with the eagle through his consciousness. In a mystical way, images of the ground appeared in his mind, covering several kilometers, as the eagle moved. The vision shifted accordingly. In this state, he felt a portion of his spirit detached, creating a veil between him and his body. While riding forth, he savored the extraordinary journey of looking down upon the world. Suddenly, within the eagle's sight, he discerned a village 5 kilometers to the north being ravaged. That was the birthplace of Haihua. Had he not been tempted by the allure of a free meal, he would have been journeying alongside Haihua today. Chapter 12, The Wild Men of the South. Lance commanded the eagle to descend, enabling him to observe the details of the village more clearly. 7 wild men were present, while the villagers, comprising men, women, and children, numbered about 20. However, these villagers were clearly powerless to resist the slaughter, with only Haihua fortuitously returning to the village. Engaged in a desperate struggle, Lance swiftly turned his horse towards Haihua's village. It was far too close to Dell village, and the wild men, once they finished their plundering, would undoubtedly continue southward. Moreover, as a guardian, he could not allow the wild men to assault the Stark family's territory. As a friend, he could not stand idly by while his dear brother Haihua was harmed. This cursed honor and friendship constantly restrain him, binding his thoughts from past memories. Otherwise, with this golden finger, he could ride alone, slaying gods and ghosts alike, destined to achieve greatness as long as he survived. As he approached Haihua's village, he withdrew his consciousness from the eagle, focusing entirely on charging forward. Drawing his bow, he nocked an arrow, sensing no need to gauge the wind's direction. As if guided by an automatic aim, and swiftly released 5 arrows, successfully striking 5 unarmored wild men. Yet, they turned and charged at him in fury. It appeared his mounted archery skills were lacking, and his panel lacked specific mounted shooting abilities. Should he enhance his horsemanship? Lance had no time for contemplation. As he galloped past one wild man, swiftly slicing his sword into the back of the foe's skull, he circled around to target another wild man, aiming directly for the eye socket, delivering a fatal blow. Lance! Haihua shouted, disregarding his injuries, his excitement palpable. After 3 years of acquaintance, he had never felt such fondness for Lance as in this moment. You protect the villagers, leave the rest to me. Lance rode past Haihua, executing a lightning strike from above that cleaved into a wild man's skull, saving Haihua's life. The galloping horseman swiftly charged past the 2 wild men, effortlessly striking with his sword. The first blow was parried, but the second found its mark, piercing the throat of one of the savages. 2 more remained, lurking nearby. Haihua bent low, pressing against the wound that bled profusely, directing his gaze toward a man and a woman wildling who had sprinted towards the stable, with the woman carrying a bundle on her back. Leave them to me, Lance commanded, halting his steed and sheathing his sword, once again nocking an arrow. This time, without the haste of a chase, his aim should be true. The 2 wild men had already taken notice of the formidable stranger who had effortlessly dispatched 5 of their companions. The male wildling brandished a spear protectively in front of the woman, wary of the enemy, drawing his bow. He understood that even a reckless charge would lead only to his demise. The opponent's prowess was terrifying. An arrow was loosed, and the male wildling failed to deflect it. Struck in the right chest, he turned to the woman, exclaiming, "Wami, quickly ride away with the child." Lance had already knocked a second arrow and, upon hearing the wildling's call, glanced toward the woman's back, indeed spotting a child. Did wildlings value marital bonds as well? Lay down your weapons. And I shall spare your lives, he offered, hoping to interrogate a survivor regarding the recent incursions of wildlings near Winterfell. Such intricate details had not surfaced in his memories of past lives. Gogan. Wami reached for the horse, but was thwarted as an arrow struck the wooden post tethering it. Halting her motion. You swear to the old gods not to harm us? Gogan, the male wildling, gripped his spear tightly, anxiety evident in his posture. The enemy's arrows were swift and precise, rendering him powerless to counter them. You lack the authority to demand oaths from me, Lance retorted, casting a glance at the hunched Haiwa. Can you endure? I intend to spare these two to glean information. Do you object? I shall not perish, Haiwa replied, coughing blood. You may deal with them as you see fit. Inquire if they have any accomplices. This is the third incident in 2 months. The last raid on Harris's village was devastating. These wildlings deserve punishment. Lance disregarded Haiwa's contradictory statements and addressed the vigilant wildling pair. You deserve to die. Yet we shall grant you a temporary reprieve. I will count to 3. If you do not lay down your weapons and surrender, I will shoot. As he spoke, he deliberately drew his bow, showcasing the prowess of his archery skills, formidable even when his steed was still. Free men do not kneel, Gogan defiantly shouted. Then you shall die, first the woman and child, and you last, Lance ominously declared, a statement that startled Haiwa. We fear not death. Wami stepped forward, wielding a short axe, standing resolutely beside Gogan, while the child remained motionless behind them. Enough, Lance said, lowering his bow. Just lay down your weapons. Wami and Gogan exchanged glances, taking in the sight of their 5 fallen comrades, all struck fatally and beyond salvation, before relinquishing their weapons. Haiwa, Lance said, looking down, take the others to Dell village. You have no barriers here to defend against wildlings. Haiwa surveyed the village's surroundings, nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall inform them. With that, he made his way towards the villagers hiding in the wooden huts, as Lance's voice echoed behind him, urging, hold on, do not succumb just yet. Haiwa turned his head and roared with fury, go meet the old gods, Lance. Hearing the profound breath of his companion, Lance felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that Haiwa would utter his last words and perish. His gaze turned cold as he regarded the primitive couple before him. This is all you're doing, savages. Gagan and Vami lowered their heads in silence. Vami patted the child on her back, but received no response, panic etched across her face. Is this your child? Lance observed their actions keenly. Yes, this is our second child, Gagan replied. He is burning with fever and has been unconscious for a day. Lance furrowed his brow. How could the savages dare to bring a child while raiding south? Come with me to Dell village. There may be a chance to save your child. He glanced at the lifeless bodies of 7 or 8 villagers lying within the village, 5 of whom were adult men, precious laborers, the most scarce resource in Dell village, and indeed throughout the entire north. The 2 surviving savages appeared robust. Perhaps they could replace some of that lost labor, provided they posed no threat. The 2 elders hesitated as they approached the stable to harness the cart, only to be obstructed by the 2 savages. Step aside, Lance instructed lightly. The savages moved aside, allowing the elders to lead away 2 horses and a donkey from the stable, cautiously maneuvering around the corpses of the villagers as they secured the wooden cart and loaded the remaining elders and supplies. Lance, you take the elders and the child first, Haiwa said, approaching with the support of a small boy. His body was roughly bandaged, yet blood continued to flow. I must stay to bury them. He cast a glance at the 8 deceased villagers, now gathered together. Let them dig. Lance pointed at the savages. Take the savage child away. That child cannot last much longer. Dell village has means to save him. The primitive couple, initially tense and resistant, relaxed upon hearing his words, allowing the small boy to carry away the less than 2-year-old child from Vami's back. Chapter 13. Dell village, I will stay here to watch over them, Haiwa said, unable to shake off his anxiety as he observed the 2 savages heading towards the village cemetery with their shovels. Your blood is running dry, Lance remarked, scanning the dark red cloth wrapped around Haiwa. If you remain, they will have to dig another grave. Coughing, Haiwa spat blood, yet he lacked the strength to argue. You take everyone to Dell village first, Lance insisted. I will stay here until they have buried all the dead. Haiwa gritted his teeth against the pain. Knowing his own body best, he hoped not to encounter any more savages. There should be none nearby, but who knows what the night may bring. Lance's pet eagle, Varys, had been patrolling a 20-kilometer radius, intermittently capturing glimpses of the surroundings without spotting any signs of savages. However, one bird was far from sufficient. He needed to remain vigilant of the 2 savages' actions as well. He desperately required a few loyal warriors to guard him and to capture more of Varys' little birds. Creating a comprehensive surveillance network spanning dozens of kilometers, this would secure future skill points. 2 wild men quickly dug a grave. And after the bodies of 8 villagers had been interred, they buried the remains of 5 wild men in a distant pit. Once their grim task was complete, he took one last look at the devastated village before mounting his horse, allowing the 2 wild men to lead the way as the trio set forth towards Dell village, located 5 kilometers to the south. As twilight descended, Lance beheld the ancient village nestled upon gentle hills, Dell village. To the east, a mile away, flowed the White Blade River. To the west, 5 miles distant, lay a small grove. Between the village and the wood sprawled a vast cemetery, where thousands of departed villagers were laid to rest. The village was encircled by sturdy wooden walls, with watchtowers erected at each corner. The walls stood 4 meters high, while the towers soared to at least 6 meters. Compared to other settlements, Dell village, with its 6 centuries of history, boasted formidable defenses. Its internal area was nearly 5,000 square meters, equivalent to a quarter of Winterfell's size. A century ago, it had been one of the largest population centers along the White Blade River, but today, apart from him and his cousin Duncan, only 27 elders remained. This was thanks to the usurper's war 17 years prior, when his father was conscripted by the Lord, taking 7 able-bodied men from the village. 9 years ago, his brother was also called upon, leading away 2 young men and a middle-aged man. Now, that middle-aged survivor, having endured 2 wars, had become a man with graying hair, standing at the village gate smiling at him. Uncle Blake. Lance dismounted a few steps away and approached the welcoming elder. Are they all settled? They've tidied up several abandoned houses and have made themselves at home, Blake replied, glancing at the wild man and woman standing quietly nearby. The wild child was breathing steadily and showed no signs of life-threatening danger. Leia had administered herbs and applied ice to cool him down, and he was no longer burning with fever. Thank you. The wild woman Wami nodded eagerly, while the wild man Gogan could not restrain himself from rushing forward, only to see an arrow land at his feet. Do not stray from my sight, Lance admonished, retracting his short bow before inquiring about Haihua's condition. No vital injuries, just excessive blood loss and fatigue, but he insists on waiting for your return. We have placed him in the stone keep. Let us proceed, Lance said, remounting his horse, with the 2 wild men leading the way and himself and Blake following closely behind. As they traversed the village square, he observed the elderly, gray-haired villagers bustling about, their stooped figures greeting him with smiles. He returned their warm salutations as they walked towards the stone keep situated at the highest point of the village hills. This keep, built 5 centuries ago, spanned 200 square meters and stood approximately 10 meters tall, divided into 3 levels. In the event of a significant enemy assault, all villagers would take refuge within its walls. It was said that Dell village had once withstood the siege of over 100 foes, enduring until reinforcements from Winterfell arrived. Tethered outside the stone keep, Lancelot entered the dimly lit hall he had inhabited for over a decade. The living conditions here, designed for defense, were inferior to those of the wooden houses outside, yet it remained one of the few sources of pride for the Dell family. Possessing a stone keep in the north was a testament to their long-standing heritage. Lancelot, 17-year-old Duncan descended the keep staircase, a small boy supporting the pale-faced Haihua behind him. You have returned. Are they the savages who attacked the village? Lancelot nodded at his cousin and glanced at Haihua's drowsy expression. Did you wait for me? We must inform Winterfell. Gasping for breath, Haihua made his way down the stairs and took a seat at the long table in the hall with the boy's assistants. I will interrogate the 2 savages first, then I shall hasten back to Winterfell to inform Lord Eddard, Lancelot replied, sharing the same thought. The savages had approached closer to Dell village this time. The last village they attacked was Harris's birthplace, located 6 miles north of Dell village, almost 30 kilometers away. Now, they were perilously near. I will accompany you, Haihua insisted. You stay here and rest. Even with you, we want to reach Winterfell by dawn. Lancelot pressed his hand reassuringly on Haihua's shoulder. Do not worry, I shall handle this. Dell village is in your capable hands. We need someone to guard it. Reluctantly, Haihua nodded, drenched in cold sweat at the mere thought of standing guard, yet he understood these were comforting words from a friend. Lord Eddard departs for King's Landing the day after tomorrow. If you do not wish to miss him, stay here and recover. Get some rest. And I will call you when dinner is ready. Lancelot watched as Haihua obediently ascended the staircase and turned to Black. Prepare a lavish dinner. Bring out the wine brewed in the village. I suspect someone will need to indulge in a drunken revelry. Black nodded and departed, while the diminutive Duncan retrieved a sword from the wall, keeping a vigilant eye on the 2 unarmed savages, who were sturdier than he. Lancelot was uncertain of the savages' combat prowess, as he had dispatched 5 of them with alarming swiftness, each yielding a mere 10 experience points. Yet, given their agility and reflexes, he surmised their strength could not exceed 100, even less than Haihua. Thus, he calmly sat at the end of the long table, gazing at the anxious savages, One male, one female. You have strayed too far. The male savage replied, we only wish to head south, further south. How many villages did you plunder along the way? How many Northmen did you slay? Lancelot did not anticipate genuine answers, but believed these savages had traversed a long path to reach near Winterfell, enduring countless civilian casualties for their survival. The male savage hesitated to respond, and Lancelot was certain they had committed numerous atrocities. He refrained from pressing for confirmation, but sought to understand why an increasing number of savages continued to move southward. Seemingly unsatisfied with pillaging the villages near the wall and the lands of House Umber in Last Hearth. Why do you insist on journeying south? Chapter 14. The news brought by the wild woman, a dreadful entity has emerged beyond the Great Wall. The female wildling, Wami, recalled a scene from her past. Her visage awash with terror. For the sake of survival and our children, we must seek refuge within the confines of the Great Wall. It is the only bastion that can safeguard us. What dreadful entity! An image of some monstrous being surfaced in Lance's mind, not from this life's experiences, but rather from the vestiges of memories from a previous existence. If fate allowed him to behold such a creature in this lifetime, he would scarcely reach the age of 20. The White Walkers, it is the White Walkers. Wami spoke, her voice trembling with fear, unable to articulate further. Indeed. Lance mused in silence. A month prior, while accompanying Duke Ed on a grim execution of a Night's Watch deserter in the hills, the man had claimed to have witnessed the resurrection of a deceased wildling girl, her eyes a haunting blue. He then spoke of the legendary White Walkers appearing like phantoms, slaying a veteran of the Night's Watch, a man of 50, before fleeing in terror, only to be discovered by patrols led by Halwyn near Winterfell. Where did you encounter the White Walkers? Lance, convinced of their existence, reconciled his prior knowledge from television with 2 decades of lived experience. Firmly believing that the tales bore a striking resemblance to reality, albeit with certain discrepancies. Since a deserter named Will did indeed exist, it follows that the White Walkers must also be real. Wami's voice quivered as she replied, just beyond the Ghost Shadow Forest, to the west of our former home. The village of Polly. How many days would it take to travel from Polly to the Great Wall? Lance was unfamiliar with Polly's location. The Ghost Shadow Forest was vast, its true expanse unknown to him, for he had never ventured beyond the Great Wall in his 20 years of life. The journey through Ghost Shadow Forest is arduous. It took us 3 days to reach Castor's dwelling, and from there, we journeyed another 2 days to arrive at the foot of the Great Wall. Castor's fortress? Lance recognized the name, a significant element from the television series, far more consequential than the antics of the sibling duo atop the remnants of Winterfell. Fortress? Wami glanced at Gogan, puzzled by the term. Gogan interjected, if you referred to Castor, then indeed it is him. We had heard during our time in Polly that he maintained a close relationship with the Night's Watch, who referred to his cabin as Castor's fortress. He often procured supplies from them, and we had previously engaged in trade with Castor. Is there only one man at Castor's place, surrounded by women? Gogan nodded, affirmatively. Yes. Those women are his daughters, and they are also his wives. It is well known among us. Did you encounter any peculiar occurrences while there? Lance recalled the storyline from the series in which Castor surrendered his male infants to the White Walkers. I am unaware of what you refer to, Gogan replied. We merely paused there for a day before hastily heading south, though Castor's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. Lance remained silent, patiently awaiting the wild man's emotions to settle before he continued. He recounted to us that the White Walkers had attacked a village 20 miles west of Polly, resulting in the massacre of over 30 souls, who were subsequently resurrected. My father was slain while defending against those accursed monsters, yet he remained unafraid. Gogan reminisced about Cast's tone at that time, mimicking him. He claimed that the gods would not harm him, that the gods would protect him. His tone turned indignant as he referred to the White Walkers as gods, labeling those monsters that slaughtered at will as deities. We were filled with trepidation that night. Sleep eluded me, and at dawn, I hastily journeyed south, away from that unsettling place. Lance fell into silence. The advance of the White Walkers was an imminent threat. Yet the pressing concern was Duke Ed's descent upon King's Landing, inevitably leading to the demise of countless lives in the north. However, the White Walkers remained a menace to all the living, and we could not stand idly by as they amassed an unbounded army of the dead. Yet, at present, he was merely a guard in Winterfell, left to ponder his limited agency. He recalled the honorable and just Lord Eddard Stark, feeling compelled to convince the Starks of the White Walkers' emergence. Otherwise, when the White Walkers led their endless legion across the wall, how would they withstand such an onslaught? Although memories from his past life revealed that in the series finale, Eddard Stark's youngest daughter Arya dispatched the White Walker leader with a Valyrian steel dagger, he now harbored doubts. How could the tomboyish Arya transform into the lethal assassin depicted in the story, and how could she possibly approach the leader of the White Walkers? In a manner reminiscent of the legends concerning the old gods, Lance now perceived the old gods as akin to the three-eyed raven in the series. Yet, both the Northerners and the Free Folk believed the old gods possessed no power in the south. For the weirwood trees had been entirely felled millennia ago during the Undul's invasion of the continent of Westeros. The village's erudite elder, Leia, had once told him that thousands of years prior, before the ancestors clashed with the children of the forest, they would first clear all trees in sight. Believing the children's three-eyed raven observed their every move through the trees. Another tale spoke of those felled trees being the weirwoods planted by the children of the forest. The departed children did not truly perish. Their souls resided within the ever-living weirwoods, and these souls became the source of power for the three-eyed raven and the old gods. In his former life, Lance regarded these as mere stories, yet now he was somewhat skeptical. Though he accepted that the three-eyed raven's ability to perceive past and future stemmed from the weirwoods, perhaps more precisely from the heart tree within them. However, in the series he had watched in his previous life, how could the three-eyed raven witness events that transpired beneath the Tower of Joy and Dorne? A place devoid of weirwoods and heart trees? Lance could not decipher the reason. This exemplified the discrepancies he perceived between reality and the details from his past memories. As he prepares to journey south to King's Landing for the first time, having left the vicinity of Winterfell, he is likely to encounter numerous details that diverge from the narrative of the series. Should he succeed in altering the fateful demise of Eddard Stark, might Arya, who fled across the narrow sea after her father's death, still have the opportunity to become the assassin she is destined to be? Is it truly necessary for her to embrace this path while allowing Eddard and himself to be slaughtered? With the entire North engulfed in relentless warfare and the village of Dell reduced to ashes, Lancel's thoughts spiraled into a headache. As an inconspicuous guard within Winterfell, he resolved to leave such ponderings to Lord Eddard. His primary duty was to ensure Eddard's safety while simultaneously seeking a means to elevate his humble station, a sentiment he shared with the scheming master of Whisperers, Peter Baelish. Yet Lancel prided himself on being an honorable man of the North. War was not an essential precursor to chaos. If all were to perish, who would construct castles, till the land, or cultivate gardens? He recalled Castor's fervent tone, mimicking him. The gods will not harm me. They will protect me. His voice rose with indignation as he referred to the White Walkers as gods, labeling those monstrous beings that slaughtered indiscriminately as divine. Fear gripped him, and that night he found no solace in sleep. At dawn, he and the others fled south, away from the unsettling place. Lancel fell into silence. The threat of the White Walkers was not imminent, yet the pressing matter remained, Duke Eddard's journey southward, which could cost the lives of countless souls in the north. Nonetheless, the White Walkers posed a perpetual menace to all living beings, and he could not simply stand by while they amassed an army of the dead. But what could he do, being merely a guard in Winterfell? He thought of the honorable and just Eddard Stark, knowing he must convince Stark of the White Walkers' existence. Otherwise, when the moment arrived for the White Walkers to lead their endless legions across the wall, how would they defend themselves? Although memories from his previous life informed him that in the series finale, Eddard's youngest daughter, Arya, dispatched the White Walker leader with a Valyrian steel dagger, he found himself deeply skeptical. How could the tomboyish Arya evolve into the lethal assassin depicted in the narrative? And how would she get close enough to the White Walker leader? Much like the legends surrounding the old gods, Lancel now regarded the old gods as akin to the Green Seer in the series. Yet, both the Northerners and the Free Folk believed that the old gods held no sway in the south, as the weirwood trees had been felled long ago during the Undul invasion of Westeros thousands of years prior. The village's sagacious storyteller, Old Rhea, had once told him that eons ago, before the ancestors clashed with the children of the forest, they would clear the land of all trees within sight. For they believed the Green Seers could observe their every move through the trees. There was another tale, too. Those felled trees were the weirwoods planted by the children of the forest. The departed children did not truly die. Their souls would inhabit the ever-living weirwoods. And it was from these souls that the Green Seers and the old gods drew their power. Once, Lancel listened to these tales with a sense of wonder. Now, he harbors a mixture of skepticism and belief, acknowledging that the Green Prophet's ability to perceive the past and future is derived from the fishbone tree, perhaps more specifically understood as the heart tree within it. Yet, he ponders why the Green Prophet could witness events that transpired beneath the Tower of Joy and Dorne, a place devoid of fishbone trees, let alone heart trees. Lancel struggles to decipher this discrepancy, recognizing it as a distinction between reality and the details recalled from his previous life. As he prepares to journey south to King's Landing, venturing for the first time beyond the vicinity of Winterfell, he may encounter numerous discrepancies from the narrative he once knew. If he succeeds in altering Eddard Stark's fateful demise, could Arya, who fled across the narrow sea after her father's death, still have the opportunity to become the deadly assassin she was in the story? Must he allow the slaughter of Eddard and himself, leading to the devastation of the North and the obliteration of Dreadfort? Lancel finds himself overwhelmed with such thoughts. As an inconspicuous guard in Winterfell, he resolves to leave these matters for Lord Eddard to contemplate. His primary duty is to ensure Eddard's safety while seeking a path to elevate his humble origins. In this regard, he shares a certain kinship with the scheming master of whisperers, Peter Baelish. However, Lancel believes he embodies the honor of a northerner, understanding that war is not a prerequisite for chaos. If all were to perish, who would construct castles, till the land, or cultivate gardens? Recalling the tone of Castor he mimics, he claimed that the gods would not harm him, that the gods would protect him. His voice grows indignant as he refers to the others as gods, labeling those monstrous beings who kill without discrimination as divine. Fear enveloped him. That night, he could not sleep, and at dawn, he and the others hastily retreated southward from that unsettling place. Lancel fell into silence, realizing that the incursion of the others was not an immediate threat. The pressing concern remained Duke Eddard's journey to King's Landing, a path that could cost countless lives across the north. Yet, the others remain a peril to all living beings. Their unchecked growth could lead to an endless army of the dead. But as a mere guard in Winterfell, what could he possibly do? Lancel recalled the honorable and just Eddard Stark, understanding that he must convince House Stark of the others' existence. Otherwise, when the moment arrives that the others, leading their inexhaustible horde of whites, cross the wall, how shall they defend themselves? Although his memories from the past inform him that in the series finale, Eddard's youngest daughter, Arya, wielded a Valyrian steel dagger to slay the leader of the others, he is now filled with doubt. How could the tomboyish Arya transform into the assassin depicted in the story, and how could she ever approach the leader of the others? Much like the legends of the old gods, Lancel now perceives the old gods as akin to the Green Prophet in the narrative. Yet, whether northerners or free folk, they all believe that the old gods hold no power in the south, for the fishbone trees were felled long ago during the Undul invasion of Westeros. In the village, the venerable elder Leia, known for his vast knowledge and penchant for storytelling, once recounted that eons ago, before the ancestors clashed with the children of the forest on the continent of Westeros, they would preemptively fell every tree in sight. This was due to their belief that the green seers among the children could observe their every move through the trees. Another tale spoke of the felled trees being the fishbone trees planted by the children of the forest, asserting that the departed spirits of these beings had not truly perished. Instead, their souls resided within the ever-living fishbone trees, serving as the source of the green seers and the old god's power. Once, Lance regarded these as mere stories, but now, he was filled with skepticism. Yet, he acknowledged that the green seer's ability to perceive the past and future stemmed from the fishbone trees, or more precisely, the heart tree within them. He pondered why, in the television series he had seen in a past life, the green seers were able to witness events that transpired beneath the Tower of Joy in Dorne, a place devoid of fishbone trees and heart trees. Lance found himself unable to decipher this discrepancy, recognizing it as a distinction between reality and the details embedded in his former memories. As he prepared to journey south to King's Landing, having never ventured far from Winterfell, he anticipated encountering more differences from the narratives of the series. If he were successful in altering Eddard Stark's fated demise, would Arya, who fled across the narrow sea after her father's death, still have the chance to become an assassin? Was it necessary for her to become a killer at the cost of allowing Eddard and himself to be slain, leading to the relentless warfare that would ravage the north and turn their village to ashes? The thought tormented Lance, who, as an unassuming guard in Winterfell, deemed it wiser to leave such contemplations to Lord Eddard. He resolved to fulfill his duty as a guard, ensuring Eddard's safety, while seeking opportunities to elevate his humble status. In this regard, he found a certain kinship with the cunning and ambitious Peter Baelish. However, Lance prided himself on being a man of honor from the north, believing that war was not a necessary condition for chaos. If all were to perish, who would construct castles, till the land, or cultivate gardens? Reflecting on Castor's tone from that time, he claimed that the gods would not harm him, that they would protect him. His voice brimmed with indignation as he referred to the others as gods, labeling those monstrous beings that slaughtered indiscriminately as divine. Fear gripped them, and that night, sleep eluded him. Come dawn, he and the others hastily departed from that unsettling place. Lance fell into silence, realizing that the march of the others was not an imminent threat. The pressing concern was Duke Eddard's impending journey to King's Landing, which could cost countless lives in the north. Yet, the others remained a peril to all living beings, and they could not afford to let them amass an endless army of the dead. But as a mere guard in Winterfell, what could he do? He recalled the honorable and just Lord Eddard Stark and understood the necessity of convincing him that the others had indeed emerged. Otherwise, When the others led their inexorable army of corpses across the wall, how would they stand against such an onslaught? Although the memories of his past life informed him that in the television series finale, young Arya Stark, wielding a Valyrian steel dagger, vanquished the Night King. He now harbored deep skepticism regarding how the tomboyish Arya could have transformed into the formidable assassin portrayed in the narrative, and how she could have approached the Night King's side. Much like the legends surrounding the Old Gods, Lance currently believed that the Old Gods were akin to the Green Seer depicted in the series. However, both the Northerners and the Free Folk held the conviction that the Old Gods held no power in the South, for the weirwood trees had been felled centuries ago during the Undul invasion of Westeros. The village's wise and loquacious elder, Leia, had once recounted to him that millennia ago, before their ancestors engaged in battle with the children of the forest, they would preemptively cut down every tree within sight, as they believed that the Green Seer among the children would observe their every move through the trees. Another tale spoke of how the felled trees were the weirwoods planted by the children of the forest. The deceased children did not truly perish, for their souls resided within the ever-living weirwoods, their spirits serving as the source of power for the Green Seer and the Old Gods. In his former life, Lance regarded these tales as mere stories, but now he found himself ambivalent. Yet he acknowledged that the Green Seer's ability to perceive the past and future stemmed from the weirwoods, perhaps more specifically, from the heart trees within them. However, he pondered why the Green Seer in the series could witness events that transpired beneath the Tower of Joy and Dorne, a place devoid of weirwoods and heart trees. Lance could not fathom the reason, which he perceived as a divergence between reality and the details of his past life's memories. As he prepared to journey south to King's Landing, departing for the first time from the vicinity of Winterfell, he anticipated encountering more discrepancies from the series. If he were to succeed in altering Eddard Stark's fateful demise, would Arya, who fled to the shores of the Narrow Sea after her father's death in the series, still have the opportunity to become the assassin? Would it necessitate allowing both Eddard and himself to be slain? With the north engulfed in flames and the village of Darl reduced to ashes, Lance found himself overwhelmed with thoughts. As a nondescript guard within Winterfell, he resolved to leave such matters for Lord Eddard to contemplate. He would first fulfill his duty as a guardian, ensuring Eddard's safety, while seeking an opportunity to elevate his humble origins, a sentiment not dissimilar to that of the scheming master of coin, Peter Baelish. Yet, Lance considered himself a man of honor. Deeply rooted in northern values, war was not an inevitable precursor to chaos. If all were to perish, who would construct castles, cultivate lands, or tend to gardens for him? Gogan recalled Castor's tone from that time, mimicking him as he proclaimed that the gods would not harm him, that the gods would protect him. His voice grew indignant as he referred to the others as gods, labeling those monstrous beings who killed indiscriminately as deities. Fear gripped him. And that night, he could not sleep. With the dawn's light, he and the others hastily journeyed south, away from that unsettling place. Lance fell into silence. The imminent threat of the White Walkers advancing southward was not the most pressing concern at present. What loomed larger was Duke Ed's reckless journey to King's Landing, a venture that could cost countless lives in the north. Yet, the White Walkers remained an existential threat to all living beings, and it was imperative to prevent their forces from amassing an endless army of the dead. However, as merely a guard in Winterfell, what could he possibly do? He recalled the honorable and just Lord Eddard Stark, realizing he must persuade Stark of the White Walkers' return. Otherwise, when the White Walkers led their inexorable horde across the wall, how would they defend themselves? Although memories from a past life hinted that Arya, the Duke's youngest daughter, had slain the Night King with a Valyrian steel dagger in the series finale, he found himself skeptical. How could the tomboyish Arya transform into the skilled assassin depicted in the show, and how could she ever approach the Night King? Much like the legends surrounding the Old Gods, Lance now regarded the Old Gods as akin to the Green Seer in the narrative. Yet, both the Northerners and the Free Folk believed that the Old Gods held no power in the South, for the weirwood trees had long been felled during the Undul's invasion of Westeros millennia ago. The village elder, Leia, a wellspring of knowledge and tales, had once told him that thousands of years ago, the ancestors would clear all trees in sight before engaging in battle with the forest-dwelling children of the forest, as they believed the Green Seer observed their every move through the trees. Another tale spoke of the felled trees being the weirwoods planted by the children of the forest. The dead were not truly gone, for their souls resided within the eternal weirwoods. These souls were the source of the Green Seer's and the Old God's power. In his past life, Lance had treated these as mere stories, yet now he found himself wavering between belief and skepticism. He accepted that the Green Seer's ability to perceive the past and future stemmed from the weirwoods, perhaps more specifically from the heart tree within them. Yet, he pondered the inconsistency. How could the Green Seer witness events beneath the Tower of Joy and Dorne, where no weirwoods, and certainly no heart trees existed. Lance could not discern the rationale, highlighting the discrepancies between his current reality and the details of his former life. As he prepared to journey south to King's Landing, the first occasion he would venture far from Winterfell, he anticipated encountering myriad differences from the show. If he succeeded in altering Eddard Stark's fateful decision, would Arya still evade to the shores across the narrow sea after her father's demise, thus losing her chance to become the assassin she was destined to be? Did he have to allow Ed and himself to perish, leading to the devastation of the North and the obliteration of Dell Village, just to pave the way for her transformation? Feeling overwhelmed, Lance, as an inconspicuous guard in Winterfell, resolved to leave such weighty considerations to Lord Eddard. He first diligently fulfilled his duties as a guard, ensuring the personal safety of Eddard, while simultaneously seeking opportunities to elevate himself from his humble origins. In this regard, he bore a striking resemblance to the scheming master of coin, Peter Baelish. However, Lancel believed himself to be a man of considerable honor, a true northerner. War was not a prerequisite for chaos. If all were to perish, who would construct castles, till the land, or cultivate gardens? Gorgon recalled the tone of Castor at that time and mimicked him. He claimed that the gods would not harm him, that the gods would protect him. His tone grew indignant as he referred to the others as deities, labeling the monstrous creatures that slaughtered indiscriminately as divine. Fear gripped us. I could not sleep that night. And at dawn, we promptly journeyed south, eager to distance ourselves from that disquieting place. Lancel fell silent. The advance of the others was not an imminent threat. What weighed heavily on his mind was Eddard Stark's descent to King's Landing to face his doom, thereby jeopardizing the lives of countless souls in the north. Yet the others remained a menace to all living beings, and one could not idly stand by as they amassed an inexhaustible army of the dead. But what could he, merely a guard in Winterfell, do? He recalled the honorable and just Lord Eddard Stark. It was imperative that Stark be convinced of the others' emergence. Otherwise, when the others led their endless horde of wights across the wall, how would they withstand the onslaught? Although memories of his past life informed him that in the series finale, Eddard's youngest daughter, Arya, had slain the Night King with a Valyrian steel dagger, he was now filled with doubt about how that tomboyish girl could evolve into the lethal assassin portrayed on screen, or how she could even approach the Night King. Much like the legends surrounding the Old Gods, Lancel now considered the Old Gods to be akin to the three-eyed raven from the series. Yet, both the Northerners and the Free Folk believed that the Old Gods lacked power in the South, as the weirwood trees had been felled long ago during the Age of Heroes, when the Undulls invaded Westeros. The village elder, a knowledgeable and story-loving man named Leia, had once told them that millennia ago, before their ancestors clashed with the children of the forest, they would preemptively cut down every tree within sight. For they believed that the children's seer would observe their every move through the trees. Another tale spoke of those felled trees being the weirwoods planted by the children of the forest, asserting that the departed children did not truly die. Their souls resided within the ever-living weirwoods. These souls were the wellspring of the power of the Green Seer and the Old Gods. In his past life, Lancel had regarded these tales as mere stories, but now he found himself half convinced. He accepted that the Green Seer's ability to perceive the past and future stemmed from the weirwoods, perhaps more specifically from the heart tree within them. Yet, he pondered why the Green Seer in the series could witness events that transpired beneath the doom of Valyria, a place devoid of weirwoods and heart trees. Lancel struggled to discern the reasons, highlighting the distinctions between reality and the details recalled from his former life. As he prepares to journey south to King's Landing, departing for the first time from the vicinity of Winterfell, he is likely to encounter many details that diverge from those depicted in the narrative. If he succeeds in altering the fateful demise of Eddard Stark, will Arya, who fled to the shores of the narrow sea following her father's death, still have the opportunity to become an assassin? Must they allow Eddard and themselves to be slain? While the north descends into chaos and the village of Dell is reduced to ashes, merely to pave the way for her transformation into a killer, the weight of these thoughts burdens Lance, a humble guard in Winterfell, who decides it is best to leave such contemplations to Lord Eddard. He resolves to fulfill his duty as a protector, ensuring Eddard's safety while seeking a path to elevate his own humble origins. In this regard, he finds a similarity with the scheming master of coin, Peter Baelish, yet Lance considers himself a man of honor, embodying the noble spirit of the North. War is not a prerequisite for chaos. If all are dead, who will build castles, till the land, and cultivate gardens? Gorgon recalls the tone of Castor. Mimicking his words, he claimed that the gods would not harm him, that the gods would safeguard him. His voice grows indignant as he refers to the White Walkers as gods, labeling the monstrous beings that kill without discrimination as divine. Fear gripped us, and that night, I could not sleep. As dawn broke, we swiftly departed from that unsettling place. Lance falls into silence, recognizing that the threat of the White Walkers is imminent. Yet the immediate concern lies with Duke Eddard's journey south to meet his doom, which could cost countless lives throughout the north. Nevertheless, the White Walkers remain a peril to all living beings, and we cannot allow them to amass an endless army of the dead. But what can he do now? As merely a guard of Winterfell, he recalls the honorable and just Lord Eddard Stark and feels compelled to convince him of the White Walkers' existence. Otherwise, when the moment arrives that the White Walkers lead their vast army of the undead across the wall, how shall they defend themselves? Although memories from a past life remind him that, in the series finale, Eddard's youngest daughter Arya slays the Night King with a Valyrian steel dagger. He now harbors doubts about how the tomboyish Arya could grow into the assassin portrayed in the tale, and how she would even manage to approach the Night King. Much like the legends surrounding the Old Gods, Lance now perceives the Old Gods as akin to the three-eyed raven depicted in the story. However, both the Northerners and the Wildlings believe the Old Gods hold no power in the South, for the weirwood trees were long ago felled during the age of the Undulls, thousands of years prior to their invasion of Westeros. The village's learned elder, Leia, once recounted to him that millennia ago, before their ancestors battled the first men of Westeros, they would clear every tree within sight, believing that the green seer among the children of the forest could observe their every movement through the trees. Another tale suggests that the felled trees were weirwoods planted by the children. The deceased children did not truly perish, for their souls reside within the ever-living weirwoods, serving as the source of power for the green seer and the Old Gods. Once, Lancel regarded these tales as mere stories, but now he held a sense of skepticism. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that the power of the Green Prophet to perceive the past and future stemmed from the weirwood, or perhaps, more specifically, from the heart tree within it. He pondered why the Green Prophet could witness events that transpired beneath the Pleasure Tower of Dorne, a place devoid of weirwoods and heart trees. Lancel could not deduce the reason, which highlighted the distinctions between his reality and the details of his past life's memories. As he prepared to journey south to King's Landing, departing for the first time from the vicinity of Winterfell, he anticipated encountering numerous discrepancies from the narrative he once knew. If he were to succeed in altering Eddard Stark's fateful demise, would Arya, who fled to the opposite shore of the Narrow Sea following her father's death, still have the opportunity to become an assassin? Must her ascendance to that role come at the cost of Eddard and his own demise, plunging the North into chaos and reducing Dreadfort to ashes? These thoughts troubled Lancel, who, as an unassuming guard within Winterfell, resolved to leave such contemplations for Lord Eddard to ponder. His primary duty was to ensure Eddard's safety, and in due course, seek a path to elevate his humble station. In this regard, he found a certain kinship with the scheming master of coin, Peter Baelish. Yet, Lancel considered himself a man of honor, a true Northerner. War was not a requisite for chaos. If all were to perish, who would construct castles, cultivate lands, or tend gardens? Recalling the tone of Castor, Lancel mimicked. He said the gods would not harm him, the gods would protect him. His voice grew indignant as he referred to the others as gods, labeling those monstrous beings that slaughtered indiscriminately as divine. Fear enveloped him that night, preventing sleep, and at dawn, he and others hastily departed from that unsettling place. Lancel fell into silence. The advance of the others was not an imminent occurrence. The pressing concern was Duke Eddard's descent to King's Landing, a journey that could cost countless lives in the north. Yet, the others remained a threat to all living beings, and he could not allow them to amass an endless army of the dead. But what could he do, merely a guard of Winterfell? He recalled the honorable and just Lord Eddard Stark, realizing he must convince Stark of the others' emergence. Otherwise, when the others led their legion of the undead beyond the wall, how would they withstand the onslaught? Though his past life's memories revealed that in the series finale, Eddard's youngest daughter, Arya, had slain the leader of the others with a Valyrian steel dagger, he now harbored grave doubts. How could the tomboyish Arya evolve into the assassin portrayed in the narrative? And how could she possibly draw near the leader of the others? Like the legends of the Old Gods, Lancel now perceived the Old Gods as akin to the Green Prophet in the tale. However, both Northerners and Wildlings believed the Old Gods held no power in the South, for the weirwoods had been felled long ago, during the age of the Undull invasion of Westeros. In the village, the venerable elder, Leia, known for his extensive knowledge and penchant for storytelling, recounted that millennia ago, before the ancestors engaged in battle with the children of the forest on the continent of Westeros, they would meticulously fell every tree within their sight. This was rooted in their belief that the green seers among the children could observe their every movement through the trees. Another legend spoke of the felled trees being the fishbone trees planted by the children of the forest. The deceased among them had not truly perished, for their souls resided within the eternally living fishbone trees. These spirits became the wellspring of power for the green seers and the Old Gods. Once, Lance had regarded these tales as mere folklore, but now he found himself in a state of ambivalence. He accepted the notion that the Green Seer's ability to glimpse the past and future was derived from the fishbone trees, perhaps more precisely from the heart trees within them. Yet, he pondered, how could the Green Seers witness events that transpired beneath the Tower of Joy and Dorn, a place devoid of fishbone trees and heart trees? This discrepancy marked a distinction between his current reality and the details he recalled from his former existence. As he prepared to journey south to King's Landing, Lance, for the first time leaving the vicinity of Winterfell, anticipated encountering further deviations from the narrative he once knew. If he succeeded in altering Eddard Stark's fateful demise, would Arya, who fled to the shores of the Narrow Sea after her father's death, still have the opportunity to become an assassin? Must he allow Eddard and himself to be slaughtered, resulting in the north engulfed in flames, with Dell village reduced to ashes, merely to pave the way for Arya's destiny? The weight of these thoughts caused Lance considerable distress. As an inconspicuous guard in Winterfell, he resolved to leave such matters for Lord Eddard to contemplate. His immediate duty was to ensure Eddard's safety, while he sought an opportunity to elevate his humble origins. In this regard, he found a certain kinship with the scheming master of coin, Peter Baelish. Nevertheless, Lance considered himself a man of honor from the north, believing that war was not a necessary condition for chaos. If all were to perish, who would construct castles, till the land, or cultivate gardens? Chapter 15, Lance's intentions. Your name is Gogan? Lance inquired of the wild man, contemplating the present and future. Yes, the wild man responded. You will accompany me to Winterfell and report everything you have witnessed to Duke Eddard Stark, Lance instructed, glancing at the wild woman, who remained behind. Stark will kill me. Gogan protested. If you do not go, I shall kill you here and now, Lance replied coldly. If you do go, you may yet survive. Gogan clenched his fists, poised to act, but Duncan swiftly drew his sword. Lance dismissed the threat with a wave of his hand, considering Gogan a mere novice, unworthy of his concern. What will happen to Vammy and the children if I die? Gogan thought of the young man's formidable strength and hesitated, yet his hands remained tightly clenched, muscles taut. The child can survive here, Lance assured him. We would not harm an innocent. Under the care of the village elders, he will grow up safe. Gogan noticed the absence of any mention of Vammy, causing his brow to furrow. Vammy, sensing his turmoil, gently grasped Gogan's arm and subtly shook her head, imploring him to restrain his impulsiveness. Wammy stated, as long as the child survives, we are willing to heed your commands. Lancel was uncertain how Eddard would execute the two wildlings who had previously wrought havoc in the north, yet he was confident that Eddard would not harm the children. Both the Night's Watch and Winterfell had nurtured wildling children, who grew to integrate into the Night's Watch and the north, becoming one of them. Blake and two elderly men entered the tower with ceramic jugs and wooden platters. Lancel gestured towards the long table, saying, Have something to eat. We shall depart shortly. Are you in such haste to return to Winterfell? Duncan inquired, surprised. I just heard you mention that Lord Eddard intends to journey south to King's Landing. Is Hagar going as well? What about you? Lancel recalled the primary purpose of his return to Darl Village and replied to his cousin. I have come back to inform you that the king has arrived at Winterfell and has invited Duke Eddard to King's Landing to serve as the hand of the king. I have been chosen to be the hand squire and shall accompany Duke Eddard south in 2 days. I will not be returning for some time, perhaps never again. He refrained from voicing the latter thought. I also wish to go to Winterfell as a squire after tomorrow, Duncan remarked, reminiscing about their last meeting. Yet you are leaving. Duncan, this is also what I must impress upon you, Lancel responded. Darl Village needs to retain a Darl. 17 years ago, your father became a squire in Winterfell while mine remained in Darl Village. Now, we must reverse roles. I have become a squire in Winterfell. So you must stay in Darl Village and safeguard all that is here. When you have children, allow them to make the choices. You did not say this last time. Duncan retorted, displeased. You were quite eager for me to go to Winterfell. Lancel thought to himself. At that time he had not awakened to memories of his past life, and was unaware of the impending turmoil that would befall Winterfell. I did not know Duke Eddard would be traveling south. Once you leave, there will be no young men left in Darl Village. Blake is already over 50. They need you. I can return at any time, Duncan insisted stubbornly. Stay, Lancel said earnestly. Protect Darl Village and await my news. Duncan turned away in silence, while Blake, standing nearby, asked, Lancel, how long will you be gone? I do not know, Lancel replied, unable to ascertain his fate. Remaining in Winterfell felt overly passive. Should Eddard perish in King's Landing, Eddard's eldest son Robb would undoubtedly summon vassals and nearby lords, leaving Darl Village vulnerable to disaster. Only by accompanying Eddard south could he hope to salvage both Eddard's fate and that of Darl Village, as well as his own. Otherwise, staying in the north would confine him to a life of merely being a squire or village leader. He proposed. I wish for Hagar and the others to remain in Darl Village. Their village lacks any defenses, and should they encounter roving wildlings again, they would surely face slaughter. Blake nodded in agreement, but remained silent, casting a glance towards Duncan, the master of Darl Village. There are many vacant houses in the village, Duncan muttered gloomily. The nearby river allows for fishing, and there is plenty of arable land that can stay. Lance noticed his cousin's displeasure. As the elder by 3 years, he wielded a modicum of authority that could compel his cousin to remain, yet he offered a glimmer of hope. 1 year hence, should he receive news of my safety. You may act at your own discretion. What do you mean by your safety? Duncan queried, bewildered. Is there danger in following Lord Ed? In any case, you are to remain dutifully in Dell Village for the year. Lance refrained from elaborating, if the future could not be altered. Secluding oneself in Dell Village would offer little respite. Merely taking refuge within this stronghold could only provide temporary safety. Once the enemy grew too formidable, its fall would be inevitable. Thus, the crux lay in altering Ed's fate, while simultaneously seeking a path to elevate his own position. Yes, Duncan muttered another comment. Though Lance did not catch it, nor did he care. After a modest supper, Lance ascended to find Haihua leaning against his bed. He proposed that the survivors reside in Dell Village to collectively resist the wildlings, for ample housing was available, along with fertile land and rivers, albeit a lack of strong laborers. Haihua, eager to accompany Ed south to King's Landing, nevertheless felt a sense of responsibility for the villagers and readily acquiesced to the request, his agreement reflecting the consensus of the village. Lord Lance, a young boy, who had been waiting beside Haihua, suddenly knelt on one knee. Please accept me as your squire. I will bear your sword and lead your horse, fighting alongside you. I am not a lord, Lance refuted the title. While he occasionally addressed strangers as such to show respect, it was a designation that should belong to a knight at the very least. In the north, knighthood was not commonly conferred, and even the captain of Winterfell's guard, Joffrey, did not hold the title of knight. He glanced at Haihua, who winked at him. This is Jimmy. His mother passed away long ago, and his father was just slain by the wildlings. You avenged his father, and now he wishes to follow you. Lance scrutinized the boy's frail frame, even more slender than his cousin Duncan. How old are you? 12, soon to be 13, Jimmy replied, looking up from his kneeling position. If you insist, I am willing to accept you, Lance said. But I am not yet a knight, so you must endure the indignity of following me. No, it is not an indignity, Jimmy exclaimed, rising with excitement. I witnessed your prowess in battle. Those wretched wildlings had no chance of resistance. With but a gentle stroke of your sword, you could slay one of them. They all deserve to perish. Sometimes, I require 2 strokes, Lance humbly interjected. When he vanquished the last 2 wildlings, he had first drawn their guard with 1 strike before swiftly countering to deliver the fatal blow. Thus, humility was essential. You are the mightiest warrior I have ever seen, Jimmy declared, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Have you encountered other warriors? Lance inquired, bemused. For most villagers from the nearby areas likely ventured no farther than Winterfell in their lifetimes. Given the results of his challenge that morning, they were merely worth 200 experience points at best. Yet, he observed Jimmy gazing at the ailing Haihua, and Lance could not help but chuckle, indeed. Chapter 16. The tale of the old wet nurse. Lance left Jimmy to temporarily tend to the injured Haihua and arranged for a weary old horse for Gogan. The two journeyed through the night towards Winterfell. Upon their arrival, the night had already enveloped the land in darkness. As he tethered the horse in a stable at the corner of the training grounds, he heard the raucous revelry emanating from the hall, where the southern knights were indulging in their libations. After inquiring with a servant, Lance found Duke Eddard Stark in the study, having returned from a royal hunt, but not present in the hall to drink with the king. With the announcement of the guards, Lance entered the study, leading Gogan, whose feet were shackled with iron chains and hands bound. This was the diligent protocol adhered to by the guards upon entering Winterfell. Although confident that such measures were unnecessary, Lance deemed it prudent to maintain a respectful demeanor. Inside the study were not only Eddard Stark but also his younger brother, the commanding ranger of the Night's Watch. Benjen Stark, Eddard's illegitimate son, Jon Snow, and the maester of Winterfell, Luwin. After exchanging pleasantries, Lance presented Gogan. My lord Eddard, I have captured a wildling. They attacked the village where Haihua resided this afternoon, resulting in the deaths of 8 villagers. Another wildling? Eddard furrowed his brow at his brother Benjen. This marked the 3rd wave of wildlings encroaching near Winterfell recently. The last incident at Harrenhal had seen over 20 perish, with only a few young children managing to flee on horseback. We have also captured numerous wildlings at the wall, Benjen remarked, turning his gaze to Gogan. In recent months, the number of wildlings crossing the wall has been steadily increasing. My lords, Lance addressed the Stark brothers, this wildling claims to have witnessed the others, which compelled them to flee southward. They seek to escape to the farthest south. The others? Eddard pondered, recalling the last time he had heard of this legendary entity. During the execution of a deserter from the Night's Watch, a young man named Will, who had spoken of seeing the others as he faced his end. Gogan. Recount to the lords what you have witnessed, Lance instructed. Upon hearing Lance's command, Gogan gathered his thoughts and began to narrate his harrowing experience. Over 20 days prior, he and his father had ventured to a free folk settlement near the village of Polly for trade, only to witness the others engaged in slaughter. They joined in the resistance, but the fallen were resurrected, resulting in the death of his father. Only he and another companion managed to escape back to Polly. Then, a few of the resurrected dead followed closely, setting fire to the remnants of the deceased. At dawn, they led the entire village southward in flight. After enduring 3 days, they reached a cabin belonging to a man named Castor, where they heard Castor's reverence for the others. Terrified, they continued southward, crossing the wall while omitting certain details, merely stating that it took them over half a month to arrive near Winterfell. As Gogan concluded his account, a profound silence enveloped the study. After a considerable pause, Eddard broke the stillness. Have you ever seen the others before? Gogan shook his head. How then do you know they were the others? Eddard inquired. I have heard my mother speak of the tales of the others. They are said to be as if crafted of ice, wielding ice swords or spears. Moving with incredible swiftness, able to raise the dead with a mere gesture, no living being can accomplish such feats. I believe they are indeed the others. Ned and Benjen recounted their experiences during this period at the Black Castle. The wildlings they captured over the past few months claimed to have encountered the others. Ed was eager to inform them that the others, much like the children of the forest, had vanished 8 millennia ago, never to be seen by the living. Yet, here stood another self-proclaimed witness to the others. Ned, do you recall Will? Benjen inquired. I previously mentioned that he served at the Black Castle for 4 years, undertaking numerous missions. He is no coward. Something truly terrifying must have frightened him. Upon hearing about the Night's Watch deserter he had executed a month prior, Ed's brow furrowed deeper. His wife, Caitlin, had expressed her concerns upon learning of the matter, yet he firmly believed that the others were merely tales spun by old wives. He told her, you have listened to too many of those stories. Lance anticipated that Duke Ed would make a judicious decision. A small step that could alter the course of the future, perhaps impacting it profoundly. Ed pondered for a moment, diverting the conversation away from the others to ask Lance. How many wildlings were there? How many perished in Haywa's village? There were 7 adult wildlings and 1 child under 2 years old. They killed 8 villagers. Upon my arrival, I slain 5 of the wildlings and captured Gorgon and his wife, Wami, along with the child, who was scorching hot and unconscious at the time. I left Wami and the child in Dell village and brought Gorgon here to report to you. And Haywa? Ed queried, recalling the name of the squire. He was injured and remained in Dell village to recuperate. We have relocated all the surviving villagers to Dell village, Lance replied. Haywa's village had no walls. Should wildlings return, they would face slaughter. The area around Winterfell has grown increasingly perilous. Ed nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He called out, fetch Rob and Harris. The others are not important? Lance noticed Ed's deliberate avoidance of the topic, yet felt compelled to remind Stark that winter had come, and the others were awakening. My lord Ed, these wildlings have come south of the wall to escape the others. They are no longer satisfied with raiding the lands granted to the Night's Watch. They seek to flee southward, further than the north. I'm aware, Ed reiterated, plunging once more into contemplation, steadfastly avoiding the subject of the others. When the newly appointed captain of the guards, Harris Morland, and the heir to Winterfell, Robb Stark, arrived, Ed revealed his intentions. Recently, many wildlings have approached Winterfell. Harris's village was raided over a month ago. We must increase the patrols and cavalry to protect our vassals. He addressed his eldest son, Robb, upon my departure. You are to muster 200 soldiers, provide them with arms, and have Lord Roderick train them. We require more men to safeguard the surrounding estates and villages. Yes, father. Robb replied, adopting his father's customary serious demeanor. Harris addressed the captain of the guard stationed in Winterfell, saying, tonight, select 50 guards. At dawn, have them divide into 5 small teams and patrol a 30-mile radius to ensure that no wildlings threaten my subjects. Yes, my lord, Harris replied. The mention of wildlings ignited memories of his deceased kin, filling him with a seething fury. As for the others, Ed finally broached the subject he wished to avoid. You say they fear fire? He inquired of the wildling, Gorgon. It is the resurrected dead that fear fire. The others have not pursued my village, Gorgon cautiously responded. My father once attacked an other with a spear, yet he could not inflict a single dent upon their icy armor. Their swords, however, effortlessly severed my father's spear. Father, are you speaking of the others? Robb, who had missed the earlier scene, asked in astonishment. Much like his father, he too doubted the old nurse's tales. Ned. Banyan recounted his experiences at the Night's Watch. The wildlings we have captured over these months claim to have seen the others. Ed longed to inform them that the others, much like the children of the forest, had vanished 8,000 years ago, with no living soul having witnessed them since. Yet here stood another living man claiming to have encountered another. Ned, do you remember Will? Banyan continued. I told you he served at the Night's Watch for 4 years and undertook numerous missions. He was no coward. Something must have frightened him terribly. The mention of the traitorous Night's Watchman, executed by Ed a month prior, deepened Ed's frown. His wife, Caitlin, had expressed concern upon hearing the news. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief that the others were mere tales spun by the old nurse. He reassured her, you have listened to too many of her stories. Lancel was hopeful for Ed's sagacious decision, believing it could be a small step toward altering the future, perhaps even impacting the entirety of it. Ed pondered for a moment, deliberately steering clear of the topic of the others, and inquired of Lancel, how many wildlings were there? How many perished in Haywa's village? 7 adult wildlings, and 1 child under 2 years of age. They killed 8 villagers. Upon my arrival, I dispatched 5 of the wildlings, capturing Gorgon and his wife, Vammy, along with the wildling child, who was feverish and unconscious. I left Vammy and the child in Drell village and brought Gorgon here to report to you. What of Haywa? Ed asked, recalling the guard's name. He was injured and remains in Drell village to recover. We have also relocated all surviving villagers to Drell village, Lancel replied. Haywa's village had no walls. Should wildlings return, they would be slaughtered. The area around Winterfell grows increasingly perilous. Ed nodded in agreement. This was indeed significant. He called out, send for Robb and Harris. The others are of no consequence? Lancel noted Ed's deliberate avoidance of the topic, yet he felt compelled to remind Stark, winter is here. The others have awakened. My lord Eddard, these wildlings have sought refuge within the wall to escape the White Walkers. No longer content with pillaging the lands granted to the Night's Watch, they aspire to flee southward, deeper than the north. I understand. After Eddard once again expressed his agreement, he fell into contemplation, deliberately refraining from mentioning the White Walkers. When the newly appointed captain of the guards, Sir Harris Morland, and the heir to Winterfell, Robb Stark, arrived. Eddard articulated his intentions. Recently, many wildlings have ventured near Winterfell. Harris's village was ravaged over a month ago. We must bolster our patrols to safeguard our subjects. He stated to his eldest son, Robb, upon my departure, you are to muster 200 soldiers, distribute weapons, and have Ser Roderick train them. We require more individuals to defend the surrounding manors and villages. Yes, father, Robb replied solemnly, mimicking his father's usual demeanor. Eddard turned to Harris, who remained at Winterfell. You shall select 50 guards tonight. At dawn, have them divided into 5 small groups to patrol a 30-mile radius, ensuring no wildlings harm my subjects. Yes, my lord Eddard. The mention of wildlings ignited a blaze of anger within Harris, reminding him of his deceased kin. As for the White Walkers, Eddard finally broached the topic he wished to avoid. You say they fear fire? He inquired of the wildling, Gorgon. It is the resurrected dead who fear fire. The White Walkers did not pursue my village, Gorgon replied cautiously. My father once struck a White Walker with a spear, but it could not pierce their icy armor, leaving not a dent. Yet their swords severed my father's spear with ease. Father, are you speaking of the White Walkers? Robb, who had missed the initial scene, inquired with astonishment, sharing his father's disbelief in the old nurse's tales. Ned, Banyan recounted recent experiences at the Night's Watch. The wildlings we captured these past months have also claimed to have seen the White Walkers. Eddard longed to inform them that the White Walkers, much like the children of the forest, had vanished 8,000 years ago, never to be witnessed by the living. Yet now, another who claimed to have seen a White Walker stood before him. Ned, do you remember Will? Banyan continued. I told you he served at the Night's Watch for 4 years, undertaking numerous assignments. He is no coward. Something dreadful must have terrified him. Eddard's brow furrowed deeper at the mention of the traitorous Night's Watchman he had executed a month prior. His wife, Caitlin, had expressed concern upon learning of the event. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief that the White Walkers were mere stories spun by the old nurse. You have listened to too many tales, he reassured her. Lance anticipated that Duke Eddard would make a sagacious decision, a small step that could alter the course of the future. Eddard pondered for a moment, steering clear of the subject of the White Walkers, and posed a question to Lance. How many wildlings are there? And how many perished in the village of Seaweed? 7 adult wildlings, and 1 child under 2 years of age. They slaughtered 8 villagers. Upon my arrival, I vanquished 5 of the wildlings and captured Gogan along with his wife Vammy and a young wildling child, who was then in a state of feverish unconsciousness. I left Vammy and the child in Dell village and brought Gogan here to report to you. What of Haywa? Ed inquired of the guard who recalled the name. He is injured and remains in Dell village to recuperate. We have also relocated all surviving villagers to Dell Village, Lance replied. Haywa's village lacks even a wall. Should we encounter wildlings again, it would be a massacre. The vicinity of Winterfell has become increasingly perilous. Ed nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He called out to the outside, summon Robb and Harris. Are the others not of consequence? Lance noted Ed's deliberate avoidance of the topic of the others, yet felt compelled to remind Stark that winter had come and the others had awakened. My lord Ed, these wildlings have ventured south of the wall to escape the others. They are no longer content with pillaging the Night's Watch lands. They seek to flee further south, beyond the north. I am aware, Ed affirmed, then fell into contemplation, deliberately omitting mention of the others. When the newly appointed Captain Harris Morland and the heir to Winterfell, Robb Stark, arrived, Ed articulated his plans. Recently, many wildlings have been sighted near Winterfell. Harris's village was raided over a month ago. We must bolster our patrols with cavalry to protect our subjects. He addressed his eldest son Robb. Upon my departure, you shall summon 200 soldiers, arm them, and have Ser Roderick train them. We require more defenders for the surrounding estates and villages. Yes, father, Robb replied, adopting a serious demeanor akin to his father's. Harris, Ed continued, addressing the captain of the guard remaining in Winterfell, tonight, select 50 guardsmen. At dawn, have them split into 5 squads and patrol a 30-mile radius to ensure no wildlings threaten my subjects. Yes, my lord, Harris responded. The mention of wildlings igniting a flame of fury within him as he recalled his deceased loved ones. As for the others, Ed finally broached the topic he had been reluctant to confront. You say they fear fire? He queried the wildling Gogan. It is the resurrected dead who fear fire. Those others did not pursue my village, Gogan cautiously replied. My father once attacked another with a spear, but it could not pierce their icy armor, not a dent was made, whereas their swords severed my father's spear in one strike. Father, are you speaking of the others? Robb, who had missed the initial scene, asked with astonishment, sharing his father's skepticism regarding the old nurse's tales. Ned, Banyan recounted recent observations from the Black Castle. The wildlings we have captured in recent months also speak of having seen the others. Ed longed to inform them that the others, much like the children of the forest, had vanished 8 millennia ago, never to be witnessed by the living again. Yet, here stood another who claimed to have encountered the others. Ned, do you recall Will? Banyan remarked, I have told you that he served in the Black Castle for 4 years, undertaking numerous missions. He is no coward. But surely some dreadful presence must have terrified him. Upon hearing of the Night's Watch deserter who had been executed a month prior, Eddard furrowed his brow more tightly. His wife, Caitlin, had expressed concern upon learning of the matter, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that the others were merely tales spun by wet nurses. He told his wife, you have listened to too many of those old wives' tales. Lancel anticipated that Duke Eddard would make a sagacious decision, one that could alter the course of the future, perhaps even impact the entirety of what was to come. Eddard, lost in thought, deliberately steered the conversation away from the topic of the others and inquired of Lancel, how many wildlings were there, and how many perished in Haywa's village? 7 adult wildlings and 1 child under 2 years of age. They murdered 8 villagers. Upon my arrival, I dispatched 5 of the wildlings and captured Gogan along with his wife, Wami, and that child, who was burning with fever and unconscious. I left Wami and the child in Dell Village and brought Gogan here to report to you. What of Haywa? Eddard asked the guard who remembered the name. He was injured and remains in Dell Village to recuperate. We also relocated all the surviving villagers to Dell Village, Lancel replied. Haywa's village lacks even walls. If wildlings return, they will face slaughter. The area near Winterfell is becoming increasingly perilous. Eddard nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He called out, go summon Robb and Harris. Is the threat of the others not significant? Lancel noted Eddard's deliberate avoidance of the subject, feeling compelled to remind Stark that winter had come and the others had awakened. My lord, these wildlings ventured south of the wall to escape the others. They are no longer content with plundering the Night's Watch's granted lands. They seek to flee further south, beyond the north. I am aware, Eddard affirmed once more, yet his thoughts continued to dwell on the unspoken threat of the others. When the newly appointed captain of the guard, Harris Morland, and the heir to Winterfell, Robb Stark, arrived, Eddard conveyed his intentions. Recently, many wildlings have appeared near Winterfell. Harris's village was raided over a month ago. We must increase our patrols to protect our subjects. He instructed his eldest son, Robb, upon my departure. You are to muster 200 soldiers, arm them, and have Ser Roderick train them. We need more men to guard the surrounding manors and villages. Yes, father. Robb replied solemnly, adopting his father's customary demeanor. Eddard addressed Harris, the captain of the guard remaining at Winterfell. Tonight, select 50 guards, at dawn. Have them divide into 5 squads to patrol a 30-mile radius, ensuring no wildlings harm my subjects. Yes, my lord, Horus responded, his heart aflame with anger at the thought of wildlings, recalling his lost kin. As for the others, Eddard finally broached the subject he had long avoided. You say they fear fire? He asked the male wildling, Gogan. It is the resurrected dead who fear fire. Those others did not pursue me to my village. Gogan cautiously replied, my father once attacked the others with a spear, but he was utterly unable to harm the icy armor upon them. Not a single dent was made. Yet, the swords they wielded effortlessly severed my father's spear. Father, are you speaking of the others? Robb, who had missed the initial scene, asked in astonishment, sharing his father's skepticism regarding the old woman's tales. Ned, Banyan recounted his observations during their time at the Black Castle. The wildlings we captured over the past few months have also claimed to have seen the others. Ed, eager to enlighten them, yearned to express that the others, much like the children of the forest, had vanished for 8 millennia, with no living soul having laid eyes upon them. Yet, here stood another who professed to have encountered the others. Ned, do you recall, Will? Banyan continued. I mentioned to you that he served at the Black Castle for 4 years, undertaking numerous missions. He is no coward. Surely, there exists a terrifying entity that has frightened him. Hearing of the Night's Watch deserter he had executed a month prior, Ed's brow furrowed even deeper. His wife, Caitlin, had also expressed concern upon hearing of this matter, but he remained steadfast in his belief that the others were merely tales spun by the old woman. He reassured his wife, saying, you have listened to too many of those old wives' stories. Lancel anticipated that Duke Ed would render a wise decision, considering this a small step toward altering the future, potentially influencing the course of events to come. After a moment of contemplation, Ed deliberately steered the conversation away from the others and inquired of Lancel, how many wildlings were there? How many perished in Haywa's village? 7 adult wildlings and 1 child under 2 years old. They killed 8 villagers. Upon my arrival, I dispatched 5 of the wildlings and captured Gogan and his wife, Wami, along with the child, who was then feverish and unconscious. I left Wami and the child in Dell village and brought Gogan here to report to you, came the reply. What of Haywa? Ed asked, recalling the name of the squire. He was injured and remains in Dell village to recover. We have relocated all the surviving villagers to Dell village, Lancel responded. Haywa's village lacks even a wall. Should they encounter wildlings again, they would face slaughter. The vicinity of Winterfell grows increasingly perilous, he added. Ed nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He called out to the outside, summon Robb and Harris. The others are unimportant. Lancel noted Ed's deliberate avoidance of the topic, feeling compelled to remind Stark that winter had arrived, and the others were awakening. My lord Ed, these wildlings have come south of the wall to escape the others. They are no longer content with pillaging the Night's Watch lands. They seek to flee further south. Beyond the north, he declared. I am aware, Ed acknowledged once more, yet he remained lost in thought, resolutely sidestepping the mention of the others. When the newly appointed commander of the guard, Harris Morland, and the heir to Winterfell, Robb Stark, arrived, Ed revealed his intentions. Recently, many wildlings have approached near Winterfell. Harris's village was raided over a month ago. We must increase our patrols of mounted knights to protect our subjects. He addressed his eldest son, Robb, saying, after my departure, you are to summon 200 soldiers, equip them with weapons, and have Ser Roderick train them. We require more hands to safeguard the surrounding estates and villages. Yes, father, Robb replied solemnly, emulating his father's usual demeanor. Turning to the captain of the guards left behind in Winterfell, Eddard continued, Harris, tonight you shall select 50 guards. At dawn, have them divided into 5 small parties to patrol a 30-mile radius, ensuring that no wildlings harm my subjects. Yes, my lord, Harris responded, the mention of wildlings igniting a flame of anger within him as he recalled his deceased kin. As for the others, Eddard finally broached the subject he had long wished to avoid. You say they fear fire? He inquired of the wildling, Goran. It is the resurrected dead that fear fire. Those others have not ventured near my village, Goran cautiously replied. My father once struck an other with a spear, but it left no mark upon their icy armor. Their swords, however, easily severed my father's spear. Father, are you referring to the others? Robb, having missed the earlier exchange, asked in astonishment, sharing his father's skepticism regarding the tales spun by the old nurse. Ned, Banyan recounted his observations from the Shadow Tower. The wildlings we captured over these past months claimed to have seen the others. Eddard wished to inform them that the others, like the children of the forest, had vanished 8,000 years ago, with no living soul having laid eyes upon them. Yet here stood another who proclaimed to have seen an other. Ned, do you recall, Will? Banyan continued. I told you he served at the Shadow Tower for 4 years, undertaking numerous missions. He is no coward. Something terrifying must have frightened him. Hearing about the Night's Watch deserter he had executed a month prior tightened Eddard's brow. His wife, Caitlin, had expressed her concerns upon learning of the incident, but he firmly believed that the others were mere tales spun by the old nurse. You have listened to too many of her stories, he reassured her. Lance awaited Eddard's wise decision, viewing this as a small step towards altering the future, perhaps influencing the course of events to come. Eddard pondered for a moment, steering clear of the topic of the others, and asked Lance, how many wildlings are there? And how many perished in Haywa's village? 7 adult wildlings and 1 child under 2 years of age. They killed 8 villagers. I arrived in time to slay 5 of the wildlings and captured Goran, his wife Vami, and the wildling child, who was feverish and unconscious. I left Vami and the child in Dell village and brought Goran here to report to you. And Haywa? Eddard inquired of the guard who remembered the name. He was injured and remains in Dell village to recover. We have relocated all the surviving villagers to Dell as well, Lance replied. Haywa's village had no walls. If they encounter wildlings again, it would only lead to slaughter. The vicinity around Winterfell is growing increasingly perilous. Eddard nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He called out, go summon Robb and Harris. Are the others not significant? Lance discerned that Eddard was deliberately evading the subject of the White Walkers. Yet it was imperative to remind Stark that winter had come and the White Walkers had awakened. My lord Eddard, these wildlings have ventured beyond the wall to escape the White Walkers. They are no longer content with pillaging the lands granted to the Night's Watch. They seek to flee southward, to lands further south than the north. I understand, Eddard affirmed, falling into contemplation, while the topic of the White Walkers remained unaddressed. Upon the arrival of the newly appointed captain of the guard, Harris Mullen, and the heir to Winterfell, Robb Stark, Eddard articulated his plans. Recently, numerous wildlings have appeared near Winterfell. Harris, your village was raided over a month ago. We must increase our patrols to protect our subjects. He turned to his eldest son, Robb, saying, upon my departure, summon 200 soldiers, distribute weapons to them, and have Ser Roderick train them. We require more men to safeguard the surrounding estates and villages. Yes, father, Robb replied with a serious demeanor, mirroring his father's customary expression. Harris, Eddard instructed the captain remaining at Winterfell, select 50 guards tonight. At dawn, let them divide into 5 squads and patrol within a 30-mile radius, ensuring that no wildlings threaten my subjects. Yes, my lord Eddard, Harris responded. The mention of wildlings stirring memories of his deceased kin, igniting a fire of rage within him. As for the White Walkers, Eddard finally broached the uncomfortable legend. You say they fear fire? He inquired of the wildling Gage. It is the resurrected dead who fear fire. Those White Walkers did not pursue my village, Gage cautiously replied. My father once attacked a White Walker with a spear, yet it could not pierce their icy armor, leaving no mark. Their swords, however, easily severed my father's spear. Father, are you speaking of the White Walkers? Robb, having missed the initial scene, asked in astonishment, sharing his father's skepticism toward the tales of the old crone. Ned. Banyan recounted his observations from the Black Castle. The wildlings we captured these past months also spoke of encountering White Walkers. Eddard yearned to convey that the White Walkers, akin to the children of the forest, had vanished 8,000 years ago, unseen by any living soul. Yet here stood another who claimed to have witnessed them. Ned, do you remember Will? Banyan remarked. I told you he served at the Black Castle for 4 years, undertaking many tasks. He was no coward. Yet something terrifying must have frightened him. Upon hearing of the Night's Watch deserter he had executed a month prior, Eddard's brow furrowed deeper. His wife, Caitlin, had expressed concern upon learning of the incident, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that the White Walkers were merely the fabrications of an old wife's tales. He assured her, you have listened to too many of those stories. Lance anticipated that Duke Eddard would arrive at a sagacious decision, a small step that could alter the course of the future. After a period of reflection, avoiding the topic of the White Walkers, Eddard inquired of Lance. How many wildlings are there? How many perished in the village of Haywar? 7 adult wildlings, accompanied by a child not yet 2 years of age, committed the heinous act of slaying 8 villagers. Upon my arrival, I successfully dispatched 5 of the wildlings and captured Gogan, along with his wife Wami and the unconscious child, who was burning with fever. I entrusted Wami and the child to Dell village and brought Gogan here to report to you. What of Haihua? Ed inquired, recalling the name of the guard. He was injured and remains in Dell village to recuperate. We have also relocated all surviving villagers to Dell village, Lance replied. Haihua's village lacks even a protective wall. Should we encounter wildlings again, they would face massacre. The vicinity of Winterfell has become increasingly perilous. Ed nodded in agreement. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he called out to those outside, summon Robb and Harris. Are the others not a concern? Lance noted Ed's deliberate avoidance of the topic of the others, yet felt compelled to remind Stark that winter had indeed arrived, and the others had awakened. My lord Ed. These wildlings came within the wall to evade the others. They are no longer content with pillaging the Night's Watch lands. They seek to flee southward, further than the north. I am aware, Ed acknowledged, falling once more into contemplation, deliberately omitting any mention of the others. When the newly appointed captain of the guards, Harris Mullen, and the heir to Winterfell, Robb Stark, arrived, Ed articulated his intentions. Recently, many wildlings have appeared near Winterfell. Harris's village was raided over a month ago. We must increase our patrols to safeguard our subjects. He addressed his eldest son, Robb, saying, upon my departure, you are to summon 200 soldiers, equip them with weapons, and have Ser Roderick train them. We require more personnel to defend the surrounding estates and villages. Yes, father, Robb responded with a seriousness reminiscent of his father's demeanor. Harris. Ed continued, speaking to the captain who remained at Winterfell, choose 50 guards tonight. At dawn, have them divided into 5 small groups to patrol a 30-mile radius, ensuring no wildlings harm my subjects. Yes, my lord, Harris replied, his heart ablaze with anger at the thought of wildlings, reminding him of his deceased kin. As for the others, Ed finally broached the subject he had wished to avoid. You say they fear fire? He queried of the male wildling, Gogan. It is the reanimated dead that fear fire. The others did not pursue me to my village, Gogan responded cautiously. My father once attacked the others with a spear, but he could not harm the ice armor upon them. It left no dent. Their swords, however, severed my father's spear in one stroke. Father, are you speaking of the others? Robb, who had missed the opening scene, asked in surprise, sharing his father's skepticism regarding the old nurse's tales. Ned. Banyan recounted his experiences at the Black Castle. The wildlings we captured these past months also claimed to have seen the others. Ed longed to tell them that the others, like the children of the forest, had vanished 8 millennia ago, never to be seen by the living. Yet now stood before him another who claimed to have witnessed the others. Ned, do you still remember Will? Banyan remarked. I once told you that he served in the Black Castle for 4 years, undertaking numerous missions. He is no coward. There must be some terrifying presence that has frightened him. Upon hearing about the Night's Watch deserter who had been executed a month prior, Eddard's brow furrowed even deeper. His wife, Caitlin, had also expressed concern upon learning of this, yet he firmly believed that the others were merely tales spun by old wives. He reassured her, saying, You have listened to too many stories of the old crones. Lance anticipated a wise decision from Lord Eddard, perceiving it as a small step that could potentially alter the course of the future. After a moment of contemplation, Eddard skillfully diverted the conversation away from the others and inquired of Lance, how many wildlings were there? How many perished in Haywa's village? There were 7 adult wildlings, and 1 child under the age of 2. They killed 8 villagers. Upon my arrival, I dispatched 5 of the wildlings, capturing Gogan, his wife Wami, and the child, who was already burning with fever and unconscious. I left Wami and the child in Dell village and brought Gogan here to report to you. And Haywa? Eddard asked, recalling the name of the squire. He was injured and remains in Dell village to recuperate. We have also relocated all the surviving villagers to Dell village, Lance responded. Haywa's village had no walls. Should wildlings return, they would face slaughter. The area near Winterfell is becoming increasingly perilous. Eddard nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He called out to the outside, send for Robb and Harris. Is the threat of the others insignificant? Lance noted Eddard's deliberate evasion of the topic, yet felt compelled to remind Stark that winter had come, and the others were awakening. My lord, these wildlings ventured south of the wall to escape the others. They are no longer content with pillaging the lands granted to the Night's Watch. They seek to flee further south, beyond the north. I am aware, Eddard confirmed, once more lost in thought while continuing to avoid the subject of the others. When the newly appointed captain of the guard, Harris Moreland, and the heir to Winterfell, Robb Stark, arrived, Eddard articulated his plans. Recently, many wildlings have come near Winterfell. Harris, your village was raided over a month ago. We must increase our patrols to protect our subjects. He addressed his eldest son, Robb, saying, after my departure, you are to summon 200 soldiers, equip them with weapons, and have Ser Roderick train them. We need more men to safeguard the surrounding estates and villages. Yes, father, Robb replied with a seriousness that mirrored his father's demeanor. Harris, Eddard continued, addressing the captain of the guard who remained at Winterfell, select 50 guards tonight. At dawn, have them split into 5 teams and patrol a 30-mile radius to ensure that no wildlings harm my subjects. Yes, my lord, Harris responded, his mind consumed with anger as memories of his deceased kin flooded back at the mention of wildlings. As for the others, Eddard finally broached the subject he had been reluctant to confront. You say they fear fire? He asked the male wildling, Gogan. Fear of fire resides in the resurrected dead. Those whites have not pursued my village, Gorgon cautiously replied. My father once attacked a white with a spear, yet was unable to inflict any damage upon their icy armor, leaving not a single dent. Their swords, however, severed my father's spear effortlessly. Father, are you speaking of the whites? Rob inquired, astonished, having missed the initial scene. Much like his father, who remained skeptical of the old nanny's tales. Chapter 17. Defeating legend with legend. This wild man claims to have witnessed the whites firsthand, Ed remarked, directing his gaze toward Gorgon. Impossible, Rob instinctively retorted. No one has ever seen a white. Lancel, exasperated by the stubbornness of the Stark father and son, pondered how to alert them to the threat of the whites, unaware that the bastard's instincts were sharper than those of his father and brothers. But what if they do exist? The bastard John spoke calmly. The Night's Watch was formed to fend off the whites, and the wall was erected after the long night when the whites first appeared. Both the Night's Watch and the wall exist. Thus, the whites may very well exist too. A natural-born member of the Night's Watch, Lancel commended John, appreciating his vigilance. John, you have listened to the old nanny's tales too much, Rob frowned, imitating his father. She always told us such stories when we were children, yet none of us have ever seen them. Now, 2 individuals have witnessed them firsthand, John countered. Do you recall the Night's Watch deserter, executed by father over a month ago? And the wild man Gorgon, who stands before us now? Rob turned to the only stranger in the room, Harris, who, upon hearing the mention of the wild man, glared furiously in their direction. He had noticed this stranger, bound hand and foot, upon entering. Indeed, a cursed wild man. Kindly recount your experiences to Rob and Harris once more, Gorgon, Lancel urged. Gorgon sensed Harris's animosity toward him. From their previous conversation, he understood that Harris's village had also suffered from wildling raids, likely incurring heavy casualties due to the absence of a formidable rescuer like Lancel. He obediently recounted his experiences beyond the wall, this time with greater clarity, particularly regarding the whites' appearance, their razor-sharp ice swords, their indestructible icy armor, and their ability to resurrect the dead with a mere gesture. The old nanny's tales were not so detailed, John remarked to Rob, then turned to his father with gravity. Winter is coming. We must prepare. John, Rob shook his head. How can we prepare? These are mere legends of the whites. Ed silently nodded at his eldest's words, sharing the same sentiment. If the whites truly emerged, what could they do? Could they wield the legendary Lightbringer, like the heroic Azor Ahai from the old tales, to vanquish the whites? My lords, Lancel began, presenting his prepared thoughts. If the legendary whites truly appear, we should employ the methods mentioned in the legends to defeat them. Legends? Eddard furrowed his brow as he regarded Lancel, who in turn involuntarily cast a glance at the similarly troubled Rob. Despite their dissimilar appearances, the father and son shared strikingly similar behaviors and expressions. From the tales I had gathered, the fabled children of the forest were said to bestow upon the Night's Watch 100 obsidian daggers each year. Should the others truly emerge, obsidian might serve as the lethal weapon against them. If we could amass a substantial quantity of obsidian to forge millions of obsidian arrowheads, thousands of obsidian spears, and countless daggers, along with a considerable supply of flammable materials to eradicate the reanimated dead, we could potentially quell the threat posed by the others. Lancel seized the opportunity to divulge his foreknowledge, eager for the Night's Watch to extinguish the others before they could fully manifest. If he held power, he would prepare tens of thousands of barrels of wildfire, construct thousands of dragon-slaying crossbows, polish 1 million dragon glass arrowheads, and summon hundreds of knights wielding Valyrian steel to orchestrate a magnificent display of fire against the army of whites in the far north, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake, while the remaining others would be cleaved to pieces with steel swords. Alas, he was but a humble squire, unworthy of even hearing of wildfire, let alone knowing that Valyrian steel could sever the others. Prudence was essential, survival came first, and calculations could wait. Eddard turned to his brother Benjen, inquiring whether Black Castle possessed any obsidian daggers. Benjen shook his head, indicating that it had been a long time since such weapons were available there. My lord, interjected the quietly attentive Maester Lewin, there should be obsidian on Skagos Island. I have heard traders mention that the island's inhabitants frequently use obsidian for barter. Eddard breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a possibility of countering the others, he could no longer deny their existence. Dispatch a raven to inform the vassals on Skagos Island, Magner, Crowl, and Stern, to prepare sufficient obsidian, he ordered. My lord, Lewin cautioned again, the island's lord may not be so compliant. I shall lead a force to ensure their compliance. Rob declared in his father's stead. Prepare some goods for trade, Eddard replied, rejecting his eldest son's proposal. We must have the obsidian ready swiftly, within 10 days. We shall need it. That may drive up the price, Lancel speculated with a hint of malice. suggesting that the so-called rock folk of the island might not be unaware of Duke Eddard's eager desire for obsidian. Yet, he was astonished to learn that such a material could be found on an island located in the northeastern part of the north, near the easternmost edge of the wall. Benjen, John, Eddard cautioned his brother and his illegitimate son, "Be vigilant upon your return to Black Castle. Until the obsidian arrives, avoid venturing into the haunted forest." Hearing this, Lancel confirmed that John indeed intended to join the Night's Watch at Black Castle, and he understood Eddard's reasoning for keeping John from journeying south. For John's identity was likely that of the enemy slain by the king himself, the late Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, and the beloved of Eddard's sister, Lyanna Stark, who bore his child. However, in reality, he was uncertain, as people believed that the old gods held no power in the south. Before awakening his past memories, he shared this belief. Under such an understanding, the Green Prophet could not have witnessed the scene in which Eddard traveled to Dorne to retrieve John from his sister's arms. Nevertheless, even if he could not journey south to King's Landing, there were numerous commendable options available, far superior to remaining a Night's Watchman devoid of a wife, children, or land. He intended to seek an opportunity to inquire with John about the matter. That night, the 17-year-old boy had clearly been captivated by two tavern maidens. Had this encounter left him with a psychological scar concerning women? "I shall return to the Black Castle to confer with Commander Mormont and Maester Aemon," Banyan replied. "My Lord Banyan," Lancel interjected once more, "the tome stored within the Black Castle should contain records far more detailed than the tales of the old nurse. A meticulous search may yield unexpected discoveries." Banyan nodded to the guards, acknowledging their input. "Very well, you may leave now." Eddard felt utterly fatigued. The prospect of departing Winterfell for King's Landing had already drained him, and the news of the others only intensified his sense of helplessness. "My Lord Eddard, how shall we deal with the wildling couple?" Lancel inquired before taking his leave. "Handle it as you see fit. They must not harm others." Eddard recalled that they had a child under 2 years of age. That child would remain in Dell's village for upbringing. Understood. Lancel bid farewell, followed by the dazed Gorin. John, with a somber countenance, said his goodbyes to Banyan before joining Lancel. Upon exiting the inner keep and approaching the stables, Lancel released Gorin from his shackles and bindings. Then turned to John with a question that had been weighing on his mind. "Do you wish to join the Night's Watch?" Chapter 18. John's Choice. John nodded gloomily. "Voluntarily?" Lancel inquired, as Eddard and John were ostensibly father and son, though they were likely uncle and nephew in reality, leaving Lancel as an outsider, a mere unnoticed squire. John nodded again. "I have no other choice." Lancel frowned. "What do you mean by that?" John continued. "I mentioned to my father my desire to journey south to King's Landing, but he forbade me from leaving the north. He insisted I remain near Winterfell, promising me a manor, yet I refused to stay here as a bastard. Both Robb and I are already 17. Lady Stark will not tolerate my continued presence." Lancel could comprehend Catelyn's perspective. She feared that the beloved bastard of her husband could threaten Robb's position. "My father also suggested I could go to Castle Black to serve House Stark, where the Earl of Castle Black would arrange a village for me. But the North knows I am a Stark bastard. I would rather join the Night's Watch, for Uncle Banyan has said they do not inquire about one's lineage. Merit alone determines one's standing." Lancel silently chuckled to himself. "Your Uncle Banyan is exceedingly kind to you. I have also heard that the Night's Watch is now comprised of prisoners from the 7 kingdoms, including thieves, rapists, murderers, and several bastards. Upon learning that you are the bastard son of Lord Stark, they will be unable to suppress their jealousy, even resorting to calling you Lord Snow daily in an attempt to provoke you." John's expression stiffened. This was unexpected. "Who told you this?" he inquired. Lance shrugged. "The people of the North are well aware of the Night's Watch's current state. Only a handful join voluntarily for honor, while the rest are coerced into service." John bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, then lifted his gaze to meet Lance's eyes directly. "I have made my decision to join the Night's Watch, and my father has consented. I shall earn my honor among them with my own sword." Lance extended his hand with resignation. Knowing that his words could not alter John's fate, he had long since grown weary of his identity as a bastard. "I wish you safe travels." They clasped hands tightly, reluctant to let go, much like two lovers. "Make a few friends there. Without allies, you may find a dagger in your back at any moment, be it from wildlings, White Walkers, or even your fellow brothers of the Night's Watch." John did not dispute this, nodding earnestly. "I wish you safe travels as well." "It should be a fair wind," Lance remarked, raising his hand to gauge the breeze, jesting. "When we meet again, we may not be a guard and a bastard anymore." "I shall become a ranger," John added, recalling his Uncle Benjen's position, mentally noting that he might already be the first ranger, one of the 3 senior officers under the Night's Watch's highest commander. "Then you must cultivate trustworthy friendships. Your keen observation will guide you in discerning whom to befriend." Lance felt reassured by this, yet cautioned against the hidden daggers. Why do you always emphasize the danger from behind? John realized Lance was particularly anxious about his safety. Uncle Benjen is at Castle Black. He will look after me. He is the first ranger, and once you join the Night's Watch, your past identity will be cast aside. When you return to Castle Black, he will simply be your superior, no longer your uncle. John's expression stiffened once more. His desire to go to Castle Black was not solely to escape his identity as a bastard, but also due to his uncle's esteemed position. Your skills will stand out among the new recruits. Many commoners lack the opportunity to learn horsemanship and swordplay from the age of 10 as you have. Do not bully them. Instead, teach them. In critical moments, they will become your shield. Lance continued in a jesting tone. You too. John recalled the discussions among the guards after Lance's impressive display at the training grounds that morning. I heard the guards mention that they will show you something next time. Haha. Lance laughed heartily. The guards of Winterfell would not harm him. At most, they would give him a good beating out of frustration. But he must also consider how to gain experience from the guards without inciting their wrath, lest he end up with a bruised face after every encounter. Take care. After the two embraced and bid farewell, Lancelot returned to Dell Village with Gorgon under the starry night, as tomorrow marked the 17th name day of his cousin. He also needed to bring back Haihua, who insisted on heading south. There was no time to stay overnight in Winterfell, but fortunately, his formidable skills and the little birds of Varys allowed him to traverse the darkness without fear. On the following morning, Lancelot welcomed 10 guards from Winterfell in Dell Village, one of whom was a burly figure affectionately dubbed Belly. Lord Eddard has ordered us to remain stationed in Dell Village. Responsible for patrolling the shores of the White Knife River, Belly informed Lancelot. Welcome. Lancelot sincerely greeted them, though Blake, standing beside him, felt a twinge of bitterness. How much food would these 10 cavalrymen consume? These noble knights would not lend a hand to the villagers, let alone fish in the river. How's Haihua's condition? Belly inquired as the other 9 guards were escorted by Blake to their lodgings. If his injuries prevent him from heading south, let Quent replace him, Lancelot replied. Glancing at Haihua, who stood at the tower's entrance despite his wounds. Can you still ride? I can. Haihua managed a strained smile, his pale face betraying his pain. He considered serving as the Prime Minister's guard in honor and could not bear to miss such an opportunity. You must return to Winterfell this afternoon, Belly said, playfully punching Haihua in the chest, eliciting a grimace from him. The king's entourage departs tomorrow morning. Don't deplete Dell Village's resources. Haihua retaliated with a punch of his own, but it aggravated his injury, and he gritted his teeth as he responded. Belly laughed heartily. No need to worry. Lord Eddard has provided us with 20 silver stags for a month's worth of provisions. Lancelot calculated the guards' appetites in his mind. If it were 10 elderly men, the amount might suffice, but it was certainly better than placing the entire burden on Dell Village. The finest food he had tasted as a child was roasted chicken, a rare treat, while his staple meats were fish and tough ham. On special occasions, there would be fresh roasted pork. In the frigid north, the forests belonged to the lords, and the villagers were permitted only to fish in the White Knife River outside the village. Their meager harvests came from cultivating nearby land and raising some livestock. For the common folk, enjoying pigeon or lamb was no simple feat. After familiarizing Belly with Dell Village's defenses, Lancelot joined the other guards for lunch, introducing his cousin Duncan and Blake, and leaving 2 wildlings and a child to reside in the village. As he prepared to return to Winterfell with Haihua and Jimmy, Gorgon suddenly blocked his path, awkwardly dropping to one knee. Your skills will stand out among the Night's Watch recruits. Many commoners do not have the opportunity to learn to ride and wield a sword from the age of 10 like you. Do not bully them. Instead, learn to teach them. In critical moments, they will become the shield behind you, Lancelot said once more, his tone lighthearted. John recalled the discussions that ensued after Lancel's impressive display of prowess in the training yard that morning. He had overheard the guards mentioning that they would ensure he would be shown a thing or two next time. Lancel laughed heartily, knowing that the guards of Winterfell wouldn't inflict serious harm upon him. At worst, they might engage in a spirited scuffle that left him bruised. However, he needed to devise a strategy to gain experience from the guards without incurring their wrath, for he could not afford to emerge from every encounter with his face battered. After a heartfelt embrace and farewell, Lancel set off with Gogan under the night sky back to Dell Village. Tomorrow marked his cousin's 17th name day, and he was also tasked with bringing back Haihua, who insisted on heading south. There would be no time to spend the night in Winterfell, but fortunately, he was skilled enough to navigate the darkness, aided by Varys' little birds above. The following morning, Lancel welcomed 10 guards from Winterfell to Dell Village, one of whom was a burly fellow affectionately nicknamed Belly. Lord Eddard has ordered us to be stationed in Dell Village for the long term. Tasked with patrolling the banks of the Blade River, Belly informed Lancel. Welcome, Lancel said sincerely, though his companion Blake appeared somewhat dismayed. The presence of 10 cavalrymen would surely consume an immense amount of food, and these lordsmen were not inclined to assist with village chores, let alone fish in the river. How is Haihua's condition? Blake asked as he led the other 9 guards to their lodgings, while Belly accompanied Lancel towards the tower. Jory had mentioned that if Haihua's injuries prevented him from heading south, Quentin would take his place. You should inquire with him, Lancel suggested, glancing at Haihua, who stood at the tower's entrance despite his injuries, watching them intently. Can you still ride? I can, Haihua replied, his pale face twisting into a grim smile. He regarded his role as the Prime Minister's guard as an honor and could not bear to miss such an opportunity. You must return to Winterfell this afternoon, Belly said, playfully thumping Haihua's chest, eliciting a grimace from him. The king's entourage sets off tomorrow morning. Don't deplete Dell Village's resources, Haihua retorted, delivering a light punch in return, which aggravated his wounds. Haha. Belly laughed heartily. No need to worry. Lord Eddard has provided us with 20 silver stags for a month's worth of provisions. Lancel calculated the guard's consumption in his mind. While it might suffice for 10 men, it would have been ample for 10 elders. Nevertheless, it was better than burdening Dell Village with the entire expense. The finest food Lancel had enjoyed in his childhood was roasted chicken, a rare treat, as the staple meats consisted of fish and tough ham, with fresh roasted pork only on special occasions. In the cold north, forests belonged to the lords, and Dell Village's permission extended only to fishing in the Blade River outside the village. Their efforts were primarily focused on cultivating the nearby land for meager harvests, alongside raising livestock. The villagers depended on meat, yet acquiring pigeon or mutton was no simple task for the common folk. After familiarizing Belly with Dell Village's defensive structures, Lancel joined the other guards for lunch, introducing them to his cousin Duncan and Blake, while also leaving 2 wildlings and a child to reside in the village. As he prepared to return to Winterfell with Haihua and Jimmy, Gogan unexpectedly blocked his path, awkwardly kneeling on one knee. Your skills will undoubtedly stand out among the new recruits of the Night's Watch. Many commoners lack the opportunity to learn horsemanship and swordplay from the tender age of 10 like you. Do not bully others. Instead, strive to teach them. In crucial moments, they will serve as your shield, Lance remarked once more in a teasing tone. You too. John recalled Lance's comments earlier that morning after he had displayed impressive prowess in the training yard. I overheard the guards saying they would make sure to show you next time. Haha. Lance laughed heartily. The guards of Winterfell posed no true threat to him, at worst. He might endure a rough scuffle, but he ought to devise a method to gain experience without inciting their wrath. Take care. After exchanging a heartfelt embrace, Lance set off under the night sky with Gogan back to Dellar Village. Tomorrow marked his cousin's 17th naming day, and he still needed to bring back Haihua, who insisted on heading south. There was no time to linger in Winterfell. Fortunately, he was agile and, with the aid of Varys's little birds, he feared not the darkness. The following morning, Lance welcomed 10 guards from Winterfell and Dellar Village, one of whom was a burly fellow known as the Drunken Belly. Lord Eddard has ordered us to remain stationed here in Dellar Village, tasked with patrolling the banks of the White Knife River, the Drunken Belly informed his companion Lance. Welcome. Lance genuinely greeted him, though Black, standing beside him, appeared somewhat pained. The sustenance required for 10 mounted men would be considerable. These noble knights would not assist the village with labor, let alone venture into the river to fish. How is Haihua faring? The other 9 guards were escorted by Black to their quarters, while the Drunken Belly accompanied Lance toward the keep. Jory said that if his injuries prevent him from journeying south, he should send Quinn instead. Then you ought to inquire of him, Lance suggested, glancing at Haihua, who stood at the keep's entrance, determined despite his injuries. Can you still ride? I can, Haihua replied, a strained smile breaking through his pale complexion. He viewed his role as the Prime Minister's bodyguard as an honor and could not bear to miss such an opportunity. Then you are to return to Winterfell this afternoon, the Drunken Belly said, playfully thumping Haihua on the chest, which elicited a grimace. The king's entourage departs tomorrow morning. Do not deplete Dellar Village's resources. Haihua retorted with a light punch, though it pulled at his wounds, and he gritted his teeth in pain. Haha, the Drunken Belly chuckled heartily. Fear not. Lord Eddard has provided us with 20 silver stags for a month's worth of provisions. That may be insufficient, Lance mused, calculating the consumption of the 10 guards. If it were 10 elderly men, it might suffice, but it was certainly better than placing the entire financial burden on Dellar Village. The finest food he had ever tasted in his youth was roasted chicken, a rare delight, while the staple meats were fish and tough ham, with fresh roasted pork reserved for special occasions. In the frigid north, the forests belong to the Lord, and the villagers of Dell have permission only to fish in the Blade River outside their settlement. Their meager sustenance comes from cultivating nearby lands and raising a few livestock. For the people here cannot do without meat. However, for the common folk to savor pigeon or lamb is no simple feat, Lance, familiar with the defensive structures of Dell, enjoyed a midday feast with his fellow guards, introducing his cousins Duncan and Blake, while leaving 2 wildlings and a child to reside in the village. As he prepared to return to Winterfell with Haihua and Jimmy, Gogan suddenly blocked his path, kneeling awkwardly on one knee. Your skills would stand out among the Night's Watch recruits. Many commoners do not have the opportunity to learn horsemanship and swordplay from the age of 10 like you. Do not bully them. Instead, learn to teach them. In critical moments, they will become your shield, Lance remarked in just once more. You too. John recalled the discussions after Lance's impressive display in the training yard that morning. I heard the guards say they'll give you a taste of your own medicine next time. Lance laughed heartily, knowing that the guards of Winterfell would not harm him. At worst, they would vent their frustrations in a group beating. Yet, he pondered how to gain experience with the guards without inciting their ire, as he could not afford to emerge from each encounter with a battered visage. Take care. After an embrace and farewell, Lance returned to Dell with Gogan under the cover of night. Tomorrow marked his cousin's 17th naming day, and he needed to bring back Haihua, who insisted on heading south. There was no time to stay in Winterfell tonight, but fortunately, his prowess and Varys's little birds would shield him from the dark. The following morning, Lance welcomed 10 guards from Winterfell to Dell, among whom was a burly man known as Big Belly. Lord Eddard has ordered us to be stationed in Dell for the long term, tasked with patrolling the banks of the Blade River, Big Belly informed Lance. Welcome. Lance greeted sincerely, yet Blake beside him looked troubled. How much food would these 10 cavalry consume? These knights would not assist the villagers, let alone fish in the river. How is Haihua's condition? Blake inquired, leading the other 9 guards to their quarters. Big Belly walked with Lance towards the castle, saying, if he is unable to head south, let Quent replace him. You should ask him, Lance replied, glancing at Haihua, who stood at the castle gate regardless of his injuries. Can you still ride? I can, Haihua replied, his pale face forcing a grim smile. He took pride in serving as the Prime Minister's guard and could not let this opportunity slip away. Then you shall return to Winterfell this afternoon, Big Belly said, playfully thumping Haihua on the chest, causing him to grimace. The king's entourage departs tomorrow morning. Do not let Dell go hungry, Haihua retorted, delivering a punch back, but it agitated his wounds, prompting him to grit his teeth. Ha! Big Belly laughed. Do not worry. Lord Eddard has prepared 20 silver deer for our food over the month. The situation was rather tense. Lance contemplated the appetite of the 10 guards. If it were 10 elderly men instead, the provisions would suffice generously. However, it was certainly better than having the entire financial burden fall upon Dell Village. Throughout his childhood, the finest delicacy he had ever tasted was roasted chicken, a rare treat, while his primary sources of meat were fish and tough ham, with fresh roasted pork only available on special occasions. In the frigid north, the forests belonged to the Lord, and Dell Village was permitted to fish in the White Blade River outside the village. Beyond that, their efforts were directed towards cultivating nearby lands to yield minimal harvests, supplemented by the raising of a few livestock. The villagers were heavily reliant on meat, yet for the common folk, indulging in pigeon or lamb was no easy feat. After familiarizing himself with the defensive structures of Dell Village and sharing a midday meal with his fellow guards, Lance introduced his cousins, Duncan and Blake, and made arrangements for 2 wildlings and a child to remain in the village for a time. As he prepared to return to Winterfell with Haihua and Jimmy, Gogan suddenly obstructed his path, kneeling stiffly on one knee. Your skills would stand out among the Night's Watch recruits. Many commoners never have the opportunity to learn horse riding and swordsmanship from such a young age as you. Do not bully them, rather, teach them. In critical moments, they will serve as your shield, Lance chided lightly. You as well. John recalled the conversations among the guards following Lance's impressive display of skill earlier that morning. I heard the guards say they would give you a run for your money next time. Lance laughed heartily, confident that the guards of Winterfell would not harm him. At worst, they would engage in a minor scuffle that left him somewhat bruised. Nonetheless, he needed to devise a strategy to gain experience from the guards without inciting their ire, for he could not afford to emerge from every encounter with a battered visage. Take care. After embracing and bidding farewell, Lance and Gogan journeyed back to Dell Village under the cover of night. Tomorrow marked his cousin's 17th naming day, and he had to bring back Haihua, who was insistent on heading south. There was no time to stay at Winterfell tonight, but fortunately, his formidable skills and the assistance of Varys's little birds rendered him unafraid of the darkness. The following morning, Lance welcomed 10 guards from Winterfell to Dell Village, among whom was a burly man dubbed the Wine Belly. Lord Eddard has ordered us to establish a long-term presence in Dell Village to patrol and maintain vigilance along the White Blade River, the Wine Belly informed Lance. Welcome. Lance replied sincerely, though Blake, standing beside him, appeared somewhat dismayed, pondering how much food would be consumed by these 10 cavalrymen, who were unlikely to assist the villagers in any labor, let alone fish in the river. How is Haiwa faring? Blake inquired as the other 9 guards were escorted to their lodgings. The wine belly continued. If his injuries prevent him from traveling south, let Gunther take his place. Then you must ask him, Lance said, glancing toward Haiwa, who stood at the gate of the tower despite his injuries, gazing at them. Can you still ride? I can. Haiwa replied, a strained smile crossing his pale face. He regarded the role of the Prime Minister's guard as an honor and could not bear to miss this opportunity. This afternoon, you must return to Winterfell. The jovial figure, known as the Drunken Belly, playfully thumped Haiwa on the chest, eliciting a grimace from the latter. Tomorrow morning, the king's entourage will set forth. Do not impoverish Dell village. Haiwa retaliated with a forceful punch, only to aggravate his injuries, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Haha, laughed the Drunken Belly. There is no need for concern. Lord Eddard has prepared 20 silver stags for our sustenance over the next month. It may be insufficient, Lancelot mused, calculating the food consumption of 10 knights. If it were to feed 10 elderly folk, it would suffice. But it is far better than having Dell village shoulder the entire expense. The finest food he had ever tasted in his childhood was roasted chicken, a rare treat. While the mainstay of their diet consisted of fish and tough ham, with fresh roasted pork reserved for special occasions. In the frigid north, the forests belong to the lords. And Dell village's permission extends only to fishing in the nearby Blades River. Their meager harvests arise from cultivating the surrounding lands, supplemented by the raising of livestock within the village. The villagers are reliant on meat, yet the common folk find it difficult to procure pigeon or lamb. After Lancelot familiarized the Drunken Belly with the village's defensive structures, he shared a midday meal with his fellow knights, introducing his cousins, Duncan and Black, and leaving 2 wildlings and a child to reside in the village. As he prepared to return to Winterfell with Haiwa and Jimmy, Gorgon suddenly blocked his path, awkwardly kneeling on one knee. Your prowess among the Night's Watch recruits will be remarkable. Many commoners lack the opportunity to learn horseback riding and swordplay from such a tender age. Do not bully them. Instead, teach them, for in times of peril, they will serve as your shield. Lancelot jested again. You too. John recalled the discussions following Lancelot's impressive display at the training grounds that morning. I overheard the guards saying they would show you something next time. Lancelot laughed heartily. The guards of Winterfell would not harm him, at worst. They would vent their frustrations by giving him a sound thrashing. Yet, he must devise a way to garner experience from the guards without inciting their ire. He could not afford to be beaten to a pulp every time he sought to practice. Take care. After embracing and bidding farewell, Lancelot journeyed back to Dell village under the cover of night with Gorgon. Tomorrow marks his cousin's 17th naming day, and he must also return with Haiwa, who insists on heading south. There was no time to linger in Winterfell tonight. Fortunately, his strength is formidable, and with various little birds overhead, he fears not the darkness. The following morning, Lancelot welcomed 10 guards from Winterfell to Dell village, one of whom was a robust figure known as the Drunken Belly. Lord Eddard has stationed us here long-term to patrol the banks of the Blades River, the Drunken Belly informed his companion, Lancelot. Welcome, Lancelot replied sincerely, though Black standing beside him wore a pained expression, contemplating the amount of food 10 knights would consume. These lords' knights would not lend a hand in the village, let alone assist in fishing in the river. How is Haiwa's health? The other 9 guards were escorted by Blake to their lodgings, while the portly man and Lance made their way to the tower fortress. Jory remarked that if his injuries prevented him from heading south, then Quint should take his place. You ought to inquire if he is still capable of riding, Lance said, glancing at the injured Haiwa, who stood at the tower's entrance, watching them intently. I can. Haiwa replied, a grim smile stretching across his pale face. He considered serving as the Prime Minister's guard in honor and couldn't possibly miss this opportunity. You all must return to Winterfell this afternoon, the portly man said, thumping Haiwa on the chest, which elicited a grimace from the latter. The king's entourage will depart tomorrow morning. Do not impoverish Dell village. Haiwa retaliated with a punch, though it aggravated his wounds, and he gritted his teeth in response. Haha. The portly man laughed heartily. Do not worry. Lord Eddard has prepared 20 silver stags for our food over the month. It might be a stretch, Lance mused as he calculated the appetite of the 10 guards. If it were 10 elderly men instead, it would be more than sufficient. Yet it was certainly preferable to placing the entire burden on Dell village. The finest meal he had ever tasted as a child was roasted chicken, a rare delicacy, as the primary sources of meat were fish and tough ham, with fresh roasted pork reserved for special occasions. In the frigid north, the forests belonged to the lord, and Dell village was permitted only to fish in the nearby White Blade River. Their meager harvests were derived from cultivating the surrounding land, along with raising some livestock. The villagers depended heavily on meat, but it was no easy feat for the common folk to acquire pigeon or lamb. After familiarizing himself with Dell village's defenses, Lance shared a midday meal with the other guards, introducing them to his cousin Duncan and Blake, while also leaving 2 wildlings and a child to reside in the village. As he prepared to return to Winterfell with Highwa and Jimmy, Gorgon suddenly blocked his path, awkwardly kneeling on one knee. Your skills will stand out among the Night's Watch recruits. Many commoners do not have the opportunity to learn to ride and wield a sword from such a young age. Do not bully them. Instead, teach them, for in critical moments, they will become your shield, Lance said again, adopting a teasing tone. So shall you. Jon recalled the discussions among the guards after witnessing Lance's prowess on the training grounds that morning. I heard the guards say they will make you pay next time. Haha. Lance laughed heartily. The guards of Winterfell would not harm him. At worst, they might engage in a collective brawl out of frustration. However, he needed to devise a strategy to gain experience without incurring their wrath, for he could not afford to be beaten into a pulp every time he sought to improve. Take care. After embracing and bidding farewell, Lance returned to Dell Village under the cover of night with Gorgon. Tomorrow marked his cousin's 17th naming day, and he still needed to bring back Highwa, who insisted on heading south. There was no time to stay in Winterfell tonight, but fortunately his skills were formidable. And with Varys's little birds overhead, he feared not the darkness. The following morning, Lance welcomed 10 guards from Winterfell and Dell Village, among whom was a burly fellow known affectionately as the Portly Man. Lord Eddard has assigned us to remain stationed in Dell Village, tasked with patrolling the banks of the White Blade River, remarked the Portly Man to his companion, Lance. Welcome, Lance sincerely greeted him, while Blake, standing nearby, wore a look of discontent. The presence of 10 cavalrymen would inevitably deplete a considerable amount of provisions. These knights would not lend a hand to the villagers, let alone assist in fishing from the river. How is Highwa's condition? Blake inquired, as the other 9 guards accompanied him to their quarters, while the Portly Man and Lance proceeded towards the tower. Jory mentioned that if Highwa's injuries prevented him from traveling south, then Kunti would take his place. You should ask him, Lance suggested, glancing at Highwa, who stood at the tower's entrance, disregarding his injuries. Can you still ride? I can, Highwa replied, a grim smile stretching across his pale face. He took pride in serving as the Prime Minister's bodyguard and could not bear to miss this opportunity. Well, you must return to Winterfell this afternoon, the Portly Man stated, playfully thumping Highwa on the chest, which elicited a grimace from him. The King's entourage will depart tomorrow morning. Just don't drain Dell Village of its resources, Highwa retorted, delivering a light punch in return, only to aggravate his wounds. Gritting his teeth as he spoke. Haha. The Portly Man laughed heartily. Worry not, Lord Eddard has provided us with 20 silver stags for a month's worth of sustenance. Lance calculated the food consumption of the 10 guards in his mind. It might barely suffice. If it were 10 elderly men, it would be ample. Yet it was far better than placing the entire burden on Dell Village. The finest food he had savored in his youth was roasted chicken, a rare treat, while the staple meats were fish and tough ham, with fresh roasted pork reserved for special occasions. In the frigid north, the forests belonged to the lords, and Dell Village had permission only to fish in the White Blade River, with the remainder of their efforts devoted to cultivating nearby land for minimal harvests. Additionally, villagers kept some livestock, as meat was essential for their sustenance. However, for common folk to enjoy pigeon or lamb meat was no easy feat. After familiarizing the Portly Man with the defensive structures of Dell Village, Lance joined the other guards for lunch, introducing his cousins Duncan and Blake, while also leaving 2 wildlings and a child to reside in the village. As he prepared to return to Winterfell with Highwa and Jimmy, Gorgon suddenly blocked his path, awkwardly kneeling on one knee. Your skills among the Night's Watch recruits will be exceptional. Many commoners do not have the opportunity to learn to ride and wield a sword from the tender age of 10 as you have. Do not bully them. Instead, learn to teach them, for in critical moments, they will serve as your shield, Lance said once more in a jesting tone. Likewise, Jon recalled the comments regarding Lance's impressive display in the training yard earlier that day. I heard the guards say they'll give you a run for your money next time. Haha. Lance laughed heartily. The guards of Winterfell would not harm him. At worst, they might engage in a rough scuffle that would leave him bruised. Yet, he needed to devise a strategy to gain experience with the guards without inciting their wrath, for he could not afford to emerge from every encounter battered and bloodied. Take care. After embracing in farewell, Lance returned to Dell Village with Gorgon under the starry night. Tomorrow marks his cousin's 17th birthday, and he must also bring back Highwa, who insisted on heading south. There was no time to stay overnight in Winterfell, but fortunately, his prowess and the presence of Varys's little birds in the sky rendered him unafraid of the dark. On the following morning, Lance welcomed 10 guards from Winterfell in Dell Village, one of whom was a stout fellow nicknamed Belly. Lord Eddard has instructed us to remain stationed in Dell Village to oversee the patrol along the banks of the White Knife River, Belly remarked to his companion Lance. Welcome. Lance genuinely greeted them, though his companion Blake appeared somewhat dismayed at the prospect of how much food these 10 horsemen would consume. The knights of these lords would certainly not assist with the village's labor, let alone fish in the river. How's Highwa's condition? As the other 9 guards followed Blake to their quarters, Belly accompanied Lance toward the tower. Jory mentioned, if he is unable to travel south due to his injuries, let Quint replace him. Then you must inquire, Lance remarked, glancing at Highwa, who stood at the tower's entrance, disregarding his wounds to watch them. Can you still ride? I can, Highwa replied, a grim smile contorting his pale visage. He regarded the role of the Prime Minister's guard as an honor and could not bear to miss such an opportunity. Then you shall return to Winterfell this afternoon, Belly said, stepping forward to thump Highwa on the chest, eliciting a wince from him. The king's entourage sets off tomorrow morning. Just don't exhaust the resources of Dell Village, Highwa retorted, delivering a punch back, which once again aggravated his injury, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Haha. Belly laughed heartily. No need to worry. Lord Eddard has allocated 20 silver stags for our food over the month. Perhaps just barely enough, Lance mused, calculating the consumption of the 10 guards. It would suffice for 10 elderly villagers, but it was certainly better than the entire burden falling on Dell Village. The finest food he had ever tasted since childhood was roasted chicken, a rarity, while the staple meats consisted of fish and tough ham, with fresh roasted pig only appearing on special occasions. In the cold north, forests belonged to the lords, and the villagers of Dell had only permission to fish in the White Knife River outside the village. Their remaining endeavors involved cultivating nearby lands for meager harvests and raising livestock, as meat was a necessity for the villagers. However, for commoners to savor pigeon or lamb was not an easy feat. After familiarizing Belly with the defensive structures of Dell Village, Lance joined the other guards for lunch, introducing them to his cousin Duncan and Blake, while also leaving 2 wildlings and a child to live in the village. As he prepared to return to Winterfell with Highwa and Jimmy, Gogan suddenly blocked his path, awkwardly kneeling on one knee. Chapter 19. The last night in Winterfell, I wish to follow you, mighty southerner. Gogan knelt, swaying slightly until he achieved balance, then raised his head to gaze wide-eyed at the young man atop the horse. You may remain in Dell Village with Vammy and the children. The place I am bound to is far, far away. Lance was perplexed by the behavior of the wild man. He had already pledged to allow the 2 of them to reside in Dell Village with their child, with Duncan and Blake present. Along with 10 guards stationed there from Winterfell, 2 mere wildlings posed no threat. Rather, they could serve as laborers. I understand, Gorgon stated with unwavering conviction. Wami and the child will remain here. I am willing to follow you into battle to repay your hospitality. You will die. Lance still could not comprehend. Isn't it better to stay here? We will all perish, but I am a warrior, and you are an even mightier warrior, Gorgon replied. The women and children will remain in the village, while the men must venture forth to fight for the tribe's strength. I believe you will grow ever stronger, and I wish to stand by your side. Oh, Lance realized, this wild man was indeed ambitious. I have yet to witness your prowess. If you are like the others, you will be of no use to me. Gorgon rose, declaring, I am more formidable than they. I wield spear, short axe, and bow, and I can track both prey and foes. I can also hurl the short axe. I will put you to the test. Lance thought of his experience points and decisively dismounted. He turned to Blake, who was following behind, and instructed, return his spear to him and prepare a short axe as well. Do not provide him with a bow. That wretched contraption is dangerous at close range, and I have no confidence in my ability to evade its arrows. I am not yet clad in sturdy plate armor and have no intention of testing my mettle against arrows. Are you serious? Highwa, mounted with Jimmy behind him, questioned. You have spared his life, yet you intend to have him accompany Lord Ed south? He is a wild man. Indeed, my lord, Jimmy interjected. Wild men are brutal and savage. They killed my father. Lance furrowed his brow, a familiar scene flashing through his mind. John being stabbed by a child who idolized him. All stemming from John's decision to allow wildlings to cross the wall. The survivors of those villages ravaged by wildlings harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Jimmy, he said, casting a serious gaze at the boy on horseback, if I command you to fight alongside Gorgon for me, would you be willing? Jimmy hesitated momentarily before slowly nodding. If it is your command, I shall comply. Very well, Lance replied, nodding in satisfaction. He did not believe a young boy would intentionally deceive him. Furthermore, once he leveled up, he would be eager to unlock the leadership skill and gain access to the troop panel. The abilities of this troop panel should not be vastly inferior to that of the pet panel. He could already control the actions of his pet hawk within his consciousness, commanding Varys S. Little Bird to obey him and sharing vision as well. If the troop panel possessed even half the capabilities of the pet panel, it would be a formidable asset. Let it not merely display the names of subordinates and whether they were hungry, for that would be utterly trivial. Gorgon reclaimed his spear and the short axe that belonged to Wami, adopting a stance as he awaited the attack from the young man to whom he pledged his loyalty. Strike, with the intent to kill me. Lance surveyed the surrounding figures, Duncan, Blake, Haihua, and the portly drunkard, all gripping the hilts of their swords, poised for action. Gorgon forced himself to disregard the hostility emanating from those present as he approached, spear in hand. Lance parried several strikes with his sword, but was forced to take a step back as the fierce barbarian displayed both strength and swiftness. Subsequently, 2 swift blows were delivered, slicing toward the enemy's hands, compelling him to relinquish his spear. Observing the character panel, he noted that Gorgon was worth 200 experience points, identical to Haihua. Based on the recent encounter, Lance surmised that had Haihua not been injured, he could have prevailed over Gorgon. This barbarian, aside from brute force and reflexes, possessed no notable skills, and the rudimentary spear he wielded provided him with little advantage, merely a token gesture at best. "Did you bring this spear from beyond the Great Wall?" Lance inquired, sheathing his sword. "No, I crafted it myself after crossing the wall," the barbarian replied. "Come with me. I shall prepare a superior spear for you." Lance resolved to recruit this 200 experienced barbarian. If the troop panel could ascertain his loyalty, it would effectively grant him an additional ally. Although 200 experience points were negligible in a one-on-one confrontation, he could serve as a distraction against multiple foes. Lance instructed Jimmy to share a mount with him while the reluctant barbarian rode alongside the unwilling Haihua. Should the barbarian exhibit any erratic behavior, he would be in a position to avenge Haihua. The 4 of them returned to Winterfell before dusk, where Haihua hastily sought the scholar's servant for a fresh bandaging of his wounds. Lance refrained from visiting the blacksmith shop within the city at that moment, as even a slightly better quality spearhead would cost 7 or 8 silver deer, a sum he could not afford. All matters would have to wait until they reached King's Landing. He recalled the boisterous king who, upon arriving in King's Landing, organized a grand tournament for his dear friend Eddard Stark. The television adaptation portrayed little of this. However, in his previous life, he had diligently researched that particular tournament. The prize money exceeded all previous tournaments combined. The champion of the spear contest garnered a staggering 40,000 golden dragons, while the victor of the team melee received 20,000. The archery champion received the least, a mere 10,000 golden dragons. Lance yearned to claim them all. Whether 70,000 golden dragons could purchase a grand castle was uncertain, as he had never heard of any nobles selling their ancestral estate. However, 70,000 golden dragons would suffice to forge several thousand suits of fine plate armor or procure over 10,000 of the finest warhorses. Even if he were to purchase a 100-acre estate and employ 100 servants, indulging in revelry for 100 years would scarcely deplete his wealth. Yet, he recalled a champion archer who squandered 10,000 golden dragons within a year at a brothel. He was curious to discover which establishment had captured such a fortune. Lance approached Joffrey, who was responsible for the southern guards, and secured his consent. He even arranged for a horse to be shared between Gorgon and Jimmy, under the condition that the 2 assist in caring for the horses and maintaining the equipment of all the southern guards. Joffrey cautioned Lance, "You must keep a close watch on that barbarian. Should he harbor any ill intentions, I will not hesitate to eliminate him." "I shall be the one to slay him first," Lance retorted. Lance harbored no suspicions regarding Gorgon's intentions. Initially, he had bravely shielded his wife and children from harm's way. And now, in a gesture of gratitude and a desire to continue his role as a warrior, he willingly set forth southward rather than remaining a mere farmer in the village. Lance arranged for Gorgon and Jimmy to stay at the Soul Tavern in Winterfell, which was rather desolate this evening. With the impending journey south, neither the guards of Winterfell nor the attendants accompanying the king northward had come to indulge in revelry, save for a jovial little dwarf who could not resist the allure of drink. Chapter 20. Tyrion, do you believe in ghosts? Lord Tyrion, Lance greeted politely. Lance, Tyrion replied, his gaze bleary, his left hand still caressing Rose's waist. I haven't seen you since you bested the hound yesterday. I returned to Dell Village. By the banks of the White Knife, Lance said, taking a seat beside Tyrion while directing Gorgon and Jimmy to sit opposite. Do you mind treating us to a drink and perhaps some roast chicken, sausage, and pigeon pie? Of course, my friend, Tyrion chuckled heartily. Today, however, he felt a tinge of boredom, far removed from the warmth he had experienced on his first night in Winterfell. Regrettably, there were no pigeon pies here. One would have to travel to King's Landing for such delicacies. That's quite all right. I can wait until King's Landing, Lance replied, well aware that the Smoke and Fire Tavern lacked pigeon pies, as did Winterfell, where pork pies were the norm, and the Starks indulged in kidney pies. In the frigid north, pigeon was not a staple food. Certainly, Tyrion leered mischievously. I shall treat you to the finest brothel in King's Landing, Satya S., where you may truly experience the city's hospitality. With great pleasure, Lance answered fearlessly, for his little bird had endured 20 years of solitude. Yet he wondered if this world harbored any infectious diseases. Did you know the bastard is headed to the Night's Watch? Tyrion raised his goblet and clinked it against Lance's before taking a hearty swig. He mentioned to me this afternoon that he intends to become a sworn brother. I am aware, Lance nodded. Winter has come, the White Walkers have awakened, and it is the Stark's duty to guard the wall. Have you been drinking? Tyrion inquired, bewildered. What White Walkers? Gogan, please recount to Lord Tyrion Lannister what you have witnessed. Lance urged the wild man to share his tale once more. Gogan, unfamiliar with the significance of the Lannisters, recounted his story again, this time with greater fluency and clarity due to repetition. As he listened to the wild man's narrative, Tyrion momentarily forgot his drink. Once Gogan finished, he raised his goblet and drained it in one gulp, slamming it down with force. Are you jesting? He wished to laugh heartily, but found himself unable to do so. You might as well tell me that beyond the wall there are not only White Walkers, but also giants and the children of the forest. I have seen giants. Gogan replied earnestly. I encountered a tribe of giants at the Hornburg River, who now follow Mance Raider. Oh? Tyrion replied with an awkward chuckle. And did you happen to see the children of the forest or whites? I have never encountered the children of the forest, Gogan remarked candidly. But I did witness the cannibal tribe of the Great Glacier at Deerhorn River, who feast upon corpses. Tyrion chuckled awkwardly, realizing the wild man possessed no sense of humor. Gogan's experience was not solitary. Lancel deemed it essential to publicize the existence of the White Walkers, to persuade more individuals to believe, thereby redirecting the nobility and knights, whose idleness was intolerable, to march northward and eradicate the White Walkers. Just over a month prior, the Night's Watch deserter executed by Lord Eddard had also seen them, as had Lord Banyan, who had captured numerous wildlings crossing the wall in recent months, all of whom had encountered the White Walkers. Thus, they sought to flee southward. Perhaps one day reaching King's Landing, stepping into the brothels of Shataya, where you might coincidentally find yourself. This just was far from amusing. Tyrion crossed his legs tightly, recalling that he had seen a mermaid off the coast of Lannisport. Lancel scoffed. Where would a mermaid come from? Look, Tyrion replied with a grin. You disbelieve in mermaids just as I disbelieve in White Walkers. Very well, Lancel conceded, shifting the topic. Are you intending to visit the wall? How do you know? Tyrion inquired, surprised that he had not mentioned it. On the night the king arrived, as we drank here, you expressed a desire to go to the world's end, to relieve yourself at the wall. Oh, Tyrion exclaimed, though he could not recall uttering such words. They indeed resonated with his innermost thoughts. Lancel, reflecting on a memory from a past life, posed a question. Do you possess any Valyrian steel weaponry? Valyrian steel? Tyrion exclaimed dramatically, taking a hearty swig of his drink. By the seven, my family has longed for a single piece. Do you think a dwarf like me could own Valyrian steel? Not even a dagger? Lancel recalled that the dagger used in the assassination attempt on Bran Stark belonged to Tyrion, igniting countless disputes until the truth about Robert's 3 children was unveiled, costing Eddard and the Winterfell guards their lives. A dagger? That too is Valyrian steel. Tyrion shook his head. I have heard that the king's treasury contains several Valyrian steel daggers, but I possess none. A thought struck him, and he raised his head. I saw that little brat Joffrey wielding a dragonbone dagger, presumably taken from his father. Our king delights in using Valyrian steel to carve his meat. Lancel felt perplexed. This was incorrect. The details were drastically misaligned. The narrative claimed it belonged to Tyrion, yet it had transformed into Joffrey's dagger. When you descend from the wall, you could return to King's Landing by ship from White Harbor. It would be swifter. Lancel was unwilling to incite a war over a dwarf. He yearned for peace. As long as Robert and Eddard remained alive, the 7 kingdoms would stand firm. As a Stark guard, all he needed was to win a championship at the tournament. With endless gold dragons awaiting him, he would then be preoccupied with how to spend it. Spare me, Tyrion replied with a bitter smile. I cannot endure life at sea. Riding southward while indulging in pleasures suits me best. Lance felt a sense of helplessness. Why would this person ignore wise counsel? The land could be perilous. I am a Lannister, he declared proudly, grasping the garment adorned with the golden lion crest. A Lannister always pays his debts. Who dares to harm a Lannister? Yet, Lance found himself once more in a state of exasperation. A woman driven to madness cares little for one's lineage. All she sees is her son. However, he had just learned from Jory that Bran had not yet broken his legs. He remained the lively, healthy boy he had always been. Tomorrow, this spirited lad would accompany his father, Duke Eddard, southward, away from the north, where the Green Prophet's influence could reach. Could this future be considered altered by his own hand? A minor change could indeed precipitate monumental upheaval. Lance had always resonated with this truth from his previous life. Yet, certain transformations are arduous, particularly those concerning human nature and the immutable past. The three children of King Robert were undeniably the offspring of the queen and her twin brother. This was a past that could not be altered. Eddard's stubbornness and sense of honor prevented him from witnessing the horrific fate that befell Rhaegar's wife and children, replayed upon the queen and her three offspring. Thus, Eddard's suicidal quest was unrelated to whether Bran would walk again. The challenge was insurmountable. Lance, noticing the troubled expression on Tyrion's face, remarked, "You seem quite pensive. Have you never tasted the pleasures of a woman? Today, roast is available for you. Perhaps we shall wait until we reach King's Landing," Lance replied, producing a silver stag to pay the tavern keeper for accommodations for Goran and Jimmy. It was time for him to return to the guardhouse. "You see," Tyrion chuckled, "you don't believe in mermaids, just as I do not believe in White Walkers." "Very well," Lance conceded, shifting the conversation. "Are you planning a trip to the Wall?" "How did you know?" Tyrion inquired, surprised, as he had not spoken of it. "On the night the king arrived, we were here drinking. And you expressed a desire to visit the world's end, to relieve yourself at the Wall." Oh, Tyrion realized, though he could not recall uttering those words. They indeed reflected his innermost thoughts. Lance, recalling a scene from his past life, could not help but ask, "Do you possess any Valyrian steel weapons?" "Valyrian steel?" Tyrion exclaimed, taking a hearty sip of his drink. "The seven save us. My family has dreamt of owning even a single piece." "Do you truly believe a dwarf like me could possess Valyrian steel? Not even a dagger?" Lance remembered that the dagger used in the assassination attempt on Bran Stark belonged to Tyrion, which had sparked countless disputes until the truth about Robert's three children was revealed, costing Eddard and the guards of Winterfell their lives. "A dagger? That too is Valyrian steel," Tyrion replied, shaking his head. "I've heard rumors of several Valyrian steel daggers in the king's treasury, but I have none." Then, he recalled something else and said, "I saw that little brat Joffrey wielding a dragonbone dagger. It must have been taken from his father. Our king enjoys using Valyrian steel to carve his meat." Lance felt bewildered. Something was amiss. The discrepancies in the details were too vast. The show claimed it was Tyrion's dagger, yet now it had become the dagger of the king's son, Joffrey. "As you journey south from the Great Wall, you may take a vessel from White Harbor back to King's Landing, a far swifter option." Lancel does not wish to instigate a war over a dwarf. He yearns for peace. As long as Robert and Eddard remain alive, the Seven Kingdoms shall stand firm as a mountain, as a sworn sword of House Stark. He need only claim victory in the tournament, and a bounty of gold dragons shall await him, leaving him to fret over how to spend his fortune each day. "Spare me," Tyrion chuckled ruefully. "I cannot endure the life at sea. Riding south on horseback, with indulgence along the way, suits me far better." Lancel, in exasperation, pondered why this man disregarded wise counsel. The land would be fraught with peril. "I am a Lannister," Tyrion proclaimed, grasping the fabric adorned with the sigil of the lion. "Lannisters settle their debts. Who dares harm a Lannister?" Lancel felt yet again a sense of futility. A woman driven mad by grief cares not for one's lineage, fixating solely on her son. However, he had recently gleaned from Jory that Bran had not yet broken his legs. He remained the lively, robust boy he had always been. Tomorrow, this healthy child would accompany his father, Lord Eddard, southward, away from the influence of the Green Seer over the north. Could this future be deemed altered by his own hand? A minor change might precipitate monumental upheaval. Lancel resonated with this truth from his past life. Yet, some changes are insurmountable, such as the nature of man in the irrevocable past. King Robert's three children were undeniably born of the queen and her twin brother, a fact rooted in an unchangeable history. Eddard's stubbornness and honor compel him to avert his gaze from the horrific fate that befell Rhaegar's wife and children, fearing it might befall the queen and her three offspring. Thus, Eddard's reckless pursuit of death is unrelated to whether Bran's legs remain unbroken. Such a notion is exceedingly complex. "Lancel," Tyrion remarked, observing the guard's troubled visage, "you seem burdened with sorrow. Have you yet to experience the company of a woman? Today, Rose is at your disposal." "Perhaps I shall wait until we reach King's Landing," Lancel replied, producing a silver stag to hand to the tavern keeper, instructing him to arrange rooms for Gogan and Jimmy. He must return to the guardroom. "See," Tyrion laughed, "you disbelieve in mermaids, much like I disbelieve in White Walkers." "Very well," Lancel conceded, shifting the subject. "Do you intend to visit the Wall?" "How did you know?" Tyrion inquired, somewhat astonished, for he believed he had not mentioned it. "The night the king arrived, we drank here, and you expressed a desire to visit the edge of the world, to relieve yourself atop the Wall." Oh, Tyrion realized. Though he could not recall uttering such words, it indeed reflected his innermost thoughts. Lancel, recalling a scene from his previous existence, inquired, "Do you possess any Valyrian steel weaponry?" "Valyrian steel?" Tyrion exclaimed dramatically, taking a hearty swig of his drink. "By the seven, my family dreams of owning even a single blade." "Do you truly believe a dwarf like me could possess Valyrian steel?" Not even a dagger? Lancel recalled that the dagger used in the assassination attempt on Bran Stark belonged to Tyrion, which had precipitated countless disputes, culminating in the revelation of the truth about Robert's 3 children, costing Eddard and the guards of Winterfell their lives. A dagger? That too is Valyrian steel. Tyrion shook his head, recounting rumors of several Valyrian steel daggers residing within the royal treasury, yet he possessed none. A thought struck him, and he tilted his head, saying, I witnessed Joffrey wielding a dragonbone dagger, likely acquired from his father. Our king has a penchant for slicing meat with Valyrian steel. Lancel, slightly bewildered, found the discrepancy disconcerting. The narrative had attributed the dagger to Tyrion, yet it had seemingly transformed into the possession of the king's son, Joffrey. You could sail from White Harbor back to King's Landing as you descend from the wall. It would be much swifter. Lancel had no desire for conflict ignited by a dwarf. He yearned for peace. As long as Robert and Eddard remained alive, the 7 kingdoms could stand firm. As a Stark household guard, all he needed was to secure victory in the tournament, where an abundance of gold dragons awaited him, leaving him to ponder the challenges of spending his newfound wealth. Spare me, Tyrion replied with a rueful smile. I cannot endure life at sea. Traveling south on horseback while indulging in pleasures is far more suited to me. Lancel felt a sense of futility. Why would this man ignore sage advice? Land could be perilous. I am a Lannister, Tyrion declared proudly, grasping the lion-embroidered fabric of his attire. A Lannister always pays his debts. Who would dare harm a Lannister? Lancel's exasperation deepened. A woman driven by madness cared little for one's lineage, her focus solely on her son. Yet, having gleaned from Jory that Bran had not yet broken his legs and remained the lively, healthy boy he was, tomorrow this robust child would accompany his father, Lord Eddard, southward, away from the northern influence of the Green Seer. Did this signify that the future had been altered by his own hand? A minor change could indeed precipitate monumental transformations. Lancel resonated with this truth from his former life. However, some changes proved exceedingly challenging, particularly those pertaining to human nature and the past that had already transpired. The 3 children of King Robert were undeniably the offspring of the Queen and her twin brother, an immutable aspect of history. Eddard's stubbornness and sense of honor prevented him from witnessing a repeat of the tragedy that befell Rhaegar's wife and children upon the Queen and her brood. Therefore, Eddard's self-destructive tendencies were unrelated to whether Bran would walk again. Such a resolution was profoundly complex. Tyrion, he said, observing the troubled expression on the guard's face. You seem burdened by sorrow. Have you never known the touch of a woman? Today, Rose is at your disposal. Perhaps I shall wait until we reach King's Landing. Lancel replied, producing a silver stag to hand to the tavern keeper, instructing him to arrange accommodations for Goran and Jimmy. As it was time for him to return to the guardhouse. See, Tyrion remarked with a grin, you do not believe in mermaids, akin to my disbelief in White Walkers. Very well, Lancel conceded, shifting the conversation. Do you intend to venture to the wall? How did you know? Tyrion inquired, taken aback as he believed he had not disclosed such intentions. On the night the king arrived, we were drinking here. And you expressed a desire to urinate at the end of the world, atop the wall. Ah, Tyrion responded with realization, though he could not recall uttering those words. They indeed reflected his innermost thoughts. Lancel, reminiscing about a scene from his past life, could not help but ask, do you possess any Valyrian steel weaponry? Valyrian steel? Tyrion exaggeratedly took a large gulp of wine. 7 gods. My family dreams of possessing a piece of it. Do you truly believe that a dwarf like me could own Valyrian steel? Not even a dagger? Lancel recalled that the dagger used in the attempted assassination of Bran Stark belonged to Tyrion, which had sparked countless disputes, culminating in the revelation of the truth regarding Robert's 3 children, costing Eddard and the guards of Winterfell their lives. A dagger? That too is Valyrian steel. Tyrion shook his head. I have heard that the king's treasury contains several Valyrian steel daggers, but I possess none. He then recalled something, lifting his head to say, I saw that little brat Joffrey wielding a dragonbone dagger, presumably acquired from his father. Our king has a penchant for cutting his meat with Valyrian steel. Lancel felt bewildered. Something was amiss. The details differed too greatly. The show had attributed the dagger to Tyrion. How had it now become Joffrey's? When you descend from the wall, you could take a ship from White Harbor back to King's Landing, which would be much faster. Lancel had no desire to ignite a war over a dwarf. He yearned for peace. As long as Robert and Eddard remained alive, the 7 kingdoms would stand firm. As a Stark guard, all he needed was to win a championship at the tournament, and an abundance of golden dragons would await him, leaving him to ponder how to spend them. Spare me, Tyrion said with a wry smile. I cannot endure life at sea. Riding south while indulging in pleasures is far more suited to me. Lancel sighed, exasperated by Tyrion's refusal to heed sound advice. The land could be perilous. I am a Lannister, Tyrion declared, tugging at the lion-emblazoned fabric of his attire with pride. A Lannister always pays his debts. Who dares harm a Lannister? Lancel felt a renewed sense of helplessness. A woman driven mad by grief would not care whether one was a Lannister. Her focus would solely be on her son. However, he had just heard from Jory that Bran had not yet broken his legs. He remained the same lively, healthy boy. Tomorrow, this healthy boy would accompany his father, Lord Eddard, southward, away from the influence of the Green Seer in the north. Could this future be considered altered by his own actions? Even a slight alteration could provoke monumental changes. Lancel resonated deeply with this truth from his past life. Yet there existed a type of change that was exceedingly difficult, the essence of a person and the past that had already transpired. The fact that King Robert's 3 children were born of the Queen and her twin brother was an immutable past. Eddard's stubbornness and sense of honor prevented him from witnessing the tragic fate of Rhaegar's wife and children befalling the Queen and her 3 offspring. Thus, Eddard's reckless quest for death was unrelated to whether Bran would break his legs. It was an arduous challenge. Lancel, Tyrion remarked, gazing at the guard's troubled expression. You seem quite troubled. Have you never known a woman? Rose has offered herself to you today, perhaps in King's Landing. Lancel replied as he produced a silver stag to hand to the tavern keeper, requesting accommodations for Goran and Jimmy. It was time for him to return to the guardhouse. See, Tyrion smiled, you disbelieve in mermaids, just as I disbelieve in White Walkers. Very well, Lancel conceded, shifting the topic. Are you planning to venture to the Wall? How do you know? Tyrion was somewhat astonished, as it seemed he had never uttered such words. On the night the king arrived, we were here drinking. And you mentioned your desire to journey to the world's end, to relieve yourself upon the Wall. Oh, Tyrion realized, though he could not recall saying it that night. It truly reflected the sentiments within his heart. Lance, recalling a scene from a past life, inquired, do you possess any Valyrian steel weaponry? Valyrian steel? Tyrion exaggeratedly took a large gulp of his drink and exclaimed, 7 gods, my family dreams of owning a single piece. Do you truly believe a dwarf like me could possess Valyrian steel? Not even a dagger? Lance remembered that the dagger used in the assassination attempt on Bran Stark belonged to Tyrion, which had ignited countless disputes, culminating in the revelation of the truth about Robert's 3 children, costing Eddard and the guards of Winterfell their lives. A dagger? That too is Valyrian steel. Tyrion shook his head, stating, I have heard that the king's treasury holds several Valyrian steel daggers, but I own none. He suddenly recalled something and added, I saw that little brat Joffrey wielding a dragonbone dagger, which he must have acquired from his father. Our king enjoys slicing his meat with Valyrian steel. Lance felt a bit bewildered. This was amiss. The details were vastly different. The tale indicated it was Tyrion's. Yet it had transformed into the dagger of the king's son, Joffrey. When you descend from the Wall, you could return to King's Landing by ship from White Harbor. It would be much swifter. Lance was reluctant to precipitate a war over a dwarf. He yearned for peace. As long as Robert and Eddard remained alive, the 7 kingdoms would stand firm. As a Stark guard, he merely needed to secure victory in the tournament, and an endless supply of gold dragons awaited him, leaving him to ponder the best ways to spend his fortune. Spare me, Tyrion chuckled ruefully, I cannot endure life at sea. Riding southward, indulging along the way, is far more suited to me. Lance sighed in exasperation. How could this man disregard wise counsel? The land would be perilous. I am a Lannister, Tyrion proclaimed proudly, grasping the embroidered lion insignia on his attire. A Lannister always pays his debts. Who would dare harm a Lannister? Lance felt a renewed sense of frustration. A woman driven by madness cares not for whether you are a Lannister. Her only concern is her son. However, from what he had gleaned from Jory, Bran had yet to break his legs and remained that lively, healthy boy. Tomorrow, this healthy boy would accompany his father, Lord Eddard, southward, away from the influence of the Green Seer over the north. Could this future not be deemed altered by his actions? A slight change could trigger monumental upheavals. Lance had always resonated with this truth from his past life. Yet, certain changes are arduous to effectuate, particularly those concerning human nature and the irreversible past. The 3 children of King Robert were undeniably born of the Queen and her twin brother, a fact that was immutable. Eddard's stubbornness and sense of honor prevented him from witnessing the tragic fate that befell Rhaegar's wife and children mirrored upon the Queen and her 3 offspring. Thus, Eddard's self-destructive tendencies were independent of whether Bran's legs were broken. This was a formidable challenge indeed. Lancel. Tyrion tilted his head to observe the pained expression on the guard's face. You seem quite troubled. Have you not yet tasted the pleasures of a woman? Today, Rose is available for your indulgence. Or shall we wait until we reach King's Landing? Lancel produced a silver stag and handed it to the tavern keeper, instructing him to arrange accommodations for Goran and Jimmy, as he must return to his post. Look, Tyrion said with a smile, you do not believe in mermaids. Just as I do not believe in White Walkers. Very well, Lancel conceded, shifting the topic. Are you planning to journey to the Wall? How do you know? Tyrion inquired, somewhat astonished as he believed he had not mentioned it. On the night the king arrived, we were here drinking. And you expressed a desire to journey to the edge of the world and relieve yourself atop the wall. Oh, Tyrion realized. Though he could not recall uttering such words that night, it indeed reflected his innermost thoughts. Lancel, recalling a memory from a past life, posed a question. Do you possess any Valyrian steel weapons? Valyrian steel? Tyrion exclaimed, taking a hearty gulp of his drink. By the seven, my family has long yearned for such a blade. Do you truly believe a dwarf like me could own Valyrian steel? Not even a dagger? Lancel remembered that the dagger used in the assassination attempt on Bran Stark belonged to Tyrion, igniting countless disputes that culminated in the revelation of Robert's true parentage, costing Eddard and the guards of Winterfell their lives. A dagger? That too is Valyrian steel. Tyrion shook his head. I have heard whispers of several Valyrian steel daggers in the king's treasury, but I possess none. He then recalled something and lifted his head, saying, I saw that little brat Joffrey wielding a dragonbone dagger, likely obtained from his father. Our king enjoys using Valyrian steel to carve his meat. Lancel felt perplexed. Something was amiss. The details were vastly different. In the tales, it was Tyrion's dagger, yet now it had transformed into Joffrey's. When you descend from the wall, you could take a ship from White Harbor back to King's Landing. It would be swifter. Lancel had no desire to incite a war over a dwarf. He longed for peace. As long as Robert and Eddard remained alive, the Seven Kingdoms would stand firm. As a Stark guard, he needed only to secure victory in the tournament, where an abundance of golden dragons awaited him, and he would then ponder how to spend his wealth. Spare me. Tyrion chuckled ruefully. I cannot endure the life at sea. Riding south while indulging myself suits me far better. Lancel sighed in resignation. This man would not heed wise counsel. The land could be perilous. I'm a Lannister, Tyrion proclaimed, grasping the lion emblazoned fabric of his attire with pride. A Lannister always pays his debts. Who dares harm a Lannister? Lancel felt yet again a sense of futility. A woman driven to madness would not care whether one was a Lannister. Her focus would solely be on her son. However, he had just gleaned from Jory that Bran had yet to break his legs and remained the lively, healthy boy he had always been. Tomorrow, this spirited youth would accompany his father, Eddard Stark, southward, away from the influence of the Greenseers in the north. Might this future now be altered by his own actions? A slight alteration can precipitate monumental transformations. Lancel, recalling the truth from his past life, profoundly resonates with this notion, yet certain changes are arduous, particularly those concerning human nature and the irrevocable past. The three offspring of King Robert, born of the Queen and her twin brother, represent an immutable history. Eddard's steadfastness and honor compel him to avert his gaze from the tragic demise of Rhaegar's wife and children, which now threatens to unfold upon the Queen and her three progeny. Thus, Eddard's self-destructive tendencies are inextricably linked to a reality far removed from Bran's potential disability, rendering the situation exceedingly complex. Lancel, observing the troubled visage of Tyrion, remarked, You appear quite distressed. Have you yet to experience the company of a woman? Today, Rose is at your disposal. Perhaps we shall wait until we reach King's Landing, Lancel replied, producing a silver stag to offer the tavern keeper for accommodations for Gogan and Jimmy as he prepared to return to the guardroom. Look, Tyrion chuckled. You doubt the existence of mermaids, just as I dismissed the notion of White Walkers. Very well, Lancel conceded, shifting the topic. Do you intend to venture to the wall? How do you know? Tyrion queried, somewhat astonished, for he believed he had not mentioned it. On the night the king arrived, we were here drinking. And you expressed a desire to urinate at the edge of the world, atop the wall. Ah, Tyrion exclaimed, although he could not recall uttering such words. It indeed reflected his innermost thoughts. Lancel, prompted by a scene from his past life, inquired, Do you possess any Valyrian steel weaponry? Valyrian steel? Tyrion exclaimed dramatically, taking a hearty swig of his drink. By the seven, my family has longed for such a blade in our dreams. Do you truly believe a dwarf like me could own Valyrian steel? Not even a dagger? Lancel recollected that the dagger used in the assassination attempt on Bran Stark belonged to Tyrion, igniting a series of conflicts that culminated in the revelation of the truth regarding Robert's three children, costing Eddard and the guards of Winterfell their lives. A dagger? That too is Valyrian steel, Tyrion countered, shaking his head. I have heard tales of several Valyrian steel daggers residing within the king's treasury, but I possess none. He pondered for a moment, then continued, I saw that little brat Joffrey wielding a dragonglass dagger, likely acquired from his father. Our sovereign delights in using Valyrian steel to carve his meat. Lancel, momentarily taken aback, found this dissonance troubling. How could such details diverge so drastically? The narrative had attributed the dagger to Tyrion, yet it had now become Joffrey's. When you journey south from the wall, you may return to King's Landing by ship from White Harbor, which would be swifter. Lancel harbored no desire for a conflict instigated by a dwarf. He yearned for peace. As long as Robert and Eddard remained alive, the Seven Kingdoms could stand resolute. As a Stark guard, he merely needed to secure victory in the tournament, where an abundance of golden dragons awaited him, leaving him to ponder the dilemma of how to spend his riches each day. "Spare me," Tyrion replied with a wry smile. "I cannot endure the life at sea. Riding southward, indulging in pleasures along the way, is far more suited to my tastes." Lancel sighed, perplexed by Tyrion's unwillingness to heed prudent counsel, for the land could prove perilous. "I am a Lannister," Tyrion, with his small hand grasping the garment embroidered with the sigil of the lion, proclaimed with pride. "A Lannister always pays his debts. Who dares to harm a Lannister?" Lancel felt a sense of helplessness once more. A woman driven by madness cares not for your lineage, for in her eyes, there exists only her son. However, he had just gleaned from Yora that Bran had yet to break his leg. He remained the lively, healthy boy he had always been. Tomorrow, this healthy lad would accompany his father, Lord Eddard, southward, away from the influence of the Green Seer in the north. Could it be that this future had been altered by his own hand? A slight alteration could indeed precipitate monumental upheaval. Lancel, recalling the wisdom from his previous life, was profoundly attuned to this truth. Yet, certain changes are insurmountable, such as human nature and the irrevocable past. The three children of King Robert were born of the Queen and her twin brother. This immutable past could not be rewritten. Eddard's stubbornness and sense of honor prevented him from bearing witness to the tragic demise of Rhaegar's wife and children being mirrored upon the Queen and her three offspring. Thus, Eddard's reckless pursuit of death was entirely detached from whether Bran would suffer a broken leg. This was an exceedingly difficult predicament. Lancel, observing the troubled countenance of Tyrion, remarked, "You seem quite melancholic. Have you not tasted the pleasures of a woman? Today, roast shall be at your service. Or shall we wait until we reach King's Landing?" Lancel produced a silver stag and entrusted it to the tavern keeper to arrange accommodations for Gorin and Jimmy, for he had to return to the guardhouse. "Look," Tyrion chuckled. "You do not believe in mermaids, just as I do not believe in White Walkers." "Very well," Lancel conceded, changing the subject. "Are you planning to visit the wall?" "How do you know?" Tyrion inquired, surprised, for he believed he had not spoken of it. "On the night the king arrived, we were here drinking. And you mentioned wanting to journey to the world's end to relieve yourself atop the wall." Oh, Tyrion recalled, though he could not quite remember uttering those words. Yet it indeed resonated with his innermost thoughts. Lancel, reflecting on a scene from his past life, could not help but ask, "Do you possess any Valyrian steel weaponry?" "Valyrian steel?" Tyrion exclaimed dramatically, taking a hearty gulp of wine. "By the seven, my family dreams of owning a single piece." "Do you believe a dwarf like me could have Valyrian steel? Not even a dagger?" Lancel remembered that the dagger used in the assassination attempt on Bran Stark belonged to Tyrion, which had provoked countless subsequent disputes until the truth about Robert's three children was revealed, costing Eddard and the guards of Winterfell their lives. "A dagger? That too is Valyrian steel." Tyrion shook his head. "I have heard that the king's treasury contains several Valyrian steel daggers, but I possess none." He then recalled something else, raising his head and stating, "I saw that little brat Joffrey wielding a dragabone dagger. He must have acquired it from his father. Our king enjoys using Valyrian steel to carve his meat." Lancel was somewhat bewildered. This did not seem right. The discrepancies in detail were too vast. In the tale, it was Tyrion's dagger. How had it transformed into Joffrey's? "When you descend from the wall, you may take a ship from White Harbor back to King's Landing. It will be much swifter." Lancel did not wish for a war to erupt over a dwarf. He yearned for peace. As long as Robert and Eddard remained alive, the Seven Kingdoms would stand firm as a mountain. As a sworn shield of House Stark, all he needed was to clinch the championship at the tournament. And an endless bounty of gold dragons would await him, leaving him to ponder how to spend it daily. "Spare me," Tyrion said with a bitter smile. "I cannot endure life at sea. Riding south while indulging in pleasures along the way suits me far better." Lancel felt a sense of helplessness. How could this man disregard prudent advice? The land could be perilous. "I am a Lannister," Tyrion declared proudly, grasping the fabric adorned with the lion's sigil. "A Lannister always pays his debts. Who would dare harm a Lannister?" Once again, Lancel felt exasperated. A woman driven to madness cared not whether one was a Lannister. Her only concern was her son. However, he had just learned from Jory that Bran had not yet broken his leg. He remained the lively and healthy boy he had always been. Tomorrow, this healthy boy would accompany his father, Duke Eddard, southward, away from the influence of the Green Seer over the north. Could this future be considered altered by his own hand? Even the slightest change could precipitate monumental upheaval. Lancel was well acquainted with this truth from his past life, yet some changes proved exceedingly difficult, such as the nature of humanity and the irrevocable past. The three children of King Robert were born of the Queen and her twin brother, a fact that could not be altered. Eddard's stubbornness and sense of honor prevented him from witnessing the tragic demise of Rhaegar's wife and children replayed upon the queen and her 3 offspring. Thus, Eddard's reckless pursuit of death was unrelated to whether Bran remained uninjured, a daunting reality indeed. Lancel, Tyrion observed, tilting his head to regard the troubled expression on his companion's face. You appear quite distressed. Have you not sampled the company of a woman? Today, Roast is at your disposal. Perhaps it would be best to wait until we reach King's Landing, Lancel replied, producing a silver stag to hand to the tavern owner, instructing him to arrange accommodations for Gorgon and Jimmy. It was time for him to return to the guardroom. Chapter 21. For experience points rating the following morning. Dutiful Lancel rose early, summoning Gorgon and Jimmy from the tavern to ready his horse. He spotted Jon standing before the blacksmith shop, and Jaime appeared there as well. Lancel approached his friends with enthusiasm. Jon, Sir Jaime, are you feeling combative today, Lancel? Jaime asked, his ever-sunny smile gracing his face as he regarded the Winterfell guard. We haven't seen you at the list these past few days, nor have you graced us with your presence beneath the tower. Upon hearing this, Lancel felt a flicker of suspicion. Did it imply that Sir Jaime had once more shared intimate moments with the Queen Sister in the ruined tower? I returned home to visit family, Lancel replied with a smile. But on the road southward, I shall seek out challengers for combat. I hope Sir Jaime will not hesitate to impart his wisdom. Jaime shook his head with a smile, not responding, and turned to depart. Lancel pursed his lips, and Jon remarked, Why have you been so eager for conflict lately? They say you are the combative Lancel. Even our father is aware. And I hear the king has inquired about you, stating that you vanquished the Lannister dog and should take its place as the prince's sworn shield. What a glorious moment it is. Lance, feeling utterly fatigued, has replaced the dog, truly a magnificent king of drunkards. I have dedicated myself to perfecting my swordsmanship to protect your father, Lord Eddard Stark, a vassal of House Stark loyal for 6 centuries. Lance replied earnestly. Jon accepted 2 swords handed to him by the blacksmith and expressed his apologies to Lance. I must bid farewell to Bran and Arya. Lance nodded, puzzled by the presence of 2 swords. In his previous memories, Jon had only gifted Arya a slender dagger when departing from Winterfell. Something felt amiss, as the intertwining of past recollections and current experiences left him somewhat disoriented, often blurring the lines between the narrative and reality. The morning was fleeting, and soon it was midday, with the sounds of voices and neighing horses echoing throughout Winterfell. Lance, accompanied by Gorgon and Jimmy, enjoyed his final breakfast in Winterfell. The noble's 3 daily meals, though not particularly exquisite, satisfied him. After seizing a roasted chicken, a piece of roasted pork, 3 loaves of bread, and 2 bowls of thick soup, Lance, with a slight bulge in his stomach, stood guard at the outer gate of Winterfell, witnessing one gallant knight after another from the south pass by on horseback. He greeted the passing knights with a beaming smile, only to receive a frosty glare and a disdainful snort from Joffrey, who stood beside the dog. An unknown knight in the king's retinue offered him a slight nod and a radiant smile, to which Lance reciprocated with a friendly grin directed at Sir Jaime. This journey must not be missed. The potential for substantial experience is immense. Ever since the arrival of the Hound, he no longer regarded the mere hundreds of experience points with any importance. Besides Jaime and the Hound, the king's entourage consisted of 3 members of the King's Guard. Even if they did not match the Hound, they must surely be worth the effort of engaging Jaime, whose value was akin to slicing through vegetables, 800 experience points. He needed to concoct an irresistible reason to fervently pursue the King's Guard. With dreams in his heart, Lance rode joyfully along the road. As he parted ways with Jon and Tyrion, who were heading north towards the Wall, he once again cautioned Jon to remain vigilant against the White Walkers. Jon, with a serious expression, acknowledged this warning, leaving Tyrion looking perplexed. Were these northerners' minds perhaps muddled by mermaids, believing in the existence of White Walkers? Even the first ranger of the Night's Watch, Benjen Stark, bore a grave demeanor. Lord Benjen, Lance addressed Eddard's younger brother, who was soon to embark on a perilous journey north. For the Starks, for the 7 kingdoms, I hope you do not hastily enter the haunted woods. Wait until you possess sufficient obsidian weaponry and have organized enough rangers to venture north. Benjen furrowed his brow slightly at the guard's perceived rudeness. Yet he sensed the concern behind Lance's words for his nephew. I shall be cautious. Winter is upon us, and I must protect Ned, Benjen replied, glancing at the king's retinue gradually receding in the distance, along with his brother Eddard Stark, who turned back to look. I shall guard Lord Eddard with my life, Lance solemnly affirmed, until the end of my days. This declaration he intended to repeat from time to time. Take care, Jon extended his hand, clasping Lance's firmly. And I look forward to our next meeting. Lance smiled and nodded, cautioning Jon to avoid being slain by the others and to remain vigilant of threats from behind. Jon returned the smile as they parted ways, and Lance turned his horse to pursue the king's entourage, heading towards the distant King's Landing, where everything would change. The north was vast, and the king's procession trudged along for 8 days without even glimpsing the throat of the north, the Carhold. Nevertheless, Lance's reputation had already resonated throughout the king's retinue. Each day he eagerly challenged all, from the prime minister's guards and the king's own protectors to the Lannister warriors and knights from the southern realms, each one falling prey to Lance's quest for experience. His duels with the knights were akin to unlocking a new realm, granting him a clearer understanding of the assessment of combat prowess through his golden touch. To this end, he even designated names for different tiers of experience, much like his eagle, which he called Varys's little bird. The experience for a common soldier was set at 100, such as the likes of Fat Tom and his potbelly. Elite soldiers earned 200, exemplified by Robb, Jon, and Theon. Ordinary knights garnered 1,000, including the captain of the guards, Joffrey, and other southern knights. Elite knights held a value of 2,000, represented by the Kingsguard, Ser Marintrant. However, another member of the Kingsguard, Ser Alice Karstark, bestowed upon him a staggering 4,000 experience points, leaving him bewildered about his own evaluations. Did this imply that beyond elite, a new classification was necessary? Lance, possessing a flair for nomenclature, concocted a new title, Elite Knight 2,000 to 4,000. In his eyes, Alice posed a threat akin to Meryn. Both shameless Kingsguard leveraging their heavily armored might to toy with him, worth no more than a dog. Lance was disinclined to create a separate rank for Alice. He owned to best both his foes, Dog and Jaime, yet these two Lannisters, surpassing the Elite Knight threshold, ignored his challenges. As night fell and they set camp, Lance concluded his daily contests, garnering another 3,000 experience points and successfully ascending to level 9. His adoration for the Knights of the South and the Kingsguard was palpable. A veritable bounty of experience bestowed upon him. At level 8, he had activated his command skill, acquiring a troop panel, only to discover it was as ineffective as it was frustrating. Indeed, it paled in comparison to Varys's little bird. Troop 25, Gorgon, loyalty 60-100, sorrowful. Jimmy, loyalty 100-100. Joyous. Lance was incensed. What utility did this serve? Countless times, he had attempted to convey orders telepathically to Gorgon and Jimmy, only to be met with their bewildered stares, waiting for him to verbalize commands. You are more foolish than Varys's little bird, Lance lamented in frustration. Chapter 22, A Humble Assessment of Martial Strength. Lance, my lord seeks you. While contemplating how to swiftly reach level 10, Lance was summoned to the tent of Duke Eddard Stark, where he found both the captain of the Prime Minister's Guard, Joffrey, and Eddard's children, his young daughter Arya and his second son Bran, already present. My lord, Lance greeted. Lance nodded respectfully, feeling a twinge of unease. Recently, he had been accumulating experience at an alarming rate, resulting in significant wear on his sword and leather armor. Furthermore, his physical exertion had led him to consume twice the amount of food as his peers each night, causing even the tasks assigned by the Prime Minister to be delegated to others by Joffrey. Lance's demeanor, much like that of Ed, remained perpetually serious. He seldom revealed a smile in front of his subordinates. This characteristic starkly contrasted with the jovial nature of the Queen's twin brother, Jaime Lannister. Joffrey remarked, I hear you challenged another of Robert's Kingsguard, the formidable Ser Marintrant, yesterday. A smile crept across Joffrey's face, recalling the audacious words Lance had uttered in pursuit of that challenge. The impact of those words was formidable. Many knights who had looked down on Lance found themselves disarmed by their potency, as if those who hesitated to draw their swords against him possessed neither the strength nor the courage of a mere dog. Lance did not conceal this reputation. Who among the king and the Prime Minister's entourage was unaware of the guards from Winterfell who delighted in testing their mettle through combat? Bets had escalated from 10 silver stags to 10 golden dragons. A refusal to engage would lead to being labeled inferior, even to dogs. Countless knights, regardless of their regard for gold, felt compelled to draw their swords, with some even seeking Lance out to validate their prowess and skill. Although none of these challengers emerged victorious, many privately held Lance in high esteem, regardless of whether they faced common guards, knights, or the Kingsguard. This young sentinel from Winterfell afforded his opponents ample respect, allowing them over 20 opportunities to strike, leading the vanquished to believe their skills were comparable to those of the Kingsguard. Though defeated, they felt a sense of honor. For Lance himself required only a similar number of strikes to conquer a member of the Kingsguard. Did you lose today? Lance felt a sense of dissonance upon hearing this query. It did not align with the typical words of Lord Ed. He shook his head slightly. No. I have yet to be defeated by anyone save for the Kingsguard and the Queen's brother, Jaime Lannister. In one-on-one combat, I can prevail against all others. And what are the 3 Kingsguard? Ed inquired further. A growing sense of unease enveloped Lance as he maintained a humble demeanor while delivering a candid response. Indeed, Meryn, Alice, and Boros are not my equals. Who do you consider the strongest among them? Ed pressed on. Alice possesses the greatest skill, while Boros is inferior to Meryn, merely matching the level of other southern knights. Lance began to discern the peculiar nature of the conversation. Lord Ed seemed particularly inquisitive today. And what of Jory? Ed glanced at Jory, who wore an amused expression on his face. During their time in the south, Lance had engaged in numerous sparring sessions with Jory. Forming a fair assessment of his abilities, merely 1,000 experience points, a fraction of a hunting dog's worth. Lance hesitated to answer, feeling the need to maintain an air of respect. Jory smiled. Speak plainly. Both the Lord and I are eager to know the knight's swordsmanship. Winter is coming. Ed habitually uttered in his native tongue. Jory and Boros are of comparable skill, though Jory falls slightly short when matched against Meryn. And the gap between him and Alice is even wider. Lance could not help but raise an eyebrow at his own humility. What of the others? Jory was not angered. Through numerous sparring sessions and observations with Lance, he had developed a clear understanding of his own abilities. However, he was indeed astonished by the growth of this young man. Had Grendel, Lance's brother, possessed such prowess back in the day, perhaps he would not have met his demise beneath the walls of Pike. Recalling 9 years ago, when he and Grendel served as guards accompanying Duke Ed in quelling the Iron Islands rebellion, they were ordered to assault Pike. Jory was grievously injured, nearly losing his life. Yet Grendel was far less fortunate. As for the others, Lance reflected on the 48 guards aside from himself and Jory. Only 12 were worth 200 experience points, while the rest were merely 100, with 2 of them so inept that they didn't even reach that threshold, falling short of even the 50-year-old Fat Tom. These guards had all been selected from Winterfell's Guard Corps, which comprised only 200 professional soldiers. The rest were farmers who occasionally participated in training. Given the dismal combat capabilities of these professional soldiers, it was no wonder that fully armored knights, when charging, could easily overwhelm infantry by the dozen. To be frank, Lance, Jory reiterated, they are likely somewhat inferior to Boros. He chose his words with care, suggesting that Boros's value was akin to that of an ordinary knight. Utterly unworthy of the white cloak of the King's Guard, merely a filler. What about Vale and Highwater? Jory inquired, referring to 2 subordinates he once held in high regard, now reduced to mere background figures compared to Lance. They are on par with Ellen and Halwyn. He could not bring himself to say that Vale and Highwater, once the most skilled swordsmen, had become easy targets, unable to even draw their swords before meeting their end at the hands of the Lannister guards led by Jaime. They had not even had the chance to witness the Duke, whom they were meant to protect, being grievously wounded. Jory cast an apologetic smile at Ed. I truly did select these guards with care. It is not your fault, Ed replied, his demeanor serious. However, we must enhance everyone's skills. Winter is coming. Lance could not fathom the sudden sense of urgency that had overtaken Ed, yet he considered it a positive development. Lance, Ed instructed, addressing the guards who had recently excelled, I need you to oversee the training of all the guards and also guide my 2 children in swordsmanship. They often watch you spar and are eager to learn from you. It would be my honor, Lance replied, somewhat taken aback but finding no reason to decline. After all, when he struggled to locate knights, he would need to engage the guards to gain experience. Idleness was not an option. And now he had a valid reason to compel them to earn experience. As for including the 2 children, he glanced at the eager 11-year-old Arya and the 10-year-old Bran. Training would be arduous, leaving them sore and bruised. We're not afraid, they exclaimed excitedly. Then I am willing to serve, Lance responded, recalling the butcher's apprentice, Kimmy, who would meet his end at the hands of the Hound in the original tale. This chubby lad had a good rapport with him, and it would be wise to gather a few more children for training, who could serve as sparring partners for Arya and Bran. Kimmy would be quite suitable, being sturdy and resilient, along with Jimmy, who had accompanied him south, agile in his movements. As you instructed, Ed did not refuse. My lord, rest assured. Lance, noticing Ed's dismissive attitude, intended to seize this opportunity to subtly instill further worries in the Duke. I shall impart all my insights on swordsmanship to everyone. As long as we are by your side, no blade shall harm you, unless we are completely vanquished or you are poisoned. Poisoned? Ed's expression turned astonished, as this had been a lingering suspicion since he received a secret missive from Lisa, the wife of former Prime Minister Jon Arryn, in Winterfell. He had always doubted the circumstances surrounding his foster father Jon's death. His willingness to follow the king south to assume the role of Prime Minister stemmed from brotherly loyalty, as well as a desire to uncover the true cause of his foster father's demise in King's Landing. Chapter 23. In analysis of poisoning, we have brought a chef from Winterfell, Jory remarked. He believed the guards were overly anxious, asserting that no one would dare poison a lord, and they only needed to perform their duties diligently. Indeed, Lance nodded, reasoning that every prime minister would have a trusted chef. If the chef were to poison, the prime minister's wife and children would inevitably suffer as well, thus alleviating his concerns about the chef's integrity. Joffrey appreciated Lance's obedient demeanor. "Let us depart and not disturb the Lord's rest." "Yes, my lord." Lance turned to exit the tent, with the two young boys eagerly following, eager to practice their swordplay that very night. "Stay, Lance," Ed suddenly interjected. Addressing Joffrey and the two boys, "You may step outside for now." Once the tent was left with only Ed and himself, Lance understood that Ed had begun to suspect something amiss regarding his foster father Jon Arryn's death. In both fiction and reality, a son of House Stark, who had been fostered under Jon since the age of 8 and had successfully returned from the Vale to the North 17 years ago, could not possibly be a fool. He had managed to rally the bannermen to overthrow the Mad King, then safeguarded the North for 17 years, growing in prestige as a duke. He was merely somewhat innocent and naive. "What made you think of poisoning?" Ed asked, glancing at the remaining guard, his brow furrowed. "I was merely—" Lance hesitated, casting a glance around the tent. "Here?" Ed shook his head. "Do not worry, my tent is closely guarded by the Winterfell guards." As he spoke, he recalled his dear friend, King Robert, whose retinue and Kingsguard were predominantly Lannisters, a situation he found perplexing. Lance was well aware of who was on watch. Though he had recently been somewhat negligent in his duties, he had made an effort to fulfill his responsibilities each time they camped. His earlier hesitation was simply to convey to Lord Ed the gravity of the situation. He stepped closer, seeing that Ed showed no signs of rejection, and seated himself beside the Duke. Leaning forward and lowering his voice, he said, "I was merely concerned that after hearing of Lord Jon Arryn's sudden demise in his own tower, you might encounter a similar fate. Thus, in fulfilling my duties as a guard, I made some conjectures, albeit entirely unfounded." "Certainly, you lack evidence," Eddard thought. "Even Robert possesses none." When they spoke of their foster father's death in the crypts of Winterfell, Robert attributed Jon Arryn's demise to his advanced age and the consumption of tainted food. "Share your conjectures," Eddard urged, his brow furrowing increasingly, his countenance growing grave and somewhat fearsome. "Upon leaving this place, you are forbidden to speak of this to anyone." Understanding the gravity of the moment, Lancel began to articulate his deductions, entirely aimed at raising Eddard's awareness. "I surmise that if Jon Arryn did not perish of natural causes, yet it appeared so, there must be a remarkable poison at play." Eddard nodded, for he had previously deliberated upon this matter with his wife, Catelyn, especially after receiving a clandestine letter from Catelyn's sister, Lisa, Jon Arryn's wife. Both believed that the Lannisters had orchestrated Jon Arryn's demise, for their animosity towards the Lannisters was mutual. However, Eddard pondered, the Prime Minister would likely dine in the company of his wife and children. Were Jon Arryn's wife and children still alive? Indeed, Eddard found the situation oddly intricate. They had returned to the Eyrie, the ancestral stronghold of Jon's family, a place of considerable safety. Yet, if the poisoner was truly concerned for the Prime Minister's family, why not target them as well? Lancel, perplexed, mused aloud. Could it be that the poisoner is none other than the Prime Minister's wife and children? Noticing Eddard's changing expression, Lancel hastily countered. It could not possibly be the Prime Minister's wife who would harm him. How could a wife poison her husband? Unless she utterly despised the marriage, or... He deliberately paused. Eddard furrowed his brow, commanding in a low voice, "Continue." Lancel, inwardly amused yet feigning sorrow, remarked, "I have contemplated for quite some time and devised an improbable hypothesis. Perhaps another man has beguiled her, one whose bond with her surpasses that of her husband. Yet, how could anyone maintain such intimacy with the Prime Minister's wife? If that were the case, he would surely promote this individual constantly, bringing him closer from the Vale to King's Landing, to facilitate their liaison." A name surfaced in Eddard's mind, Peter Baelish, the current master of coin in the Small Council. Once a minor vassal under his foster father, who had elevated him to a position of great influence after marrying Lisa. Peter had grown up alongside Catelyn and Lisa in the bustling castle of House Tully. Eddard also recalled Peter's long-standing affection for Catelyn, which had led him to duel his own brother, as Catelyn had originally been betrothed to his elder sibling, not to him, the younger son. However, Lisa's affections lay with Peter, yet his humble origins had prompted Lord Tully to thwart Lisa's feelings, sending Peter back to his family's domain on the Fingers. However, Lance hesitated, pondering whether he should cease his discourse. Yet, upon witnessing the murderous glint in Ed's eyes, he resolved to continue. After all, it was not he who was to be slain. If such a person truly existed, why would he wish to eliminate the Prime Minister? Unless he spoke plainly. Ed detested how the young squire always faltered at critical junctures. "Lay bare all your conjectures. Do not stifle your words or feign breathlessness." "Yes, my lord," Lance replied. bowing respectfully and leaning closer to Ed. My next supposition may very well be my demise. I shall not hold you accountable. Ed thought the squire feared inciting his wrath with impolite conjectures. You once resided in Winterfell. After nightly sparring with Jon, you would often raid the kitchens for sustenance. I never once reproached you. My apologies, my lord. I tend to grow hungry rather quickly, Lance confessed, feeling somewhat awkward. Where had this conversation veered? This was not his concern. Perhaps your swift hunger accounts for your rapid advancement in swordsmanship, Ed jested, unexpectedly lightening the previously grave atmosphere. Continue speaking. As long as you do not divulge this to others, your life shall remain unthreatened, he reassured the squire once more. I do not fear for my life. Lance shook his head. If it were you who wished me dead, I would not hesitate. It is the honor of House Dell. The honor of having fought for Stark for over 6 centuries. My father, uncle, and brother, along with countless ancestors, yearned for this honor. He kindly reminded Ed of the sacrifices his family had made for House Stark. What then, do you fear? Ed accepted this loyalty but could not fathom who else would dare to recklessly slay his squire. Chapter 24. Truth lies in conjecture. I fear that you, upon believing my conjectures, may act impulsively, revealing the truth to all, and those individuals would seek to end your life. If you perish, we too would be doomed. Facing death shrouded in disgrace, Lance spoke with grave seriousness. As regards, we have failed to ensure your safety. Yet, we are but 50 men. Powerless against adversaries in King's Landing, especially considering winter approaches. Ed felt an inexplicable weight of mortality. Had he journeyed to King's Landing merely to meet his demise? Had this young squire long suspected that his arduous journey with children and attendants was in vain? Thus, he had formulated numerous conjectures, all revolving around the manner of his own death. At this moment, upon hearing the Stark family motto, "Winter is coming," recited by the squire, a phrase passed down through millennia, his heart grew heavier, and he could not help but whisper, "Winter is coming. Speak plainly, do not conceal your thoughts," he urged. Having uttered the family motto, he remained unable to decipher the squire's conjectures, yet the burden on Ed's heart compelled him to seek knowledge. Once we exit the tent, only you and I shall know. I will verify it. I fear your method of verification may be too overt, hastening the enemy's awareness. And we lack the strength to protect you and your 3 children, Lance cautioned. Upon hearing mention of his 3 children brought to King's Landing, Ed felt as though a vice gripped his throat. For Sansa, Arya, and Bran, he must tread carefully. Am I not allowed to investigate? He spoke to himself, contemplating how to investigate the truth behind his adoptive father's death while evading the watchful eyes of his enemies. It is possible. Yet it would be unwise for you to conduct the investigation personally, as your position as Prime Minister renders you too conspicuous. Observing the cautious demeanor and astute nature of the attendant before him, Ed had a plan formulating in his mind. Proceed, Lansdell. Noticing that the Prime Minister seemed to be absorbing his words, Lansdell felt a tinge of anxiety. Yet he concluded it was imperative for Ed to be forewarned of the truth. If both Robert and Ed were to meet untimely ends, he, as merely a lowly attendant, would have no recourse but to flee at the earliest opportunity. I suspect that the perpetrator behind Jon Arryn's assassination seeks to incite chaos, framing another to further their own ambitions. Frame whom? How do they intend to ascend? As Ed's words left his lips, he realized the attendant was tantalizingly withholding information and immediately commanded, "Continue." With a knowing smile inwardly, Lansdell adopted a serious expression and replied, "The individual they intend to frame must be someone in conflict with Jon Arryn. Perhaps Jon was investigating something before his death that posed a threat to this person, prompting them to strike preemptively. They would then notify those eager to uncover the truth behind the Prime Minister's demise, leading them to pursue Jon Arryn's final inquiry, thus igniting a clash between the 2 parties, ideally culminating in war." Lansdell instinctively paused, awaiting Ed's inquiry, only to find Ed's piercing gray eyes fixed upon him. Blinking, Lansdell hastily added, "Much like the War of the 7 Kingdoms 17 years ago that toppled the Targaryen reign, enabling King Robert Baratheon to ascend the Iron Throne, benefiting countless souls. Perhaps this individual wishes to replicate such upheaval to secure their own elevation. I surmise that the matter Jon Arryn was investigating before his demise could threaten King Robert's rule. After much deliberation, I found myself at a loss for what could destabilize King Robert's reign. Even I am aware that the Vale, the North, the Riverlands, and the Stormlands all support him, just as they did in their collective effort to overthrow the Targaryens. Is it related to the Targaryens?" Ed recalled Robert's words during their midday meal, noting that Daenerys Targaryen, the offspring of the Mad King, had what a call from across the narrow sea. It was said that this call commanded an army of 100,000 horsemen. Yet this news was only recently received and bore no connection to Jon Arryn's death over a month prior. Lansdell was abruptly interrupted by the emergence of Targaryens in the conversation. What relevance do they hold? Our discussion pertains to the Baratheons. I was under the impression that it was the heirs of King Robert who posed the issue. What? Ed grasped the words but struggled to comprehend. All three of Robert's children appeared perfectly healthy. How could there be a problem? I heard Arya mention it in passing, Lance Dell replied candidly. She jested that the king's three children bear no resemblance to him whatsoever. Ed's brow furrowed, reflecting the rigidity of his current mood. Upon hearing this, I scrutinized the three children and was struck by the realization that they bore an uncanny likeness to Jaime. A thought suddenly emerged within me. As Eddard and the guards exchanged glances, a silent understanding passed between them, yet the guards remained reticent in articulating their thoughts. Eddard continued, eager to discern what conjectures Lancel might harbor regarding this notion. Should my hypothesis hold any truth? It would elucidate why the events Jon Arryn investigated prior to his demise could profoundly impact King Robert's reign. Even in the absence of direct action from that individual, those close to the king could instigate chaos, for it is all too facile for a confidant to administer poison, much like the seemingly natural death of Arryn himself. By merely guiding you to pursue Arryn's inquiries further, a conflict between the two great houses could ensue, potentially leading to the king's demise at the hands of his own inner circle. Thus, the Seven Kingdoms would find themselves with three claimants to the throne, an unknown firstborn, and two brothers of the king, igniting a cataclysmic upheaval. Should I align myself with the victorious faction, I would ascend the social ladder. Upon concluding his thoughts, Lancel sought a drink. For those of even modest standing here, favored wine over the foul, unclean water. Yet, upon witnessing Eddard's murderous expression, he obediently straightened his posture, then cautiously rose to maintain a respectful distance of 2 paces. After an indeterminate span, Eddard turned his gaze toward the guard beside him, and, his voice hoarse, inquired, "Who do you suspect that individual to be?" Without hesitation, Lancel replied, "The only person I can think of is Peter Baelish, the master of coin. Your subordinate since you became Hand of the King. Do you know him?" Eddard was taken aback by such an astute deduction. He had some familiarity with the guards of House Baelish, having grown up in the village of Baelish. 3 years prior, he had departed for Winterfell to serve as a guard. How could one deduce such shocking, incredulous information merely from the death of the Hand? Lancel shook his head. "I do not know him personally, but I am aware of the members of the small council. Jory, Helene, and others are also privy to this knowledge. We discussed the current council members after you announced your intent to travel south, and someone mentioned Baelish's background and experiences. He alone fits the profile of my suspicions. Have you mentioned any of this to anyone else?" "No, I have not spoken of it to anyone but you." "Keep it to yourself," Eddard admonished sternly. "Yes, my lord." Lancel replied earnestly, "I shall forget what I have said to you, as well as all my conjectures. No, you must retain these suspicions in your mind." Eddard weakly raised his hand. "Upon our arrival in King's Landing, I want you to corroborate these suspicions. Conduct your inquiries discreetly and do not alert anyone." "Me?" Lancel felt a pang of dread. "Just myself?" He had hoped to caution Eddard to exercise prudence in his investigations, not to ensnare himself in danger. "I heard a remark from Arya," Lancel recounted. She had jokingly suggested that the king's 3 children bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. Eddard's brow furrowed, tension evident in his demeanor. After hearing that, I scrutinized the children closely and realized they bore an uncanny resemblance to Jaime. In that moment, a thought arose within me. As Ed and the guards exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passed between them, yet the guards remained reticent. Ed, with a knowing nod, urged the conversation to continue. He was eager to discern what conjectures Lancel might harbor regarding this notion. If my hypothesis holds true, it would elucidate why the events Jon Arryn was investigating prior to his demise could impact King Robert's reign, even in the absence of direct involvement. Those close to the king could easily take matters into their own hands. Poisoning a king's confidant is alarmingly straightforward, as evidenced by the death of Lord Arryn. By merely guiding you to continue Arryn's inquiries, a rift between the 2 great houses could be ignited, leading to the king's demise at the hands of his own intimates. Thus, the 7 kingdoms would find themselves with 3 claimants to the throne, an unknown firstborn and the king's 2 younger brothers, plunging the realm into chaos. Aligning oneself with the victorious faction would grant one the coveted ascent to power. After expressing his thoughts, Lancel sought a drink, as those of even modest standing tended to favor wine over the foul and unsanitary water. However, upon witnessing Ed's murderous countenance, he promptly straightened his posture and discreetly distanced himself by a couple of steps. Time passed, and Ed eventually turned to the guard beside him, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Who do you suspect that person might be?" Without hesitation, Lancel replied, "The only individual I can think of is Lord Peter Baelish, the master of coin in the small council since your ascension to the position of Hand. Do you know him?" Ed was taken aback by the synchronicity of the response. He possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the Baelish family, having resided in the Vale. He was aware that Peter had left his home 3 years prior to become a member of the Guard at Winterfell. It was astounding that one could deduce such shocking and implausible information merely from the death of the hand. I do not know him personally, Lancel shook his head. However, I am familiar with the members of the small council. Jory, Ser Harry's. They know as well. We discussed the current council members before your journey south. And someone mentioned Baelish's origins and experiences. He is the only one that fits the profile of my suspicions. Have you spoken of this to anyone else? To no one, my lord. I have shared this with no one but you. Keep it to yourself, Ed admonished gravely. Yes, my lord, Lancel replied earnestly. I shall forget what I've confided in you and all my speculations. No, you must retain these suspicions in your heart. Upon our arrival in King's Landing, I require you to verify these conjectures. Conduct a discreet investigation without alarming anyone. Me? Lancel felt a pang of distress. Was he to undertake this perilous task alone? His intent in revealing these matters was to encourage Ed to proceed with caution, not to plunge himself into danger. I heard a passing remark from Arya, Lancel stated. She jested that the king's 3 children bear no resemblance to him whatsoever. Ed's brow furrowed, his expression stiffening, mirroring the gravity of the situation. After hearing that, I scrutinized the children closely and observed that they closely resembled Jaime. Suddenly, an idea took root in my mind. As Ed and the guards exchanged thoughts, he noticed that the guard maintained eye contact but refrained from speaking. Understanding passed silently between them. He continued to ponder what conjectures Lancel might have derived from this notion. If my hypothesis were indeed accurate, it would elucidate why the events investigated by Jon Arryn prior to his demise could impact King Robert's reign. Even if he himself did not take action, those surrounding the king could intervene. It is all too effortless for a confidant to administer poison, as exemplified by the naturalness of Arryn's death. By merely steering you to further investigate Arryn's inquiries, conflict between the 2 great houses would ensue, potentially leading to the king's demise at the hands of his own confidants. Thus, 3 heirs would emerge in the 7 kingdoms, 1 unknown firstborn and 2 of the king's direct brothers, igniting chaos. Whosoever aligns with the victorious side would ascend to the desired ranks. Upon concluding his thoughts, Lancel sought a drink. Those of some standing in this place opted for wine over the foul, unclean water. Yet, upon witnessing Ed's murderous expression, he obediently straightened himself and cautiously distanced himself by 2 paces. After an indeterminate time, Ed raised his gaze to the guard standing beside him and hoarsely inquired, "Who do you surmise that individual is?" Without hesitation, Lancel replied, "The only person I can conceive is the Master of Coin from the small council. Your subordinate since assuming the position of hand, Peter Baelish. Do you know him?" Ed was taken aback by the synchronicity of the answer. He had some familiarity with the guard of House Baelish, having lived in their village during his youth. And he found it astonishing that one could deduce such shocking and implausible information solely from the death of the hand. I do not know him, Lancel shook his head. But I am aware of the small council members. Jory, Haleen, and others are also cognizant. We discussed the current council members after your decision to head south. And someone mentioned Baelish's origins and experiences. He alone aligns with my suspicions. Have you spoken of this to anyone else? To no one, my lord. I have shared this with no one but you. Keep it to yourself, Ed said sternly. Do not mention it to anyone else. Yes, my lord, Lancel replied earnestly. I shall forget what I have disclosed to you, along with all my speculations. No, you must retain these suspicions in your mind. Once we reach King's Landing, I need you to confirm these conjectures. Conduct a discreet investigation without alarming anyone. Me? Lancel felt a pang of dread. Am I to undertake this alone? He had hoped to caution Ed to be wary and prepared, not to entangle himself in peril. I heard a hint of it from Arya, Lancel recounted. She jested that the king's 3 children bore no resemblance to him. After reflecting on this, Ed's brow furrowed, his demeanor stiffening. Upon hearing this, I scrutinized the 3 children closely and found that they bore an uncanny resemblance to Jaime. At that moment, a thought suddenly emerged within me. As Eddard and the guards exchanged thoughts, he noticed they were reluctant to voice their suspicions. Understanding their unspoken agreement, he pressed on, eager to discern what Lancel had surmised. If my theory holds truth, it elucidates why Jon Arryn's investigations prior to his demise could jeopardize King Robert's reign, even without direct involvement from the individual in question. Those close to the king could act upon their own devices. The subtlety of poison, akin to the natural occurrence of Arryn's death, made such treachery all too easy. By merely guiding you to continue Arryn's inquiries, a conflict between the 2 great houses could be ignited, ultimately leading to the king's demise at the hands of his confidants. This turmoil would yield 3 claimants to the throne. 1, an unknown firstborn, and the other 2, the king's younger brothers, thus unleashing chaos. Should I ally myself with the victorious faction, I would ascend to the desired echelon of power. After divulging his thoughts, Lancel sought a drink, as those of even modest standing tended to substitute the foul, unclean water with wine. However, upon witnessing Eddard's murderous expression, he straightened up, cautiously maintaining a respectful distance of 2 paces. After what felt like an eternity, Eddard lifted his gaze toward the guard beside him, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Whom do you suspect?" Without hesitation, Lancel replied, "The only person I can think of is the Master of Coin from the Small Council. Your subordinate since assuming the role of Hand, Peter Baelish. Do you know him?" Eddard was taken aback by such a synchronized response. He had a modicum of familiarity with the Baelish household, having grown up in the village of the same name before leaving 3 years prior to become a guard in Winterfell. How could one deduce such astonishing, incredulous information solely based on the death of the Hand? "I do not." Lancel shook his head, "but I am aware of the members of the Small Council. Jory and Haleen are also privy to this. We discussed the current ministers before your journey south, and someone mentioned Baelish's background and experiences. He is the only one who aligns with my suspicions. Have you spoken of this to anyone else?" "To no one. I have kept this to myself, save for you. It must remain buried within you," Eddard stated sternly. "Do not speak of it again." "Yes, my lord," Lancel replied gravely. "I shall forget our conversation and all my conjectures." "No, you must retain these suspicions in your heart," Eddard weakly raised a hand. "Once we reach King's Landing, I will need you to substantiate these theories. Conduct your inquiries discreetly, without alarming anyone." "Me?" Lancel felt a pang of dread. Alone? His intention was to caution Eddard to proceed with prudence, not to ensnare himself in peril. "I heard a mention from Arya," Lancel admitted. "She jested that the king's 3 children bear no resemblance to him." Eddard's brow furrowed tightly, reflecting his current disquiet. "After hearing this, I took a closer look and realized that the 3 children bore an uncanny likeness to Jaime." A thought suddenly emerged in my mind. As Ed and the guards exchanged their thoughts, he noticed the guard's hesitance to voice his opinion. Understanding passed between them in silent acknowledgement. He continued to ponder what conjectures Lancel might have drawn from this notion. "If my theory holds true, it elucidates why the investigations Jon Arryn conducted prior to his demise would impact King Robert's reign. Even if the perpetrator remains inactive, those around the king could take matters into their own hands. Poisoning a king's confidant is all too simple, as was evident in the untimely death of Lord Arryn. By merely steering the investigation into Lord Arryn's affairs, a confrontation between the 2 great houses could be ignited, potentially leading to the king's demise at the hands of his closest allies. This turmoil would result in 3 claimants to the throne, the first being an unknown eldest son, alongside the king's 2 brothers. Such chaos would ensue that whoever aligns with the victorious party would ascend to the coveted position of power. Upon finishing his thoughts, Lancel sought a drink, for those of even modest standing here would choose wine over the foul and unsanitary water. Yet, observing Ed's menacing demeanor, he straightened himself and cautiously distanced himself from Ed by a couple of paces. After an indeterminate span, Ed lifted his gaze toward the standing guard and hoarsely inquired, "Whom do you suspect?" Without hesitation, Lancel replied, "The only individual that comes to mind is the Master of Coin from the Small Council, Peter Baelish. Your subordinate since you assumed the role of Hand. Do you know him?" Ed was taken aback by the synchronicity of the response. He had some familiarity with this Baelish, having grown up in the village of the same name, and having left 3 years prior to serve as a guard in Winterfell. How could one deduce such shocking and implausible information merely from the death of the Hand? "I do not know him personally," Lancel admitted, "but I am aware of the members of the Small Council. Jory and Haleen are also informed. We discussed the current council members prior to your journey south, and someone mentioned Baelish's origins and background. He is the only one who fits my suspicions. Have you spoken of this to anyone else?" Ed pressed. "No, my lord. I have not shared this with anyone but you." "Keep it to yourself," Ed instructed sternly. "Yes, my lord," Lancel replied earnestly. "I shall forget our conversation and all my conjectures." "No, you must retain these thoughts within your mind. Upon our arrival in King's Landing, I need you to corroborate these suspicions. Conduct your inquiries discreetly, ensuring no one is alerted." "Me?" Lancel felt a pang of despair, wondering why he alone should bear this burden. He had hoped to caution Ed to exercise vigilance rather than entangle himself in peril. "I heard a remark from Arya," Lancel said honestly. "She jested that the king's 3 children bear no resemblance to him." Ed's brow furrowed in a rigid frown, reflecting his current sentiment. "After hearing that, I scrutinized the children closely and noticed they bear an uncanny resemblance to Jaime." At that moment, a thought unexpectedly emerged in my mind. As Eddard and the guards exchanged thoughts, he noticed their reluctance to voice the unspoken idea. Nodding in understanding, they shared a silent acknowledgement. He was eager to discern what Lance might infer from this notion. If my theory holds true, it would elucidate why Jon Arryn's investigations prior to his demise could potentially jeopardize King Robert's reign. Even if the perpetrator refrains from direct action, those close to the king might intervene, for it is all too simple for a confidant to administer poison, akin to the commonplace nature of Aaron's death. By merely guiding you to persist in Aaron's inquiries, a conflict between the two great houses could be instigated, leading to the king's untimely demise at the hands of his closest ally. This scenario would result in 3 claimants to the throne within the 7 kingdoms, a firstborn of uncertain lineage, alongside the king's 2 younger brothers. Such chaos would ensue, and aligning oneself with the victorious faction would yield the coveted ascent to power. Having expressed his thoughts, Lance sought a drink. Those of even modest standing here preferred wine over the foul and tainted water. Yet, upon witnessing Eddard's murderous expression, he dutifully straightened up, cautiously distancing himself by 2 paces. After what felt like an eternity, Eddard lifted his gaze to the guard beside him and hoarsely inquired, "Who do you suspect?" Without hesitation, Lance replied, "The only individual that comes to mind is the Master of Coin from the Small Council, Peter Baelish, your subordinate since you became Hand of the King." "Do you know him?" Eddard was taken aback by this insightful deduction. The guard from House Baelish was somewhat familiar to him. He had spent his youth in the village of Baelish and had come to Winterfell 3 years prior to serve. How could he have deduced such alarming and incredulous information solely from the Prime Minister's death? "I do not know him personally," Lance shook his head, "but I am aware of the small council members. Jory and Haleen are also familiar with him. We have discussed the current ministers of the small council since your planned journey south, during which someone mentioned Baelish's origins and experiences. He is the only one who fits the profile of my suspicions. Have you shared this with anyone else?" "Not at all. I have spoken of it to no one but you." "Keep it to yourself," Eddard said sternly. "Yes, my lord," Lance responded gravely. "I shall forget what I have spoken to you and all my conjectures. No, you must retain these suspicions in your mind. Upon our arrival in King's Landing, I will require you to verify these theories. Conduct your investigation discreetly and without alerting anyone." "Me?" Lance felt a pang of dread. "Just me?" He had hoped that by voicing these concerns, Eddard would proceed with caution and prepare accordingly, not that he would thrust himself into danger. "I heard a mention from Arya." Lance replied earnestly. "She once jested that the king's 3 children bear no resemblance to him whatsoever." Eddard's brow furrowed, his expression reflecting the gravity of the moment. "After hearing that, I took a closer look and realized that the 3 children are strikingly similar to Jaime. In that instant, a thought abruptly crossed my mind." As Eddard and the guards exchanged thoughts, he noticed the guard's reluctance to voice his suspicions, a silent understanding passing between them. He continued, eager to discern what Lancel had surmised beneath his contemplation. "If my conjecture holds true, it would elucidate why John Arryn's investigations prior to his demise could impact King Robert's reign, even if that individual refrains from acting. Those close to the king might take matters into their own hands. Poisoning a ruler is all too simple, just as Arryn's death seems so ordinary. By merely steering you to pursue Arryn's investigation further, a conflict between the 2 noble houses could be ignited, leading to the king's demise at the hands of a confidant, thus resulting in 3 claimants to the throne among the 7 kingdoms, 1 unknown firstborn and 2 of the king's brothers. A great upheaval would ensue. Aligning oneself with the victors would yield the coveted ascent." Having finished his thoughts, Lancel sought a drink, as those of even modest standing here would choose wine over foul, unsanitary water. Yet, upon witnessing Eddard's murderous glare, he obediently straightened his posture, discreetly distancing himself by a couple of paces. After an indeterminate span, Eddard turned to the guard by his side, his voice gravelly as he inquired, "Who do you suspect that person to be?" Without hesitation, Lancel replied, "The only individual I can think of is the Master of Coin from the Small Council, your subordinate since you assumed the role of Hand, Peter Baelish." "Do you know him?" Eddard was taken aback by such a synchronized response. He was somewhat familiar with the guard from House Tully, having grown up in Tully Village before departing 3 years ago to serve in Winterfell. How could one deduce such shocking and incredulous information solely based on the death of the Hand? "I do not know him," Lancel shook his head, "but I am aware of the members of the Small Council. Jory, Haleen, they too are privy to the discussions surrounding the current councillors, during which Baelish's origins and experiences were mentioned. He is the only one fitting my suspicions. Have you spoken of this to anyone else?" Eddard's tone turned grave. "No, I have not shared this with anyone but you." Keeping it to himself, Eddard insisted, "Do not mention this to anyone else." "Yes, my lord," Lancel replied solemnly. "I shall forget our conversation and all my speculations." "No, you must retain these thoughts in your mind." Eddard wearily raised his hand. "Upon our arrival in King's Landing, I need you to verify these suspicions. Conduct your inquiry discreetly, without alarming anyone." "Me?" Lancel felt a pang of bitterness. Was he to shoulder this burden alone? He had anticipated that Eddard would encourage caution, preparing him for potential dangers, rather than plunging him into peril. "I heard a mention from Arya," Lancel recounted. "She jokingly remarked that the king's 3 children bear no resemblance to him." Eddard's brow furrowed tightly, mirroring the weight of his thoughts. Upon hearing this, I scrutinized the children closely and noticed they bore an uncanny likeness to Jaime. In that moment, a thought suddenly arose within me, as Ed and the guards exchanged glances. The thought remained unspoken, yet he understood their silent accord. He continued, eager to discern what Lance surmised under this notion. If my hypothesis holds true, it would elucidate why Jon Arryn's investigations prior to his demise would have repercussions on King Robert's reign. Even if that individual refrains from direct action, those close to the king would certainly intervene. Poisoning a king's confidant is all too facile, much like the natural course of Arryn's death. By merely guiding you to persist with Arryn's inquiries, a conflict between the two great families would be ignited, ultimately leading to the king's demise at the hands of his own inner circle. Thus, the Seven Kingdoms would witness the emergence of three claimants to the throne, one unknown firstborn, alongside two royal brothers, plunging the realm into chaos. Should I align myself with the victorious faction, I shall ascend to the coveted ranks. Upon concluding his thoughts, Lance sought a drink. For those of even modest standing in this place preferred wine over the foul and unclean water. Yet, upon witnessing Ed's murderous expression, he obediently straightened his posture, then discreetly distanced himself by 2 steps. After an indeterminate span, Ed lifted his gaze toward the guard standing nearby and hoarsely inquired, "Who do you suspect?" Without hesitation, Lance responded, "The only individual I can conceive is the Master of Coin from the Small Council, your subordinate since assuming the role of Hand, Peter Baelish. Are you acquainted with him?" Ed was taken aback by the synchronicity of the answer. He had some knowledge of the guard from the Baelish family, having grown up in the village of the same name, and he found it astonishing that someone could deduce such shocking and unbelievable information merely from the Prime Minister's death. "I do not know him," Lance shook his head, "but I am aware of the members of the Small Council. Jory, Hightower, and others are also in the know. We discussed the current ministers before your journey south, and someone mentioned Baelish's origins and experiences. He is the only one who fits my suspicions. Have you spoken of this to anyone else?" "To no one, my lord. I have confided in no one but you." "Keep it to yourself," Ed insisted sternly. "Yes, my lord," Lance replied solemnly. "I shall forget our conversation and all my conjectures." "No, you must retain these suspicions in your mind. Upon our arrival in King's Landing, I want you to verify these theories discreetly. You must conduct your inquiries without alarming anyone." "Me?" Lance felt a pang of dread. Alone? He had hoped that by sharing this information, Ed would proceed with caution, preparing for potential dangers, not thrusting himself into peril. Chapter 25. The Stark's poverty. You brought 2 individuals from Winterfell, a boy and the wildling from our last encounter. 3? Lance frowned, all of whom were his subordinates. Could you not directly advise His Majesty to first secure the surrounding troops, especially those Lannister guards draped in crimson? There are far too many. Even more than the king's own attendants. How am I to address this with Robert? Ed's countenance was one of deep distress. Should I inform him that his 3 children may not be his own? Or should I reveal the grim possibility that our foster father was likely poisoned by his own wife? Or perhaps conspired against by the appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer in collusion with Lisa? Ed stiffened his spine. I could not share any of these conjectures with him. Even though we are brothers, it would be reckless to speak without evidence, and I would be powerless to contain his wrath. If he were to learn that you were merely speculating, not even the 7 gods could save your life, though Ed refrained from uttering this final thought. At that moment, he recognized the other's cautiousness was warranted. Should such speculation circulate, Robert would only unleash his fury upon him, yet would not inflict harm upon a loyal Stark family retainer. However, for a mere squire, neither the king nor the queen, not even Joffrey, would tolerate the continued existence of such a servant, especially one who had carelessly divulged scandals involving the royal family, the Lannisters, and the Arryns, along with a significant figure of state. "Do you find my conjecture credible?" Lancel's tone was buoyant in response, proclaiming this as fortuitous news. He had managed to sway the obstinate Duke Ed, hinting at a promising future. As for the repercussions of Ed dismissing his claims, Lancel anticipated that Ed might chastise him sternly, yet he would never execute a retainer of the loyal Dell family. "I require the truth. I need evidence." Ed's mind was in disarray. He found the logic behind these speculations to be exceedingly convoluted. At this moment, he was at a loss, having been somewhat swayed by the squire's assertions. It would be prudent to allow the squire to conduct a targeted investigation rather than blindly rouse enemies lurking in the shadows. Upon arriving in King's Landing, you shall first investigate what Jon Arryn was engaged in prior to his death and whom he associated with. Then, Ed hesitated, seek out Robert's bastards. He must have many in King's Landing. Observe their features. Even if he were to find 7 or 8 of the king's illegitimate offspring, how could one ascertain that the 3 princes were not truly Robert's progeny? Lancel deemed that he should not yet be privy to the tome detailing the appearances of the descendants of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. This revelation must come from Lord Ed himself. Upon hearing the squire's inquiry, Ed was at a loss for confirmation. Then investigate how Jon Arryn confirmed it. You have surmised correctly that Prime Minister Jon Arryn was investigating this matter prior to his demise. Lancel suppressed his delight. Lord Ed was indeed astute. Speculate. How does one speculate? Ed still could not comprehend how the squire had connected Jon's demise to the notion that the three princes were not the king's legitimate children. Yet, if this were true, it could indeed incite great turmoil throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He stated heavily, in the absence of alternative conjectures. It may be prudent to follow your lead in the investigation. Remember, do not disclose this to anyone, including that wildling and the child. Apart from you and me. No one must know what you are investigating. At your command, my lord. Lancel bowed solemnly and then straightened. Delivering a double entendre to Ed, caution and confidentiality will save many lives. I shall be vigilant. What further assistance do you require? Eddard was quite pleased with the attitude of the guards, who hailed from the noble house Stark and were undoubtedly trustworthy. It would be ideal to have some funds. Lancel, feeling somewhat embarrassed, extended his hand. I have heard that the king has a penchant for visiting brothels, and those he frequents must surely be of the highest caliber. Moreover, discreet inquiries require a modicum of payment. Eddard rose and retrieved a purse from a chest in the corner of the tent, opened it briefly, then closed it and handed it to the guard. Within were 5 golden dragons, ample for your needs, but do ensure utmost confidentiality. Yes, my lord, Lancel responded, shaking the purse, which produced a delightful sound. However, 5 golden dragons seemed rather meager. He contemplated keeping a portion for himself to commission a fine suit of armor. And he ought to replace his sword as well. Stark was indeed quite impoverished. Upon exiting Eddard's tent, the 2 young ones were still waiting outside. Lancel, when shall we commence sword training? Arya asked, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Were the swords gifted to you by Jon? Lancel inquired, glancing at the 2 children, each gripping a steel sword. He took them and examined them closely. They were all sharpened blades capable of causing harm. Yes, Bran replied, demonstrating a clumsy swing with his sword. Father has allowed us to keep them. Have you dreamt recently? Lancel recalled the 3-eyed raven, the legendary green seer. Would it spare a lively and healthy young boy? Bran, perplexed, asked, what kind of dreams? He was not one to dream. He was too excited to sleep each night. We are heading south, to King's Landing. We have never left Winterfell before, and now we are off to the largest city in the Seven Kingdoms. Arya chimed in joyfully. Indeed, the largest city in the Seven Kingdoms, Lancel mused. Having lived 20 years, he had never ventured far from Winterfell, the furthest being a patrol around the Long Lake and the shores of the White Knife. He turned to Jory, who was waiting nearby, inquiring about the training of the guards. How would it be organized? We shall divide into 2 shifts. Jory had already prepared for this. Aside from those on guard duty, the rest will participate in your training morning and evening. Very well, Lancel nodded, but our equipment is rather lacking. Could we not forge a complete set of armor akin to that of the Kingsguard for each man, along with iron gauntlets and helmets? Ideally, each should be equipped with a mace suitable for striking an opponent's armor, as well as a sharp dagger for exploiting the gaps in their defenses. Our horses are somewhat inadequate as well. We should replace them with the high-stepping war horses favored by knights of the south, lest we struggle to bear the weight of this armor. Jory was left speechless, as were the guards stationed outside the tent, who listened with wide eyes. We shall commence training tomorrow, Jory stated before turning to leave, muttering about the absurdity of full armor. He had served as a Winterfell guard for many years without ever donning one. Do you truly admire the armor of the Kingsguard? Bran asked, looking up at Lancel, whose expression was filled with wistfulness. Indeed, Lancel's straightforwardness as a Northman is evident. It requires considerable effort to vanquish those southern knights. One must strike at the vulnerable spots of their armor, for cleaving the protective plates is utterly futile. Hence, I suggested the need for a mace. I have heard that His Majesty once wielded such a weapon, and with a few blows, no armor could withstand its might. I remarked to my father to have one prepared for you, Bran proposed. No, my young lord, Lancel replied with a smile, I was merely jesting with Jory. Such trivial matters should not trouble the lord. He could not allow Bran to seek the Duke's favor for a custom-made weapon. That would be excessively audacious. You were quite right, Ed, who had quietly exited the tent, fortuitously overheard Lancel's words. It was Robb who had once wielded a formidable mace to defeat Rhaegar. Even I could barely lift the very mace he used. My lord, Lancel turned and bowed, undeterred by the previous topic. Our leather armor is at a significant disadvantage against the ironclad southern warriors. Our swords struggle to breach their defenses, while their blades can effortlessly pierce our leather. Upon our arrival in King's Landing, I shall instruct Jory to procure additional weaponry for the guards, including maces. As for the weight you can wield, that shall depend on your own strength. What of the imposing, highly protective plate armor? Lancel silently lamented, concealing his thoughts. Whether Ed had heard or not, this appeal to a superior ought to be moderated. Thank you, my lord, Lancel nodded, watching Ed depart, pondering what he could possibly be attending to at such a late hour. Was he perhaps troubled by his own speculations, leading to sleeplessness? Chapter 26. The flesh and blood of Robert on the 23rd day of their journey southward to King's Landing, at noon. The king's retinue reached the northern bank of the Trident, following the King's road alongside the Green Fork. As was customary, Robert summoned his dear friend Ed to the riverbank to gaze upon the waters, reminiscing about the Battle of the Trident that transpired 17 years prior. In that year, before ascending to the throne, Robert was a tall, gallant youth, the object of countless maidens' affections. Armed with a mace, he personally struck down the Mad King's eldest son, Rhaegar Targaryen, toppling nearly 3 centuries of Targaryen rule and founding the Baratheon dynasty. At this juncture, Robert felt a sudden wave of melancholy, recalling the betrothed he had lost to Rhaegar, Ed's own sister, Lyanna Stark. Though he had long forgotten her visage, her name lingered in his heart, a bittersweet reminder of his greatest love and lifelong regret. Of late, you seem rather distracted, pining for Winterfell? Or perhaps for Catelyn. Robert noted that since he confided in Ed about his intentions to eliminate the Targaryen spawn, Daenerys, Ed had appeared somewhat dazed. Just the previous day, he had dispatched several guards back to the north, leaving Robert to wonder about their purpose. King's Landing is too distant, Your Majesty, Ed replied evasively, as he grappled with the implications of Lancel's suspicions, which grew ever more unsettling with each passing thought. If they were indeed true, what course of action should he take? Upon witnessing the desolate northern throat and Castle Carlin Bay, he reflected deeply and dispatched several guards to convey messages to Count Hermann Tolan of Tolenfang and Count Gebert Glover of Deepwood, urging his most loyal vassals to each send 100 archers to fortify Carlin Bay. He aimed to prepare for the worst possible outcome. With these 200 men to secure the location, even in the event of chaos in the south, the north would remain impenetrable by land. Ned. Robert forcefully patted Eddard's broad shoulder, remarking that he had lingered in the north for far too long. Aside from the time they had overthrown the Mad King together and dealt with the rebellion of the Greyjoys, he had simply remained in Winterfell. Fulfilling his role as the protector of the north, it was high time he ventured southward to witness the realm. I am safeguarding the north for you, your grace, Eddard replied. Damn your safeguarding, Robert feigned anger. You and Jon pushed me onto that cursed Iron Throne. You cannot stay in the north, watching me alone on this uncomfortable iron chair. You must help me retain it. I intend to bequeath it to Joffrey. Your daughter Sansa shall be his queen, not one of the Lannisters. Upon hearing Robert's words, Eddard felt an urge to divulge the guard's speculations, along with his private inquiry of Arya. Indeed, his youngest daughter had remarked that none of the 3 princes bore a resemblance to Robert, stating it with an air of conviction. He feared that Jon Arryn had also discerned this truth, which led to his fatal curiosity. Eddard sternly instructed Arya to refrain from discussing the prince's appearances with anyone. Comparing Robert's features with his own, he noted that his eldest son resembled his wife, Catelyn, more closely, yet he never doubted Robert's paternity. However, Arya claimed that Robert's brow and demeanor mirrored his own, an assertion he could not entirely dismiss. During this time, each encounter with the haughty and arrogant Joffrey reminded him of Robert in his youth. Although Robert had been proud, he had not been frivolous. His brother's demeanor was one of boldness and rugged charm, winning the affection of many. In contrast, Joffrey instinctively repulsed his son Bran and daughter Arya, while only his eldest, Sansa, seemed to favor him. Are you lost in thoughts of Winterfell, yearning for the Tully women? Robert remarked, noticing his brother's distraction. Damn it. The king speaks to you, and yet your mind wanders to women. Eddard offered a bittersweet smile. Your grace, I have not been away from my family for many years. You still have 3 children nearby, Robert continued. And let me tell you, the children of Tully women are indeed beautiful. Your Bran is quite handsome. We should strengthen our ties further. Let us wed Myrcella to Bran, and perhaps Arya to Tommen. Eddard's smile turned bitter. Are you intent on taking all my children from me? Come now. Robert patted Eddard's shoulder once more. You still have 2 children, do you not? I have only 3. You have taken them all. Perhaps you have none at all, Eddard thought to himself, drifting into contemplation yet again. Hey, Ned, Robert exclaimed, your king is speaking to you. And you still think of women. When we reach King's Landing, I shall find you 10 women to bear 100 bastards. Do you know how many bastards you have in King's Landing? Eddard inquired, wishing to prompt Lancelot's investigation. To his surprise, Robert pondered the numerous women he had bedded, unable to recall them all. Why not ask the 7 gods? He retorted. Do you not know even one? Eddard pressed, hoping to find a lead for Lancelot. Well, There is one, Robert replied, stroking his triple chin. Edric Storm. I once lay with a maid of honor on Stannis' wedding bed. She was his wife's cousin. A woman from Florent. I heard she bore a son, sent to Storm's Inn by Stannis, though I have never seen him. Why do you care about my bastards? Is one of Stark's daughters seeking to marry a bastard? Do not speak nonsense, Robert, Eddard retorted, his irritation rising. My daughter will not wed a bastard. They are all my own flesh and blood with Catelyn. To hell with it. My children are also my own with Cersei, Robert shot back. What of it? You might as well consult your queen. Eddard resisted inwardly, knowing that his daughter Myrcella was 2 years older than Bran, while his youngest son Tommen was 3 years younger than Arya. Age matters little, Robert mused, recalling his queen Cersei Lannister, which gave him a headache. If she were to learn that he had betrothed 3 children to House Stark, he would endure her incessant nagging. Let us discuss this later. As you wish, Eddard sighed. Robert gazed toward the trident, filled with ambition and yearning to relive the glorious days of old. Ned, we truly ought to host a feast here, followed by a tournament where knights don armor and mount steeds to reenact our past victories. We must stay the course. King's Landing is nearly upon us, Eddard countered. You know it is almost here. I lived in King's Landing for 17 years. It is dreadfully dull. This place is far better, Robert insisted. It is settled then. Send word that the king shall host a grand feast here, and that the knights in our retinue will engage in a tournament, with a reward of 1,000 golden dragons for the victor. Your Majesty, Eddard exclaimed, astonished. You intend to reward 1,000 golden dragons? I had initially considered 10,000. Robert admitted, but I do not possess such funds presently. 10,000? Eddard marveled, recalling that even the Harrenhal tournament did not boast 1,000 golden dragons, let alone 10. To hell with it. You mentioned Harrenhal, the cursed tournament, Robert seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Eddard. Your sister was taken by Rhaegar. If Rhaegar were to rise again, I would gladly slay him 100 times over, again and again, until I crushed his skull, ensuring the Targaryens are extinguished. Chapter 27. Eddard entrapped in winter's approach. Robert recalled the tournament of 18 years past, longing to slay Rhaegar 100 times more. After winning the jousting championship, Rhaegar had bestowed the crown of love and beauty upon his betrothed, Lyanna Stark. Shortly thereafter, Rhaegar abducted Lyanna, a source of lifelong humiliation for Robert. Eddard observed Robert's furious outburst but chose not to confront him. Despite the passage of years, Robert remained unable to relinquish his hatred. Eddard, however, understood that his sister had not been abducted by Rhaegar, rather, she had willingly eloped with him, ultimately sacrificing her life to give birth to the child who would bear the name of his supposed illegitimate son, Jon Snow. What of the position of Warden of the East? As Robert's ire began to wane, Eddard recalled the former hand of the king, brought back to the Eyrie by his mother, Lisa, a frail boy, Robin Arryn, the sole heir to the Eyrie and Warden of the East. I have made arrangements, Robert stated. You cannot expect me to entrust the position of Warden of the East to a sickly child, an 8-year-old still reliant on his mother's milk. Eddard had no intention of recommending Robin. If Jon Arryn's demise was indeed connected to Lisa, then Robin, under her influence, was hardly a suitable choice. Perhaps a more trustworthy individual should be considered. Your brother Stannis would be a commendable option. Stannis? Robert grimaced at the mention of his brother, the serious, humorless. And Darman, have you already promised the position to someone else? After a moment's hesitation, Robert replied, Jaime Lannister. The King Lair. Though Eddard had suspected as much, hearing the name still struck him with shock. Robert grumbled, the women of House Lannister incessantly nag me. If I refuse, she will not allow Joffrey to wed Sansa. He refrained from mentioning that the woman had initially insisted her twin brother, Jaime Lannister, be appointed as the new hand of the king. It was not uncommon in the history of the 7 kingdoms for the Kingsguard to be appointed as hand, given their proximity to the king and the trust placed in them. Yet Robert placed greater faith in his loyal friend Eddard Stark. Still, the woman's incessant prattle was irksome, and he found himself unable to forsake the Lannisters' gold, thus conceding half a step. The position of Warden of the East was of paramount importance. Overseeing the most elite cavalry in the Vale, Eddard harbored deep mistrust for the Lannisters, particularly after receiving a clandestine letter from Lisa hinting that his foster father had been murdered by Cersei, followed by whispers among the guards suggesting that Lisa was responsible for his death, his foster father likely investigating the true parentage of Cersei's 3 children, all fathered by her twin brother, Jaime. This left him in a perilous situation, surrounded by hidden foes. He truly ought not to have brought his 3 children south. Perhaps he should have summoned all the guards from Winterfell, yet even that would not suffice. Now, the Warden of the East, overseeing the most formidable cavalry in the realm, was to be entrusted to Jaime Lannister by his dear friend Robert. This was tantamount to aiding the enemy. Jaime's father, Tywin, was already Warden of the West. As Tywin's eldest son, Jaime would inevitably shed his white cloak to inherit Casterly Rock and the title of Warden of the West. By handing the Warden of the East to him, the Lannisters would command not only the wealthiest gold of the Seven Kingdoms but also the most powerful cavalry. I am well aware, Robert replied, displeased. But Jaime is my wife's twin brother, Joffrey's uncle. The honor and disgrace of House Lannister are intertwined with my family and my sons. He will safeguard Joffrey's claim to the Iron Throne. He would certainly protect him. Whether Joffrey was his nephew or son, though Eddard internally concurred, his expression betrayed his disquiet. The Lannister power was formidable. If the truth were to be substantiated, he would find himself in a precarious position. Enough, Ned, Robert bellowed, noticing Eddard's somber demeanor. Go prepare a feast for your king. I intend to participate in the joust and reclaim my victory with my warhammer. We must continue our journey south. Eddard was reluctant to expend thousands of gold dragons on the road before even officially assuming the role of Hand of the King. Such exorbitant expenses could sustain Winterfell for several years. To hell with it, Robert declared, turning towards the Kingsguard waiting at a distance. Meryn, inform the steward that I shall host a grand celebration on the North Shore to commemorate our victory from 17 years ago. I will summon knights for a tournament, with a reward of 1,000 gold dragons for the victor. A handsome young squire with golden hair presented a wineskin, which Robert accepted with a hearty gulp. Boy, hurry and prepare armor and my war hammer for your king. I intend to ride into battle. Yes, your grace, the young squire replied, hastily departing. Eddard observed the Lannister squire, Lancel, cousin to Cersei, his brow furrowing further as his expression darkened. If the guard's suspicions held any truth, how had his dear brother survived these 17 years? He silently recited, winter is coming. Perhaps winter had truly arrived. He must tread cautiously. For his family and for House Stark. Meanwhile, Lancel, during a brief respite, brought the wildling Goran and the boy Jimmy to the famed Crossroads Inn, a dilapidated 3-story building frequently mentioned in past tales. Following Eddard's orders, Goran and Jimmy had long since shed their menial tasks, training daily alongside the guards under Lancel's guidance. However, Lancel could only demonstrate through the unity of man and sword, as his swordsmanship stemmed from instinct rather than scientific instruction. Thus, he struggled to teach, striving to slow his movements during practice, sharing various improvised attacks and defenses. To his surprise, several participants displayed remarkable aptitude. Weir and Hayward, esteemed guards of Jory, had evidently improved, although their experience remained at 200. It appeared that in the evaluation of Lancel's abilities, their potential would only match that of elite soldiers. Catching up to the noble knights trained from childhood would prove arduous. Goran, having lived beyond the wall, experienced a significant boost in experience to 1,000 after Lancel's intensive demonstrations, truly a prodigy. Lancel recalled Jon Snow, who had left with an experience of only 200. Perhaps when they next met, Jon would have risen to the rank of Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, wielding Valyrian steel and achieving an impressive combat capability of 1,000. Lancel? A voice called as he entered the inn, and to his surprise, he recognized a familiar face from the village of Dell, Chegan, who had ventured south 2 years prior. Chegan? He felt a twinge of uncertainty. After 2 years apart, the once slender Chegan still appeared diminutive, yet the stubborn and youthful visage had become weathered and far less appealing. Indeed, it is you, Chegan said, rising from behind the dining table. Are you one of the guards following Duke Ed to the south? Lance nodded, his gaze shifting to the individual seated across from Chegan, who had just turned his head. The fierce-looking, unattractive man seemed vaguely familiar, as if he belonged to the narrative. Yet it puzzled Lance how he could be present at this moment, alongside a childhood companion. Could it be that Chegan had taken up the life of a mercenary? What credentials did he possess to do so, aside from that battered sword he had acquired from Dell Village? Chapter 28. To his surprise, Chegan's companion was him at Chegan's invitation. Lance seated himself alongside Gogan and Jimmy. Have you become a mercenary? He inquired, observing Chegan and the man opposite him, both clad in rudimentary and tattered chainmail. If they were able to don such armor, why was he, a guard to the Prime Minister, still in leather armor? Was it merely to stay warm as winter approached? Indeed, Chegan replied with a smile. After leaving Dell Village 2 years ago, I worked for a time in White Harbor, then sailed to King's Landing. I recently received a business opportunity in Saltfield Town, which brought me to this region. He gestured towards his companion seated across the table. This is Boron. We met in King's Landing. We just completed our task in Saltfield Town and heard that Lady Riverine of Hellenberg needed assistance to deal with nearby bandits. So we decided to try our luck here. Lance scrutinized Boron's appearance and confirmed he was indeed the same character from the narrative. How had Chegan come to know such a notable figure? If they were acquainted, why had the story neglected to mention Chegan? Was it merely a cost-cutting measure that resulted in the omission of his childhood friend? This is Lanster. Chegan introduced him to Boron. I grew up in Dell Village, the fief of House Dell, which has remained loyal to the Stark family for over 6 centuries. Lance is the current head of the family and is now serving as the Prime Minister's guard, correct, Lance? Seeing Keegan's proud demeanor, Lance straightened his posture. I have been commanded to accompany the hand of the king, Duke Ed Stark, to King's Landing. Truly, a worthy scion of House Dell, Keegan expressed with admiration. Having indulged in a fleeting sense of vain pride, Lance couldn't help but reflect on why the common folk near Winterfell aspired to become Stark's guards. For many, it represented a significant elevation in status. Before awakening to his past life's memories, Lance had shared that sentiment. But now he found himself yearning for more than the role of a mere guard, though he had no immediate means to elevate his standing. Was he to emulate the likes of Peter Baelish, toiling for years merely to ascend from a lowly class? The memories of his former life were indeed tormenting. Had he been an indigenous person, he would have been spared such contemplations, for in mere months, he would perish alongside his fellow guards in the throne room. Free from unnecessary worries and discontent, bring 5 mugs of ale and 6 chickens, Lance called out to the innkeeper, with a pouch of coins bestowed by Lord Ed. He felt considerably more generous. Within his purse lay not only 5 golden dragons but also 17 silver stags, with not a single copper piece to clutter the space. Another crab pie and 2 pork sausages, Boron called out. Are you treating us? Upon hearing Lance's question, Boron hesitated for a moment before breaking into a sly grin. I thought you were the one treating. I only invite my friends, Lance replied with a gentle smile. Would you like to be my friend? And a member of the Prime Minister's guard? Boron, puzzled by the implication, pursed his lips. Of course, I would love to have more friends. Do you wish to continue as mercenaries? Lance did not delve into how earnest Boron was in his willingness. What else would we do? Keegan set down the black bread in his hand, awaiting the sausages and roast chicken. Is the income substantial? Lance continued to inquire. Keegan shook his head as Boron lifted his gaze, furrowing his brow at the guard across from him. Would you be interested in joining the Prime Minister's guard? How much does it pay? Keegan was familiar with the wages of the Winterfell guards. He had once contemplated joining them but was not selected due to his lack of skill. Yet, unwilling to remain a farmer in Dell Village, he ventured south. And after numerous life and death battles, he felt confident in his capabilities. 3 silver deer, Lance stated honestly. The fair-minded Lord Ed did not propose a raise after the group's protection during their journey south to King's Landing, maintaining the meager salary from Winterfell. While it might be acceptable in the north, it was hardly sufficient in the bustling capital. Keegan considered his current earnings and shook his head. It's a monthly salary. Lance added. Keegan still shook his head. I prefer freedom. Mercenary life suits me better. As free mercenaries, he and Boron experienced intermittent income but enjoyed the liberty of not being beholden to anyone daily. A single lucrative contract could cover several months' expenses, far outweighing the 3 silver deer. Lance understood. Then, how about joining my team? Your team? Keegan inquired, perplexed, while Boron was intrigued. Yes. Before Lance, an invisible panel appeared, visible to none but him. Team 25, Keegan, loyalty 9100, excitement. Jimmy, loyalty 100 glory. After receiving his special training and being promoted with 1,000 experience points, Keegan's loyalty had risen from 60 to 90, and his mood transformed from sorrow to lasting excitement, though he was unsure why he felt so elated. Once Jimmy was freed from menial tasks, Lance provided him with a wooden sword to play at nights with the Duke's son, Bran. Since then, his emotions shifted from joy to a sense of glory, leaving him puzzled. What was so glorious about wielding a wooden sword? Was it merely because he resembled a squire? Yet he was not even a knight. Oh, the irony. Keegan and Boron could not comprehend what constituted a guard's team. Could guards even have a team? Keegan and Jimmy are my people, Lance indicated towards the wild man and the boy. They pledged their loyalty to me, and I, in turn, pledge my loyalty to Duke Stark. I still prefer freedom, Keegan retorted, a smirk crossing his lips. Pledging loyalty to a guard seemed less appealing than directly serving the Prime Minister. He was indifferent to whom he owed allegiance, his heart only longing for golden dragons. Balin detected an underlying meaning. Are you proposing to hire us? Lance nodded. Name your price. I shall employ you privately, to follow my commands and serve my interests. What tasks are we to undertake? Balin inquired. Do you wish to join the Prime Minister's guard? Keegan found his companion's attitude perplexing. The monthly compensation of 3 silver deer was less than what they earned during their week-long labor in Saltfield, where they garnered 6 silver deer in a mere 6 or 7 days. It is to join my ranks, not the Prime Minister's, Lance emphasized again to Keegan, having realized that his childhood playmate had transformed into someone far more worldly. He was disdainful of both the 3 silver deer salary and the honor of being a member of the Prime Minister's guard. Yet, just moments ago, he had displayed admiration. Had Lance misunderstood that sentiment? I am a mercenary and concerned with remuneration. Balin raised an eyebrow, indicating that should the compensation be adequate, He bore no qualms about serving anyone. However, a fixed monthly salary for perilous tasks was decidedly unwise. Noticing Balin's interest in joining, yet his reluctance to state a price, Lance resorted to gauging the weight of Lord Aid's purse, proposing a monthly sum of 20 silver deer to assist with minor matters, with additional fees for significant undertakings. I am willing to serve you. Balin raised his eyebrow and lifted the mug of ale just presented by the servant. Lance mirrored the action, glancing at the dazed Chegan. And you? I too am willing. Chegan regained his composure, smiling. 20 silver deer were far more valuable than freedom, especially with the prospect of additional compensation for larger tasks. To freedom. Lance smiled as he clinked his cup. To silver deer. Chegan responded with a laugh. To golden dragons. Balin added with a cheeky grin. The three clinked their cups together, turning to Gogan and Jimmy, who had yet to raise their glasses. The wild man and the boy followed suit. Unsure of what to say, and simply drank. Lance downed half his cup in one go, unabashedly snatching 2 roasted chickens, tearing into them with gusto. This was the taste he craved, bland yet greasy. However, time was of the essence. By tradition, once the king and his good brother, Duke Aid, finished their lunch by the river while reminiscing, the party would continue southward, for they were not far from King's Landing. Chapter 29. Excitement. The promise of plate armor. The robust Lance, having admired the addition of 2 names on the panel and their lamentable loyalty scores, departed from the Crossroads Inn with his 3 companions, returning to the king's encampment. Balin, true to form, boasted a loyalty surpassing single digits at 1100, while Chegan, ever the money lover from childhood, impressively reached 10100. Truly, mercenaries were a sight to behold. Lance, in silent contemplation, approached the riverbank, observing the 2 youngsters engaged in playful combat. With Prince Joffrey once more spectating, accompanied by his fiancée, Sansa Stark. The handsome couple was flanked by Sandor Clegane and 4 crimson-clad Lannister guards. With Lancelot's presence, Joffrey found himself deprived of the opportunity to display his valor by bullying the butcher's apprentice armed only with a wooden stick. Yet that did not prevent him from frequently observing a group of children engaged in mock swordplay, all the while hurling scornful remarks. Your Grace, my lady. Lancelot respectfully inclined his head in salute. Joffrey revealed his signature smirk, curling his lips in disdainful laughter before turning away, harboring an inexplicable sentiment towards the northern squire, who was reputed to be invincible among knights. Initially, he held a strong aversion to this audacious young squire who dared to challenge his uncle Jaime. Yet the squire's uncharacteristic deference and repeated public praise of his looks and swordsmanship made it difficult for him to maintain his disdain. If the young squire were not a Stark retainer, having him close by as a loyal hound might not be so bad. As Lancelot watched Joffrey depart, Arya approached his side, her small face creased in annoyance. That boy is insufferable, always mocking us, and Sansa is forever trailing after him. My lady, Lancelot said, imitating Jon Snow's gesture as he ruffled Arya's tousled hair. Lady Sansa is betrothed to Prince Joffrey. She ought to remain by her future husband's side. As for Joffrey, he pondered, he is the king's eldest son, the future monarch. We, as his subjects, must maintain our respect. He then bent low, whispering into Arya's ear. At least on the surface, that is how it must be. A proper noble lady should conceal her true thoughts. Otherwise, it would place Lord Eddard in a difficult position. As well as your sister. The frown on Arya's face transformed into a smile. I knew it. Pardon? Lancelot was perplexed. What would an 11-year-old girl know? I can sense you don't like him, Arya teased. I can sense it too, Brent chimed in from behind, his handsome smile reminiscent of Jaime's charm. You are quite perceptive. Lancelot admitted, feeling embarrassed that his performance had failed to deceive even 2 children, though the haughty and capricious Joffrey seemed to have bought it. Are they the Prime Minister's children? Podrick approached with his distinctive swaying gait. Indeed, Lancelot introduced them. This is Lady Arya, daughter of Lord Eddard, and this is Bran. He emphasized that Arya, who never cared for appearances, was indeed a girl. Greetings, my lady, young master, Podrick greeted with a friendly smile, causing both children to furrow their brows. Lancelot felt exasperated by Podrick's expression, which seemed to suggest he was luring children. As a stranger could incite wariness in everyone, a noteworthy skill. What is happening over there? He noticed a throng of people bustling about on the riverbank, creating a haze, while wooden platforms were being erected above the riverbank. The king is hosting a feast and a tournament to celebrate the victory of the Battle of the Trident 17 years ago, Bran explained. Just now, Hayward came looking for you. We didn't know where you had gone. A feast? A tournament? In the series he had watched in his previous life, such scenes were absent, leaving him somewhat bewildered about the world he now inhabited. To merely refer to this as a television drama would be a misnomer. Many characters and events depicted here are conspicuously absent from the show, yet significant occurrences can be traced back to the dramas of yore. In the stillness of the night, He often finds himself in a daze, seemingly exhibiting symptoms of schizophrenia. Lance. A distant call disrupts his reverie. What does it matter? Having lived here for 20 years. He possesses family and friends, individuals who care and show concern for him. Is there anything more important than this? Having lived 2 lives, he is determined to lead a remarkable existence, honoring both himself and those around him. Therefore, experience points, do not flee. I, Lord Lance, shall obliterate you all. Lance. This time the call comes from nearby. What are you daydreaming about? The Lord has been searching for you, and you've disappeared again. Among all the guards, you are the most peculiar. Lance turns to see Haiwa approaching. I just went to the tavern ahead for a drink and had a couple of roasted chickens. Were there none for me? Haiwa feigns anger. Do not forget that you owe us 3 rounds of drinks. I cannot forget, Lance replies, recalling the friend from the original story who would soon meet his demise at the hands of a Lannister guard. When we reach King's Landing, I shall treat everyone to 3 splendid rounds. Let us have the golden wine from Cheening Island. Haiwa presses further. I will treat you to black grapes, Lance replies politely. Golden grapes? Do you even comprehend how exorbitant golden wine is? Is that something the guards of Winterfell can indulge in? Does Cheating Island even have black grapes? Haiwa queries. Perplexed. Standing alongside, Polong bursts into laughter, while Chegan, though not understanding, joins in the mirth. Who are they? Haiwa notices the 2 unfamiliar figures, clad in tattered, unadorned armor, clearly belonging to a lesser class of mercenaries. My newly recruited subordinates, Lance introduces. Polong, Chegan, you've recruited more subordinates? Haiwa exclaims in astonishment. We are all guards. And now you have 4 subordinates. There's no choice. The responsibilities are considerable, Lance responds nonchalantly, not revealing that upon arriving in King's Landing, he must shoulder the fate of the 7 kingdoms and the rise and fall of House Stark. Such a declaration would be met with disbelief from both the old and new gods, let alone from Haiwa. Haiwa scoffs, hurry along to meet the old gods. Lance shrugs. The old gods have asked me to take you with me. Quickly now, the Lord awaits you. Haiwa discards further banter, feeling exasperated by Lance's nonchalance. Jimmy, you stay here with Arya and Bran. Do not get hurt, Lance instructs before departing with Haiwa. Lance, Arya calls from behind. Are you going to participate in the group tournament? Not interested, he waves dismissively. A chaotic melee among a multitude makes it difficult to gain experience points. He prefers to challenge foes 1 at a time, with no more than 2 at most. The victor receives 1,000 golden dragons. Instantly, Lance turns back. 1,000 golden dragons? Indeed, Bran nods vigorously. The king's hand announced it. Await my victorious tidings. Lance was exhilarated. 1,000 golden dragons awaited him. And the prospect of donning armor seemed within reach. A full suit of plate armor akin to that of the Royal Guard, encased in steel from head to toe. You intend to participate in the team competition? Haiwa kindly cautioned. This is not a mere lance tournament. Lives may be lost, and many nobles are likely to abstain. I am no noble, Lance retorted. During his time in the north, he had never had the opportunity to compete in such events, but had heard tales of them. Now, with the resurgence of his past life's memories, he was acutely aware of the brutality inherent in team competitions. It was not uncommon for lives to be claimed. Yet, for the sake of the Golden Dragons, he felt compelled to join, even if it meant recruiting a few expendable allies. Haiwa, you are capable. Chapter 30, My Lord. What concerns you? My lord, you summoned me? Lance entered Ed's tent alone, immediately noting the furrowed brow of Ed, deep in thought. Sit, Ed commanded. He bore no reproach regarding Lance's recent disappearances. Ever since their clandestine discussions about the royal family, the Lannisters, and the Aarons over a fortnight ago, he had granted privileges to the guards, seeking their company on sleepless nights. Is there anything I may assist you with? Lance inquired, sitting upright, his demeanor impeccable. The new guardian of the East has been chosen, Ed stated candidly. The Queen's twin brother, Jaime Lannister. He did not conceal the information confirmed by the king. Their discussions had surpassed the implications of merely appointing a new guardian for the East. How is that possible? Lance furrowed his brow. The narrative had not unfolded in this manner. What had he done to alter the storyline so significantly? The Guardian of the East was one of the rulers of the Vale, renowned for its cavalry. In the original tale, the Knights of the Vale donned steel armor, a privilege reserved for southern knights alone. Should Jaime command such cavalry, how could the Game of Thrones continue? My lord, is the information accurate? Ed nodded solemnly. It was Robb himself who stated he would appoint Jaime as the Guardian of the East. Does he intend to inherit the Eyrie? Lance recalled that he had yet to witness the ancestral stronghold of House Aaron with his own eyes. It was indeed a fortress difficult to besiege. Perhaps the most formidable in all the 7 kingdoms, ideal for survival. No, the Eyrie belongs solely to House Aaron, Ed replied, puzzled by the guard's query. The king would not strip a family of their ancestral home, as it would spell the end of that lineage. Robb would never take away the stronghold where they had grown up together. With the limited experiences of both his past and present life, Lance struggled to comprehend. So how does Jaime become the Guardian of the East, merely possessing a title while in King's Landing? To his astonishment, Ed nodded in affirmation. Is it merely a title? This is not just a title. It is a position, akin to my role as the Guardian of the North, Ed remarked, realizing he may have misjudged the guard's understanding. After all, this guard was merely an ordinary sentinel and could not grasp the magnitude of what a guardian represented, a position of unparalleled supremacy and immense power within the Seven Kingdoms. Lancel sighed, believing that Jaime intended to abolish the rule of House Aaron over the Vale. My lord, may I pose an impertinent question? Speak, Eddard replied. Accustomed to the impoliteness of the guards, whose rudeness lay not in their demeanor but in the exceedingly disrespectful words uttered beneath a veneer of politeness. If the king were to appoint Oberyn Martell as the Warden of the North, would your vassals remain loyal to him? The brother of Prince Doran, the Red Viper? Eddard furrowed his brow in habitual contemplation, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him as he slowly shook his head. The Stark dominion over the North was forged through millennia of conquest and intimidation, not something that could be dictated by a mere title of Warden. Long before the Targaryens conquered the Seven Kingdoms with dragons, House Stark was already the ruler of the North, with all northern nobles swearing fealty to the Stark kings. Thus, it was only fitting that the Stark family became the Wardens of the North following the Targaryen conquest. If the king were to appoint House Bolton as the Warden of the North, would your vassals pledge their loyalty to the Boltons? Lancel inquired once more. Eddard's brow, which had just relaxed, tightened suddenly. The Boltons? He pondered, recalling that this family had been a source of unrest for centuries. Even before the Starks ascended as kings of the North, the Boltons had held the title of one of its kings, known as the Red King, and had been the Starks' most formidable adversaries. My lord? Lancel gently roused Eddard from his reverie. Vassals loyal to House Stark would never serve the Boltons. Unless, Eddard faltered at the dark implication. But Lancel completed his thought, unless the Starks were utterly extinguished. Eddard's expression hardened. Therein lay the crux of the guard's rudeness. My lord, Lancel said with a respectful tone, House Aaron still has young Robin Aaron. Even if Jaime becomes the Warden of the East, will those vassals who have sworn loyalty to House Aaron for millennia turn their allegiance to the Lannisters? The flicker of anger that had briefly ignited within Eddard dissipated, which was yet another reason he enjoyed conversing with the guards. No matter how bleak his thoughts, they always managed to bring a glimmer of light. Robin had been taken back to the Eyrie by Lysa. He was quite timid and would obey her. Eddard recalled the guard's speculation from days prior. If Jon Arryn had been poisoned by a conspiracy involving Lysa and Peter, then it was Peter who truly held sway over the Vale. But to whom did Peter owe his loyalty? He did not know. You might consider adopting him, just as Lord Jon Arryn once adopted you, Lancel suggested, having realized that mere words and small acts in the presence of the main characters could wield extraordinary influence. Hadn't Bran remained a lively, healthy young boy thus far? Truly remarkable, he mused. Lancel the squire possessed great power. What if Robin is not Jon's biological son? Eddard expressed his concern. What? Lancel was taken aback, bewildered by this notion, for the narrative had not suggested such a thing. How can you doubt it? Jon and Lysa were married for 18 years before having the 8-year-old Robin. Eddard observed the incredulity of the guards. Reminiscent of the initial shock he felt upon hearing that Robert's 3 children were not his biological offspring. Do you suspect that Robin is the progeny of Peter and Lysa? Lancelot was taken aback by Eddard's conjecture. Had he led them astray? Eddard nodded in silence. If Robert's 3 children were indeed not his, then Jon Arryn's only son might also not be his true descendant. Yet, he had never doubted the legitimacy of his own children. His bond with Catelyn was undeniably strong, and he felt fortunate to have married her. My lord, Lancelot said, unable to conceal his resignation, if your suspicion holds true, the Vale will descend into chaos, as they will have lost the lord to whom they owe their fealty. No, Eddard replied, the Arryn family has other members. Others? Lancelot was perplexed. In both his current life and past, he had never heard of additional Arryns. In this life, he had never ventured beyond Winterfell. Lacking the opportunity to engage with nobility from outside the North, and in his past life, the series had not depicted any other members of House Arryn. What do you intend to do? He could only counter. Eddard hesitated for a moment, then resolutely declared, I shall adopt Robin. Chapter 31. Preparations for the team tournament. As Lancelot stepped out of Eddard's tent, he found himself bewildered about how the Duke intended to wrest Robin away from Lysa to adopt him. He did not press for details, recognizing it would be impolite. Do you wish to participate in the team tournament? Lancelot sought out his closest companions, those with the finest skills, Havar, Vel, Arryn, and Harwin. Are you certain you want to join? Vel expressed concern upon hearing of Lancelot's intentions from Havar. The team tournament was not a mere one-on-one affair. It entailed chaotic clashes among many riders, with no certainty of who might strike from behind. It was likely that they would face 5 or 6 adversaries simultaneously, especially since Lancelot had challenged numerous individuals along the way, leaving many eager to confront him. Lancelot was reluctant to part with 1,000 golden dragons. Yet he recognized the attention he attracted and resolved to share the prize. We shall participate together, and upon victory, you shall receive half of the reward. You expect us to protect you? Harwin, unable to recall how many times Lancelot had bested him, particularly since Lancelot had become the training master for the guards, defeating him at least once a day, regardless of his efforts. Protect my flank, Lancelot nodded, while I fend off attacks from others. Once I achieve victory, you will split 500 golden dragons, and the remaining 500 will be mine. That seems feasible. Harwin gained confidence in Lancelot's prospects of success. Havar voiced his apprehension. Our leather armor is ill-equipped to withstand the steel armor of southern knights. Indeed, Vel concurred. Among us, only Harwin and Jory possess knightly armor. It will be challenging to repel the assaults of southern knights. Lancelot glanced at Harwin, who consistently donned the standardized leather armor, fully aware of why Harwin and Jory possessed the costly knightly armor. Harwin's father, Hurin, the master of horse at Winterfell, accompanied his son on a journey south to King's Landing alongside Eddard. The armor he wore was crafted by Hurin, utilizing a lifetime of savings for his son. Jory, a member of House Castle and the nephew of the Winterfell instructor, owned 2 manors outside Winterfell, yet he did not have a multitude of elders to care for. His armor, however, was not forged from savings. Rather, it was a reward from Lord Eddard for his valor in battle. A set of spoils stripped from an enemy and modified to serve as Jory's own armor. Halwyn, do you wish to participate? He did not coerce others. Even he himself harbored doubts about enduring without the protection of sturdy plate armor. No matter how skilled one might be in duels, they could not withstand the onslaught of a group of unscrupulous knights. I can, Halwyn replied. You and Jory are of similar stature. You may borrow his armor. Should you emerge victorious, you can return it to him along with a new set. Jory is not participating? Lancel said, this is 1,000 golden dragons. Halwyn shook his head. Jory must protect Lord Eddard. He cannot take part. Moreover, group tournaments are indeed perilous, but I trust in your prowess. I shall join as well, spoke Ellen, who yearned to become a knight. I can guard your back. Do you possess steel armor? Lancel inquired, eyeing the leather armor Ellen wore with concern for his friend's safety. Ellen smiled wryly. Once I win, I shall acquire it. Even if I must part with a few golden dragons, I could have a set fashioned in King's Landing. Try Jory's set. Lancel decided to offer Jory's armor to Ellen, confident that Jory would not be stingy, even if he typically hesitated to wear it himself. I cannot wear it. I am much taller than he. Lancel looked at Ellen, who towered over him, feeling a pang of irritation. He despised those tall, striking men, yet they seemed to wear any smile with grace. Lancel, with Halwyn and Ellen, successfully borrowed the carefully safeguarded steel armor from Jory, but rather than donning it himself, he entrusted it to Gogan, whose stature was not unlike Ellen's, only to be refused again. This would hinder my agility, Gogan remarked, aware that he would accompany Lancel into a great melee. Yet he was unaccustomed to the cumbersome armor favored by southern men. Allow me, interjected Chegan, who also wished to join the group tournament. My chainmail is somewhat tattered. I will wear this set. He pointed to his already damaged chainmail, eager to don a knight's armor. You cannot wear it. Lancel assessed Chegan's height and build. You are both short and slender. Suit yourself, Boron said. We shall only be responsible for guarding your flanks. If we cannot protect you, we shall not insist. I appreciate your generosity, Lancel replied through gritted teeth, finding the mercenary's directness rather refreshing. Do you not wish to partake? Boron scoffed. I detest such cumbersome armor. Ultimately, with Halwyn's assistance, Lancel adorned himself with the coveted steel armor he had long desired. It was somewhat heavy, weighing over 30 pounds. Far inferior to the plate armor worn by the Kingsguard, and certainly not comparable to the blindingly bright white plate armor donned by Jaime Lannister, who was rumored to possess an even more famous golden set. In order to test the combat prowess of Bolong and Chegan, he led the 5 individuals who were about to compete to a secluded location. Attack me with all your might, Lance commanded, clad in Jory's armor, as he drew his sword and pointed it toward Chegan. Let me assess your skills. You should be cautious, Chegan replied confidently, unsheathing his sword. In contrast to his tattered chainmail, his sword, forged with over 100 silver deer, was exceptionally sharp and had taken lives. After 20 exchanges, Lance sheathed his sword and turned to Bolong, noting that Chegan had only contributed 200 experience points, the same as Harwyn. It's your turn, Bolong said with a smirk, drawing his sword and stepping lightly toward Lance, refraining from initiating an attack. Observing Bolong's careful demeanor, Lance remained unfazed and took a heavy step forward, swinging his sword. But it missed its mark. Again he swung, but once more fell short. He had begun to detest the cumbersome armor. Had he donned leather armor instead, it would not have diminished his agility or hindered the flexibility of his wrists. Suddenly, Bolong sidestepped forward, aiming his sword at Lance's knee, but Lance narrowly evaded the strike. Bolong then thrust at Lance's elbow, yet that too was sidestepped. As he pondered retreating, his sword was caught, with Lance's blade pressed against his neck. 15,000. That's even more than the Hound's 10,000. Lance was taken aback by such a high experience yield. Despite Bolong's agility and fierce strikes, he did not perceive a genuine threat. The instinctive danger sense bestowed by his extraordinary ability provided him with early warnings, accelerating his neural responses and allowing him to discern where danger lurked. His mental acuity, tenfold that of an ordinary individual, enabled him to make slight movements to evade attacks in advance. He complimented Bolong, saying, "Your technique resembles that of the water dancers from Bravos that I have heard of." Bolong sheathed his sword and shrugged. "I have encountered Bravosi swordsmen and have slain a few. But what is the source of your skill?" Bolong queried. "Are you able to anticipate where I will strike? Or do you intentionally allow me to swing?" "It is my combat intuition," Lance replied with a smile, deflecting the question. He could not reveal that this ability stemmed from a divine gift. No one would believe him, and he would never confide in anyone about it. "We should discuss our tactics for the sake of the Golden Dragon." After gauging the strengths of Bolong and Chigan, Lance gathered the 5 participants together for a hushed discussion, concluding that they should protect him from behind to prevent any ambushes, allowing him the time to confront each opponent head-on. Chapter 32. Stay close to me, charge. The riverbank on the northern shore of the Trident had been cleared, and over 30 combatants were preparing for battle at the sidelines. To Hiwa's surprise, 3 of the King's Guard, aside from Jaime Lannister, were also participating, along with the Hound, who followed Joffrey closely. Lance noticed that among the 3 King's Guard, Malantar was fixated on him with a murderous gaze, prompting him to summon his complete status panel, reflecting on the continual challenges and the animosity he had stirred along the way. Character: Lance Dell, level 9, experience 3, 120, 051. 200 identity, Prime Minister's Guard title, belligerent Lance prestige, obscure physical attributes, available attribute points, 0 strength, 55 stamina, 5 agility, 34 charisma, 1 skills, available skill points, 0 horsemanship, 2 weapon mastery, 14 leadership, 1 beast mastery, 1 danger sense, 2 neural reaction, 1 weapon proficiency, one-handed, 101. 400 two-handed, 100 for 100 polearm, 50 for 100 archery, 50 for 100 throwing, 400 troops, 45 Gogan, loyalty 90, 100 excitement. Jimmy, loyalty 100, 100 glory. Chigan, loyalty 10, 100 apathy. Polong, loyalty 1, 100 desire. Pets 25 eagle, Varys' bird, eagle, Joffrey's lack of bird. During his journey southward, he tamed another eagle, naming it Joffrey's lack of bird. As this simple, eccentric, cruel yet timid prince always seeks to make his presence felt. With his current skills, he yearns to enhance his strength and agility. Possessing sturdy armor without commensurate strength and agility would render him a clumsy target, subject to the whims of any adversary. Furthermore, horsemanship is paramount, as it pertains to his combat capability on horseback. Otherwise, his proficiency with weapons would suffer greatly. Remarkably, his danger sense is an enigmatic ability that alerts him to impending threats, allowing him to react preemptively when blades are near. Upon reaching level 9, he immediately invested in this skill, and through rigorous practice, he ultimately grasped the significance of level 2 danger sense when Meryn Trant ambushed him. Before Meryn's blade could reach him, he sensed the impending peril. Similarly, when he engaged Meryn, he could also anticipate the threats posed by others preparing to attack, albeit in a more nebulous manner, merely heightening his vigilance without revealing the specific angles of their assault. Lance was somewhat disheartened by the limitations of danger sense. Upon reaching level 10, he resolved to allocate additional points to leadership, aspiring to recruit more allies with the acquisition of the Golden Dragon, thus ensuring his back was protected by loyal subordinates rather than relying solely on his own solitary endeavors. "Do you see those 3 in white robes?" Lance said to Polong and Gogan, his most formidable fighters. "If they intend to strike me, you must first intercept them." "The King Guard?" Polong, having spent a considerable time in King's Landing, recognized their attire. "You want me to defeat the King's Guard?" "Not defeat, just temporarily hold them off," Lance corrected. "Leave the defeating to me. Allow me," Island, with a fervent admiration for knighthood, confidently offered. "Forget it," Lance added silently in his mind, while saying aloud, "You and Howin, along with Chigan, assist me in holding off the others. The Royal Iron Guard will be managed by Polan and Gogan. Remember, Do not overexert yourselves. Merely delay them for a moment until I have dealt with the others. Are you so confident? Poland inquired curiously, while the other three, with the exception of Chegan, placed their trust in Lance's words without hesitation. These individuals had all been vanquished by Lance before. Howin remarked, aside from the Hound, who has avoided combat after suffering a defeat, the rest have faced Lance more than once, each time effortlessly, much like how you were bested. A one-on-one duel is not the same as a chaotic skirmish among many. Poland dismissed his own defeat, believing that in a life-and-death battle, the outcome would differ. Thus, Lance emphasized, I need you to guard my back. After our victory, each of you shall receive at least 100 golden dragons. Only one victor can emerge from a team contest. After defeating them, shall we simply concede? Ellen expressed his discontent. No, Lance replied, turning to face Ellen. We are all victors. He signaled for a few to lean in closer, whispering a rallying cry before instructing, after our triumph, we shall raise our voices in unison. The king will permit us to share in the victory, just as King Robert and Duke Eddard did 17 years ago at the Battle of the Trident. Jory approached, noticing the excited expressions on Halwyn and Ellen's faces, feeling somewhat perplexed but refraining from pressing further. Lance, my lord wishes me to convey that he cautions the guards who excel in their skills not to overextend themselves. The victory in the contest is of little importance. Who says it is unimportant? Lance scoffed. Not only is there golden dragons at stake, but also prestige. The champion of the tournament will attract followers who yearn for strength and may gain the favor of the great nobles, facilitating an ascent to knighthood. However, he did not expect to gain the favor of other prominent families. The Dell family had already been indelibly marked by their loyalty to House Stark, making a change of allegiance impossible. Yet, if he could secure the king's endorsement, it wouldn't be considered a change of allegiance. As Stark too must remain loyal to the king. Please inform my lord that I shall heed his advice. Lance comprehended Eddard's true intent. Their victory lies in King's Landing, upon the Iron Throne, and not merely in a chaotic contest. Should he encounter misfortune, it would be challenging for Eddard to find someone with such rich insights again. On the platform, the king, red-faced from drink, gazed at the knights still preparing at the sidelines and rose to shout, Are you waiting for the king to descend? Begin at once. Robert ultimately failed to find armor that fit him, and his horse struggled to bear his weight in a gallop, leaving him quite disheartened as he resorted to drinking cup after cup of wine, having already consumed 3 pitchers. Be cautious of those Royal Iron Guards. Lance regarded the other Southern Knights with disdain, seeing them as mere experience points, easily dispatched. However, this time he wielded a war hammer in his left hand. Weighing only a few dozen pounds, but with the strength of 55, it was sufficient to fell a group of ordinary knights with a combat power of 1,000, allowing him to avoid the arduous task of seeking gaps in their armor. Take care. Jolie stepped back, watching as his 3 subordinates, Lance, Halwyn, and Ellen, advanced, followed closely by the wild man Gogan, who wielded his prized spear. Lance turned back with a smile, pulling down the visor of his helmet, only to find his vision immediately constricted, a most uncomfortable predicament. The riverbank's limited expanse offered little opportunity for the knights to charge with their lances, prompting most to resort to shields and long swords, while some wielded war hammers, as the majority of combatants were clad in full plate armor. In the chaos, striking the gaps in the armor proved challenging. Far more effective was the brute force of a warhammer. 18 years prior, at the tournament in Herlenberg, the young and valiant Robert had demonstrated that the warhammer reigned supreme in the fray. Stay close, charge, Lance urged as he spurred his horse, his eyes catching sight of a group of knights indeed rushing towards him, the foremost 3 being the king's guard he had bested on multiple occasions. Yet, where had the Hound disappeared to? He had distinctly seen him enter the fray. During his journey southward, he had also tamed an eagle, naming it Joffrey for the simple, erratic, cruel, yet cowardly prince always seemed to seek attention. With his current prowess, he yearned to enhance his strength and agility. If he donned sturdy armor without commensurate power and swiftness, he would merely become a cumbersome target for foes to cleave. Equally vital was horsemanship, as it pertained to his ability to engage in combat. Otherwise, his proficiency with weapons would significantly diminish. More wondrous was the sense of danger, a mystical perception that alerted him to imminent threats, allowing him to react before an attack could land. Upon reaching level 9, he promptly invested in this ability, and through numerous sparring sessions, he finally grasped its utility when Marlintarn's ambush unfolded. Before Marlintarn's blade could reach him, he sensed the impending peril. As he countered Marlintarn's assault, others preparing to join the fray also felt the danger, though this awareness remained vague, merely fostering caution without revealing the angles of their approach. Lance was somewhat disenchanted with the sense of danger and resolved to enhance his dominion as soon as he reached level 10. With the acquisition of the Golden Dragon, he could recruit more followers, entrusting his back to those of high loyalty, far preferable to always relying solely on his own strength. Do you see those three in white robes? Lance addressed the formidable Borland and Gogan. If they attempt to strike me, you must hold them off. The King's Guard? Borland, having long resided in King's Landing, recognized their garb. You want me to defeat the King's Guard? Not defeat, Lance corrected, merely delay them. Leave the defeating to me. I shall handle it, the knightly aspiring Ellen declared with confidence. Perhaps not, Lance thought to himself, but said aloud, you and Howin, along with Kigan, assist me in keeping the others at bay. The King's Guard is entrusted to Borland and Gogan. Remember, do not be overzealous. A brief delay is all I require. Once I have dealt with the others, I shall return to address them. Are you truly this confident? In Belanki Road, apart from Chigan, the other three individuals wholeheartedly believed in Lance's words, without any hint of surprise. These individuals had all faced defeat at his hands. Howin remarked, except for the Hound, who shies away after a single defeat. The others have fallen to Lance more than once, effortlessly, much like how he vanquished you. A duel is a far cry from the chaos of a brawl amongst many. Bolong remained unfazed by his own defeat, convinced that in a life-and-death struggle, the outcome would be vastly different. Therefore, Lance asserted, I require your assistance to guard my flanks. Upon victory, each of you shall receive no less than 100 golden dragons. In a team competition, only one can emerge victorious. After defeating them, shall we simply forfeit? Ellen expressed his reluctance. No, Lance replied, turning to Ellen, we are all victors. He motioned for a few to lean in closer, whispering a rallying cry, and instructed. After our triumph, we shall shout it aloud. The king will acknowledge our collective victory. Just as King Robert and Duke Eddard did 17 years ago when they secured the triumph at the Battle of the Trident. Jory approached, noting the elated expressions on Howin and Ellen's faces, though he refrained from probing further. Lance, my lord bids me convey his caution to the exceptionally skilled guards. Do not be overzealous. The victory in the tournament is of little importance. Who says it is unimportant? Lance scoffed. Not only does it offer golden dragons, but it also bestows prestige. The champion of the tournament will attract followers who aspire to strength and may even garner the favor of the great nobles, thus facilitating an elevation to knighthood. However, he did not expect to gain the favor of other noble families, as the Dell family bore the indelible mark of loyalty to House Stark, making a change of allegiance impossible. Yet, receiving the king's patronage would not constitute a change of allegiance, for Stark too must owe fealty to the king. Please inform my lord that I shall be vigilant. Lance comprehended Eddard's true intent. Their victory lay not in the melee of a tournament, but in the capital, at the Iron Throne. Should he meet with misfortune, it would be difficult for Eddard to find someone else capable of such rich conjectures. On the platform, the king, flushed from drink, surveyed the knights still preparing at the sidelines and rose to proclaim, Are you awaiting the king to descend? Begin at once. Ultimately, Robert could not find armor that would fit him, and his steed struggled to bear his weight in a galloping charge, which left him quite disheartened. He could only indulge in cup after cup of wine, having already consumed his third jug. Be cautious of those King's Guard. Lance regarded the other southern knights with disdain, dismissing them as mere practice targets for experience points. Yet this time, he wielded a war hammer in his left hand, weighing a mere dozen pounds. But with a strength of 55, it was sufficient to topple a group of ordinary knights each boasting a combat power of 1,000, without the need to seek gaps in their armor. Take care, Jory stepped back, watching as Lance, Howin, and Ellen urged their mounts forward, followed by the wildling Gorgon. Armed with his superior spear, Lance turned back with a smile, pulling down the visor of his helmet, though his vision was immediately obscured, a discomfort that was undeniable. The limited expanse of the riverside arena constrained the knights' opportunity to charge with their lances, compelling the majority to adopt shields and longswords. Some even wielded war hammers. Given that most combatants were clad in full-plate armor, it was exceedingly challenging to pierce the gaps in the armor amidst the chaos, making the warhammer a far more effective weapon for delivering devastating blows. 18 years ago, during the tournament held at Herrenberg, the young and valiant Robert had already demonstrated that the warhammer reigned supreme in the tumult of melee. Stay close to me, charge, Lance urged, spurring his steed into a gallop as he spotted a group of knights advancing towards him. The foremost three were none other than the elite King Guard he had bested on multiple occasions. Yet, where had the Hound gone? He had seen him enter the fray. On his journey southward, he had captured an eagle, naming it Joffrey, for the prince's simplistic, erratic, cruel, yet cowardly demeanor constantly demanded recognition. With his current prowess, he yearned to enhance his strength and agility. Possessing formidable armor without commensurate physical abilities would render him a cumbersome target, easily cleaved. Equally vital was his horsemanship, pivotal for his combat efficiency. Otherwise, his weapon mastery would significantly diminish. More intriguingly was his sense of danger, an elusive instinct that alerted him to impending threats, enabling him to preemptively react when blades were drawn near. Upon reaching the 9th level, he promptly invested in this ability, honing it through numerous duels, until, during a surprise attack by Malentran, he finally grasped the true significance of the second tier of danger sense. Even before Malentran's sword was upon him, he sensed the impending peril. As he counterattacked Malentran, others who were preparing to encircle him also sensed the looming threat, albeit in a more nebulous manner. Inciting caution but failing to reveal the angles from which they would strike, Lance felt a tinge of disappointment regarding his danger sense, determining that upon reaching the 10th level, he would prioritize enhancing his leadership skills. With the acquisition of a golden dragon, he could recruit more loyal subordinates, ensuring his safety was entrusted to those of high fidelity, rather than perpetually relying on solitary combat. Do you see those 3 in white robes? Lance addressed Balin and Gorgon, the most formidable fighters among them. If they intend to attack me, you must intercept them first. The King Guard? Balin, having spent considerable time in King's Landing, recognized the trio's attire. You want me to defeat the King's Guard? Not to defeat them, merely to hold them temporarily, Lance corrected. Leave the defeating to me. Allow me. The aspiring knight Ellen confidently volunteered. Perhaps not, Lance thought, while saying aloud, you, Howin, and Chegan should help me fend off the others. The King's Guard will be dealt with by Balin and Gorgon. Remember, do not overexert yourselves. Just delay them for a moment until I handle the others and then return to them. Are you so confident? Balin inquired, to which the other 3, except for Chegan, expressed their unwavering belief in Lance's words, devoid of any surprise. These individuals had all been vanquished by Lance before, Howin noted, aside from the Hound, who fled after one defeat. The others have been easily overpowered by Lance, just as you were. A one-on-one contest is far removed from the chaos of a melee. Balin remains unfazed by his defeat, confident that in a life-and-death struggle, the outcome would be entirely different. Thus, Lancelot emphasizes, I require your assistance to guard my flanks. Upon victory, each of you shall receive no less than 100 golden dragons. In a team competition, only one victor may emerge, after vanquishing our foes. Shall we simply concede? Ellen expresses his discontent. No, Lancelot replies, turning to Ellen. We are all victors. He gestures for a few to lean in closer, whispering a rallying cry, instructing them, upon our triumph, we shall shout this aloud, and the king will allow us to celebrate our collective victory. Much like King Robert and Duke Eddard did 17 years ago at the Battle of the Trident. Jory approaches, noticing the exhilarated smiles of Harwin and Ellen, his curiosity piqued. Yet he refrains from probing further. Lancelot, the Lord has instructed me to convey his advice regarding the exceptionally skilled guardsmen. Do not be overzealous. The victory in the tournament is inconsequential. Who claims it is inconsequential? Lancelot scoffs, for it brings not only golden dragons but also renown. The champion of the tournament will attract followers yearning for strength and may garner the favor of the nobility, easily ascending to knighthood. Nevertheless, he does not anticipate further favor from other great houses. The Dell family is deeply marked by their loyalty to House Stark, and he cannot shift allegiances. However, should he receive the king's patronage, it would not constitute a shift in allegiance, as House Stark too owes fealty to the king. Please inform the Lord that I will be vigilant. Lancelot comprehends Eddard's true intent. Their victory lies within the capital, at the Iron Throne, rather than in a chaotic tournament. Should he encounter misfortune, it would be challenging for Eddard to find someone capable of such profound speculation. Upon the dais, the king, red-faced from drink, gazes at the knights still preparing at the sidelines and rises to shout, Are you waiting for the king to descend? Begin at once. Ultimately, Robert fails to procure armor suitable for his frame, and his steed struggles to bear his weight in a galloping charge, leaving him quite disheartened, forcing him to indulge in cup after cup of wine, this being the 3rd flagon. Be cautious of those Kingsguard. Lancelot regards the other southern knights with disdain. They are merely 1,000 experience points, easily dispatched. Yet this time, he wields a war hammer in his left hand, weighing a mere dozen pounds. But with a strength of 55, it is sufficient to fell a host of ordinary knights with a combat prowess of 1,000, without the need to seek gaps in their armor. Take care. Jory steps back, watching as Lancelot, Harwin, and Ellen spur their horses forward, followed closely by the wildling Gorgon, who clutches his prized spear. Lancelot turns back with a smile, lowering the visor of his helmet, instantly narrowing his field of vision, a most uncomfortable sensation. The riverside arena is constrained in size, offering little opportunity for knights to charge with their long lances. Thus, most have opted for shields and long swords, while some wield hammers, as the majority of combatants don full-plate armor. In the ensuing chaos, striking a gap in the armor proves exceedingly difficult, making the warhammer a far more effective weapon. 18 years ago, In the grand tournament held at Heldenberg, the young and valiant Robert had already proven that the Warhammer reigns supreme in the chaos of battle. Stay close to me, charge. Lance urged as he spurred his steed into motion, spotting a group of knights galloping towards him. At the forefront were the 3 members of the Royal Guard whom he had bested on multiple occasions. Yet, where had the hound disappeared to? He distinctly recalled seeing him enter the fray. During his journey southward, he had tamed an eagle, naming it Joffrey, for this simple-minded, capricious, cruel, yet timid prince always sought to assert his presence. With his current prowess, he yearned to enhance his strength and agility. For without a sturdy suit of armor to complement his abilities, he would merely become an unwieldy target, easily felled by adversaries. Moreover, horsemanship was of paramount importance, as it directly influenced his combat capabilities while mounted. Lacking this skill would significantly diminish his proficiency with weapons. Even more intriguing was the instinct for danger, an enigmatic sensation that alerted him to imminent attacks, enabling him to react preemptively. Thus, upon reaching level 9, he swiftly advanced to level 2 in this skill. After numerous duels, he finally grasped the utility of danger, sensing at level 2 when Martell and his men ambushed him. Even before Martell's blade drew near, he felt the looming threat. As he struck at Martell, the others preparing to launch their assault also sensed the danger, albeit in a more nebulous manner, merely stirring their caution without revealing the direction of their attack. Lance felt a tinge of disappointment regarding the danger-sensing ability. He resolved to enhance his leadership skills as soon as he reached level 10. With the acquisition of gold dragons, he could recruit more loyal followers, allowing him to delegate his backline to trusted subordinates rather than relying solely on his own strength. Do you see those 3 in white robes? Lance addressed the formidable Boron and Gorgon. If they attempt to strike me, I need you to hold them off. The Royal Guard? Boron, familiar with the attire from his long tenure in King's Landing, queried. You want me to defeat the Royal Guard? Not defeat, merely delay them, Lance corrected. Leave the defeating to me. I shall take care of it, declared the eager knight, Ellen, brimming with confidence. Perhaps not, Lance mused internally, yet outwardly he instructed, you, Halen, and Chegan, focus on holding back the others. The Royal Guard will be managed by Boron and Gorgon. Remember, do not overextend yourselves. Simply buy me a moment until I can deal with the others. You are quite confident, aren't you? Boron remarked, intrigued. The other 3, aside from Chegan, believed Lance's words without hesitation. All had faced Lance before, Halwyn noted, except for the Hound, who avoided battle after his initial defeat. The rest have fallen to Lance multiple times, easily, just as you did. A one-on-one duel is not comparable to a chaotic melee. Boron dismissed his previous defeat, confident that in a life-and-death struggle, the outcome would differ. Thus, Lance emphasized, I need you to guard my rear. Upon victory, each of you shall receive no less than 100 gold dragons. In a tournament, only one victor may emerge. After defeating them, do we simply concede? Aaron felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. No, Lance replied, glancing back at Aaron. We are all victors. He gestured for a few to lean in closer, and, after whispering a rallying cry, instructed, upon our victory, we shall proclaim this loudly. The king will acknowledge our shared triumph, just as King Robert and Duke Eddard did 17 years ago when they united to win the Battle of the Trident. Jory approached, noticing the beaming smiles of Harwin and Aaron, his expression filled with curiosity, yet he chose not to inquire further. Lance, the Lord has sent me to inform you that he cautions the exceptionally skilled knights not to be reckless. The victory in this tournament is of little consequence. Who says it is unimportant? Lance scoffed. There are not only golden dragons at stake, but also prestige. The champion of the tournament will attract followers who aspire to greatness and may gain the favor of prominent nobles, thereby easily ascending to knighthood. However, he did not expect to gain favor from other great houses. The Dell family had already been indelibly marked by their loyalty to House Stark. He could not switch allegiances. Yet, if he were to receive the king's patronage, it would not be considered a betrayal, for House Stark too owed fealty to the king. Please convey to the Lord that I shall remain vigilant. Lance understood Eddard's true intent. Their victory lay in King's Landing, at the Iron Throne, rather than in a mere chaotic tournament. If anything were to befall him, it would be challenging for Eddard to find someone capable of interpreting the situation as richly as he could. On the high platform, the king, flushed from drink, surveyed the knights still preparing at the sidelines and rose to proclaim, Are you all waiting for the king to join you? Begin at once. Ultimately, Robert could not find armor that would fit him, and his steed struggled to support his weight in a gallop, leaving him quite disheartened as he resorted to consuming goblet after goblet of wine. This was already the 3rd pitcher. Be cautious of the King's Guard. Lance thought dismissively of the other southern knights. They were merely worth 1,000 experience points, easily dispatched. However, this time, he wielded a warhammer in his left hand, weighing only a few dozen pounds, but with a strength of 55. It was sufficient to fell a group of ordinary knights boasting a combat strength of 1,000 without the need to seek out gaps in their armor. Take care. Jory stepped back, watching as Lance, Harwin, and Aaron spurred their steeds forward, followed closely by the wildling, Gorgon, who held his own fine spear. Lance turned back with a smile, lowering the visor of his helmet, which immediately restricted his vision, a most uncomfortable sensation. The riverbank's limited space hindered the knights' ability to charge with long spears, prompting many to switch to shields and longswords. Some even wielded warhammers. As most participants donned full plate armor, making it exceedingly difficult to strike through the armor's seams amidst the chaos, rendering the hammer's force far more effective. 18 years ago, at the tournament held in Harrenhal, the young and valiant Robert had already proven that the warhammer was the true king of melee combat. Stick close to me, charge. Lance urged as he spurred his horse into a gallop, his gaze falling upon a group of knights indeed charging towards him. The foremost three being the King's Guard he had defeated multiple times. But where had the hound disappeared to? He had clearly seen him enter the fray during his journey southward. He captured an eagle and named it Joffrey. What a peculiar creature it was, innocent, quirky, cruel, and timid, all the while seeking attention from the prince. With his current skills, he yearned to enhance his strength and agility. Possessing robust armor without corresponding power and finesse would render him a clumsy target, easily struck down. Equally vital was his horsemanship. Crucial for his combat efficacy, otherwise, his proficiency with weapons would diminish significantly. Even more remarkable was his sense of danger. An elusive instinct that alerted his mind to the location of imminent attacks, providing him an opportunity to react preemptively. Upon reaching the 9th level, he promptly invested in advancing this ability to level 2. Following numerous sparring sessions, he finally grasped its significance when Marlinthrin ambushed him. Even before Marlinthrin's blade came close, he sensed the looming peril. As he countered Marlinthrin, those preparing to launch their assault also experienced a vague premonition of danger, enough to raise their alertness. Though it could not specify the angle of the attack, Lance felt somewhat disillusioned with his sense of danger. Upon attaining the 10th level, he resolved to enhance his leadership skills further. With the acquisition of the Golden Dragon, he could recruit more subordinates, ensuring that he did not need to fight alone. Do you see those three in white robes? Lance inquired of the formidable Balin and Gogan. If they decide to strike at me, I need you to hold them off. Royal Guards? Balin, having lived in King's Landing for an extended period, recognized their attire. You want me to defeat the Royal Guards? Not defeat, Lance corrected, merely delay them. Leave the defeating to me. I'll take care of it, the knight aspiring Ellen confidently volunteered. Perhaps you should reconsider, Lance thought privately but said aloud, you, Halin. And Chegan will help me fend off the others. Balin and Gogan shall handle the Royal Guards. Remember, do not overestimate yourselves. Just buy me a moment until I deal with the rest. Are you truly that confident? Balin questioned, though the rest, excluding Chegan, found faith in Lance's words without doubt. All of them had previously tasted defeat at Lance's hands. Halwyn remarked, aside from the hound, who shied away after a single defeat. The others have succumbed to Lance more than once, easily, much like you. A one-on-one contest was vastly different from a chaotic melee. Balin dismissed his own loss, believing that in a life-and-death struggle, the outcome would differ. Thus, Lance emphasized, I need you to guard my back. After our victory, each of you shall receive at least 100 gold dragons. In team combat, only one victor could emerge. What if we defeat them and then forfeit? Ellen expressed his reluctance. No, Lance turned to Ellen, we are all victors. He beckoned a few to lean in closer and whispered a rallying cry, advising, after our triumph, we shall shout it aloud, the king will permit us to celebrate together. Just as King Robert and Duke Eddard did 17 years ago when they secured victory at the Battle of the Trident. Jory approached. Noticing the exuberant smiles on Halwyn and Ellen's faces, somewhat puzzled, yet he refrained from probing further. Lance, the Lord has instructed me to convey a warning regarding the knight who excels too prominently. He cautions against overexertion, for the victory in the tournament holds little significance. Who says it holds little significance? Lance scoffed. Not only does it bring gold dragons, but also prestige. The champion of the tournament garners the admiration of aspiring warriors and may catch the eye of the great nobles, easily elevating oneself to knighthood. Yet, he did not anticipate gaining favor from other noble houses. The Tully family bore the indelible mark of loyalty to the Starks, and he could not switch allegiance. However, securing the king's endorsement would not be deemed a change of allegiance, as the Starks too must serve the king. Please inform the Lord that I will be cautious. Lance understood Eddard's true intent. Their victory lay in King's Landing, at the Iron Throne, and not merely in a chaotic tournament. Should he encounter misfortune, it would be challenging for Eddard to find another capable of such profound interpretations. On the platform, the king, flushed with drink, surveyed the knights still preparing at the sidelines and exclaimed, "Are you awaiting the king to join you? Begin at once." Ultimately, Robert could not find armor that fit him, and his horse struggled to bear his weight in a gallop, which disheartened him, leading him to consume cup after cup of wine, this being his third pitcher. Be wary of those Kingsguard. Lance regarded the other southern knights with disdain, viewing them as mere trivialities, a mere 1,000 experience points, easily dispatched. Yet this time, his left hand bore a warhammer, weighing a mere dozen pounds, but with his strength of 55. It was sufficient to fell a host of ordinary knights with a combat power of 1,000, without the need to seek gaps in their armor. Take care. Jory stepped back, watching Lance, Halwyn, and Ellen spur their horses forward, followed by the wildling Gorgon, wielding his prized long spear. Lance turned back with a smile, pulling down the visor on his helmet, which immediately restricted his field of vision, a most uncomfortable sensation. The confined space of the riverbank left little opportunity for knights to charge with their long spears, prompting most to switch to shields and long swords. Some wielded warhammers, as most participants donned full plate armor, making it exceedingly difficult to strike at the gaps amidst the chaos. Much more effective to smash with a warhammer. 18 years prior, at the tournament held in Harrenhal, the young and valiant Robert had proven that the warhammer reigned supreme in a melee. "Stay close to me, charge." Lance urged his steed onward, and indeed, a group of knights charged toward him, the foremost three being the Kingsguard he had bested on several occasions. But where had the hound gone? He had clearly seen him enter the fray as well. During his journey southward, he tamed an eagle, naming it Joffrey. This peculiar, whimsical, cruel yet timid prince always sought to assert his presence. With his current skills, he yearned to enhance his strength and agility. Possessing sturdy armor without commensurate strength and agility would render him merely a clumsy target, susceptible to any attack. Equally essential was horsemanship, crucial for his combat effectiveness on horseback. Otherwise, his proficiency with weapons would diminish significantly. Moreover, the sense of danger was truly remarkable. It provided an almost mystical awareness. When blades threatened him, his mind would instinctively detect the areas of potential attack, granting him the opportunity to react preemptively. Upon reaching level 9, he promptly invested in this skill. And through numerous sparring sessions, he finally grasped the utility of advanced danger sensing when Marlintrain ambushed him. Before Marlintrain's sword could reach him, he sensed the impending threat. As he countered Marlin's attack, those preparing to join the fray also became aware of the danger they posed, albeit in a more nebulous manner that merely heightened their alertness without revealing the direction of the assault. Lance felt somewhat disheartened by the limitations of danger sensing. Upon reaching level 10, he intended to enhance his leadership skills, as acquiring a cadre of loyal followers after obtaining the Golden Dragon would be far more advantageous than relying solely on his individual prowess. "Do you see those three in white robes?" Lance addressed Balin and Gogan, the two most formidable fighters. "If they intend to strike me, you must intercept them first." The Kingsguard? Balin, having lived in King's Landing for an extended period, recognized their attire. "You want me to defeat the Kingsguard?" "Not defeat," Lance corrected. "Just delay them for a moment. Leave the defeating to me. I'll handle it," the knight-aspiring Ellen confidently volunteered. "Perhaps you should reconsider," Lance thought to himself, adding aloud. "You, along with Halwyn and Chegan, should focus on restraining the others. The Kingsguard will be dealt with by Balin and Gogan. Remember, do not overexert yourselves. Just buy me a little time until I can manage the others." "Are you truly that confident?" Balin inquired, while the other three, save for Chegan, expressed their unwavering faith in Lance's words. These individuals had previously fallen to Lance's prowess. Halwyn remarked, except for the hound, who avoids combat after his defeat. "The others have all been soundly bested by Lance, just as easily as you were." A one-on-one contest, however, was not comparable to a chaotic melee. Balin dismissed his prior loss, believing that in a life-or-death confrontation, the outcome would differ. Thus, Lance emphasized, "I require your support to guard my rear. Upon victory, each of you shall receive no less than 100 golden dragons. In a team competition, only one victor could emerge. After vanquishing them, would we simply concede?" Ellen expressed his dissatisfaction. "No." Lancel turned to Ellen. "We are all victors." He gestured for a few to lean in closer, whispering a rallying cry, then advised, "Once we claim our victory, let us shout it aloud. The king will permit our shared triumph. Just as King Robert and Duke Eddard did 17 years ago when they secured victory at the Battle of the Trident." Jory approached. Noting the beaming faces of Halwyn and Ellen, his curiosity piqued, yet he refrained from probing further. "Lancel, my lord has instructed me to remind you that he cautioned the exceptionally skilled knights not to be overzealous. The victory in the tournament is of little consequence." "Who says it is unimportant?" Lancel scoffed. "Not only does it bring gold dragons, but it also bestows prestige. The champion of the tournament will attract followers who aspire to strength, and may even catch the eye of the great nobles, facilitating a swift ascent to knighthood. Yet, he harbored no illusions of winning the favor of other noble houses. The Dell family bore the indelible mark of loyalty to House Stark, and he could not switch allegiances. However, should he gain the king's favor, it would not constitute a betrayal of loyalty. After all, the Starks too must pledge fealty to the king. Please convey to my lord that I will heed his advice. Lancel understood Eddard's true intent. Their victory lay not merely in the tournament but at King's Landing. Upon the Iron Throne, should he meet with misfortune, there would be few around Eddard capable of offering such profound insights. On the raised platform, the king, flushed from drink, surveyed the knights still preparing at the sidelines and rose to bellow, "Are you waiting for the king to join you? Begin immediately." Ultimately, Robert could not find armor that would fit him, and his steed struggled to bear his weight in a galloping charge, which greatly disappointed him. He resorted to drinking cup after cup of wine. This was already the third jug. Be cautious of those Kingsguard. Lancel regarded the other southern knights with disdain, dismissing them as mere fodder, easily dispatched. Yet this time, he wielded a war hammer in his left hand, weighing only a few dozen pounds. But with a strength of 55, it was sufficient to fell a group of ordinary knights with a combat power of 1,000, without needing to seek gaps in their armor. Take care. Jory stepped back, watching as Lancel, Howin, and Ellen spurred their horses forward, with the wildling Gorgon trailing behind. Clutching his fine spear, Lancel turned back with a smile, lowering the visor of his helmet, which immediately restricted his vision, an uncomfortable sensation. The limited space of the riverside arena made it challenging for knights to charge with long spears, thus most opted for shields and long swords, while some wielded warhammers. Given that most participants donned full-plate armor, striking the gaps in the armor amidst the chaos proved difficult. A powerful hammer strike was far more effective. 18 years prior at the tournament held at Harrenhal, the young and valiant Robert had already demonstrated that the warhammer reigned supreme in melee combat. Stay close to me. Charge. Lancel spurred his horse into a gallop, and indeed, a group of knights surged toward him, with the foremost three being the Kingsguard he had bested time and again. Yet, where was the hound? He had clearly seen him enter the fray. As he journeyed southward, he tamed a hawk, naming it Joffrey. This peculiar, capricious, cruel yet timid prince constantly sought to assert his presence. With his current abilities, he yearned to enhance his strength and agility. Possessing a sturdy armor without commensurate power and nimbleness would render him a mere clumsy target, vulnerable to any onslaught. Equally vital was his horsemanship, which pertained to his combat efficacy on horseback. Otherwise, his proficiency with weapons would be severely diminished. More astonishing was his sense of danger, an enigmatic instinct that alerted him to impending attacks, allowing him to react promptly. Upon reaching level 9, he immediately advanced to level 2 in this skill. After numerous sparring sessions, he finally grasped the implications of level 2 in danger sensing when Marlintrain ambushed him. Even before Marlintrain's sword was upon him, he perceived the threat. As he faced Marlin, those preparing to join the assault also sensed the looming danger, albeit in a more nebulous manner, merely inciting caution without revealing the angle of attack. Lance felt somewhat disenchanted with his danger-sensing ability, contemplating that upon reaching level 10, he should enhance his command further. With the acquisition of the Golden Dragon, he could recruit additional followers, delegating his rear guard to those of high loyalty, a more prudent strategy than relying solely on his solitary prowess. Do you see those three in white robes? Lance addressed the formidable Balin and Gogan. If they intend to attack me, you must hold them off first. The King Guard? Balin, having long resided in King's Landing, recognized the garb of the trio. You want me to defeat the King's Guard? Not defeat, Lance corrected. Merely delay them for now. I will handle the defeat. Allow me, the knight aspiring Ellen interjected with confidence. Spare yourself, Lance thought, but voiced, you, along with Harwin and Chegan, will hold off the others. The King's Guard shall be entrusted to Balin and Gogan. Remember, do not overextend. Merely stall for a moment until I have dealt with the others. Do you possess such confidence? Balin inquired, while the other three, excluding Chegan, harbored no doubts about Lance's words. These individuals had all been bested by Lance before, as Harwin noted, except for the Hound, who avoided battle after one defeat. The others have been easily vanquished by Lance, just as you were. A one-on-one duel, however, is not comparable to a tumultuous melee. Balin, unconcerned about his prior defeat, believed that in a life-and-death confrontation, the outcome would differ. Thus, Lance emphasized, I require your assistance in guarding my rear. Upon victory, each of you shall receive at least 100 golden dragons. In a team competition, only one victor could emerge. After defeating them, shall we simply forfeit? Ellen expressed his reluctance. No. Rance turned to Ellen. We are all victors. He gestured for a few to lean in, whispering a rallying cry before advising. Once we achieve victory, we shall shout it aloud. The king will permit us to celebrate together. just as King Robert and Duke Eddard did 17 years ago when they triumphed at the Battle of the Trident. Jory approached. Observing the gleeful expressions on Howin and Ellen's faces, a hint of confusion crossing his features, though he refrained from inquiring further. Rants. My lord wishes me to convey a warning regarding the guardsmen who excel too conspicuously. He advises them not to overexert themselves. For the glory of the tournament pales in comparison to the greater victories to be won. Who says it is insignificant? Rance scoffed. Not only is there gold to be won, but also prestige. The champion of the tournament shall garner followers who yearn for strength and may catch the eye of the highborn, thus easily ascending to knighthood. However, he did not anticipate the favor of other noble houses. The Dell family bore the indelible mark of loyalty to House Stark and could not switch allegiances. Yet, if he were to receive the king's patronage, it would not be deemed a betrayal, for the Starks too owed fealty to the crown. Please inform my lord that I shall be vigilant. Rance understood Eddard's true intent. They sought victory in King's Landing at the Iron Throne, not merely in a chaotic melee. Should misfortune befall him, Eddard would struggle to find someone who could offer such rich speculations. Upon the dais, the king, flushed from drink, glanced at the knights still preparing at the edge of the field and rose to bellow, Are you waiting for the king to join you? Begin at once. Ultimately, Robert could not find armor that fit him, and his steed struggled to bear his weight in a charge, which left him thoroughly disheartened, prompting him to indulge in cup after cup of wine. This marked the third flagon. Be cautious of those King's Guard. Rance dismissed the other southern knights, viewing them as mere fodder, 1,000 experience points, easily vanquished. This time, however, he wielded a warhammer in his left hand, weighing only a few dozen pounds. Yet with a strength of 55, it was sufficient to fell a throng of knights with a battle power of 1,000. Without the need to search for gaps in their armor. Take care. Jory stepped back, watching as Rance, Howin, and Ellen urged their horses forward, with the wildling Gorgon following behind, clutching his fine spear. Rance turned back with a smile, lowering the visor of his helmet, though his vision was instantly compromised. A discomfort he loathed. The limited expanse of the riverbank arena offered little opportunity for knights to charge with long spears, prompting most to opt for shields and long swords. Some wielded warhammers, for the majority of participants donned full plate armor, making it exceedingly difficult to pierce the seams amidst the chaos. A warhammer's crushing force proved far more effective. 18 years prior, at the tournament held in Harrenhal, the young and valiant Robert had already demonstrated that the warhammer reigned supreme in a melee. Stay close to me, charge. Rance spurred his horse, accelerating as he noted a group of knights indeed charging towards him, the foremost three being the King Guard he had bested on multiple occasions. Yet, where had the hound vanished to? He had clearly seen him enter the fray. During his journey southward, he captured an eagle, naming it Joffrey. After all, who could resist the presence of this innocent, eccentric, cruel yet timid prince? With his current skills, he harbored a profound desire to enhance his strength and agility. For possessing robust armor without corresponding power and nimbleness would render him nothing more than a clumsy target, easily struck down. Furthermore, equestrian skills were paramount, as they directly influenced his capability in mounted combat. Otherwise, his proficiency with weapons would significantly diminish. Even more intriguing was his sense of danger, an exquisite intuition that alerted him to the impending threat of blades approaching his body, allowing him to react preemptively. Upon reaching level 9, he promptly advanced to level 2 of this ability, honing it through numerous sparring sessions. It was only when Marintelin ambushed him that he finally grasped the implications of level 2 danger sense. Before Marintelin's sword could even reach him, he felt the danger. As he retaliated against Marintelin, those who were poised to attack him also sensed the looming threat, albeit in a more nebulous manner, merely instilling a sense of caution without revealing the angle of their assault. Lance felt somewhat disenchanted with his danger sense. He resolved that once he reached level 10, he would prioritize enhancing his leadership skills, for with a golden dragon at his disposal, he could recruit more loyal followers, thus alleviating the burden of solitary combat. Do you see those three in white robes? Lance addressed Balin and Gogan, the most formidable fighters among them. If they attempt to attack me, you must intercept them first. The King's Guard? Balin, having lived in King's Landing for an extended period, recognized their attire. You want me to defeat the King's Guard? Not defeat, Lance corrected, merely delay them. The task of defeating them is mine. Allow me, the knight aspiring Ellen confidently offered. Best not to, Lance thought inwardly, yet spoke aloud. You, Harwin, and Chegan, assist me in holding off the others. Let Balin and Gogan handle the King's Guard. Remember, do not overexert yourselves. Simply buy me some time until I can deal with the rest. Are you truly so confident? Balin inquired, though apart from Chegan, the other three trusted Lance's words without hesitation. These individuals had been bested by Lance before, Harwin noted, except for the Hound, who avoided battle after his defeat. The rest have fallen to Lance more than once, effortlessly, much like you. A one-on-one duel was far different from a chaotic melee. Balin shrugged off the defeat, convinced that in a life-or-death struggle, the outcome would be quite different. Thus, Lance emphasized, I need you to guard my back. Once we achieve victory, each of you will receive at least 100 golden dragons. In team competitions, only one victor could emerge. After defeating them, would we simply concede? Ellen expressed his reluctance. No. Rance turned to Ellen. We are all victors. He gestured for a few to lean in close, whispering a rallying cry, then advised, after our victory, we shall proclaim it aloud. The king will permit us to share in this triumph. Just as King Robert and Duke Eddard did 17 years ago when they allied to secure victory at the Trident. Jory approached, noticing the excited smiles on Howin and Ellen's faces, though he was somewhat puzzled by their enthusiasm. Rance, my lord wishes me to convey a warning regarding the overly impressive knights. He advises against recklessness. The outcome of the tournament is of no consequence. Who says it is of no consequence? Rance scoffed. Not only is there gold to be won, but also prestige. The champion of the tournament will attract followers who admire strength and may gain the favor of the great nobles, thus easily ascending to knighthood. However, he did not expect to garner the attention of other noble houses. The Dell family was irrevocably marked by their loyalty to House Stark. He could not change his allegiance. But if he could gain the king's favor, it would not be considered a betrayal, for Stark too owed fealty to the king. Please inform my lord that I shall heed his counsel. Rance understood Eddard's true intent. Their victory lay in King's Landing, at the Iron Throne, and not merely in a chaotic tournament. Should he meet with misfortune, it would be difficult for Eddard to find someone else capable of such profound speculation. On the platform, the king, his face flushed from drink, gazed at the knights still preparing at the edge of the arena. He rose, calling out, Are you waiting for the king to join you? Begin immediately. Ultimately, Robert could not find armor that fit him, and his horse struggled to bear his weight in a gallop, which left him greatly disheartened. He resorted to drinking goblet after goblet of wine. This was already his third pitcher. Be cautious of those Kingsguard, Rance remarked dismissively about the other southern knights. Merely 1,000 experience points, easy as slicing through vegetables. This time, however, he wielded a war hammer in his left hand, weighing only a few dozen pounds, but with his strength of 55. It was sufficient to fell a group of ordinary knights with a combat strength of 1,000, without the need to seek out gaps in their armor. Take care. Jory stepped back, watching as Rance, Howin, and Ellen urged their horses forward, followed closely by the wildling Gorgon, who brandished his own fine spear. Rance turned back with a smile, pulling down the visor of his helmet, though his vision was immediately restricted, an uncomfortable sensation. The area by the riverbank was limited in space, providing little opportunity for knights to charge with their long lances. Thus, most had exchanged them for shields and longswords, while some opted for war hammers, as most participants donned full-plate armor. In the chaos, finding a gap in the armor to strike was challenging, making the hammer's crushing force far more effective. 18 years ago at the tournament in Winterfell, the young and valiant Robert had proven that the warhammer was the true king of melee combat. Stay close to me, charge. Rance spurred his horse forward, and indeed, a group of knights charged toward him, the first three being the Kingsguard whom he had repeatedly bested. Yet, where had the Hound gone? He had clearly seen him enter the fray as well. Chapter 33. Honor to Stark. Victory to the king with a resounding clang. Lancelot felled 2 Kingsguard knights, leaving only Gorgon and Boron at his side. The other 3 had long been eliminated. Opposite him stood Marlon Tarlon and 6 knights, all of whom had already dismounted amidst the chaos, many horses having been struck down and now whimpering helplessly, stretching his sore shoulders. Lancelot gripped his hammer in one hand and his sword in the other. He glanced towards the distant Hound, who was dispatching 2 knights alone, perplexed as to why he chose not to join the assault organized by Marlon Tarlon. Did he wish to confront Lancelot in single combat? In the king's retinue, who was unaware of Lancelot's invincibility in one-on-one encounters. You 2 handle the other 2. The rest of you come with me to take down Lancelot, commanded Marlon Tarlon, gripping his longsword tightly as he charged forward, 4 knights trailing behind him while the other 2 moved to intercept Gorgon and Boron. Lancelot, seizing the initiative, closed the distance before the 5 could converge. Should 5 weapons strike him simultaneously, even his heightened reflexes would prove insufficient for evasion. Instead, he aimed to eliminate the less skilled knights first, taking advantage of the staggered approach. On the dais, the king had momentarily forgotten his wine. Recognizing that today's tournament bore a unique intensity, one group attacked another in a coordinated manner, while the opposing side dwindled to merely 3. Led by the guard who had once bested the Hound, Ned, he turned to his companion, Eddard. Did you instruct them to attack as a unit? No, your majesty, Eddard replied. Having learned from Jory that Lancelot had rallied a few to join the fray, providing him with some reassurance. It seemed the guard was no mere brute relying solely on strength. Look, Robert exclaimed, pointing towards the arena with his goblet. Your young squire has defeated 4 knights. Just as I did in my youth, 1 blow apiece. And who is that? Your squire as well? Robert's gaze shifted to the dubious man who had obstructed the Hound after vanquishing a knight. Aside from Lancelot, Marlin, Boron, and the Hound, all others had succumbed to the ground, with Gorgon also falling to his adversary. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Robert mused. Attempting to drink, but realizing his goblet had spilled during the earlier commotion, he turned sharply to his servant, bellowing, "Pour your king some wine, you dim-witted blonde." Lancel Lannister approached, hands cradling a golden wine jug, and filled the king's goblet, retreating with an expression of trepidation. It will undoubtedly be Lancelot, Eddard thought, recognizing that the once valiant warrior exhibited swordsmanship and agility far surpassing the norm. Perhaps only the legendary Dawn could rival him, with few foes remaining. If he could vanquish Marlon Tarlon, the brute hound posed no threat. I wager 1,000 golden dragons that Lancelot will triumph, Robert called out. I too wager on Lancelot's victory, Eddard smiled. Haha. Robert laughed heartily, draining his cup of fine wine. He bellowed once more, dim-witted blonde. Pour your king another drink, do not make me scold you. In the arena, Lancel felt the weariness of his body. The brief yet intense skirmish had rendered his initial stamina of merely 5 nearly unbearable. Thus, he allowed no opportunity for Marlon to hesitate, charging forth directly. Brandishing his sword in a feigned display of bravado. Seizing the moment, he swung his hammer towards Marlon's helm, striking once, dodging, and then delivering another blow. Marlon staggered back 2 steps, his form wavering. Lancel pressed forward, landing another strike upon the helm, and Marlon fell to the ground. He turned to glance at Boron, who had successfully felled the Hound. Well done, Boron, better than a dog. Ha ha. On the high platform, the king roared with laughter, celebrating yet another individual who had vanquished the Hound. Whose knight is that? He queried. Your Majesty, that is not the attire of a knight. Nor does he bear any sigil, whispered the devoted Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister. He must be a mercenary. A mercenary dares to compete in the melee? A slightly inebriated Robert squinted at Boron-esque garb, confirming he was indeed a mercenary of the less fortunate sort. A mercenary can defeat the Hound? Robert pondered, recognizing a talent. Who allowed him to participate in the tournament? Your Majesty, Eddard interjected, his name is Boron, one of the men recently recruited by Lancel. Your squire has recruited a formidable new retainer, Robert lamented. Eddard nodded, having just learned from Jory that Lancel had enlisted 2 mercenaries, never anticipating one would prove so adept. Yet from the high platform, he observed the mercenary's movements were indeed peculiar and his actions despicable, contrasting sharply with Lancel's direct bravery. He had even used Harwin's body to shield himself from attacks, seizing the opportunity to defeat 2 southern knights. Eddard held disdain for such a base individual. Regardless of his skill, what are you doing? Robert exclaimed in surprise as the remaining 2 combatants approached the high platform, continuing their battle. The victor would claim 1,000 golden dragons. Lancel chose not to engage Boron, allowing his hammer and sword to rest at his sides as he knelt on one knee. Gazing up at the king and the esteemed lords. Your Majesty, in the melee, we have triumphed, he proclaimed loudly. Just as 17 years ago at the Battle of the Trident, you wielded a warhammer, and Lord Eddard held a longsword, together achieving a glorious victory. Akin to the collaboration between Boron and myself in defeating our foes. This embodies the true essence of the melee. It is through cooperation that ultimate victory is attained. There can be no 2 champions in a melee, Joffrey interjected with a peculiar laugh. Continue fighting. I want to see the last man standing. Your Majesty. Lancel disregarded the whims of the capricious young boy, who, despite being 16, only a year younger than the bastard Jon, exhibited a temperament far inferior. Honor belongs to Stark. And victory forever to the king. This is a victory for the realm, a triumph for Baratheon and Stark. Honor belongs to Stark, and victory forever to the king? Robert murmured, repeating the phrase, finding it unsatisfactory, and recited it once more. Victory forever to the king. Ha ha, well said. Robert bellowed, rising to his feet. Victory forever to the king. Did you hear that, Stark? He turned to Ed, who had also risen. Honor belongs to you, victory to me, you wretched guard. Always remember your honor. Your Majesty, my honor derives from you. Ed maintained his respectful demeanor, fully resonating with the guard's words internally. Well said, splendid, Robert exclaimed, his excitement surpassing even the earlier chaos of the knight's melee. Eternal victory is what I seek. The Iron Throne is mine, and the Targaryens must be extinguished. Suddenly, Boron raised his sword high, proclaiming, "Honor to Stark, victory forever to the king." Halwyn, struggling to rise from the ground, glared at the mercenary's back, and with great effort shouted, "Honor to Stark, victory forever to the king." The crowd, witnessing this scene, joined in unison, "Honor to Stark, victory forever to the king." The chants echoed across the banks of the Trident. Cersei furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping within her, while Joffrey fixed his gaze on the kneeling Stark guard, a wave of loathing surging within him, intensifying into a profound disdain. Chapter 34. Your Majesty, are you here to fulfill a dream? 1,000 golden dragons are yours. With a grand gesture, Robert commanded 2 attendants to bring forth a heavy wooden chest. Upon opening it, a dazzling glimmer of gold emerged. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lancel's expression of gratitude was sincere, his eyes lingering over the contents of the chest, captivated. The team tournament was declared over amidst the cheers of the crowd. Yet the more boisterous feast was only just beginning. Robert, swaying his corpulent form, led Ed toward the enormous tent. Lancel and Boron hoisted the wooden chest back to the tent occupied by the Prime Minister's guards, while Halwyn, Ellen, Gogan, and Chegan assisted each other to their feet. Their injuries more severe. Halwyn, clad in armor, bore the brunt of a mace strike to his chest, causing him to cough violently, as he did now. "Mercenary," he bellowed. "You pushed me. You made me block the mace." "That was teamwork," Boron replied innocently. "The victory in the tournament is just that. Lancel would never act as you did." "You scoundrel." Halwyn retorted angrily, "You betrayed your comrades for victory." Lancel, sitting aside and stroking the golden dragons, felt a twinge of discomfort. "What do you mean Lancel would never do such a thing? Is that a compliment?" He had only just joined them. It was unreasonable to expect him to become an instant ally. "We must calm Halwyn's ire," Lancel interjected, clutching a few heavy golden dragons. "Now, let us divide this bounty. There are 1,000 golden dragons." The attention of everyone was captured by the clinking sound and the sparkling gold. Apart from the 5 participants, the tent also housed the following companions: Havar, Well, and those who had not attended the feast: Arya, Bran, and the butcher's apprentice, Kimmy, who busied himself with the evening's preparations, while Jimmy, having escaped his menial tasks, accompanied them. As we previously agreed, Lancel counted the golden dragons, stacking 20 into a pile: Halwyn, Ellen, Gogan, and Chegan. "Each shall receive 100 golden dragons." He turned to Boron. "I shall grant you 200 golden dragons. You bested the hound today." Boron was taken aback. Yet it did not hinder his radiant smile. Furthermore, he was entitled to 10 gold dragons for the armor that Jory had lent me and the lance given to Gogan. Although Jory was not present, trailing beside Ed, Lancelot nonetheless brought this matter to the attention of the assembly, to which no one objected. As they eagerly began to count out their shares of gold dragons from the chest, Gogan, casting his gaze towards the indifferent savage, noted that our midday meal at the crossroads had cost merely 2 silver bucks, while 1 gold dragon could be exchanged for 210 silver bucks. Gogan appeared enlightened. Having crossed the Great Wall on numerous occasions, he possessed some understanding of the prices in the south, albeit limited to the vicinity of the Night Watch's gift lands, where only a scant few silver bucks could be scavenged, and copper coins were far more abundant. "Can I send it back to Dell Village?" Gogan inquired. "Shall I entrust it to Vammy?" Lancelot nodded. "I shall also send back some money, which you can then hand to me for safe passage." Gogan smiled faintly. "Then let it remain with you." "No," Lancelot countered. "What belongs to you should remain in your possession, allowing you to feel the weight of it." Once the gold dragons had been evenly divided, Lancelot placed Jory's 10 gold dragons into a pouch, intending to personally deliver them to Jory the following day. After indulging in a hearty meal inside the tent, he found his weariness diminished by Chigan's words. "I plan to depart." Chigan jingled the 2 pouches in his hand. The delightful sound resonated, for they contained his 100 gold dragons. Lancelot was not surprised. Mercenaries lived on the edge, driven by the allure of wealth. With 100 gold dragons in hand, why continue to risk one's life? This sum could enable Chigan to find a tranquil town, purchase a house, and marry a woman, leading a simple and blissful life henceforth. He summoned the panel to review the loyalty levels displayed. Troop 35, Gogan, loyalty 100-100, honor. Jimmy, loyalty 100-100, honor. Boron, loyalty 60-100, desire. Chigan's name had quietly vanished, while Boron's loyalty had inexplicably risen. Lancelot felt an urge to curse the Golden Finger. Not only was there no notification for the upgrade, but the sudden betrayal of his subordinate had also gone unannounced, which was profoundly unsettling. What if he were leading a group into battle, only to discover that all had stealthily switched allegiances? If he failed to check the panel in time, he might not even know how he met his demise, a truly perilous situation. "And you?" He directed his gaze at Boron. Boron instinctively pursed his lips and shrugged. I am willing to continue following you. Chigan, having already established rapport with Boron, was not surprised by this but found it perplexing, with 200 gold dragons at hand. Why still remain a mercenary? Lancelot voiced Chigan's query. Why? Is 200 gold dragons insufficient? Surely, with that, one could purchase a woman from Lys and secure a house in King's Landing for a comfortable retirement. Boron nodded, yet I desire more. Do you believe a mere squire can provide you with more? Uncertain, Boron patted the bulging pouch at his side, reflecting that in just a few hours of following, he had amassed 200 gold dragons, a sum earned at the cost of his very life. Chigan, standing nearby, reminded him once more that he had urged Boron to leave together when the decision was made. I had previously stated. Boron said to Chigan, a mercenary possesses nothing but a sword and a life. I wager my life to earn gold dragons and status. He turned to Lance, revealing a knowing smile, and asked, are you not in the same predicament? Lance extended his hand, solemnly declaring, welcome to our ranks, Boron. Understanding the implication of this gesture, Boron replied, it is truly an honor to integrate into the ranks of the guards, my friend. Indeed, we are friends. Lance noted with intrigue that Boron's loyalty had inexplicably risen to 70. It was quite peculiar, yet no more so than the oddities of a hidden talent. If the Green Prophet could perceive his own hidden potential, would he not be incensed enough to leap from his cave? Learning that Chigan intended to settle in King's Landing, he graciously offered him accommodation within his tent, allowing him to join the king's entourage and avoid the perils of traveling alone. This made Boron nod in approval. The person he followed displayed considerable magnanimity, and when the time came for him to depart, it would likely be a cordial separation. Upon being promoted to the position of guard instructor, Lance, along with Jimmy and Gogan, was assigned to a separate tent, which now also included Boron and Chigan. After conversing with the two, Lance succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber, checking his experience points one last time before sleep. Level 9, Experience 3, 840, 051, 200. Indeed. Amidst the chaos of battle, it was difficult to accrue genuine experience. To avoid injury and ensure victory, he must dispatch his foes with swift efficiency, denying them any chance to retaliate. Thus, despite having personally vanquished over a dozen Southern Knights and 3 Royal Guards, the experience gained amounted to only 7, 200. Far less than the 15, 000 earned from dueling with Boron. In his dreams, Lance beheld his own domain. A magnificent castle rose by the seaside, its façade facing the ocean adorned with a stunning garden. To the west, a well-structured and thriving town connected to the castle, while on the opposite side stood a robust military camp, where his knights and soldiers trained in formation, mounted on their noble steeds, clad in gleaming armor, wielding sharp weapons. They looked up at him from the castle tower, calling out in unison, Lance, awaken. Lance opened his eyes, greeted by Jimmy, who had interrupted his reverie. What is it? Through the tent that failed to block out all light, he could see that dawn had broken outside. The king is here, Jimmy exclaimed excitedly. Now, Lance, still entranced by his dream, wondered if the king had come to bestow upon him a title and a castle as a reward for his victory in the tournament yesterday. Yes. What of the others? Lance rose and donned the leather armor of the Winterfell guards. The suit of armor he had worn for the tournament had already been polished by Jimmy and lay to the side, awaiting its rightful owner, Joffrey. Aside from him and Jimmy, the tent was devoid of others. Boron and Chigan had already gone to breakfast, while Gogan stood guard outside. Lance, impeccably attired, stepped out of the tent, glancing back. Call upon Gogan to join you for breakfast, and kindly bring me a portion. I shall dine on the way. It would be prudent for us to remain by your side, Gogan remarked, for there are many who harbor animosity towards you. Worry not. Lance replied with confidence in both his instincts and skills. A mere handful of adversaries posed no threat, and ambushes would be utterly futile against him. Upon exiting the tent, he spotted Gogan stationed at the entrance. You suffered a considerable injury yesterday. You ought to rest well in the coming days. No need to stand guard here. This is the Prime Minister's entourage. Gogan shook his head gloomily, and soon after, Jimmy followed suit. Young lad. The king called out from a short distance upon noticing Lance's appearance. Come hither, child of Winterfell. Yes, your majesty. Lance gazed upon the clear sky, realizing that his fanciful dreams had fully awakened. The notion of being elevated to nobility based on yesterday's performance, along with acquiring a grand castle, was nothing short of folly. He trailed behind Robert as they made their way to the riverbank, with the king's guard, Jaime Lannister, and another lightly injured guard, Alex Oakhart, following closely behind. Gogan, armed with Jory's spear, trailed behind, as did Jimmy, mirroring his steps. Jaime cast a glance at the two, finding it somewhat amusing, but refrained from intervening. He had observed the entirety of the tournament from the high platform the previous day, especially noting the skills of those surrounding Lance. However, he perceived no real threat. At the riverbank, Robert halted the king's guard from following, and Lance instructed the reluctant Gogan and Jimmy to remain in place. He accompanied the king to the water's edge, where Robert gazed across the river. Stealing a glance at the king, Lance mused, "Your Majesty, are you here to fulfill my dreams? Will you bestow upon me the title of knight, or perhaps true nobility? Which castle would be most suitable for me?" The thought amused him internally. Fully aware of the improbability, the castles of the Seven Kingdoms were limited, save for the small tower keeps of knightly families, which held a faint glimmer of possibility, though he had little desire for such. Chapter 35. The Dragonbone dagger bound for the other side of the straits. After a moment as contemplation, Robert spoke. "You are a warrior, Lance Dell. I appreciate your kind words, Your Majesty," Lance replied with a nod. "It is said by Ned that your family has been loyal to House Stark for over 6 centuries. Your father and uncle fought alongside him against the Mad King, and your brother stood with him against the rebellion of Greyjoy." "Indeed, Your Majesty," Lance affirmed again, refraining from scrutinizing the king's expression. "Are you loyal to Stark?" "The Darrell family has been sworn to Stark for generations. I am loyal to Stark, and to the King of Stark, which is you." Lance expressed his allegiance without hesitation, including the king in his declaration. "Well said, lad." Robert clapped the shoulder of the guard with such force that Lance stumbled slightly. The drunken king's strength was undeniably formidable. Raising his gaze, Robert turned to face the guard. Lance obediently looked up at the king, who towered above him. "Now, your king requires your loyalty. My loyalty remains unwavering. I am devoted to Stark, devoted to you. I do not speak of Stark, but of myself." Robert's tone was grave as he scrutinized the expression of his guard. "Your Majesty," Lancel's face displayed a look of bewilderment. "As your subjects, the people of the Seven Kingdoms are all loyal to you. What I desire is your loyalty to Stark," Robert emphasized. "Your Majesty, Stark is my—" Lancel hesitated, uncertain of the king's intentions. "To hell with Stark," Robert interrupted. "I do not ask you to betray Stark. Ned is my good brother, and I require the service of a good brother's man to undertake a task for his king." "It would be my honor," Lancel replied, recognizing that serving the highest authority of the Seven Kingdoms would yield rewards far exceeding 1,000 golden dragons. "I need you to cross the narrow sea and deliver a gift to my enemy and Stark's." "Deliver a gift? Across the sea?" Lancel found this difficult to accept. His advantage lay in his lineage from House Durrandon, and since his birth, the Stark family's mark had been imprinted upon him. Departing from Lord Eddard meant losing the opportunity to converse directly with the nobility, and everything would have to start anew. "The Targaryen spawn Daenerys has married a horse lord across the narrow sea. I require a warrior to take a dagger that once belonged to House Targaryen and drive it into that girl's heart, piercing deeply. This is a death sentence, not a gift." Lancel cried inwardly. This was tantamount to sending him as a death soldier, a one-way journey with no return, surely fatal. "Take this," Robert said, producing a dagger and handing it to the guard. This Valyrian steel dagger had once belonged to House Targaryen, its hilt crafted from the bones of dragons, making it most suitable for slaying that spawn. Lancel incredulously accepted the dagger, the very blade that stirred the winds of destiny in the original tale. "What is the meaning of this? Whose dagger is this?" Drawing the blade, he caressed the unique patterns of Valyrian steel, feeling its coldness and sharpness. "Your Majesty, if there were a Valyrian steel sword as a gift, it would be easier to approach the enemy." "A Valyrian steel sword?" Robert chuckled. "The Baratheon family does not possess a single Valyrian steel sword." "Go now, Lancel," the king continued, upon reaching King's Landing. "I shall have Varys arrange for you to cross the narrow sea by boat from Blackwater Bay to Pentos. Once there, someone will inform you of Daenerys' whereabouts. Take this dagger and plunge it into her heart, deeply. As you command, Your Majesty." Lancel felt a bitter pang in his heart, but knelt firmly, knowing he had no right to refuse the king, though some may yet decline. "Very well, Lancel," Robert said cheerfully, helping the guard to his feet. "When you return, I shall bestow upon you the title of nobility and grant you a vast estate. It is my honor to relieve your burdens. To hell with estates. What use are they when one's life is at stake?" Lancel felt a deep sorrow. What was happening? He had set out for King's Landing. Yet before even arriving, he was ordered to cross the sea to assassinate Daenerys. "Your Majesty, to ensure the task is accomplished, I hope you will grant me a few companions." At this moment, Robert was in high spirits. Although his brother Ned did not support his plan to eliminate the Targaryen bastards, he had successfully commanded Ned's men to carry out the assassination. When Ned eventually discovered this, he would undoubtedly feel a mix of anger and helplessness. However, it was imperative that this information remained undisclosed to him. Lancel's throat felt constricted. He had intended to immediately inform Eddard, hoping that this loyal brother of the king could intervene to prevent Robert from embarking on a foolhardy mission across the narrow sea. "As you wish," Lancel replied, unable to disclose the truth directly. Instead, he contemplated how to subtly lead Eddard to uncover the truth himself. I hope you can send Ser Jaime and Sandor Clegane together. With their skills, the task will surely succeed. He resolved to complicate matters further, doubting that the queen would allow her twin brother to leave her side. No, Robert decisively rejected the suggestion. The lords of the Seven Kingdoms are well aware of Jaime and Sandor's appearances. Numerous merchants across the Narrow Sea recognize them as well. This task must be entrusted to someone less conspicuous, and you are the most suitable candidate. Who is less conspicuous? Lancel queried, glancing at his status panel, which still indicated his notoriety. Despite his reputation for being combative, known to hundreds within the king's entourage, his standing had not changed. What could possibly explain this? The elusive nature of prestige was perplexing. Was regicide the only way to elevate it? What about Marlon Trelane and Alice Karstark? Lancel resolved to propose additional requirements, including a financial sum. A wealth of gold dragons could never go amiss. Should this task be non-negotiable? He would venture across the Narrow Sea again with gold in hand, for with money, one could instill fear in others. As for Marlon and Alice, they were merely pawns to irritate the drunken king, serving to accumulate experience. Should they disobey, they would face swift retribution. You cannot take the king's guard, Robert once again declined. The merchants across the Narrow Sea have seen them in the throne hall. You may select others who possess skills comparable to yours. Lancel felt a twinge of offense. It seemed the king regarded him as inferior even to Marlon and Alice, whose meager experience was laughable. I need some time to prepare, Your Majesty. Lancel contemplated strategies, his thoughts lingering on the forthcoming tournament with its enticing prizes. I shall select a few individuals with talents akin to Boron's, ensuring they can strike decisively to swiftly eliminate the Targaryen bastards. Swiftly eliminate? Robert chuckled at this description, finding amusement in Lancel's words. Well said, Lancel. I like your spirit. So long as you fulfill your task and return, I shall reward you handsomely. Your Majesty, the journey is fraught with danger, but I fear not, Lancel stated solemnly. However, the distance is great, and I must recruit dependable personnel, which will inevitably incur expenses. Did you not just receive 1,000 gold dragons? Robert discerned Lancel's implication. He was effectively asking the king for funds. That is my money, Lancel thought, recalling 3 words from a past life that evoked deep resentment. You are the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Do not emulate those avaricious wretches who only know how to exploit their subordinates. I have shared my winnings with others who fought alongside me. Lancel subtly conveyed his financial insufficiency. Shared 500? Robert recalled the agile mercenary. And it was through their combined efforts that they emerged victorious. 610 golden dragons, Lancel revealed the true figure. I have distributed it among all who fought alongside us, for their valor shall not be overlooked simply because they fell first. It was the right course of action. Upon your return, you shall become a competent lord, safeguarding the Seven Kingdoms for me. Robert once again patted the guard's shoulder. Upon arriving in King's Landing, I shall instruct Peter to grant you an additional 3,000 golden dragons for your discretionary use, but you must depart swiftly to eliminate that Targaryen spawn. I require some time, Lancel hesitated, to find suitable personnel and familiarize myself with the opposite shore of the Narrow Sea, to prevent a failed assassination. He cautioned the king that a first failure would inevitably incite their defenses and might even provoke her husband. Should her husband lead cavalry across the sea to Westeros? Both old and new gods would not forgive me. Robert, realizing the wisdom in the guard's words, inquired, How long do you need? Half a year, Lancel ventured tentatively. Too long, the king rejected. I grant you 1 month for preparation. Once that period elapses, you shall depart immediately. For personnel and golden dragons, come directly to me. And do not breathe a word to Ned. At your command, Your Majesty. Lancel pondered the timing of the Prime Minister's tournament. If he could leverage this grand event to elevate himself from obscurity to prominence, would the king still permit him to undertake the assassination? Regardless, a month was ample time for many things to change. Your Majesty, I harbor one more concern. Lancel recalled another matter that could divert the king's attention. Speak, Robert replied, somewhat irked. This guard was as cautious as the eunuch in the royal council, yet it was this very caution that ensured the success of the assassination. He tolerated the guard's further discourse. Your Majesty, aside from the enemies across the Narrow Sea, the Seven Kingdoms face a common foe, the wildlings who dwell beyond the wall. That is of no concern. They cannot breach the wall. Many wildlings have already crossed the wall, and in recent months, numerous bands have emerged near Winterfell, attacking several villages. Stark will deal with them. Robert dismissed the notion. For millennia, wildlings had attempted to cross the wall but were always halted in the north. With Stark in place, there was no need for worry. This time is different. The White Walkers have appeared beyond the wall, and the wildlings, in their fear of the White Walkers, have gathered together, joined by giants. A new king beyond the wall has arisen, known as Mance Rayder. commanding countless wildling warriors who schemed to breach the wall and invade the south. White Walkers? Giants? Robert exclaimed, incredulous. Boy, are you jesting with your king? What manner of tales are these? Wildlings have witnessed them, as have the Night's Watch. Winter is here, and the White Walkers have awakened, Lancel declared. Staring intently into Robert's eyes, his expression grave. Robert stared wide-eyed at the guard for a moment, then turned to gaze at the river. Enough, do not jest with me. Boy, Lancel was at a loss for words. He had adopted a serious demeanor, yet this drunken king refused to believe, showing no concern for the wildlings crossing the wall and raiding the north. However, he insisted, Lord Banyan has captured many wildlings attempting to cross the wall during this period. They have confessed that they fled south to escape the White Walkers, aiming to continue their flight until they reach the southernmost tip of Westeros. The White Walkers resurrect those they slay as whites, who are impervious to death and tireless in their pursuit. They will annihilate all living beings and then rise again as more whites, until no life remains on the continent of Westeros. Lord Banyan? Robert furrowed his brow. Banyan Stark? Ned's brother? He recalled the young man he had met at the Winterfell feast, with whom he had shared a cordial relationship in their youth. Indeed, Lancel replied. In preparation for the White Walkers, Lord Eddard has been gathering obsidian, for it is said that obsidian can vanquish these creatures. Does Ned truly believe such a tale? Robert exclaimed incredulously. This is no mere tale, Lancel replied. Those who have witnessed the White Walkers firsthand, even if faced with the necessity of severing their heads, would not alter the accounts of their experiences. He aimed to replace the slain Night's Watchmen with their testimony to draw the king's attention. The wildlings are aware that those living in the south would not believe them. These southerners would foolishly assume that the White Walkers, having slaughtered thousands of wildlings and amassed an invincible army of the undead, would remain comfortably outside the wall, merely exterminating the northerners, never threatening the tranquility of southern life. Silence. Robert erupted in sudden rage. You engage in alarmism and dare to mock the king. Lancel feigned terror, kneeling on one knee, and defiantly replied. My village lies in the north, and my kin reside there as well. Ignoring the White Walkers will only bring calamity upon the Seven Kingdoms. No living soul will survive. Enough. Robert abruptly turned and strode toward the riverbank. Go and complete the task I assigned you. Disheartened, Lancel realized that the threat of the White Walkers could not capture the king's attention. Robert was still preoccupied with Daenerys across the narrow sea. As he watched the king depart with 2 Kingsguard, he hurriedly took Gogan and Jimmy to breakfast, only to find they had missed the meal and could only scrounge a few hard pieces of black bread to stave off hunger. Once Robert had left his guards, he found Eddard and called out, 7 hells. How much longer will you keep this from me? I am your brother, your king. Eddard stood beside the folded tent, quietly instructing 2 guards while handing over a letter. Startled by Robert's outburst, he turned to face the furious king. What am I hiding from you? Do not feign ignorance. Your squire Lancel has told me everything. No, Eddard exclaimed in horror, glancing at Jaime Lannister, who followed the king. Just as he was about to instruct Jory to prepare, Robert shouted once more. Someone has seen the White Walkers, yet you do not inform your king. Instead, you spend your days in contemplation. Robert recalled how often Eddard had furrowed his brow in thought since leaving the north. You intend to send the guards back to the north. Is it due to the White Walkers? Why do you not tell me? White Walkers? Eddard was bewildered. Recently, he had been so muddled by Lancel's speculations that he had forgotten the threat posed by the White Walkers. He had not even inquired whether Winterfell had procured any obsidian from Skagos. Tell your king whether this is true. Has anyone truly witnessed the others? Robert's booming voice captured Joffrey's attention, who had just arrived in search of Sansa. The others? He scoffed, whispering to Sansa, can anyone truly take the others seriously? Sansa chuckled. Those are merely tales from the old nurse. My father would not believe such nonsense. Her father's expression softened with relief, his tension easing as he gravely replied, Indeed. Your grace, many have laid eyes upon the others beyond the wall. They may very well have returned. The long summer has endured for too long. We might soon face another long night. Banyan? Robert frowned, recalling Banyan Stark, Ned's brother. He remembered seeing him at the Winterfell banquet. They had known each other well in their youth. Yes, Lancel confirmed. In preparation for the others, Lord Eddard has been gathering obsidian. For it is said that obsidian can vanquish these fiends. Does Ned truly believe such a tale? Robert thought incredulously. This is no mere story, Lancel asserted. Those who have encountered the others, even when faced with the prospect of beheading, refuse to alter their accounts of what they have witnessed. He directly substituted the slain Night's Watchmen with them, hoping to draw the king's attention. The wildlings understand that those who dwell in the south would not believe. These southerners foolishly assume that the others have slaughtered thousands of wildlings and, having amassed an invincible army of the dead, would remain undisturbed beyond the wall, content to annihilate only the northerners while sparing the comfortable lives of the south. Silence. Robert suddenly roared. You speak of calamity. Do you dare mock the king? Lancel feigned fear, kneeling on one knee, lifting his head defiantly. My village lies in the north, and my kin dwell there as well. Ignoring the others will only lead to the doom of the seven kingdoms. No living soul will survive. Enough. Robert spun on his heel and strode toward the riverbank. You will fulfill the task I have set for you. Disheartened, Lancel realized that the threat of the others had failed to rouse the king's concern, who remained preoccupied with Daenerys across the narrow sea. Watching the king depart with 2 Kingsguard, Lancel hurriedly gathered Goran and Jimmy for breakfast, only to miss the meal entirely. Settling for a few hard crusts of black bread to stave off hunger. After parting from his guards, Robert sought out Eddard, exclaiming, By the 7 hells! How long will you keep this from me? I am your brother, your king. Eddard stood beside the folded tent, quietly instructing 2 guards while handing over a letter. Startled by Robert's outburst, he turned to face the advancing king. What am I hiding from you? Do not feign ignorance. Your squire Lancel has revealed everything. No. Eddard exclaimed in terror as he glanced at Jaime Lannister following the king. Just as he was about to instruct Jory to prepare, Robert bellowed once more. Someone has seen the others, and you fail to inform your king, instead idling about. Robert recalled how Eddard had often furrowed his brow in contemplation since their departure from the north. Are you sending the guards back to the north because of the others? Why do you not tell me? The others? Ed was bewildered, lately consumed by Lancel's speculations, having long forgotten the threat posed by the White Walkers. He had not even considered whether Winterfell had procured obsidian from Skagos. Tell your king. Is this true? Has anyone truly laid eyes upon a White Walker? Robert's roar captured the attention of Joffrey, who had just arrived in search of Sansa. White Walkers. He scoffed and whispered to Sansa, Can anyone truly take them seriously? Sansa responded with a laugh, That is merely a tale from the old nurse. My father would never believe such nonsense. Her father sighed in relief, his tension easing. And with a serious countenance, he stated, Yes, your grace, many have witnessed the White Walkers beyond the wall. They may very well have returned. The long summer has persisted for too long, and we might soon face another long night. Bran? Robert frowned. Bran Stark? Ned's brother? He recalled seeing him at the Winterfell feast. They had known each other well in their youth and shared a good rapport. Indeed, Lancel affirmed. To counter the White Walkers, Lord Eddard has begun gathering obsidian, which is said to vanquish these creatures. Ned believes this tale? Robert exclaimed in disbelief. It is no mere story, Lancel retorted. Those who have witnessed the White Walkers, even if it means decapitating them, would not alter their accounts of first-hand experience. He replaced the slain Night's Watchman with them, hoping to capture the king's attention. The wildlings understood that those living in the south would not believe. These southerners foolishly thought that the White Walkers had slaughtered thousands of wildlings, and with their invincible army of the dead, would remain safely beyond the wall, merely exterminating the northerners without threatening the comfort of southern life. Silence. Robert suddenly erupted in anger. You are being alarmist. You dare mock the king. Lancel feigned terror, kneeling on one knee, lifting his head defiantly. My village lies in the north, my kin reside in the north. Ignoring the White Walkers will only lead to catastrophe for the 7 kingdoms. No living soul will survive. Enough. Robert turned sharply, striding toward the riverbank. Go and complete the task I assigned you. Lancel felt disappointment. It seemed the White Walkers could not capture the king's concern, as he remained preoccupied with Daenerys across the narrow sea. Watching the king depart with 2 Kingsguard, Lancel hurriedly took Goran and Jimmy to breakfast, only to find he had missed it and could only scrounge a few hard pieces of black bread to stave off hunger. After dismissing the guards, Robert sought out Eddard, exclaiming, 7 hells! How much longer will you keep this from me? I am your brother, your king. Eddard stood beside the collapsed tent, quietly instructing 2 guards while handing over a letter. Startled by Robert's outburst, he turned to see the king approaching in a furious stride. What am I concealing from you? Feign ignorance with me, have you? Your squire Lancel has told me everything. Nay, Eddard gasped, glancing at Jaime Lannister, who followed the king. Just as he was about to instruct Jory to prepare, the king roared once more, Someone has seen the White Walkers, and you have not informed your king. Instead choosing to daydream, Rob recalled Eddard, who often furrowed his brow in contemplation since departing from the north. You intend to send the guards back to the north. Is it because of the White Walkers? Why have you not informed me? White Walkers. Eddard was taken aback. Recently, he had been muddled by Lannister's speculations and had long forgotten the threat posed by the White Walkers. He had not even inquired whether Winterfell had procured obsidian from Skagos. Tell your king if this is true, whether anyone has seen the White Walkers with their own eyes. Rob's thunderous voice caught Joffrey's attention, who had just arrived in search of Sansa. White Walkers. He scoffed, whispering to Sansa, Can you believe some would take the White Walkers seriously? Sansa laughed. That is merely an old wives' tale. My father wouldn't believe it. Her father exhaled, his tense demeanor easing as he solemnly replied, Yes, your grace. Many have witnessed the White Walkers beyond the wall. They may indeed have appeared. The long summer has persisted for far too long, and we are likely to face yet another long night. Benjen? Robb furrowed his brow. Benjen Stark? Ned's brother? He recalled seeing him at the Winterfell banquet, where they had shared a bond in their youth. Yes, Lannister said. In preparation for the White Walkers, Lord Eddard has been gathering obsidian. As legend has it that obsidian can vanquish these creatures. Does Ned truly believe such a tale? Robb asked incredulously. This is no mere tale, Lannister asserted. Those who have encountered the White Walkers, even at the cost of their own heads, would not alter their accounts of first-hand experiences. He replaced the slain Night's Watchman will with them to draw the king's attention. The wildlings understand that those who dwell in the south are unlikely to believe. These southerners foolishly presume that the White Walkers annihilate thousands of wildlings, and having amassed an invincible army of the dead, would remain complacently beyond the wall, merely exterminating northerners without threatening the comforts of the south. Silence. Robb suddenly erupted in fury. You are being alarmist. Do you dare mock the king? Feigning terror. Lannister knelt on one knee, raising his head defiantly. My village lies in the north. My kin reside there as well. Ignoring the White Walkers will only bring catastrophe upon the Seven Kingdoms. No living soul will survive. That is enough. Robb turned abruptly, walking towards the riverbank. You shall fulfill the task I have assigned to you. Disheartened, Lannister realized that the White Walkers failed to garner the king's regard, as he remained preoccupied with Daenerys across the narrow sea. After watching the king depart with 2 Kingsguard, he hurriedly took Goran and Jimmy to breakfast, only to miss the meal entirely, settling for a few hard pieces of black bread to stave off his hunger. Once Robb left the guards, he sought out Eddard, exclaiming, By the 7 hells, how much longer do you intend to keep this from me? I am your brother, your king. Eddard stood beside the folded tent, quietly instructing 2 guards while handing over a letter. Startled by Robb's outburst, he turned to face the furious king. What am I concealing from you? Do not feign ignorance. Your Squire Lannister has told me everything. No. Ed's heart raced with trepidation as he glanced at the ever-loyal Jaime Lannister, who trailed behind the king. Just as he was about to instruct Yora to prepare, the king's voice thundered once more. You have seen the others, yet you fail to inform your king, instead spending your days in a stupor. Robert recalled Ed's furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor ever since their departure from the north. Are you sending the guards back to the north because of the others? Why have you not confided in me? Others? Ed was bewildered. The recent speculations from Lannister had left him in a daze, and he had forgotten the looming threat of the others entirely. He had not even inquired whether Winterfell had acquired obsidian from Skagos Island. Inform your king, is it true? Has anyone truly laid eyes upon the others? Robert's roar caught the attention of Joffrey, who had just arrived in search of Sansa. Others? Joffrey scoffed, whispering to Sansa. Can anyone genuinely believe in such nonsense? Sansa giggled. That is merely a tale from the old nurse. My father would never believe it. Ed released a sigh of relief, his tension easing as he spoke gravely. Indeed. Your Majesty, many have witnessed the others beyond the wall. They may very well be emerging. The long summer has persisted for far too long, and we may soon face another long night. Benjen? Robert frowned, recalling Benjen Stark, Ned's brother. He remembered their acquaintance from the Winterfell feast, where they had shared a cordial relationship in their youth. Yes, Lannister replied, in preparation for the others, Lord Ed has already begun gathering obsidian, for it is said to vanquish these creatures. Does Ned truly believe in such tales? Robert exclaimed in disbelief. This is no mere story, Lannister asserted. Those who have encountered the others, even if faced with the need to sever their heads, would not retract their first-hand accounts. He replaced the slain Night's Watchmen with their own experiences to capture the king's attention. The wildlings understood that those living in the south would remain skeptical, foolishly believing that the others could annihilate thousands of wildlings yet would linger peacefully beyond the wall, threatening only the northerners, never disturbing the comfort of the south. Silence. Robert suddenly erupted in fury. You are fearmongering. Do you dare mock your king? Lannister feigned terror, kneeling on one knee, and defiantly raised his head. My village lies in the north. My kin are in the north. Ignoring the others will only lead to the ruin of the 7 kingdoms. No living soul shall survive. Enough. Robert spun on his heel and strode towards the riverbank. Go fulfill the task I assigned you. Disheartened, Lannister realized the king remained unperturbed by the threat of the others, still preoccupied with Daenerys across the narrow sea. Watching the king depart with 2 Kingsguard, he hurriedly gathered Goran and Jimmy for breakfast, only to miss the meal, settling instead for a few hard pieces of black bread to stave off hunger. After dismissing his guards, Robert sought out Ed, exclaiming, By the 7 hells, how much longer will you conceal the truth from me? I am your brother, your king. Ed stood by the stowed tent, quietly instructing 2 guards while handing over a letter, startled by Robert's outburst. He turned to face the furious Robert, exclaiming, What have I concealed from you? Pretending to be oblivious, your squire Lancel has divulged everything to me. Nay, Ed gasped in terror, glancing at the formidable Jaime Lannister who followed the king. Just as he was about to instruct Jory to prepare, Robert's voice thundered once more. Someone has encountered the White Walkers, yet you fail to inform your king, instead spending your days in a stupor. Robert recalled Ed's frequent frowns and contemplations since departing the north. You wish to send the guards back to the north. Is it because of the White Walkers? Why do you keep this from me? White Walkers? Ed was taken aback, his mind clouded by Lancel's recent speculations, having long forgotten the looming threat of the White Walkers. He had not even concerned himself with whether Winterfell had obtained obsidian from Skagos Island. Tell your king if it is true. If anyone has indeed laid eyes upon the White Walkers. Robert's roar caught the attention of Joffrey, who had just arrived in search of Sansa. White Walkers? Joffrey scoffed, whispering to Sansa, can anyone truly believe in such nonsense? Sansa replied with a laugh, that is merely a tale spun by the old nurse. My father would never believe it. Ed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, regained his composure and solemnly stated, Indeed, your grace. Many have witnessed the White Walkers beyond the wall. They may very well have returned. The long summer has persisted for far too long, and we are likely to face another long night. Benjen? Robert frowned. Benjen Stark? Ned's brother? He recalled seeing him at the Winterfell feast. They had shared a camaraderie in their youth. Yes, Lancel affirmed, to combat the White Walkers, Lord Ed has begun gathering obsidian. For it is said that this stone can vanquish them. Ned believes such a fable? Robert exclaimed incredulously. This is no fable, Lancel retorted. Those who have seen the White Walkers, even if it means severing their heads, would not forsake their first-hand accounts. He directly substituted the slain Night's Watchman will with them, hoping to capture the king's attention. The wildlings understand that those who dwell in the south will not believe. They foolishly presume that the White Walkers have decimated thousands of wildlings and, possessing an invincible army of the dead, would remain beyond the wall, only to slay northerners, posing no threat to the comforts of the south. Silence. Robert suddenly erupted in fury. You speak alarmist nonsense and dare mock your king. Feigning fear. Lancel knelt on one knee, defiantly raising his head. My village lies in the north. My kin reside in the north. Ignoring the White Walkers will only bring calamity upon the Seven Kingdoms. No living soul shall survive. Enough. Robert abruptly turned, striding towards the riverbank. Go fulfill the task I have assigned you. Disheartened, Lancel realized that the threat of the White Walkers had failed to capture the king's attention, who remained preoccupied with Daenerys across the narrow sea. Watching the king depart with 2 Kingsguard, Lancel hurriedly took Goran and Jimmy for breakfast, only to find they had missed the meal, settling instead for a few hard pieces of black bread to stave off hunger. After leaving the guards, Robert sought out Ed, exclaiming, By the 7 hells, how much longer will you conceal the truth from me? I am your brother, your king. Eddard stood next to the folded tent, quietly instructing 2 guards while handing over a letter. Startled by Robert's shout, he turned to see the king approaching in a fury. What have I concealed from you? Do not feign ignorance. Your young squire, Lancel, has revealed everything. No. Eddard gasped in horror as he glanced at Jaime Lannister, who followed the king. Just as he was about to instruct Jory to prepare, Robert roared once more. Someone has seen the White Walkers, yet you do not inform your king. Instead, wandering in a daze. Robert recalled Eddard's frequent frowns and deep contemplation since leaving the north. Are you sending the guards back to the north because of the White Walkers? Why do you not tell me? White Walkers? Eddard was taken aback, his mind clouded by Lancel's recent speculations, having long forgotten the threat posed by the White Walkers. He had not even inquired whether Winterfell had acquired obsidian from Skagos. Tell your king, is it true? Have there been eyewitness accounts of the White Walkers? Robert's roar caught the attention of Joffrey, who had just arrived in search of Sansa. White Walkers? He scoffed, whispering to Sansa, can anyone truly take the White Walkers seriously? Sansa replied, that is merely a tale from the old nurse. My father would not believe it. Sansa's father exhaled, his tension easing. With a serious demeanor, he said, Yes, your grace. Many have witnessed the White Walkers beyond the wall. They may indeed have returned. The long summer has lasted for too long. We may soon face another long night. Benjen? Robert furrowed his brow. Benjen Stark? Eddard's brother? He recalled seeing him during the feast at Winterfell, where they had shared a bond in their youth. Indeed, Lancel affirmed, in preparation for the White Walkers. Lord Eddard has been gathering obsidian, as legend has it that obsidian can vanquish these creatures. Does Eddard truly believe such tales? Robert asked incredulously. This is no mere tale, Lancel asserted. Those who have seen the White Walkers, even if they must sever their heads, refuse to alter the accounts of their first-hand experiences. He directly replaced the slain Night's Watchmen, Will, with their stories to capture the king's attention. The wildlings understand that those who dwell in the south will not believe. These Southerners foolishly think that the White Walkers have slaughtered thousands of wildlings and, with their unstoppable undead army, would remain undisturbed beyond the wall, merely exterminating Northerners without threatening the comforts of the South. Silence. Robert suddenly erupted in anger. You speak alarmist nonsense, daring to mock your king. Lancel feigned fear, kneeling on one knee, and defiantly replied, My village lies in the north, my kin dwell there as well. Ignoring the White Walkers will only lead the Seven Kingdoms to ruin. No living soul will survive. Enough. Robert abruptly turned and strode towards the riverbank. You shall fulfill the task I assigned you. Lancel felt a sense of disappointment. It seemed the White Walkers could not capture the king's attention, as he remained preoccupied with Daenerys across the narrow sea. Watching the king depart with his 2 Kingsguard, he hurriedly took Gogan and Jimmy for breakfast, only to find they had missed the meal, leaving them with nothing but a few hard pieces of black bread to barely satiate their hunger. After leaving the guards, Robert found Ned and exclaimed, By the 7 hells, how much longer will you keep secrets from me? I am your brother, your king. Ned stood beside the folded tents, quietly briefing 2 guards while passing a letter. Startled by Robert's outburst, he turned to face the fuming king. What secrets am I keeping from you? Do not feign ignorance. Your squire, Lancel, has told me everything. Ned's expression shifted to one of alarm as he glanced at Jaime Lannister, who followed the king. Just as he was about to instruct Jory to prepare, Robert bellowed once more, Someone has seen the White Walkers, and yet you do not inform your king. Instead choosing to daydream. Robert recalled how Ned had often furrowed his brow in contemplation since leaving the north. Are you sending the guards back to the north because of the White Walkers? Why would you not share this with me? White Walkers? Ned was bewildered, having been muddled by Lancel's insinuations and oblivious to the threat posed by the White Walkers. He had not even inquired whether Winterfell had acquired obsidian from Skagos. Tell your king, is it true? Has anyone truly laid eyes upon the White Walkers? Robert's roar attracted the attention of Joffrey, who had just arrived in search of Sansa. White Walkers? Joffrey scoffed, whispering to Sansa, Can anyone truly take them seriously? Sansa replied, That is merely a tale from the old nurse. My father does not believe in such things. Relieved, Sansa's father calmed his nerves and solemnly stated, Yes, your grace, many have indeed witnessed the White Walkers beyond the wall. They may very well be returning. The long summer has persisted for far too long, and we may soon face another long night. Banyan. Robert frowned. Banyan Stark? Ned's brother? He recalled seeing him at a banquet in Winterfell. They were familiar and had shared a good rapport in their youth. Indeed, Lancel affirmed, in preparation for the White Walkers. Lord Ned has been gathering obsidian, said to be capable of vanquishing these creatures. Does Ned truly believe such tales? Robert asked incredulously. This is no mere story, Lancel insisted. Those who have encountered the White Walkers, even when faced with the necessity of severing their heads, refuse to alter their accounts. He substituted the slain knight's watchman will for them, aiming to capture the king's attention. The free folk understand that those living in the south will not believe. These Southerners foolishly think that the White Walkers have annihilated thousands of their kind, yet still remain undisturbed outside the wall, content to slaughter only the Northerners, never threatening the comforts of the South. Silence. Robert roared in sudden fury. You are spreading alarmist rhetoric, daring to mock your king. Feigning fear. Lancel knelt on one knee and defiantly raised his head. My village lies within the north. My kin are there as well. Ignoring the White Walkers will only bring disaster upon the 7 kingdoms. No living soul will survive. Enough. Robert abruptly turned and strode towards the riverbank. You shall complete the task I assigned you. Lancel, filled with disappointment, realized that the White Walkers failed to capture the king's attention, as he remained preoccupied with Daenerys across the narrow sea. Watching the king depart with 2 Kingsguard, he hurriedly took Goran and Jimmy for breakfast, only to discover they had missed the meal, settling instead for a few hard, stale pieces of black bread to stave off hunger. After leaving the guards, Robert found Eddard and exclaimed, 7 hells. How much longer will you keep this from me? I am your brother, your king. Eddard, standing beside the folded tents and speaking quietly to 2 guards while handing over a letter, was startled by Robert's outburst. He turned to face the furious king and replied, What am I keeping from you? Do not feign ignorance. Your squire, Lancel, has told me everything. No. Eddard gasped, glancing at Jaime Lannister, who followed the king. Just as he was about to instruct Jory to prepare, Robert roared once more. Someone has seen the White Walkers, yet you do not inform your king, instead losing yourself in daydreams. Robert recalled how Eddard had often furrowed his brow in contemplation since leaving the north. Are you sending the guards back to the north because of the White Walkers? Why have you not told me? White Walkers? Eddard was bewildered. He had been so consumed by Lancel's speculations that he had almost forgotten the threat of the White Walkers. He had not even inquired whether Winterfell had received obsidian from Skagos Island. Tell your king if this is true. Has anyone truly laid eyes upon the White Walkers? Robert's shout caught Joffrey's attention as he arrived in search of Sansa. White Walkers. He scoffed, whispering to Sansa, how could anyone take the White Walkers seriously? Sansa replied with a smile, that is merely an old wives' tale. My father would not believe it. Sansa's father exhaled, his tense demeanor easing as he solemnly stated, yes. Your Grace, many have indeed witnessed the White Walkers beyond the wall. They may very well have returned. The long summer has endured too long. And we might soon face another long night. Chapter 37. Robert's furious outburst. Damn it. Robert observed his brother's expression and recognized that Eddard had begun to harbor doubts about the appearance of the White Walkers. What do you intend to do? I have already summoned soldiers in Winterfell, ordered the last strongholds near the wall and the Dread Fort to do the same, and procured obsidian from Skagos Island. With sufficient obsidian weapons and soldiers, we should be able to fend off the wildlings. I asked about the White Walkers. Have they truly emerged? Robert was not concerned about the wildlings. For thousands of years, the poorly equipped wildlings had posed no threat to the south. I am uncertain, Eddard shook his head. Merely harboring some doubts, which is why I did not inform you. And how do you plan to ascertain this? Robert inquired. Do you believe in the existence of the White Walkers? Eddard was puzzled as to why Robert would also lend credence to Lancel's words. Initially, his willingness to confront the matter in the study was not prompted by the words of the wildling brought by Lancel, but rather by the information regarding the White Walkers that his brother Benjen had gleaned from other wildlings. The Night's Watch deserter, whom he had executed with his own hands, also insisted that he had witnessed the White Walkers. Furthermore, the bastard's musings on what might happen if they indeed existed had piqued his suspicion and warranted his attention. Your knight, Lancel, gravely informed me that winter has come and the White Walkers have awakened, Robert remarked. What could instill fear and concern in a warrior who has bested all knights, if not a mere legend? He was perplexed as to why Lancel would approach the king with tales of the White Walkers, leading him to believe that the king was aware of the circumstances surrounding Jon Arryn's death and the lineage of the 3 children. Tell me, how can you ascertain, or even be certain, whether the White Walkers are indeed capable of resurrecting the dead to transform them into soldiers as the legends suggest? Robert refrained from divulging to Eddard that he had initially intended to command the knight to undertake another task. The confirmation of the White Walkers' existence had been entrusted to Benjen and my bastard. Eddard replied candidly that should the existence of the White Walkers be substantiated, then the resurrection of the dead as soldiers must indeed be true. Oh, 7 hells! Witnessing his dear brother's demeanor, Robert's conviction that the White Walkers were mere folklore began to waver. Perhaps they truly existed, leaving him in a state of distress, yearning for fine wine. He turned to seek a drink, only to spot the instigator riding ahead, leisurely gnawing on black bread. You scoundrel! Robert bellowed. Get your royal self over here, at once. Lancel swallowed his bread, dismounted, and promptly approached the king. Your Grace, have you dined? Silence. Robert roared, gesturing to Eddard. Your knight spoke of the White Walker's appearance. 7 hells. You might as well tell me that the children of the forest have also emerged, and what of the giants? Wasn't it said that giants had joined the king beyond the wall? Your Grace, these matters require Benjen's confirmation, Eddard stated, casting a puzzled glance at the knight, bewildered as to why the cautious Lancel would divulge such information to the king. Once he confirms, will it not be evident that the White Walkers and wildlings have descended southward? Can your north withstand them? The more Robert spoke, the more he craved wine. The yearning for drink only deepened his melancholy. He had convinced himself, for his dear brother seemed to believe that Eddard, with his disposition, would not readily accept such legends unless some form of validation were presented. Robert, Eddard said, no longer adhering to the formalities. He noticed Robert's emotional instability. Once the news of the White Walkers is confirmed, I will inform you at once. By the names of the old and new gods, I vow to tell you immediately. Very well, Robert thought, parched and feeling that life without wine was hardly worth living. He pathetically clapped his brother on the shoulder. The north is in your hands. I trust you completely. In any case, if the White Walkers do exist, we must once again rally the strength of the 7 kingdoms to march north and eradicate these abominations. We shall fight side by side once more, brother, Eddard declared, extending his large hand. The king reached out with his stout hand, and they clasped tightly, united once more in battle. After Robert departed with 2 members of the king's guard, the king's entourage swiftly prepared to set off. Eddard summoned Lancel to ride alongside him. Why inform Robert? Is it about the news of the White Walkers? Lancel drew the dragon-glass dagger from his belt and held it aloft for inspection, instantly capturing Eddard's attention. I fear I may never return to the north. I fear the White Walkers. Thus, I hope to witness the knights of the 7 kingdoms march northward to the wall before leaving Westeros, to vanquish the White Walkers and wildlings, ensuring peace and tranquility for the north and for Dorne. Valyrian steel? Eddard discerned the quality of the blade and reached for it. Scrutinizing it closely, I have seen Robert use it to carve meat in Winterfell. This is a handle made of dragon glass. Lancel nodded silently. Having promised the king to speak little, he had already said what he could. Has Robert bestowed this upon you? Eddard inquired, puzzled. He recognized Robert's admiration for warriors. Yet the squire had only just begun to emerge, so how could he possess such a rare Valyrian steel dagger? Moreover, why had he mentioned leaving Westeros? It is not for me. It is for another, but I cannot disclose whom. Forgive me, my lord. Please do not question my loyalty. I would not doubt your loyalty. The Durrandon family has demonstrated unwavering fidelity to the Starks for over 6 centuries. Your father and brother paid the ultimate price to uphold that loyalty. I trust you will honor it, Eddard replied gravely. I shall not fail you, yet I am compelled by circumstance. He is your king, and I cannot put you in a difficult position. I must defend your honor and the loyalty of House Durrandon with my life. Keep the dagger with me. When you are compelled to leave, I shall return it to you, Eddard said, furrowing his brow, having now surmised the destination of Lancel's impending departure from Westeros. Before you are forced to leave, I will see it returned. At your command, my lord. Lancel bowed in acquiescence, understanding that Eddard had pieced together the situation. This duke was not so foolish. He had no desire to risk his life ferrying the dagger across the seas, which bore no difference to Eddard's perilous journey southward to King's Landing. The king's retinue crossed the Trident River, continuing south along the King's Road. By noon, they had entered the Crownlands, and at this languid pace, they would reach King's Landing in 5 days. Beside the King's Road, within the newly erected royal tent, a roar echoed. Get out. Eddard emerged from the king's pavilion. His grip on the dragonglass dagger now vanished. Robert was pacing furiously inside the tent, clutching the very dagger. Damn that squire. His ability to keep secrets is worse than Varys's little birds. He flaunts a Valyrian steel dagger everywhere. Truly infuriating. Robert was enraged, both at the squire and at the hand of the king for daring to question him. Damn it, Ned. I am your king, and you dare to question your king. After much difficulty, I finally set my sights on an extraordinary yet unassuming warrior to carry out an assassination of the Targaryen, only to be thwarted by Eddard, who confronted him with furious accusations of dishonor, reproaching him for bypassing the Lord and coercing the guards. Damn it, do you even know who the true king is? Chapter 38. The Stark Holdings. As night fell, Lancel completed the training of the 2 young boys and the Prime Minister's guard. Just as he was about to return to his tent for rest, he was summoned by Eddard. He followed Eddard away from the encampment, toward an open field, accompanied solely by Joffrey. My lord, you should never venture anywhere without at least 20 guards by your side, he kindly advised. Do you truly believe someone would attempt to assassinate me? Eddard retorted. If someone were to send 2 masters like Jaime Lannister after you, and I weren't by your side, you and Joffrey alone would be insufficient to fend them off. Even with a few more Joffreys, Jaime's skills far surpass those of Joffrey. Lancel recalled the scene from the original tale where Jaime dispatched Joffrey with barely 2 moves, akin to slicing through vegetables. Far more decisive than his own victory over 3 Kingsguard. You shall not leave my side. Eddard halted his steps. The king shall no longer force you to depart from Westeros. Lancel could not conceal his surprise, as his earlier pretense had been painfully evident. And continuing to feign loyalty would only sow doubts about his commitment. In future incidents, you must inform me directly, Eddard insisted. Do not conceal matters due to the king's orders. Your loyalty lies with House Stark, not with Baratheon. Yes, my lord, Lancel replied, though the statement felt disloyal. He relished it. I believe the events across the Narrow Sea are of paramount importance. The cause of the former Prime Minister's demise likely pertains to the fates of the Baratheons and Starks, as well as your life and that of the king. Thus, you must remain by my side to help me uncover the truth. Eddard gazed into the endless darkness. We require more personnel. There are too many Lannister guards surrounding Robert, and even his attendants are cousins of Cersei. He has yet to question the identities of the 3 princes, adamant in his resolve to bestow the Iron Throne upon Joffrey. My lord, Lancel surveyed the expansive terrain. Upon reaching King's Landing, be sure to keep such thoughts to yourself. Should they be overheard? Not even the old and new gods could save us. You are quite cautious, Eddard remarked appreciatively. Thus, you intentionally drew that dagger before me this morning. Indeed, my lord. His Majesty has repeatedly cautioned me against divulging such matters to his good brother, Lancel admitted without hesitation. I cannot refuse the king. But I cannot deceive the lord to whom House Durrandon owes allegiance. It places me in a difficult position. Eddard nodded silently, gazing once more at the indistinct land cloaked in night. In the distant forest leading toward the Isle of Faces, he spoke slowly. Winter is coming, Lancel. Lancel wholeheartedly agreed. We must exercise utmost caution and take the initiative. The mercenary you recruited and the wildling you brought possess commendable skills. Eddard recalled his observations during the tournament on the banks of the Trident. We should enlist more. but they must be loyal and reliable. I can only try. Lancel sighed with a bittersweet smile. Gogan is very loyal to me, but mercenaries are a different matter. They are primarily motivated by gold. Yet you distributed the golden dragons to others, even to Jory? Eddard recalled the 1,000 golden dragons awarded to the guards, and how he nonchalantly shared over 600 of them among the group. Such actions could not escape his notice, as Jory had reported the truth to him. The team competition was a collective triumph. I cannot hoard the golden dragons for myself. You are correct, and your actions are not misguided. Eddard expressed his admiration once more. Once the matters in King's Landing are clarified, I shall grant you a more substantial territory, one of your choosing near the White Knife. No. Who would covet the icy expanse? Lancel, however, had no intention of returning to the north to endure life among the villages and frozen lands. Yet he compelled himself to kneel on one knee in excitement, declaring, "You have bestowed upon me honor, and I vow to uphold your cause until the end of my days. Rise, we shall not perish." Eddard was pleased with the guard's demeanor. Winter was approaching, and he needed to be assured of the loyalty of those he depended upon. If Lancel hesitated as he rose, should I unfortunate meet my demise, I hope you will bestow my honor upon my brother Duncan. We shall not perish, Eddard reiterated, then softened his tone. Duncan will inherit the village of Dur and the rewards you rightfully deserve. Thank you, my lord. Lancel felt a sadness. This indicated that Eddard too believed they might face death, but his intention was merely to convey to Eddard that his cousin was his Achilles heel. As long as that weakness remained in Winterfell, there should be no doubt of his loyalty. We require more manpower, Eddard insisted once more. You must find ways to recruit more men like that mercenary and the wildlings. I shall provide you with additional funds. Lancel was unimpressed with Eddard's offer. 5 golden dragons were scarcely sufficient. I have already dispatched guards back to Winterfell, Eddard mentioned, referring to the 2 sent away today. They would return with 100 soldiers and 5,000 golden dragons. 5,000 golden dragons? Lancel was taken aback. The Stark family, with its legacy spanning millennia, was indeed well off. And 100 soldiers? These would likely be farmers conscripted from the vicinity of Winterfell. These hastily armed and occasionally trained farmers would be the backbone of any war effort. My lord, your prudence will secure ultimate victory, Lancel praised. Realizing once again that he had altered the future, 100 additional soldiers may seem insignificant against the forces of King's Landing, yet it undoubtedly bolstered Eddard's protection. Before their return, your investigation must remain clandestine. Eddard again underscored the importance of secrecy. I shall ensure that no one is aware, except for you and me. Lancel felt an incongruity in Eddard's insistence on confidentiality, thinking it more appropriate for himself to say, Lord Eddard, you have truly altered much for my benefit. Lancel expressed with gratitude. Return, and do not mention any of this to anyone, including the matter of the 100 soldiers from Winterfell. Eddard turned to walk back to the camp. Lancel was astonished. Could Eddard truly devise a means for the soldiers from Winterfell to disguise themselves and infiltrate King's Landing in smaller numbers? This did not seem like Eddard's usual behavior. My lord, have you spoken of this to anyone else? Lancel cautioned, reminding him that these matters should remain solely within the confines of his own heart for the utmost security. Ed stood firm, a faint smile gracing his lips. Among the throngs descending from Winterfell, you alone can be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Not even Jory is suitable. These matters I have shared only with you, and with no one else. Lancel's brow furrowed in confusion. Ed was not the type to present one face in public and another in private. Nor was he a purveyor of deceit. Yet, was this transformation not rather abrupt? The nights of restless contemplation had evidently taken their toll on Lord Ed. After their conversation, what thoughts plagued him upon returning to his tent? It left him perpetually anxious and somewhat paranoid, perhaps a consequence of his own doing. After escorting Ed back to his quarters, Jory stationed 2 guards for the night and proceeded with Lancel toward their own tent. Has the Lord burdened you with many tasks of late? Lancel's brow knitted at Jory's inquiry, though he shared a close camaraderie with Jory. Akin to that with others like Highgarden's lords, he felt compelled to withhold certain secrets. It was not a matter of mistrust. Rather, the fewer who knew, the better. Even if Jory were to be informed, it would serve no purpose. Do not feel obliged to disclose anything, Jory murmured, lowering his voice. I implore you to remember that our honor and disgrace are intertwined with that of our lord. I trust you will uphold the reputation of House Tarly. Lancel halted, his expression stern as he met Jory's gaze. Do you question my loyalty? Jory shook his head with a smile, placing a reassuring hand on his subordinate's shoulder. I merely wish to ensure you are not beguiled by the allure of King's Landing. One must first be worthy of such enchantment, Lancel lamented inwardly, adopting a solemn tone as he proclaimed, honor and loyalty shall accompany me until the very end of my days. He intended for this phrase to become his personal mantra, uttering it each time he encountered the king or Lord Stark. Chapter 39, The Remarkable Utility of the Pet Panel after a 2-month interlude. The king once again returned to the foul-smelling capital of King's Landing. Lancel trailed behind the procession, his thoughts consumed by Daenerys and her 3 dragon eggs. Ever since the king ceased his insistence that Lancel ferry him to his demise across the sea, Lancel had embarked upon a journey of self-empowerment. With the pet panel at his disposal, he could manipulate the behaviors of animals and share in their sensory experiences. The dragons that Daenerys would eventually hatch. No matter how grand in stature, soaring in the skies, or fierce in their fire-breathing, would ultimately be mere animals that could be regarded as pets. Thus, Lancel conducted numerous experiments with various creatures along the way, ranging from ants to Bran's direwolf. He discovered that unclaimed wild animals could easily be integrated into the panel, while those with established bonds would also succumb after several days, reinforcing his conviction that he would become a dragon rider. If he were to possess 3 dragons, what need would he have for the Game of Thrones? He would be a weapon of unparalleled power. Yet, when would Daenerys finally bring forth her dragons? Lancel was uncertain of the timing and whether events would unfold as they had in his previous life, when, after the death of her husband, Daenerys would walk into the flames, resurrecting the long-extinct magical creatures known as dragons. Damn it, he thought. Why did I ever consider dragons to be magical beings? They are merely ordinary animals, albeit of considerable size, capable of breathing fire. The dragon companion is a remarkable entity that can empower oneself rapidly. Henceforth, my title shall undoubtedly evolve into that of a dragon knight, a true dragon knight, a knight of the dragon mother. No longer will anyone recall the gluttonous Lancel from Winterfell, the belligerent Lancel who incessantly sought challengers for combat among the king's retinue. With such unwavering conviction, Lancel followed the entourage of Winterfell into the Red Keep, arriving beneath the Prime Minister's tower. "Are you not elated to be in King's Landing?" Bran inquired, observing Lancel with a hint of curiosity. Ever since winning the championship at the Trident River tournament, this squire had been prone to foolish laughter. Could it be that the excitement of arriving in the grandest city of the 7 kingdoms had rendered him unable to contain himself? Indeed. The true Dragon Knight replied with a smile and a nod. Following his triumph in the tournament, the king's knights had grown discontent with merely accumulating experience. After repeatedly rejecting Lancel's challenges, he was left with no choice but to seek out Boron and the Prime Minister's guards to incessantly amass experience points. Now, he had ascended to level 10. Initially, he intended to allocate points to command to increase his troop capacity by 5, allowing him to monitor the loyalty and morale of his subordinates through the troop panel. However, he had now discovered a more advantageous option. He decided to invest his newly acquired skill points into beast mastery, granting him the ability to possess more pets. Sometimes, intelligence itself is a form of power, and these pets would serve as his sources of information. Pet 710, Hawk, Varys's little bird. Hawk, Joffrey's absence of birds. Arctic wolf, Bran's little dog. Mosquito, Robert's wine. Mosquito, Eddard's lament. Mosquito, Cersei's turmoil. Mosquito, Jaime's folly, apart from the 2 hawks soaring above. He had also collected dozens of mosquitoes. After multiple trials, he successfully positioned them close to 4 key figures, though the attrition of the mosquitoes proved to be excessively frequent, necessitating regular replacements. Fortunately, he could eavesdrop on the conversations of the 4 through the mosquito senses, albeit the imagery was quite blurred, far inferior to the clarity of the hawk's vision. Throughout their journey, Cersei had no opportunity to share her innermost thoughts with Jaime, yet it did not hinder their whispered exchanges, which were captured by the mosquito's acute hearing. It became apparent that the siblings were already aware of Jon Arryn's investigations during his lifetime. They were deliberating on how to respond if Eddard Stark were to uncover Jon's inquiries. Jaime held Eddard in disdain, believing him incapable of uncovering anything significant. Even if suspicions arose without evidence, what could be done? They would not acknowledge it, nor would Robert believe it. Cersei had grown weary of her drunken husband, yearning for Joffrey to mature swiftly, only to be interrupted by Jaime's silken tongue, forbidding her to continue. Lancel had also gleaned from Robert's wine that 2 days prior, the king had already sent word to King's Landing, announcing a tournament to be held in a month's time, organized by the Prime Minister. The scale of the prizes would surpass all previous events, even exceeding those of past lives. Due to the innovative team tournaments and slogans on the northern banks of the Trident, Robert had resolved to alter the traditional format where knights merely brawled amongst themselves. The Prime Minister's tournament will feature 3 events. In addition to the unchanged lance competition and archery contest, the team battle will adopt a collaborative combat format, permitting 6 participants from each team. Each match will see 4 teams engaged in simultaneous melee, with the last standing team claiming victory and advancing to subsequent bouts to vie for the championship. The prize, amounting to 40,000 golden dragons, is equivalent to that of the lance competition. Lancelot was exhilarated. This opportunity was akin to receiving a fortune. The sum of 40,000 golden dragons was sufficient to equip an army of thousands, with each soldier's gear and steed surpassing that of the guards of Winterfell. He envisioned the 40,000 golden dragons from the Lance Championship and the 10,000 from the archery contest as already within his grasp. Should he amass a total of 90,000 golden dragons, even if Eddard and Robert perished, he could leverage his wealth to forge a formidable army. If he could not best the wretched denizens of King's Landing, he could cross the narrow sea, lurking near the Mother of Dragons, and stealthily seize a dragon. With 3 dragons, he would truly become a genuine dragon knight, commanding a battle-hardened force of thousands and a fleet of warships. No corner of the world would remain out of reach. He prayed to the old and new gods as the eager Duke Eddard entered the Red Keep. Imploring that the tournament's prize remain unchanged, the Dragon Knight was in dire need of such funds. At that moment, Lancelot, distracted, accompanied the 2 young ones on a tour of the Prime Minister's tower, his mind preoccupied with recalling the entrance to the secret passage within. However, he could not recall its location as depicted in the series and could only follow the lively youths around the tower. They eventually arrived at the Prime Minister's chamber, where Lancelot examined the walls and floor in vain for the entrance. Yet, he stumbled upon a fleeing cockroach, which he was about to adopt as a pet when it vanished behind the fireplace. Instead of commanding the cockroach to emerge, he shared its perspective and surprisingly discovered another space behind the fireplace. Indeed, a secret passage existed, and from that moment forth, those aware of it would include not only the birdless Varys but also a true dragon knight. He humbly considered himself not yet a dragon knight. Yet he aligned closely with the identity of the Green Prophet, the Blood-Raven Duke. This duke had once served as the king's hand and prime minister. Legend held that he was a malevolent sorcerer who governed the realm through witchcraft and espionage, reputed to possess 1,001 eyes. With extraordinary intelligence capable of thwarting any conspiracy, people feared his enigmatic powers, and the new king he had supported, under the guise of upholding honor, captured him, sending him to the wall as a night's watchman, akin to Jon Snow. He later rose to the position of Lord Commander of the Night's Watch before vanishing beyond the wall, becoming a recluse, dwelling within caves and parasitically residing in trees as the Green Prophet. Lancelot speculated that the Blood-Raven Duke likely possessed an extraordinary shapeshifter-esque talent, capable of commanding numerous animals for intelligence gathering, akin to his own pet interface. Thus, even without a true dragon to ride or the title of Dragon Knight, he could modestly refer to himself as the Duke of Pets, a nobleman equally capable of establishing an intelligence network through various creatures. Learning from the lessons imparted by the Duke of Blood-Ravens, he must conceal this ability to avoid inciting fear among the populace and concern from those in power, which could lead to his own downfall. He still needs to feign the establishment of an inconsequential intelligence organization as a FAA to disguise his true means of uncovering the truth. Chapter 40. The Secure True Plate Armor. Lance, where art thou? Bran inquired as he pushed open the door, discovering a guard crouching furtively before the hearth. What are you doing here? Inspecting the cleanliness, Lance replied, rising with a beaming smile as he brushed his hand over the floor, which was indeed quite spotless. Aside from a cockroach hiding behind the wall of the fireplace, the cleanliness was commendable. Let us dine in the small hall below. The cooks of the Red Keep have prepared a lavish luncheon for us, Bran proposed. Ever since Lance took on the responsibility of instructing him and his sister Arya, they often shared meals together, and afterward, their father would discreetly converse with the guards, his brow always furrowed in worry. In high spirits, Lance accompanied Bran to the small hall, where the dining table was already laden with sumptuous delicacies, including the legendary pigeon pie, roasted goose, cakes, cheese, and onion sausages. Without hesitation, he settled into a chair, poured himself a glass of wine, and gulped it down, savoring the bittersweet flavor that hinted of the grapes from Greenhaven Island. This was a wine that could only be enjoyed during the Stark family's festive celebrations in Winterfell, yet now it was readily available. A subtle, yet evident reflection of his elevated status. Just moments ago, Jory mentioned that the guardroom of the Prime Minister's tower could accommodate only 10 guards. Arya, licking her fingers, asked, "Will you stay with us?" Lance tore off a leg of roasted goose, responding with a mouthful. "I shall find lodgings within King's Landing and come to the Prime Minister's tower every other day to instruct you in swordplay and archery." His horsemanship was merely average. Thus, he primarily focused on teaching Lord Eddard's 2 children the arts of sword and bow, with the imminent lance tournament approaching, which demanded exceptional equestrian skills. Falling from a horse meant forfeiting the match. An entirely different scenario from dismounting in a team competition, he needed to hasten his preparation for his ascension as the true Dragon Duke. Indeed, the title of Pet Duke lacked elegance. True Dragon Duke had a more pleasing ring to it. "Does your father have any tasks for you?" Bran asked curiously. noting that many had observed how the once gluttonous Lance had become Lord Eddard's most trusted subordinate, surpassing even the captain of the guards, Joffrey, in his master's esteem. Indeed, Lance replied, swallowing his food and finishing another glass of wine. My lord wishes for me to recruit more individuals of Balin-esque caliber to better safeguard you. We already have 50 guards, Sansa interjected, delicately eating her food with knife and fork. Along with the king's guards and the city's watch, we are in no danger. Certainly, my lady, Lance said, a greasy smile curling at the corner of his mouth. We are indeed safe, but my lord requires individuals to dispatch. It would not do to trouble the guards with every trivial matter. Some obedient mercenaries are necessary to address insignificant tasks. Sansa nodded in confusion, disinterested in her father's endeavors. Throughout the journey, under Lancel's interference, she had not had the chance to witness Joffrey's true nature, thus sparing her dire wolf from demise. The bonds among her sister Arya, and her betrothed Joffrey remained unscathed. She often daydreamed of the future, envisioning herself as Joffrey's queen, living daily within the Red Keep and bearing him a multitude of sons. I wish to visit the city, Arya declared, and Bran nodded in agreement. So do I. That is not permissible, admonished their governess, Sister Modin, with a stern demeanor. Your father has expressly forbidden leaving the Prime Minister's tower. Arya pouted in displeasure, haphazardly slicing her food, while Bran furrowed his brow. Gazing out at the sky beyond the small hall, where a panoramic view of King's Landing, the grandest city in the Seven Kingdoms, was visible. Yet they were confined within the Prime Minister's tower. Once satiated, Lancel bid farewell to the 3 children and proceeded to the hall beneath the Prime Minister's tower, which could accommodate 200 individuals. Boron, Gorgon, and the others had already finished their meal alongside the guards and awaited his arrival. Originally intending to depart, Keegan, upon entering King's Landing, did not rush away but instead joined the Prime Minister's entourage into the Red Keep, enjoying a complimentary lunch. It is time to leave. Lancel greeted Joffrey, Hightower, and others, summoning 3 of his men and a former associate. We must secure lodgings in the city. Boron, Gorgon, and Jimmy, already apprised, were unsurprised. Keegan proposed we could acquire a courtyard in Mud Street or Steel Street, accommodating over 20 residents and stabling 5 or 6 horses for merely 20 or 30 gold dragons. The 5 rode slowly out of the Red Keep. Lancel learned from Keegan of the hardships faced by his childhood companion over the past 2 years. With mediocre skills, Keegan found himself scouring the streets of King's Landing for any available work to stave off hunger, including introducing clients to businesses, be it housing, courtesans, or stolen goods. On fortunate occasions, he could earn a silver stag as payment. Lancel recalled from his past life the existence of 2 bastards of kings, Jandrai, an apprentice at the blacksmiths in Tobermoor, and a girl living with her courtesan mother in a certain brothel, the identity of which eluded him, rumored to be owned by the Minister of Finance, Peter, though possibly owned by another. However, the blacksmith in Tobermoor was unparalleled in the 7 Kingdoms, renowned throughout the north for the exceptional quality of his weapons and armor, commanding high prices. The true Dragon Duke. Lancel, possessing nearly 400 gold dragons, would certainly require a set. Lancel had no intention of squandering dozens of gold dragons on a property in Steel Street. He would wait until he had 90,000 gold dragons. How much for a 2-month rental? 2 months? Keegan queried, perplexed. Lease agreements are for at least a year. 1 gold dragon would suffice. Then we shall rent for a year, seeking a residence available for immediate occupancy. Lancel produced a gold dragon, tossing it to Keegan. Can this be arranged today? Certainly, Keegan replied, catching the gold dragon and kissing it. You 3 wait at the tavern ahead for my news. It will be sorted swiftly. We meet at the blacksmith shop in Tobymote. Lance has changed locations, eagerly anticipating the acquisition of a complete suit of genuine plate armor, accompanied by a finely honed knight's longsword, along with several short daggers suitable for both stabbing and throwing. Furthermore, he seeks to procure an exceptional steed, while a shield is of little necessity to him. After Keegan's departure, Lance, under Boron's guidance, arrives at the bustling blacksmith shop in Steel Street, watching the lively scene within, where a familiar youth with dark hair greets him with a smile. Dressed in resplendent robes and bearing more resemblance to a merchant than a blacksmith, Tobymote approaches the quartet, scrutinizing their attire, clearly discerning their lack of noble status. What do you wish to purchase? I possess a vast array of items, though they may be slightly pricey. What say you? He gestures with his right hand in a manner reminiscent of tossing an object. I desire a complete suit of plate armor, not merely a breastplate, but a full suit akin to that worn by the royal guards, entirely encased in thick steel. Lance articulates his long-desired equipment, dismissing the lighter, more flexible, and significantly cheaper plate armor that Joffrey wears, which does not meet his aspirations. Though a few knights opt for such lighter armor, Lance with a strength level already at 55, is unconcerned with weight or mobility. He prioritizes safety. He requests a grand helmet that encompasses his entire head and neck, in addition to a knight's longsword and several daggers suitable for throwing. Possessing a keen sense of danger, Lance remains indifferent to obstructions to his vision, for he relies more on his instinctual alerts during combat. After satisfying his hunger, he bids farewell to his 3 companions and enters the grand hall beneath the Prime Minister's tower, which accommodates 200 people. Boron, Gogan, and the others have already concluded their meal with the guards and await his arrival. Keegan, initially intending to depart, delays his exit upon entering King's Landing, instead joining the Prime Minister's entourage to indulge in a complimentary lunch at the Red Keep. It is time to depart. Lance acknowledges Joffrey, Hiwa, and the others, summoning his 3 subordinates and a former subordinate to his side. We must find lodging within the city. Boron, Gogan, and Jimmy, already informed, show no surprise at this. Keegan proposes we could acquire a courtyard on Mud Road or Steel Street, spacious enough to accommodate over 20 residents, with stables capable of housing 5 to 6 horses, for merely 20 or 30 gold dragons. The 5 of them ride slowly out of the Red Keep. Lance learns from Keegan about the hardships faced by his childhood companion over the past 2 years, possessing only average skills. He resorts to scavenging for any work that offers remuneration throughout the streets of King's Landing, including introducing business opportunities, whether for housing, courtesans, or stolen goods. On fortunate occasions, he might earn a silver stag as compensation. Lance recalls memories from his previous life of 2 royal bastards, Jandelli, an apprentice at the blacksmith shop in Tobumote, and a female infant living with her mother in a brothel, which he suspects may be owned by the Minister of Finance, Peter, though it could possibly belong to someone else. Yet, in the realm of Tobmot's Forge, there exists a singular establishment known throughout the north, renowned for its exceptional craftsmanship. Tob's weapons and armor are of unparalleled quality, albeit at a steep price. The illustrious Dragon Duke, Lance Dell, possessing nearly 400 golden dragons, finds himself in need of a complete set. He contemplates seeking a courtyard on Steel Street but has no intention of squandering dozens of golden dragons on a residence, planning instead to wait until he amasses 90,000 before making such an investment. How much would it cost to rent for 2 months? He inquires. Rent for 2 months? Keegan is perplexed, explaining that leases typically span at least a year and 1 golden dragon suffices. Then let us rent for a year. But the accommodation must be immediately available. Lance produces a golden dragon, tossing it to Keegan. Can this be arranged today? Absolutely, Keegan replies, catching the coin with a kiss. You may wait for me at that tavern ahead. I shall handle it swiftly. We shall reconvene at Tobmot's Forge, Lance declares, shifting locations, eagerly anticipating the acquisition of a genuine full plate armor, a sharp knightly sword, and several daggers suitable for both stabbing and throwing. He also seeks a fine warhorse, while a shield is not a priority for him. After Keegan departs, Lance, guided by Boron, arrives at Tobmot's Forge, where the bustling scene within brings a smile to his face, as he recognizes a familiar young man with black hair. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. Tobmot, adorned in resplendent robes that suggest a merchant rather than a blacksmith, approaches the quartet. After assessing their attire, he notes they are evidently not nobility. What may I assist you with? I possess a variety of offerings, but the prices may be somewhat steep. What do you think? He gestures with his right hand in a parabolic manner. I desire a complete set of full plate armor, not merely a breastplate, but the kind that envelopes the entire body in thick steel, akin to the Imperial Guards. Lance articulates his long-held yearning for such equipment, dismissing the lighter, more flexible armor that some knights choose, which is significantly less expensive. However, with a strength level reaching 55, Lance is unconcerned with weight or agility. His priority is safety. The helmet must be a formidable piece that protects both head and neck, alongside the crafting of a knightly sword and several easily throwable daggers. Possessing a keen sense of danger, Lance is indifferent to any obstruction of vision, relying more on his instinctual warnings during combat. After satisfying his hunger, Lance bids farewell to his companions and makes his way to the grand hall beneath the Prime Minister's tower, which accommodates 200 guests. Boron, Keegan, and the others have also concluded their meal with the guards and await his arrival. Initially intending to leave, Keegan refrains from departing immediately upon entering King's Landing, opting instead to join the Prime Minister's entourage for a complimentary lunch at the Red Keep. It is time to depart, Lance announces to Joffrey, Hiwa, and the others, summoning 3 of his subordinates and a former one to his side. We must find lodgings within the city. Having received prior notification, Boron, Keegan, and Jimmy are unsurprised. Keegan proposes we could procure a courtyard on Mud Road or Steel Street, capable of accommodating over 20 individuals, complete with stables for 5 or 6 horses. For merely 20 to 30 golden dragons, 5 riders leisurely emerged from the Red Keep. And Lancel learned from Chegan about the hardships faced by his childhood companion over the past 2 years. Possessing average skills, he scoured the streets and alleys of King's Landing for any tasks that could yield a meager reward when mercenary work eluded him. His endeavors included introducing people to businesses, which ranged from real estate to courtesans and stolen goods, and on fortunate days, he could earn a silver stack. Lancel recalled the memories from his previous life, which featured 2 illegitimate sons of kings, Gendry, who apprenticed at the blacksmith shop in Tobmot, and an infant girl who lived with her prostitute mother in a brothel, the identity of which remained a mystery. It seemed to be owned by the Minister of Finance, Peter, though it could have belonged to another. Tobmot's blacksmith shop was unique in the 7 kingdoms, renowned throughout the north for producing exceptional weapons and armor, albeit at a steep price. Lord Lancel of House Draken, possessing nearly 400 gold dragons, was determined to acquire a full suit. He intended to find a property on Steel Street, but did not wish to squander dozens of gold dragons on a house, planning instead to wait until he amassed 90,000 gold dragons. How much would it cost to rent for 2 months? Chegan was puzzled. Leases typically lasted at least a year, and 1 gold dragon would suffice. Very well, let us rent for a year. But it must be a house ready for immediate occupancy. Lancel tossed a gold dragon to Chegan, inquiring if it could be arranged today. Absolutely, Chegan replied, catching the gold dragon and kissing it. You all wait for me at the tavern ahead. I will have it sorted swiftly. We shall meet at Tobmot's blacksmith shop. Lancel said, having changed locations, eager to procure a genuine suit of full-plate armor, a sharp knightly sword, and several throwing daggers. He also wished to acquire a fine warhorse, though a shield was of little necessity for him. After Chegan departed, Lancel, guided by Poland, arrived at Tobmot's blacksmith shop on Steel Street. Observing the bustling scene within and the familiar dark-haired young man, a smile crept across his face. Gentlemen, Tobmot, clad in an ornate robe more befitting a merchant than a blacksmith, approached the 4. After appraising their attire and realizing they were not of noble descent, he inquired what they sought. I have a plethora of wares, however, the prices may be steep. What say you? He gestured with his right hand in a throwing motion. I require a full suit of plate armor, not merely a cuirass, but the kind that provides complete protection like that of the King's Guard, Lancel proclaimed, expressing his long-held desire for the equipment. The leather-bound plate armor worn by Jorley was not what he sought. While a few knights indeed opted for lighter, more agile, and considerably cheaper cuirasses, Lancel, now possessing a strength of 55, was indifferent to weight and rigidity. His priority was safety. He requested a massive helm that would shield his entire head and neck, alongside a knightly sword and several easily throwable daggers. Unfazed by obstructed vision due to his heightened sense of danger, Lancel relied more on his instinctual warnings in combat. After satiating his hunger and thirst, Lance took his leave from the 3 companions and entered the grand hall beneath the Prime Minister's tower, which could accommodate 200 people. Bolong Gogan and the others had already finished their meal with the guards and were awaiting his arrival. Originally intending to depart, Chegan, upon entering King's Landing, chose not to rush away. Instead, he joined the Prime Minister's entourage into the Red Keep, indulging in a complimentary lunch. It was time to leave, and Lance greeted Jory, Haiwa, and the others before summoning 3 subordinates and a former aide to his side, declaring their intention to find lodging in the city. Bolong, Gogan, and Jimmy, already informed, were not surprised. Chegan suggested that they could purchase a courtyard on Mud Road or Steel Street, which could accommodate more than 20 residents and house 5 or 6 horses. For merely 20 or 30 gold dragons, the 5 rode slowly out of the Red Keep. From Chegan, Lance learned of the hardships faced by his childhood companion over the past 2 years. With mediocre skills, Chegan, when unable to secure mercenary work, scavenged the streets of King's Landing for any paying jobs, which included introducing business opportunities, whether for houses, prostitutes, or stolen goods, sometimes even earning a silver stag for his efforts. Lance recalled from his past life the existence of 2 illegitimate sons of kings, Gendry, an apprentice at Tobmot's blacksmith shop, and a baby girl living in a brothel with her prostitute mother. He was uncertain which brothel it was, though it seemed to be owned by the Minister of Finance, Peter, or perhaps someone else. However, Tobmot's blacksmith shop was unique across the 7 kingdoms, renowned in the north for crafting fine weapons and armor, and Lord Lance Dell, the true Dragon Duke, must acquire his set. When considering a courtyard on Steel Street, Lance was unwilling to squander dozens of gold dragons on a purchase, opting instead to wait until he had 90,000 gold dragons. He inquired about the cost of renting for 2 months. Chegan, puzzled, noted that leases typically spanned at least a year, costing merely 1 gold dragon. Then let us rent for a year, seeking a property that is immediately available, Lance affirmed. tossing a gold dragon to Keegan. Can this be arranged today? Absolutely, Keegan replied, catching the gold dragon and kissing it. You all wait for me at the tavern ahead, and I will have it sorted shortly. We shall meet at Tobmot's blacksmith shop, Lance specified, eager to procure a full suit of plate armor, accompanied by a sharp knightly sword and several short daggers, both for stabbing and throwing. As for a shield, he deemed it unnecessary. Once Keegan departed, Lance, guided by Bolong, arrived at Tobmot's blacksmith shop on Steel Street. Observing the bustling activity inside and the familiar dark-haired youth from his past life, he smiled. Greetings, Tobmot. Dressed in elegant robes that suggested a merchant rather than a blacksmith, approached the four men, scrutinizing their attire, which clearly indicated they were not of noble birth. What do you wish to purchase? I have everything you might need, though my prices may be a bit steep. What say you? He extended his right hand in a gesture of offer. I desire a complete suit of plate armor, not merely a breastplate, but the kind that provides full protection with thick steel, akin to that of the King's Guard. Lance expressed his long-standing desire for equipment. Yet the plate armor worn by Joffrey, with iron plates sewn into leather, did not appeal to him, although a few knights indeed opted for this lighter, more flexible, and significantly cheaper armor. Lance, with his strength reaching 55, was unconcerned with weight and rigidity. His priority lay in safety. He sought a grand helmet that would protect his entire head and neck, along with a knightly longsword and several easily throwable daggers, possessing a keen sense of danger. Lance was indifferent to any obstruction of his vision, for he relied more on his instincts in battle. After satisfying his hunger, he bid farewell to the trio and proceeded to the hall beneath the Prime Minister's tower, which could accommodate 200 guests. Balin, Gogan, and the others had finished their meal and awaited his arrival. Originally intending to leave, Keegan had not hurriedly departed upon entering King's Landing. Instead, he had followed the Prime Minister's entourage into the Red Keep and enjoyed a complimentary lunch. It was time to depart. Lance exchanged greetings with Joffrey, Haihua, and the others, calling his 3 subordinates and a former subordinate to his side, as they needed to find lodging within the city. Balin, Gogan, and Jimmy, who had been informed in advance, were unsurprised by the plan. Keegan suggested they could purchase a courtyard in Muddy Road or Steel Street, which could accommodate over 20 residents and house 5 or 6 horses, costing only 20 to 30 gold dragons. The 5 of them leisurely rode out of the Red Keep, and Lance learned from Keegan about the hardships his childhood companion had endured over the past 2 years. With only average skills, he had scavenged in the streets of King's Landing, searching for any opportunity that offered compensation, including introducing business prospects, whether involving houses, prostitutes, or stolen goods. On fortunate occasions, he could even earn a silver stack. Lance recalled from his past life memories 2 bastards of kings. One was Janky, an apprentice at Tobmot's blacksmith shop, and the other was a baby girl living with her prostitute mother in a certain brothel, the identity of which remained unclear. Perhaps it was owned by the Chancellor Peter, or maybe by someone else. However, Tobmot's blacksmith shop was unique in the 7 kingdoms, renowned throughout the north for the superior quality and high cost of its weapons and armor. With nearly 400 gold dragons, the true Dragon Lord Lance Dell would certainly acquire a set. As they headed to Steel Street to find a courtyard, Lance did not intend to squander dozens of gold dragons on a house. He would wait until he had 90,000 gold dragons. How much would it cost to rent for 2 months? Rent for 2 months? Keegan was puzzled. Leases typically lasted at least a year, and 1 gold dragon would suffice. Then let us rent for a year, seeking immediate occupancy. Lance produced a gold dragon and tossed it to Keegan. Can this be arranged today? Absolutely, Keegan replied, catching the coin and kissing it. You all wait for me at that tavern ahead. I'll have it sorted out shortly. We'll meet at Tobmot's blacksmith shop. Lance changed the location in his mind, eagerly anticipating the purchase of a complete suit of plate armor, a sharp knightly longsword, and several short daggers suitable for both stabbing and throwing, along with a fine warhorse. As for a shield, he deemed it unnecessary. After Keegan's departure, Lance, under the guidance of Bolong, arrived at the Forge of Tobmot on Iron Street. He gazed at the bustling scene within and recognized the familiar dark-haired youth, a smile gracing his lips. Dressed in splendid robes that resembled those of a merchant rather than a blacksmith, Tobmot approached the four, appraising their attire and concluding they were not nobles. What do you wish to purchase? I have everything you might need, albeit at a rather steep price. What say you? He extended his right hand in a gestural flourish. I desire a complete suit of full plate armor, not merely a breastplate, but a fully encased set akin to that worn by the Imperial Guards. Lance articulated his long-coveted equipment, dismissing the leather-lined breastplate worn by Jolie as unsatisfactory. While a few knights indeed opted for the lighter, more agile, and significantly cheaper breastplates, Lance, with his strength now at 55, cared little for weight or flexibility. His priority was safety. He required a massive helmet that would shield his entire head and neck, as well as a knight's longsword and several easily throwable daggers. With his acute sense of danger, Lance paid no heed to obstructed vision. Such concerns were merely sensory illusions. In combat, he relied more on his instinctual warnings. After satisfying his hunger, he bid farewell to the three companions and entered the grand hall beneath the Prime Minister's tower, which could accommodate 200 people. Bolong, Gogan, and the others had already finished their meal with the guards and awaited his arrival. Contrary to his initial intent to leave, Chigan, upon entering King's Landing, had chosen not to depart hastily but instead followed the Prime Minister's entourage into the Red Keep, enjoying a complimentary lunch. "It is time to depart," Lance remarked to Jolie, Haiwa, and the others, summoning his three subordinates and a former aide. "We need to find accommodations within the city." Having been informed in advance, Bolong, Gogan, and Jimmy were unsurprised. Chigan proposed, "We could acquire a courtyard in either Muddy Lane or Iron Street, which could house over 20 individuals and accommodate 5 or 6 horses. For merely 20 to 30 gold dragons." The five rode leisurely out of the Red Keep, and Lance learned from Chigan about the hardships his childhood companion had faced over the past 2 years. With average skills, Chigan had resorted to scavenging for any paying work in the streets of King's Landing when mercenary jobs were scarce, including introducing business opportunities, whether related to properties, courtesans, or theft. On fortunate occasions, he could earn a silver stag as a reward. Lance recalled memories from his past life regarding 2 illegitimate sons of kings. One was Jandeli, an apprentice at Tobmote's forge, and the other was an infant girl living with her prostitute mother in a certain brothel, the identity of which eluded him. It seemed to be owned by the Minister of Finance, Patel, though it could have belonged to someone else. However, Tobmote's forge was unique across the 7 kingdoms, its reputation well known in the north. The weapons and armor crafted by Tobmote were of exceptional quality and came at a high price, compelling the affluent Lord Lance Dell to acquire a set. As for finding a courtyard on Iron Street, Lance had no intention of squandering dozens of gold dragons on property. He would wait until he accumulated 90,000 gold dragons before making such investments. What would it cost to rent for 2 months? Chigan was perplexed. A lease of at least 1 year required merely a single gold dragon. "Let us rent for a year, seeking a residence that is immediately available." Lancelot produced a gold dragon and tossed it to Chigan. "Can this be arranged today?" "No problem," Chigan replied, catching the coin and bestowing a kiss upon it. "You may wait for my news at the tavern ahead. It will be accomplished shortly." "We shall meet at Tobmote's blacksmith shop," Lancelot declared, having chosen a different location. He was eager to procure a genuine suit of full-plate armor, a sharp knight's sword, and several short daggers suitable for both stabbing and throwing. As well as a fine warhorse, a shield was of little concern to him. After Chigan departed, Lancelot, guided by Boron, arrived at Tobmote's blacksmith shop on Steel Street. He observed the bustling scene within, and a familiar young man with dark hair, a smile gracing his lips. "Greetings, Tobmote." Clad in splendid robes that made him resemble a merchant rather than a blacksmith, approached the 4 of them. After assessing their attire, he noted they were evidently not nobles. "What can I assist you with? I have an abundance of items, though they may be somewhat pricey. What do you think?" He gestured with his right hand in a throwing motion. "I desire a complete suit of plate armor, not merely a breastplate, but full armor akin to that of the Imperial Guard, entirely encased in thick steel." Lancelot articulated his long-held desire for such equipment. The armor that Joffrey had fashioned, with iron plates sewn into leather, was not what he sought. Although a handful of knights indeed opted for the lighter, more flexible, and significantly cheaper breastplates, Lancelot, with his strength reaching 55, cared little for weight or agility. His priority was safety. He required a helmet that would shield his entire head and neck, alongside a knight's sword and several easily throwable daggers. Lancelot, possessing a keen sense of danger, was indifferent to any obstruction of vision. Such matters were merely sensory illusions. In battle, he relied more on the alerts provided by his danger sense. After satisfying his hunger, he took his leave from the 3 youths and entered the grand hall beneath the Prime Minister's tower, which could accommodate 200 individuals. Boron, Gogan, and the others had already finished their meal with the guards and awaited his arrival. Originally intending to depart, Chigan delayed his exit upon entering King's Landing, choosing instead to follow the Prime Minister's entourage into the Red Keep, thereby enjoying a complimentary lunch at the Prime Minister's tower. "It is time to go." Lancelot bid farewell to Joffrey, Haiwa, and the others, summoning 3 subordinates and a former aide to his side. "We must find lodging within the city." Boron, Gogan, and Jimmy, already informed, were not surprised. Chigan suggested, "We could acquire a courtyard on Mud Road or Steel Street, capable of accommodating over 20 residents, with stables for 5 or 6 horses for merely 20 or 30 gold dragons." The 5 rode slowly out of the Red Keep, through Chigan, Lancelot learned of the hardships faced by his childhood companion over the past 2 years. With only mediocre skills, he scoured the streets of King's Landing for any opportunities that would yield payment, which included introducing individuals to business prospects, ranging from housing to courtesans to stolen goods, and on fortunate occasions, he might earn a silver stag as compensation. Lance recalled from his past life the existence of 2 royal bastards, Jandelli, an apprentice at the forge in Tobmot, and an infant girl living with her prostitute mother in an unknown brothel, presumably owned by the Minister of Finance, Peter, though it could belong to another. However, the forge in Tobmot was unique among the 7 kingdoms, renowned throughout the north for its superior craftsmanship in weapons and armor, which commanded a high price. Lord Lancelot, the true Dragon Duke, possessing nearly 400 gold dragons, was determined to procure a complete set of armor. He contemplated seeking a residence on Iron Street, but was reluctant to squander dozens of gold dragons on housing. He would defer that decision until he had amassed 90,000 gold dragons. As for the rental fee for 2 months, Chegan was perplexed, as leases typically lasted at least a year, and 1 gold dragon sufficed. Then let us rent for a year, ideally a place ready for immediate occupancy. Lance tossed a gold dragon to Chegan, inquiring if arrangements could be made today. Certainly, Chegan replied, catching the gold dragon and bestowing a kiss upon it. Wait for me at the tavern ahead. I shall have it arranged swiftly. We'll meet at Tobmot's forge. Lance shifted locales, eager to acquire a true full-plate armor for himself, complemented by a sharp knightly sword and several throwing daggers. He also needed a fine warhorse, as a shield was of little necessity to him. After Chegan departed, Lance, guided by Boron, arrived at the bustling forge of Tobmot, where he spotted a familiar dark-haired youth from his previous life, a smile gracing his lips. Gentlemen, Tobmot approached them, adorned in elegant robes resembling a merchant more than a smith, surveying their attire and concluding they were not nobles. What can I assist you with? I have a variety of goods, though the prices may be steep. What say you? He gestured with his right hand in a throwing motion. I desire a complete suit of full-plate armor, not merely a breastplate, but armor akin to that worn by the Imperial Guard, entirely encased in thick steel. Lance articulated his long-desired equipment, distinguishing it from the lighter, more affordable breastplates that some knights opted for. However, with his strength reaching 55, Lance was unperturbed by weight or clumsiness. Safety was his priority. He requested a helmet that would protect both his head and neck entirely, alongside a knightly sword and several convenient throwing daggers. Possessing a sense of danger, Lance was indifferent to any obstructed vision, as it was merely a sensory perception. In combat, he relied more on his instinctive warnings. After satisfying his hunger, Lance bid farewell to the 3 companions and entered the grand hall beneath the Prime Minister's tower, which could accommodate 200 guests. Boron, Gauguin, and the others had concluded their meal with the guards and awaited his arrival, initially intending to depart. Chegan lingered upon entering King's Landing, choosing instead to follow the Prime Minister's entourage into the Red Keep for a complimentary lunch. It is time to depart. Lance greeted Jory, Haihua, and the others, summoning his 3 subordinates and a former aide to his side. We must find ourselves a place to stay in the city. Having received prior notification, Boron, Gauguin, and Jimmy were not taken by surprise. Chegan proposed that they could purchase a courtyard on Mud Road or Steel Street, accommodating over 20 inhabitants, complete with a stable capable of housing 5 or 6 horses, all for merely 20 or 30 gold dragons. The 5 of them leisurely rode out from the Red Keep, where Lancel, learning from Chegan about the hardships faced by his childhood companions over the past 2 years, noted that his mediocre skills led him to scavenge for any paying work in the streets of King's Landing when mercenary jobs were scarce. This included introducing businesses, encompassing houses, courtesans, and stolen goods, with the occasional windfall of a silver stag. Lancel recalled memories from his previous life about 2 bastards of kings. One was Janley, an apprentice at the smithy in Tobmot, and the other a girl raised in a brothel by her prostitute mother. He was uncertain of the brothel's identity, though it seemed to be owned by the Minister of Finance, Peter, or perhaps by someone else entirely. However, the Tobmot smithy was unique across the 7 kingdoms, renowned in the north for its high-quality weapons and armor, and the Lord of the True Dragon, Lancel, with nearly 400 gold dragons, must acquire a set. As for seeking a courtyard on Steel Street, Lancel had no intention of squandering dozens of gold dragons on property, preferring to wait until he possessed 90,000 gold dragons. He pondered how much it would cost to rent for 2 months. Rent for 2 months? Chegan queried, not comprehending. Leases typically spanned at least a year, and 1 gold dragon sufficed. Then let us rent for a year, seeking a place ready for immediate occupancy. Lancel tossed a gold dragon to Chegan, asking if it could be arranged today. No problem, Chegan replied, catching the gold dragon and kissing it. You all wait for me at that tavern ahead. It will be taken care of shortly. We shall meet at Topmote's smithy, Lancel stated, eager to procure a genuine full suit of plate armor for himself. A sharp knightly sword, and several short daggers for both stabbing and throwing, while he deemed a shield unnecessary. After Chegan departed, Lancel, guided by Boron, arrived at the Topmote smithy on Steel Street. Observing the bustling scene within and the familiar dark-haired youth from his previous life, a smile graced his lips. Dressed in an ornate robe, resembling a merchant more than a blacksmith, Topmote approached the four, scrutinizing their attire and evidently discerning their non-noble status. What do you wish to purchase? I have everything you might need, albeit at a somewhat steep price. What say you? He gestured with his right hand in a throwing motion. I seek a complete suit of plate armor, not merely a breastplate, but the sort that fully encases one in thick steel, akin to that of the King's Guard. Lancel articulated his long-desired equipment. The plate armor worn by Jorley, some with iron plates into leather, was not what he sought. Although a handful of knights opted for the lighter, more agile, and significantly cheaper breastplates, Lancel, with his strength now at 55, was unconcerned with weight or agility. He prioritized safety. He required a helmet that would shield his entire head and neck, in addition to commissioning a knightly sword and several easily throwable daggers. Lance, endowed with a sense of danger, remained indifferent to obstructed views, for such limitations were merely visual perceptions. In the heat of battle, he relied more on the alerts of his innate instincts. Chapter 41. The Outrageously Priced Smith. What manner of weapons and armor do you require? Lance inquired, glancing at Gorgon and Boron. As for the boy Jimmy, who had yet to reach 13, Lance did not contemplate thrusting him into combat. Despite many boys in Westeros facing the grim fate of being conscripted by lords at such a tender age, he deemed it unnecessary for Jimmy. 2 spears and 2 hand axes, Gorgon replied, reaching into his garment, only to be halted by Lance. I shall cover the expenses for the weapons and armor. He stepped into the smithy, surveying the various armors displayed around him. What kind of armor do you seek? Gorgon approached the array of steel armors, coveted by every free warrior beyond the wall, yet they could find no such armor in the villages beyond. As he reached out to touch a piece, he was abruptly interrupted by Tob, who exclaimed loudly, the cheapest armor here costs 2 gold dragons. The merchant-like smith turned his gaze toward the young man, evidently a leader, yet clad in crude leather armor. Do you possess gold dragons? Lance, unfazed by Tob's snobbery, retrieved a pouch from his garment, opening it just enough for the glimmer of gold to catch the smith's eye before closing it and shaking it lightly, producing a delightful clinking sound. Instantly, the smith's demeanor transformed, becoming obsequious. My lords, please feel free to choose at your leisure, Tob greeted with a smile. You shall find no better weapons and armor in all of King's Landing, though the prices may be somewhat steep. May I try on this armor? Gorgon asked, having set his sights on a half-plate of chain mail, with a steel breastplate, disregarding the seemingly cumbersome plate armors in favor of agility in combat. Certainly, Tob replied, his gaze fixed on the jingling gold pouch. He turned without a second glance to instruct, Gendry, assist that esteemed gentleman in trying on our armor. Feel free to test its fit. Should it prove unsuitable, my apprentice can modify it for you. For custom orders, a small deposit of gold dragons will suffice, and you can collect your items in a fortnight. The dark-haired young smith set aside his hammer and fetched the chainmail to assist Gorgon in donning it. Lance's gaze fell upon Gendry's silhouette. He was none other than King Robert's bastard son, whose resemblance to the youthful Robert was instantly recognizable to Lord Eddard, a testament to the resilience of the Baratheon lineage. Esteemed young lord, Tob remarked with a smile, what type of armor do you require? And what style of knightly sword do you envision? I have numerous references. Just 2 months ago, I forged a 2-handed sword for Ser Malin Tarly of the King's Guard, crafted from steel that has endured countless hammer strikes, with the hilt adorned with gold engravings, perfect for a knight of noble stature. Lance ambled around the smithy, halting before a full suit of plate armor displayed on a wooden rack. I desire this suit of armor, but I wish to replace the helmet with a grand helm that fully protects the head and neck. He noticed, to his chagrin, that he seemed slightly shorter than the armor. This suit was crafted for Ser Hugh, the former aide to Lord Aaron, who was knighted by the king 2 months prior. Tob arrived before the armor, gently caressing the breastplate. This suit of armor took me a month to forge and is priced at 20 gold dragons. 20? Rance turned to Balin, who shook his head, prompting him to inquire of Tob, why is it valued at 20 gold dragons? Because it was crafted by Topmote himself, utilizing only the finest steel for every component, including the gauntlets, greaves, and throat guard, ensuring they remain impervious to long spears even amidst a cavalry charge. When it comes to craftsmanship, the blacksmith's eyes glimmer not with gold but with pride. A suit of plate armor from other forges would only require 4 or 5 gold dragons. Balin similarly selected a chainmail suit, as he, like Gogan, valued agility in combat. believing that evading enemy strikes was the key to victory. Armor was merely a precaution. My forge does not sell cheap plate armor, mercenary. Tob had discerned from Ballin's attire and demeanor that he was an experienced mercenary, but he could not fathom Rance's identity. I have apprentice-crafted plate armor available for 10 gold dragons. Tobmott's apprentices are worth that price. Is their armor capable of withstanding the blows of a warhammer? Rance, who was determined to secure the prize for the martial arts tournament, desperately required quality armor. Remaining in Winterfell as a guard would yield him a lifetime without earning 20 gold dragons, yet now he was on the verge of acquiring 90,000 gold dragons. To ensure that his fortune remained intact, he was willing to spend this sum. I have a superior set, crafted 2 years ago. It is somewhat heavy and costly. But the breastplate can endure the impact of a warhammer weighing several dozen pounds, withstanding numerous strikes without deforming. And it includes a layer of fine soft leather for optimal protection. However, Tob hesitated, stating, "The pouch of gold dragons you possess is insufficient." Rance produced another pouch of gold dragons from within his garments and shook it, asking, "Are 2 pouches sufficient?" "Certainly," Tob's smile returned, his gaze fixated on Rance's bulging chest. "Please, follow me." He extended his arm toward the backyard. Rance followed the renowned blacksmith to a storeroom in the rear. Watching as Tob lifted the cover to reveal a suit of silver armor on a wooden rack, complete with a full helm that he favored. "For 100 gold dragons. It shall belong to you." Tob admired his masterpiece from 2 years prior, crafted in the style of the armor used by King Robert during the battle at the Trident. "Can it withstand a warhammer?" Rance tapped the breastplate, producing a dull thud. It was indeed quite substantial. "We have tested it. And I swear by the name of Tobmotte, this is one of my finest works. You shall don it, and I shall test it once more." Rance glanced at the blacksmith's lean form, stating, "I shall strike you with a hammer, and if you emerge unscathed, I will gladly pay 100 gold dragons." "No." Tob quickly refused. "I can have Jandelli wear it for you to strike." "That won't do." Rance expressed concern over potentially harming the king's bastard, an individual of significant importance, who could unmistakably reveal the likeness of Robert in his youth to Eddard. Let a more robust individual wear it. Earlier, he had noticed 2 other blacksmiths in the shop. Very well. Tob took a moment to assess Lance's physique, finding it peculiar that this affluent potential buyer was not particularly robust. Nevertheless, he promptly summoned his most imposing apprentice, whose stature matched that of the armor, and fetched a warhammer. Lance struck with moderate force, and indeed, the weapon showed no signs of deformation. He then applied greater strength, yet still, the hammer remained intact. Observing the apprentice's flushed complexion, he refrained from unleashing his full might, wary of causing serious injury. Once the apprentice removed his armor, Lance meticulously examined the deerskin lining of the breastplate, pressing against the apprentice's chest. The apprentice's color returned to normal, and he displayed no signs of pain. When Lance donned the armor himself, he sadly discovered it to be somewhat oversized. The greaves and sabatons were also ill-fitting. He tested the movement of his limbs, finding the flexibility comparable to that of plate armor, though the weight was undeniably excessive, exceeding 60 pounds. He resolved to enhance his strength, lamenting that had he known the armor would be so burdensome, he would not have allocated his last level up to agility. "I will take it, but it must be tailored to my physique," he insisted. "No problem," Tob said with a smile, rubbing his hands together. He paid a deposit of 10 gold dragons, with the promise that the goods would be ready in 10 days. Chapter 42. Lord Lance's payment method. Lance harbored no doubts that this proud and avaricious blacksmith would attempt to swindle him. Having gained a stellar reputation among the nobility in King's Landing over the years, he would not tarnish his credibility for a mere 10 gold dragons, especially in the presence of one who could easily produce 100. "I also possess a fine sword," Tob declared, opening a long wooden box on the table to reveal a sword measuring approximately 1 meter to 1 meter and 30 centimeters in length, with a blade of at least 1 meter. Lance lifted the sword from the box, finding it lighter than he had anticipated. Drawing it, he effortlessly struck the wooden table, severing a piece and revealing a smooth break. Switching from one hand to two, he twirled the sword several times, feeling quite satisfied with it. "How much?" he inquired. 10 bags of coins," Tob replied with a grin, his gaze fixed on the guest's chest. 500 gold dragons. Lance inwardly cursed, realizing that the greedy blacksmith had immediately discerned the contents of his coin pouch, yet he had no means to procure 500 gold dragons. Is it because this is a sword from Tobmotte that it commands such a price? Or is it due to my reputation as Lancer that it is valued at 500 gold dragons? Have you heard of Valyrian steel? Tob, now adopting a serious demeanor, explained, each Valyrian steel sword requires countless hammering sessions to eliminate all impurities from the iron, followed by the application of magic to forge a blade that is sharp, durable, and impervious to damage. Are you suggesting this sword is one of those? Lance's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long heard tales of Valyrian steel swords and was astonished to find one priced so reasonably at 500 gold dragons. Of course, it is not. Tob chuckled at the customer's assumption. There are very few Valyrian steel swords within the Seven Kingdoms. Even the royal Baratheon family does not possess one. Nor does the wealthiest Lannister family. Lance's momentary joy was dashed. As a true dragon lord, he believed he should rightfully own a Valyrian steel sword. Surely, you do not think 500 gold dragons could purchase a Valyrian steel sword? Tob mocked. The wealthiest of the Lannisters, Duke Tywin of Westeros, once promised a fortune, yet could not procure a single blade of Valyrian steel from any other noble. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such wealth? Lancel frowned, for he was indeed unaware of the market value of a Valyrian steel sword, much like the castles of other nobles. These swords were regarded as symbols of honor and legacy, and no sum of gold could persuade them to part with such treasures. Not even 100,000 golden dragons could secure a Valyrian steel sword. However, Tob raised his voice. For 500 golden dragons, you could acquire a fine sword forged using the same techniques as Valyrian steel, meticulously hammered thousands of times to eliminate all impurities. Do you understand the forging process of Valyrian steel? Lancel inquired, perplexed. Valyrian steel, prized for its unparalleled sharpness, durability, and resistance to damage, was even more precious due to the fact that its crafting techniques had been lost for centuries. Each sword represented a noble's cherished legacy, truly invaluable. I once studied the art of reforging Valyrian steel in the free city of Koa across the narrow sea. Tob asked, "Are you familiar with Koa?" Lancel nodded, realizing he had no knowledge of it in this life, but in a previous existence, he had heard that after the death of Lord Eddard, the ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Ice, belonging to House Stark, had been reforged into 2 new blades. I have heard many blacksmiths claim they can forge Valyrian steel, he remarked with a hint of disdain. But why do they only mention reforging? They are charlatans, Tob retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. I am Tob Mott, a master blacksmith renowned in King's Landing and throughout the Seven Kingdoms. And what is the value of the long sword you forged from Marlon Tarlon? Lancel recalled overhearing a conversation in the shop. That sword was likely the one Marlon had wielded in their encounter. That sword requires merely 10 golden dragons, Tob replied. And it pales in comparison to this one. Can I sever Marlon's sword with this blade? Certainly not, Tob replied, puzzled. This sword is merely very sharp. It possesses no magic and is still susceptible to damage. It cannot easily cleave through other swords I have forged. Yet I assure you, should you ever have the chance to duel Sir Marlon, it will be his sword that is first to shatter, not this one. Lancel pondered, concluding that this sword was merely the result of increased hammering and reduced impurities. At its core, it remained an ordinary sword. Spending 50 times the amount simply to procure a sword that was sharper and sturdier than others seemed foolish. I shall take the sword. Let me test it, Lancel. A proponent of martial prowess, momentarily indulged in foolishness, though he hesitated at the thought of parting with his golden dragons. No problem. Tob called for an apprentice to fetch a common sword from the shop, holding it with both hands before him. Lancel grasped the sword with both hands and, without hesitation, struck at the blade with tremendous force, causing the sword in Tob's hands to fly from his grip. Picking up the fallen sword, Lancel noticed a nick had appeared on its edge, while his own sword remained unscathed. I shall take this sword, Lancel declared, enamored, sheathing the weapon with care, his left hand caressing the unadorned hilt. He felt he ought to prepare a splendid decoration for the fine sword and bestow upon it a name of grandeur. Do you possess such a plethora of golden dragons? Tob did not doubt the other party's ability to pay, but rather questioned how one could possibly conceal 500 gold dragons within their clothing. I do not use gold dragons for payment, he replied. Then what do you propose? Tob furrowed his brow, yet remained unperturbed. Having mingled in King's Landing for quite some time, it was widely known that his blacksmith shop thrived, and none dared to rob him, save for a few apprentices with skill, but more importantly, he was protected by the influential nobility who relied on the weapons and armor crafted by Master Tob Mort. If you wish to substitute with other items, you must at least provide something equivalent to 600 gold dragons with a preference for high-quality steel. Tob assumed the other would, like many customers before, be unable to produce cash and would offer something in exchange. He had ready partners to assist in converting such items into cash, while the steel would remain in his possession to forge into finished products, which he could sell for several times the price. Are you aware that the new Prime Minister has arrived in King's Landing? Although Lancel did not possess any valuable items to replace the 500 gold dragons, he held power. I have heard, Tob replied, indifferent to who occupied the Prime Ministry. Indeed, Lancel continued, King Robert enjoys tournaments. It is likely he will host one for the Prime Minister, and you must know that tournaments often come with wagers. Of course, Tob raised an eyebrow. I have heard that the largest betting house in King's Landing is managed by the King's treasurer, Lord Barrys. I will win the tournament championship, Lancel asserted. You may bet on my victory. If I win, this sword is mine. If I lose, I shall return it to you along with an additional 100 gold dragons. You? Tob did not conceal his skepticism. My apprentice, Janky, could easily defeat you. Can you best the hound? Lancel lamented his own unassuming stature. Lacking the hound's imposing height and fearsome visage, the Hound of House Lannister, Tob, residing in King's Landing, was clearly aware of him and had even encountered him twice, having forged weapons for the hound. Yet he sought confirmation. You mean to say you have defeated Sandor Clegane? Chapter 43. The Silver Stag and the Copper Penny are useless and also Marintrant. Lancel nodded gently. Not long ago, the king hosted a team tournament on the northern banks of the Trident, where I bested Marin, Alice, and Barrows, securing the championship and receiving 1,000 gold dragons as a reward from the king. Tob furrowed his brow. He had not heard of this tournament. Likely a minor affair that the oft-drunk king frequently arranged. However, to claim victory over 3 Kingsguard in a chaotic team tournament was a lie not worth its weight. I have no interest in wagering on you. Tob's words were interrupted by shouts from outside. Janky rushed in. Sir Marin is here. His sword and helmet require repairs. The witness has arrived, Lancel smiled, following Tob out of the storeroom and into the blacksmith's workshop, where he immediately spotted the formidable figure of Sir Marin, clad in white robes and full plate armor. Sir Marin, it has been several days since we last crossed blades. Have you come to challenge me today, Lancel Lannister? Marlin's conditioned reflex led him to gaze at the dented helmet resting in the crook of his arm, a mark of the damage inflicted by the scoundrel before him. What brings you here? Do you intend to squander your 1,000 gold dragons? Lance remarked with a smile. A blacksmith capable of attracting the attention of Sir Marlin must possess exceptional skill. I struck you twice, yet your head remains intact, a testament to the quality at hand. You dare to provoke me. Marlin seethed, scanning his surroundings for assistance, but finding none, he forced his ire to subside. My apologies, sir. Lance inclined his head. This blacksmith beside me doubts my claim of having defeated 3 elite guards in the tournament at Trident River. I must request your validation, I assure you. It is not a challenge to your nobility. Tobmot, meeting Marlin's furious gaze, instantly believed the lies he had overheard. He grinned obsequiously. Sir Marlin, leave your sword and helmet. You may retrieve them in 3 days. Without sparing Lance a further glance, Sir Marlin relinquished his sword and helmet, swiftly departing. Tobmot carelessly handed Marlin's sword and helmet to an apprentice, considering the meager sum of silver deer unworthy of his personal attention. He then glanced at the sword grasped firmly by Lance, a fine blade worth 500 gold dragons. After a moment's hesitation, he pointed, 100 gold dragons. Regardless of the outcome, you shall pay me 100 gold dragons. If you lose, return the sword. If you win, it shall be yours. Agreed, Lance responded resolutely. With a month remaining until the Prime Minister's tournament, he intended to diligently enhance his strength, agility, and horsemanship, seeking opportunities to engage renowned masters in combat to validate his unparalleled prowess. Now, deposit 400 gold dragons as collateral, Tobmot insisted, recalling Marlin's mention of 1,000 gold dragons. Despite the wealth evident in Lance's possession, he was determined to secure the 500 gold dragons up front, regardless of victory or defeat. I do not have 400 gold dragons to offer. Lance declined the request. How can I trust you then? Tobmot retorted, displeased. You claim to know Marlin Traylon? We are discussing a sword valued at 500 gold dragons, not Marlin's battered blade. He lowered his voice for emphasis. By virtue of being the hand of the king, the Prime Minister's bodyguard, and the protector of the North, I serve Lord Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell, Lance proclaimed, listing his esteemed titles before revealing his identity. Bodyguard? Tobmot exclaimed in surprise. You are not a knight? Knighthood is not customary in the North. Yet my family has been loyal to the Starks for over 6 centuries, holding hereditary lands near Winterfell. By Southern standards, we are a knightly family, hereditary landholders. Much like the Hog family of Hog's Corner, Tobmot recalled a recent transaction involving 2 sets of armor sold to a landholding knightly family in Hog's Corner, who could scarcely muster 500 gold dragons, yet you appear to have won 1,000 gold dragons. My funds serve other purposes. Lance lifted the sword he held tightly in his left hand. Do you concur? Agreed. Watching the guest's unwavering grip on the fine sword, Tobmot extended his right hand. First, provide me with 110 gold dragons. Lance tossed 2 bags of gold dragons to Tob, containing 100 coins, stating that the remainder would be provided upon his return to the Prime Minister's tower. He carried only 3 pouches, one of which was gifted by Ed, originally holding 5 gold dragons and 17 silver stacks. The other 2 pouches each contained 50 gold dragons, while the rest remained secured at the Prime Minister's tower under Bran's guardianship. I trust in Lord Ed's reputation. Tob accepted the pouch, without counting, nodding slightly. Your armor will be ready in 10 days. I hope to receive the remaining funds then, which amount to 100 gold dragons. You may also trust my credibility. I am Lance Dell, and soon you shall know my name, as will all. A humble smile graced Lance's lips. If you can claim victory in the Prime Minister's martial tournament, the entire King's Landing will know your name. This is no mere contest by the shores of the Trident. Ta believed that the king, fond of grandeur, would undoubtedly host a magnificent tournament in honor of his dear brother, Duke Ed Stark. Surely, Lance solemnly replied. Turning to Gorgon and Boron, who had donned chainmail. Have you made your selections? Gorgon nodded, opting for chainmail that protected only his upper body, forgoing the breastplate. He wielded 2 fine spears, with 2 gleaming hand axes secured at his waist, all readily available from the blacksmith's forge. Boron, patting his new chainmail and brandishing a freshly chosen sword at his side, expressed his satisfaction. I am ready. Even the young Jimmy, not yet 13, grasped a short sword with excitement, looking eagerly at Lance. How much? Lance did not deter Jimmy from choosing a weapon throughout their journey. Jimmy had often played with Lord Ed's children and deserved a beloved toy of his own. As for matters of combat, those could be left to Gorgon and Boron. A total of 12 gold dragons. Top carefully assessed and quoted the price, excluding any silver stags or coppers. Lance nodded. I will bring the payment when I collect the armor in 10 days. By the way, he recalled the need for additional weaponry. I require several daggers suitable for throwing. Tob retrieved 2 daggers from the corner and handed them over, stating the price, 1 gold dragon for 2. Lance accepted them, testing their sharpness and durability. They were comparable to the small swords in Arya and Bran's possession, crafted from the finest steel permitted within the castle. However, was Tob's pricing not a bit steep? If the entirety of King's Landing adhered to such standards, what use would silver stags and coppers serve? Do you have more? Lance intended to procure several more daggers, for they could serve both as stabbing and throwing weapons. After all, the Dragon Duke possessed an impressive throwing proficiency of 400, making it challenging to achieve accuracy from 30 meters away while mounted on a galloping steed. None remain, Tob replied. These 2 were forged from the surplus steel that Jant had. If you desire more, you may wait until 10 days hence. And the price will remain 1 gold dragon for 2 daggers. Once more, Lancelot was oblivious to the few gold dragons at stake. His visit to the blacksmith shop in Tobmont was truly an eye-opening experience. The abundance of gold dragons was sufficient to cover the expenses of a large village for a century. Chapter 44. 2 significant matters after Lancelot and his companions had selected their weapons and armor, Chegan arrived, accompanied by a portly middle-aged man. Under their guidance, Lancelot arrived at a courtyard located on Steel Street, merely 200 paces from the blacksmith shop and in proximity to the Great Hall of Bale. The courtyard boasted an expanse of over 300 square meters, adorned with several large trees, and was encircled by 2-story buildings capable of accommodating more than 50 individuals. According to the standards of the Winter City's guardhouse, near the entrance stood a modest stable, sufficient for tethering 5 or 6 horses. After signing his name on a contract of uncertain constraints, Chegan paid a gold dragon and received over 30 silver deer in return. Henceforth, this courtyard would be Lancelot's residence for the next year. As Chegan brandished the silver deer he had placed into his pouch, he glanced at Lancelot. This is yours. Lancelot, undeterred by the mere handful of silver deer, was exceedingly pleased with Chegan's efficiency. It seems you will require several servants to tidy the courtyard, prepare meals, and tend to the horses, Chegan remarked with a grin. I can assist you in finding suitable individuals. What will be the cost? All is accounted for, Chegan replied. Patting his pouch, he made no further request for funds. Hiring servants was inexpensive in King's Landing, where many awaited employment. A single silver deer could secure a robust servant. And with a few more, one could even find a youthful maid. He added, I will cover the introduction fees. Their wages will be your responsibility. Thank you, Chegan. Lancelot expressed his gratitude. He observed that the courtyard had likely been uninhabited for 2 or 3 months, while the house was not excessively dilapidated. The hygienic conditions required thorough cleaning. We will also need bedding, tables, chairs, and all necessary household items, he said, looking towards Jimmy and Gorgon. You 2 will accompany Chegan to procure all the essential supplies. Certainly, Jimmy responded with enthusiasm. Not only due to the acquisition of a new short sword, but also because he had followed Lord Lancelot to King's Landing and now had his own residence. They might be residing in this courtyard for the foreseeable future, and it was imperative to maintain it well. Gorgon silently nodded, leaving with Chegan while grasping a spear and another in hand. What are your plans moving forward? Boron inquired, admiring his new sword, addressing his temporary companions. Awaiting the king's tournament for the prime minister, whilst indulging in the delights of King's Landing brothels, he replied. Then you've come to the right person. Boron chuckled heartily. We ought to reside on Silk Street. The finest brothels in all of King's Landing are located there. I intend to recruit more personnel, yet presently, Lancelot's troop panel has only 2 slots remaining. What I require more urgently is an upgrade, to acquire new skill points. I wish to test my sword. He drew forth the blade he had just received, reputed to possess a quality comparable to Valyrian steel, albeit without magical enchantments. A sword worth 500 gold dragons? Balin understood that Lancelot was once again seeking a reason to engage him in combat. Having faced defeat numerous times, he was no longer easily swayed. You ought to name it, Lancelot suggested. Naming? Balin felt a headache coming on. Such matters required inspiration. Let us first engage in a match. No, Balin firmly refused. Retreating swiftly. You should battle with the wildling. He would be foolish enough to engage you. Once filled with confidence. Balin now fully realized that he was no match for Lancelot. This rogue always managed to evade every attack with precisely executed, subtle movements, countering with an uncanny response that effortlessly subdued him. Do not expect me to be foolish enough to engage you, Balin reiterated. Turning to ascend the stairs in search of a room, Lancelot sat despondently upon a stone, increasingly finding it difficult to locate individuals for experienced training. The familiar faces all seemed to avoid him. Even the Prime Minister's guards, ordered to train with him, began to steer clear after mastering his techniques. He needed to devise a strategy swiftly to find someone to gain experience. His only reliance was his golden opportunity. Otherwise, not only would becoming the true Dragon Duke be challenging, even achieving a long life as a guard would prove difficult. Finding individuals meant gaining experience. An ingenious idea struck Lancelot, to host a tournament, positioning himself as the champion, enticing the warriors of King's Landing to challenge him with the lure of golden dragons, while also collecting a modest registration fee. Those who coveted the golden dragons would not only provide him with gold, but also experience, should he encounter skilled opponents. He could recruit them into his ranks. This was indeed a splendid plan. Though Lancelot craved wealth, after living in Winterfell for 20 years, he understood the difficulty of earning in the north. Merely surviving was a challenge. Now in King's Landing, he had yet to consider entrepreneurial ventures, as neither in this life nor the last had he excelled in commerce. His only 2 specialties lay in his golden opportunity and the television series he had watched in his previous life. He hoped the golden opportunity would continuously strengthen, and the characters from the series would not undergo drastic personality changes. The future could no longer be foretold through the series, from Bran's health to Eddard's vigilance, alongside his own growing strength. Soon, Eddard Stark's demise must be averted. Retaining the position of Prime Minister's guard was advantageous for the time being, at least until he truly grew stronger. However, if Eddard did not perish, and neither did Robert, the 2 brothers would likely maintain their dominion over the 7 kingdoms for an extended period, perhaps a decade. The lengthy series, spanning 8 seasons, was irrevocably altered by the great Dragon Duke Lancelot in the midsection of the first season, rendering all subsequent plots non-existent. In such a scenario, the advantages bestowed upon him by the series would dwindle to merely the events that had transpired in the ambitions and personalities of the principal characters. To prepare for the imminent significant events that could alter the future, he must level up and recruit a dozen or so loyal, capable subordinates. Therefore, he had 2 crucial tasks at hand: to bestow a resounding name upon his sword valued at 500 golden dragons, and to assign a formidable name to his followers. As he caressed the sword, which Tobermory had claimed was nearly as formidable as Valyrian steel, Lancelot couldn't help but scoff. The price of this blade could equip 50 knights. Yet he had only paid 100 gold dragons. 10 days hence, when he visited the blacksmith, he planned to inquire how to place a wager. He intended to gamble the remainder of his funds on his own victory, aiming to win several hundred gold dragons from Littlefinger. As for the king's illegitimate son, Janky, it was not yet appropriate to engage in conversation with him. Now aware of the truth, Lancelot merely needed to arrange for Eddard to meet him at the right moment. For he had yet to devise a strategy to confront the crisis that would follow the revelation of the truth. Hey, Boron emerged from the selected room, his face smeared with dust. This place really needs a thorough cleaning. We cannot stay here tonight. Have you decided where to go? I recommend the brothel of Shataya. I've heard our king frequents it. The king often visits? Lancelot mused, intrigued. A brothel frequently visited by Robert would surely increase the likelihood of encountering an illegitimate daughter. Do you wish to bet a woman the king has known? Boron approached Lancelot cautiously, wary of a sudden duel, a contest whose outcome was already foreseen. Much to his chagrin, this scoundrel always managed to evade perilous strikes with the most precisely timed, subtle movements, countering with uncanny precision to easily subdue him. Do not expect me to be foolish enough to engage you in combat, Boron reiterated, turning to ascend the stairs in search of a room. Lancelot, disheartened, sat on a stone, finding it increasingly difficult to seek out individuals for experience points. Even the familiar faces had begun to shun him. Even the guards trained under his command started to avoid sparring with him after mastering his techniques. He needed to devise a plan swiftly, for only his unique advantage could sustain him. Otherwise, not only would achieving the title of True Dragon Duke be unattainable, but even living to a ripe old age as a knight would prove challenging. To find individuals for experience, one must seek them out. An ingenious idea struck Lancelot. He could host a tournament, serving as the champion, enticing the warriors of King's Landing to challenge him with promises of gold dragons. He could also charge an entry fee. Those who coveted gold dragons would willingly part with their coin while providing him with experience. Should he encounter a skilled opponent, he could recruit them into his ranks. What a splendid scheme! Though Lancelot yearned for wealth, having lived in Winterfell for 20 years, he knew well the difficulty of earning money in the north. Mere survival was a struggle. Now in King's Landing, he had not ventured into the realm of commerce, for business acumen had never been his forte in either life. His only remaining talents were his unique advantage and the knowledge gleaned from past dramas. He hoped his unique ability would continue to strengthen, and that the characters from those shows would not undergo drastic personality shifts. The future was no longer predictable through the narratives of those dramas. From Bran's health to Eddard's vigilance, alongside his own burgeoning strength. Soon, Eddard's demise must be circumvented. Preserving his position as a guard was advantageous for the present, at least until he truly grew in power. Yet, had Eddard not met his demise, and had Robert survived, the dominion of the two brothers over the Seven Kingdoms would have endured for a considerable stretch, perhaps even a decade or more. The series, which spanned 8 seasons, would have been irrevocably altered midway through its inaugural season by the illustrious Dragon Lord, Lord Lancel. Consequently, all subsequent events would never transpire. In such a scenario, the advantages bestowed upon him by his prior viewing of the series would be confined solely to the occurrences that had already taken place, alongside the ambitions and character traits of the principal figures. In preparation for the imminent transformative events that loomed on the horizon, he must elevate his status and recruit a cadre of loyal, capable subordinates. Thus, he finds himself confronted with 2 paramount tasks. First, to bestow a resounding name upon his sword, valued at 500 golden dragons, and second, to christen his followers with names that exude authority and grandeur. As he caressed the blade, which Tobelmort had proclaimed to be nearly as formidable as Valyrian steel, Lancel scoffed. The worth of this sword could equip 50 cavalrymen, and he was fortunate to have paid merely 100 golden dragons for it. A fortnight hence, when he visits the blacksmith, he intends to inquire about wagering, hoping to gamble his remaining funds on his own victory, aiming to win several hundred golden dragons from Peter Baelish. As for the king's illegitimate son, Joffrey, it is not yet opportune to engage with him. Now aware of the truth, he merely needs to arrange for Eddard to encounter him at the appropriate moment, as he currently lacks the means to address the ensuing crisis following the revelation of the truth. "Hey," Boron exclaimed as he descended, looking disheveled from a room he had chosen. "This place truly required a thorough cleaning. We cannot stay here tonight. Have you decided which brothel to visit?" "I recommend Shataya S. It is said our king frequents there." "The king often visits?" Lancel, immersed in the act of naming, suddenly grew intrigued. The likelihood of encountering a royal bastard is greatly heightened at a brothel favored by Robert. "Do you wish to bet a woman with whom the king has shared his affections?" Boron approached Lancel, wary of a sudden duel, a contest whose outcome he already knew and despised. That rascal always managed to evade attacks with the slightest of movements, countering in such a peculiar manner that he easily subdued him. "Do not expect me to be foolish enough to engage you in combat," Boron reiterated, turning to ascend the staircase in search of a room. Lancel, disheartened, sat upon a stone, finding it increasingly challenging to locate individuals for experience gathering. Those familiar faces were now avoiding him. Even the sworn guards, tasked with training under him, began to shun encounters after mastering his techniques. He needed to devise a swift plan to find someone to hone his skills. His only reliance lay in his unique advantage. Without it, becoming the true Dragon Lord would be a distant dream, and even surviving as a long-lived guardian would be arduous. To seek experience, one must find individuals to engage with. An astute idea blossomed in Lancelot's mind, a tournament challenge. He could serve as the champion, enticing the warriors of King's Landing to challenge him with the lure of golden dragons, while also collecting a modest entry fee. Those who covet the golden dragons are capable of both offering coin and imparting experience, encountering skilled individuals that can also conveniently recruit them into their ranks. This truly is a splendid strategy. Lancel, yearning for wealth, is acutely aware, after 2 decades in Winterfell, of the arduousness of earning money in the north, where mere survival is a considerable challenge. Upon arriving in King's Landing, he has not entertained the notion of engaging in commerce for profit. as both in this life and the last, he has never excelled in the mercantile arts. His sole assets at present are his unique abilities and the knowledge gleaned from the series he has watched in his previous life. Hoping that his talents will continue to flourish and that the characters from those narratives will not undergo drastic transformations. The future cannot be foretold through the series. From Bran's health to Eddard's vigilance, alongside his own burgeoning strength. Soon, the demise of Duke Eddard must be averted, as retaining the position of the Prime Minister's guard proves advantageous, at least until he has truly gained strength. However, should Eddard survive and Robert remain unharmed, the brothers' reign over the Seven Kingdoms could endure for many years, perhaps even a decade. The lengthy series, spanning 8 seasons, was irrevocably altered midway through its first season by the illustrious Dragon Lord Lancel, rendering all subsequent events obsolete. Thus, the advantages afforded to him by the series now consist solely of events that have transpired in the ambitions and personalities of its principal characters. To confront the monumental changes looming ahead, he must elevate his standing and recruit a dozen or so loyal and formidable subordinates. Consequently, he has 2 pressing tasks at hand. First, to bestow a resounding name upon his sword valued at 500 golden dragons, and second, to assign a formidable title to his followers. As he caresses the sword, which Tobermont has declared nearly as exquisite as Valyrian steel, Lancel scoffs. Its cost could equip 50 cavalrymen, and he is fortunate to have paid only 100 golden dragons for it. In 10 days, when he visits the blacksmith, he will inquire, in passing, about how to place bets, intending to wager the remainder of his funds on his own victory, hoping to win several hundred golden dragons from Littlefinger. As for the king's illegitimate son, Janky, it is not yet opportune to engage him in conversation. He understands the truth and merely needs to ensure that Eddard encounters Janky at the right moment, for he is not yet prepared to address the crisis that may arise from the revelation of the truth. "Hey," Boron exclaimed, descending from the selected room, his face smeared with dust. "This place truly requires thorough cleaning. We cannot stay here tonight. Have you decided which brothel to visit? I recommend the one run by Shataya. It is said our king frequents there." "Frequenting often?" Lancel mused, intrigued. If Robert regularly visits that brothel, the chances of encountering his illegitimate daughter would certainly increase. "Do you wish to bet a woman the king has known?" Boron approached Lancel cautiously, wary of a sudden duel. Such contests, where the outcome is already known, are exceedingly tiresome. That scoundrel always manages to evade every attack with just the right, subtle movement, retaliating in a peculiar manner that easily subdues him. "Do not expect me to be foolish enough to engage you in combat." Balin reiterated his resolve and ascended the staircase to select his chamber. Lance, disheartened, sat upon a stone, finding it increasingly difficult to locate individuals to gain experience. Those once familiar now evaded him. Even the Prime Minister's guards, assigned to train under him, began to shy away after mastering his techniques. He needed to devise a strategy swiftly to find partners for experience acquisition, for only the Golden Finger could serve as his support. Otherwise, the aspirations of becoming a true Dragon Duke, or even living to a ripe old age as a guard, would be exceedingly challenging. The notion of seeking allies for experience struck Lance like a revelation. He envisioned hosting a tournament, positioning himself as the champion, luring the warriors of King's Landing with the promise of golden dragons, while also collecting an entry fee. Those coveting the gold would not only provide monetary support but also experience. Should he encounter skilled combatants, he could recruit them into his ranks. This plan seemed exceptionally fruitful. Lance craved wealth, yet after 2 decades in Winterfell, he understood how arduous it was to earn in the north. Mere survival was a challenge. Now in King's Landing, he had never considered engaging in trade for profit, as his talents did not lie in commerce. His only assets were his Golden Finger and the knowledge gleaned from the series he had watched in his past life. He hoped his Golden Finger would grow ever more potent and that the characters from the series would not drastically alter their natures. The future could no longer be predicted through the series, from Bran's health to Eddard's vigilance and his own burgeoning strength. He was determined to avert the demise of Duke Eddard, for maintaining the identity of a Prime Minister's guard was advantageous, at least until he truly grew formidable. However, if Eddard and Robert were to live, the brothers' reign over the Seven Kingdoms could endure for many years, perhaps even a decade or more. The extensive series, spanning 8 seasons, had already been altered by the great Dragon Duke Lansdell by the midpoint of its inaugural season, thus rendering all subsequent plots irrelevant. In this light, the advantages bestowed upon him from his past viewing were reduced to the events that had transpired and the ambitions and characteristics of the key figures. To navigate the imminent transformative events of the future, he must elevate his level and recruit a dozen or so loyal and formidable subordinates. Therefore, he had 2 pressing tasks. First, to bestow a resounding name upon his sword, valued at 500 golden dragons, and second, to grant his followers names that exude majesty. as he caressed the sword, which Tobmoth had claimed rivaled Valyrian steel in quality, save for its magical properties. Lance scoffed. The sword's worth could arm 50 cavalrymen. Fortunately, he had only parted with 100 golden dragons. When he visited the blacksmith's shop in 10 days, he would also inquire about betting. He intended to wager the remainder of his funds on himself to triumph, aiming to win several hundred golden dragons from Littlefinger. As for the king's illegitimate son, Janky, it was not yet prudent to engage him in conversation. Now aware of the truth, he merely needed to ensure that Eddard encountered him at the appropriate moment, for he was not yet prepared to confront the crises that would arise from the revelation of truths. Balin descended from the chosen room, his face smeared with dust. It was evident that a thorough cleaning was in order. Tonight, we cannot stay here. Have you decided which brothel to visit? I recommend the one owned by Shataya. It is said that our king frequents that establishment. The notion that the king often visits piqued Lance's interest. The brothel often frequented by Robert would undoubtedly have a higher likelihood of harboring illegitimate daughters. Do you wish to bed women who have been with the king? Balin approached Lance, wary of any sudden draw of the sword, an unnecessary contest whose outcome was already known, one that he found utterly distasteful. This rogue always managed to evade all attacks with timely, subtle movements, countering with an uncanny precision that easily subdued him. Do not expect me to be foolish enough to engage in combat with you, Balin reiterated, turning to ascend the staircase in search of his room. Lance despondently sat upon a stone, finding it increasingly difficult to locate individuals to hone his skills. Those once familiar now shunned him. Even the guards, tasked with training under his command, began to avoid sparring after learning his techniques. He needed to devise a plan swiftly to find someone to train with. Only his golden finger offered him solace. Otherwise, not only would achieving the status of a true dragon duke be a challenge, but even attaining the longevity of a mere guard seemed daunting. To seek experience, one must find those willing to provide it. An idea struck Lance. A solution that offered multiple benefits: to host a tournament, placing himself as the champion, enticing warriors from King's Landing with the lure of golden dragons, while also collecting a modest entry fee. Those tempted by the allure of wealth would not only bring coin but also experience. Should he encounter capable opponents, he could recruit them into his fold. What a splendid plan this was. Lance craved wealth, yet after 2 decades in Winterfell, he understood the harsh reality of earning in the north. Mere survival was an arduous task. Now in King's Landing, he had not ventured into business, for trading had never been his forte in either life. His only current advantages were his golden finger and the knowledge gleaned from past dramas. Hoping that his gift would continue to strengthen and that the characters from his previous life would not undergo drastic personality shifts. The future could no longer be foretold through the series, from Bran's health to Eddard's vigilance and his own burgeoning strength. He must also ensure the avoidance of Duke Eddard's demise. Retaining the identity of the Prime Minister's guard was beneficial for now, at least until he grew truly formidable. However, if Eddard were to survive and Robert continued to live, the brothers would maintain their dominion over the 7 kingdoms for a considerable time, perhaps even a decade. The lengthy 8-season series had been irrevocably altered midway through its first season by the illustrious True Dragon Duke, Lance Dell. Consequently, all subsequent plots would no longer unfold as originally scripted. In such a case, the advantages gleaned from the series would be limited to events that had already transpired and the ambitions and character traits of the principal figures. To prepare for the imminent significant changes to the future, he must elevate his level and recruit a dozen or so loyal, reliable, and skilled subordinates. Thus, he now had 2 significant tasks at hand. First, to bestow a resounding name upon his sword, valued at 500 gold dragons, and second, to grant his subordinates a name that exuded authority. Caressing the sword, which Tobmoth had deemed nearly equal to Valyrian steel, Lancel regarded it with a hint of disdain. The price of this weapon could arm 50 cavalrymen, yet he had only paid a meager 100 gold dragons. 10 days hence, when he would visit the blacksmith, he intended to inquire, in a casual manner, about how to place a wager, as he planned to gamble his remaining funds on his victory, aiming to win several hundred gold dragons from Littlefinger. As for the king's illegitimate son, Janky, it was not yet the opportune moment to engage in conversation with him. Now aware of the truth, he merely needed to ensure that Eddard encountered the man at the appropriate time, for he was not yet prepared to confront the crises that would arise from the revelation of the truth. "Hey!" Boron exclaimed, descending from the chosen room, his face smeared with dust. "This place truly requires a thorough cleaning. We cannot stay here tonight. Have you decided on a brothel? I recommend the Shataya brothel. It is rumored that our king frequents it. The king often visits?" Lancel, immersed in the task of naming, felt a spark of interest. The likelihood of encountering a king's illegitimate daughter would surely increase at a brothel that Robert often patronized. "Do you wish to bet a woman the king has known?" Boron approached Lancel cautiously, wary of any sudden draw of the sword for a duel. Such contests, with their predetermined outcomes, vexed him greatly. This scoundrel always managed to evade all attacks with the most precise of movements at critical moments, countering with an uncanny finesse that easily subdued him. "Do not expect me to be foolish enough to engage in combat with you," Boron reiterated, turning to ascend the stairs in search of a room. Lancel, disheartened, sat upon a stone, increasingly finding it difficult to locate individuals to gain experience. Those familiar faces were now avoiding him. Even the Prime Minister's guards, ordered to train under him, began to shy away after learning his techniques. He needed to devise a plan swiftly to find someone to accumulate experience. Only his golden finger could serve as his lifeline. Otherwise, not only would becoming a true Dragon Duke be a challenge, but even living a long life as a mere guard would prove exceedingly difficult. Finding someone to gain experience meant finding someone to battle. An excellent idea suddenly struck Lancel, a tournament challenge. He could serve as the host, enticing the warriors of King's Landing to challenge him with gold dragons as bait, and even collect a small registration fee. Those who craved gold dragons would not only provide funds but also experience. Should he encounter skilled opponents, he could recruit them into his ranks. This truly was an ingenious plan. Lancel yearned for wealth, yet having lived for 20 years in Winterfell, he understood the harsh reality of earning money in the north. Mere survival was a struggle. Now in King's Landing, he had not considered engaging in trade to accrue wealth, as being a merchant had never been his forte in either life. His only remaining talents were his golden finger and the series he had watched in his previous life. He hoped that his golden finger would continually grow stronger, and that the characters from the series would not undergo drastic changes in personality, as the future can no longer be foreseen through the series. From Bran's health to Eddard's vigilance, along with his own burgeoning strength, it is imperative to avert the untimely demise of Duke Eddard. Retaining the identity of the Prime Minister's guard is advantageous for the moment, at least until he truly comes into his own. However, should Eddard survive, and Robert too, the brotherly reign over the Seven Kingdoms could endure for many years, possibly a decade or more. The epic series, spanning 8 seasons, was altered in its mid-first season by the illustrious true Dragon Duke, Lord Lannister, rendering all subsequent plot lines moot. Thus, the only advantages bestowed upon him from his past life as viewing of the series are the events that have transpired and the ambitions and characters of the principal figures. To prepare for the significant events that will soon alter the future, he must elevate his standing and recruit a dozen loyal, capable subordinates. Hence, he has 2 critical tasks at hand. First, to bestow a resounding name upon his sword worth 500 golden dragons, and second, to christen his followers with imposing titles. Caressing the blade, which Tobermory had declared nearly equal to Valyrian steel, Lannister scoffed. The price of this sword could arm 50 cavalrymen. Yet he had only paid a mere 100 golden dragons. When he visits the blacksmith shop in 10 days, he will inquire of the avaricious smith how to place a wager, intending to gamble his remaining funds on his own victory, hoping to win several hundred golden dragons from Littlefinger. As for the king's illegitimate son, Jandrai, it is not yet appropriate to engage with him, now aware of the truth. He merely needs to ensure that Eddard encounters him at the right moment, as he currently lacks the means to navigate the crisis that the revelation of truth may provoke. Hey, Boron emerged from the chosen room, covered in dust. This place certainly required a thorough cleaning, as we cannot reside here tonight. Have you decided which brothel to visit? I recommend Shataya's, as it is rumored our king frequents there. Frequenting the king's establishment? Lannister's curiosity was piqued. It stands to reason that the likelihood of encountering a royal bastards would be considerably heightened at a place the king often visits. Do you wish to court the women the king has bedded? Boron approached Lannister, wary of a sudden duel that could arise from Lannister's impulsive nature. Such contests, where the outcome is already known, vex him greatly. This rogue always manages to evade attacks with the most fortuitous of movements, delivering uncanny counterattacks that easily subdue him. Do not expect me to be foolish enough to engage you in combat, Boron reiterated, turning to ascend the stairs in search of a room. Lannister sat despondently upon a stone, increasingly finding it difficult to seek out individuals to gain experience. Those familiar faces were now avoiding him. Even the Prime Minister's guards, who had been commanded to train under him, began to shy away after learning his techniques. He must devise a swift strategy to find someone to help him gain experience. Only with a golden opportunity can he hope to rise to the status of true Dragon Duke. Otherwise, even the aspiration of becoming a long-lived guard would prove exceedingly difficult. Finding someone to gain experience is essential. To find someone is to gain experience. A brilliant idea blossomed in Lannister's mind, promising multiple benefits. Organizing a challenge tournament. Assuming the role of the challenger and enticing the warriors of King's Landing with golden dragons is a clever scheme. A modest entry fee can be collected, attracting those who covet the gold while simultaneously providing a source of income and experience. Encountering skilled fighters may also afford the opportunity to recruit them into his ranks. truly an ingenious strategy. Lance yearns for wealth, yet after 2 decades in Winterfell, he is acutely aware of the daunting difficulties of amassing riches in the north, where mere survival is a struggle. Now in King's Landing, he has yet to consider engaging in commerce. In both past and present lives, he has never excelled in business. His only remaining assets are his extraordinary abilities and the knowledge gleaned from past experiences. He hopes that his talents will continue to flourish, and that the characters he once observed will not undergo drastic transformations. The future, however, cannot be predicted through prior narratives. From Bran's health to Eddard's vigilance and his own burgeoning strength, he must avoid the untimely demise of Lord Eddard. As maintaining the guise of a prime minister's guard is advantageous for the time being, at least until he has truly fortified himself. Should Eddard live, and Robert too, the brothers' dominion over the 7 kingdoms may endure for many years, perhaps even a decade or more. The lengthy saga, spanning 8 seasons, was irrevocably altered by the esteemed Dragonlord, Lord Lancel, midway through the first season, rendering the subsequent plot lines void. In such a scenario, the only advantages derived from his past viewing are the events that have transpired and the ambitions and temperaments of the principal characters. To prepare for the imminent pivotal events that will alter the course of the future, he must elevate his standing and recruit a dozen loyal and formidable subordinates. Thus, he finds himself with 2 pressing tasks. First, to bestow a resounding name upon his sword, valued at 500 golden dragons, and second, to christen his followers with names that evoke respect and fear. As he fondles the blade, which Tobermoor has claimed rivals Valyrian steel in all but magic, Lance scoffs. The price of this sword could arm 50 cavalrymen, yet he is fortunate to have only parted with 100 golden dragons. When he visits the blacksmith shop in 10 days, he intends to inquire of the avaricious smith how to place a wager, aiming to gamble the remainder of his funds on his own victory, hoping to win several hundred golden dragons from Peter Baelish. As for the king's illegitimate son, Joffrey, it is not the opportune moment for dialogue. Armed with knowledge of the truth, he merely needs to ensure Eddard encounters the boy at the right moment. For he is not yet equipped to address the crisis that may arise from the revelation of such truths. Hey, Boron descends from the chosen room, looking disheveled. This place truly requires a thorough cleaning. We cannot stay here tonight. Have you decided on a brothel? I recommend Chatea's. It is said our king frequents that establishment. The king often visits? Lance, immersed in the task of naming, becomes intrigued. The likelihood of encountering a bastard daughter in a place Robert regularly patronizes is significantly heightened. Do you wish to bet a woman the king has known? Boron approaches Lance cautiously, wary of an impulsive duel. A contest whose outcome is already known and thus loathsome to him. This scoundrel always manages to evade all attacks with the most subtle movements at critical moments, effortlessly countering with a bizarre retaliation that easily subdues him. Do not expect me to be foolish enough to engage you in combat. Wallen reiterated this as he turned and ascended the staircase to select his chamber. Lance, disheartened, sat upon a stone, increasingly finding it difficult to locate individuals to gain experience. Those familiar faces now shunned his company. Even the guards trained under the Prime Minister, having learned his techniques, began to avoid confrontation with him. He needed to devise a method swiftly to gain experience. Only his golden finger could serve as his support. Otherwise, not only would becoming a true Dragon Duke be a challenge, but even living a long life as a mere guard would prove difficult. Finding someone to gain experience from meant securing experience. An ingenious idea struck Lance, to organize a tournament, positioning himself as the champion, enticing the warriors of King's Landing with promises of gold dragons. He could even charge a small entry fee. Those coveting the gold dragons would not only provide him with funds, but also experience, and should he encounter a skilled adversary, he could recruit them to his side. What a splendid plan. Lance longed for wealth. Yet after 2 decades in Winterfell, he understood the arduousness of earning money in the north. Barely surviving was already a feat now in King's Landing. He had not yet pursued business ventures. In both past and present lives, commerce was not his forte. His only 2 assets were the golden finger and the knowledge gleaned from previous narratives. He hoped for the continual strengthening of his golden finger while wishing that the characters from the shows would not undergo drastic personality shifts. The future could no longer be foreseen through those narratives. From Bran's health to Eddard's vigilance and his own burgeoning strength, he must avoid the impending demise of Duke Eddard. Retaining his position as a Prime Minister's guard was beneficial for the time being, at least until he truly grew formidable. However, should Eddard remain alive, and Robert too, the brothers' reign over the 7 kingdoms would likely endure for many years, perhaps even a decade. The lengthy 8-season saga would see its trajectory irrevocably altered by the great Dragon Duke Lancelot midway through the first season, rendering all subsequent plots moot. As such, the advantages bestowed upon him by his prior viewing of the series would be limited to events that had already transpired and the ambitions and personalities of the main characters. To prepare for the forthcoming significant events that would alter the future, he must elevate his level and recruit a dozen loyal, capable subordinates. Thus, he had two pressing tasks: to bestow a resounding name upon his sword valued at 500 gold dragons and to grant his subordinates names that exude grandeur. As he caressed the blade, which Tobmot claimed rivaled Valyrian steel in all but magic, Lance scoffed. The price of this sword could arm 50 cavalrymen. Yet he was fortunate enough to have paid only 100 gold dragons when he visited the blacksmith in 10 days. He would also inquire about the avaricious artisan's betting methods, intending to wager his remaining funds on his own victory, hoping to win several hundred gold dragons from Littlefinger. Regarding the king's illegitimate son, Janky, it is not yet appropriate to engage in conversation with him, having already grasped the truth. He merely needs to ensure that Ed encounters him at the right moment. He currently lacks the confidence to address the crisis that follows the revelation of the truth. Hey. Boron descended from the chosen room, looking rather disheveled. This place truly requires a thorough cleaning. We cannot reside here tonight. Have you decided which brothel to visit? I recommend the one in Chhataya, as it is rumored that our king frequents it often. The king visits often? Lance, absorbed in the implications of the name, became intrigued. The likelihood of encountering an illegitimate daughter at a place frequented by Robert would undoubtedly be significantly higher. Are you eager to bet a woman who has lain with the king? Boron approached Lance, wary of a sudden draw of the sword for a duel. A contest with a predetermined outcome that he profoundly detested. Chapter 45, Boron S. Desires, Lance's Aspirations. Do you know which women have shared the king's bed? Lance was taken aback to discover that Robert S. private life had become common knowledge even among mercenaries. I am referring to King Robert. I speak of King Robert as well, Boron shrugged. Aside from our King Robert, which monarch spends his days indulging in wine, hunting, and pursuing women? I would like to be such a king, he scoffed. Do you not? Do not speak frivolously, Lance replied sternly. You may entertain such thoughts, but you must not voice them, and I shan't entertain them at all. Then what is it that you desire? Boron shifted closer to Lance. What I wish for is quite simple: a castle, the status of nobility, a beautiful noble wife, several thousand acres of land, and dozens of servants at my beck and call. That would suffice. Your aspirations are modest, Lance commented, drawing on his past experiences, yet very few dare to dream thus. They toil for generations without achieving such a life. And you? Boron inquired again, fixing his gaze on Lance's expression. Lance did not answer directly, but instead gazed at the soaring birds above. I yearn for the freedom of an eagle, to live for myself, to possess an endless supply of golden dragons, and to wield the power to face any danger unencumbered, living without restraint. Much like our king, Boron chuckled. I am but a guard, unworthy to aspire to the king's life, Lance denied, though inwardly he mused that there is only one king, and it is perilous to emulate him. Moreover, Robert does not embody a life of unrestrained excess in his eyes. At least the prime minister would not permit the king such liberties, nor would the great nobles of the Seven Kingdoms tolerate it, lest he meet the same fate as the Mad King. Boron's furrowed brow deepened. He found it hard to believe the guards' words. If the guards truly lacked ambition as they claimed, they would have long made choices akin to those of Kigan, unwilling to generously part with over 600 golden dragons. And today, nonchalantly tossing 2 bags of gold to that blacksmith. Do you think I can provide you with the castle and lifestyle you desire? Lance noted the mercenary's serious demeanor. This was unacceptable. He must pacify the second most formidable warrior before him. No, Boron confessed. I have been a mercenary for over a decade, and no one has been able to grant me such a life. Yet you have at least given me golden dragons. I have never possessed so many before. There shall be more to come. Lancelot sheathed his sword and rested his left hand upon Borland's shoulder. Soon, we shall acquire more golden dragons, for the king is certain to host a grand tournament in honor of Lord Eddard. We will have the opportunity to fight side by side, and I shall grant you 1,000 golden dragons. Just now, gazing at the sky and observing an eagle soaring above, he envisioned a name for his sword, Eagle Strike. Thus, his sword shall be named Eagle Strike. 1,000 golden dragons? Borland inquired with great interest. How much will the prize be? I do not know. Lancelot refrained from revealing the information he had gleaned from the king's cupbearer, which would soon be announced. It could be 10,000 or perhaps even more, but I will only give you 1,000. Is that not a considerable sum? Borland nodded with a smile, grasping Lancelot's intent. Do not be overly greedy, as he could not defeat the Prime Minister's guards. Yet, he firmly believed that no one could rival Lancelot, save for the terrifying entities like those of the Mountain of Magic. Do not be hasty, Borland, Lancelot advised. All has merely commenced. Shall we engage in a duel? No. Borland sprang to his feet, retreating several steps. I will not fight you. Very well. Lancelot did not draw his sword, but beckoned to the mercenaries. I intend to construct a platform near the king's tournament ground, enticing challengers with 100 golden dragons. Each challenger must pay a silver stag. Should they best me, they will earn 100 golden dragons. 100 golden dragons? Bolin approached, incredulous. That is too much. You will attract many individuals, and they will not fight you honorably. For the sake of golden dragons, they shall resort to any means. Thus, I require your protection. Just me alone? Borland furrowed his brow. 3 or 4 individuals would pose no issue. Even if 5 or 6 like Keegan were to come, I could manage. However, too many would complicate matters. Therefore, Lancelot smiled. I must first recruit a few subordinates. Do you have any recommendations? They should possess skills akin to yours. Like mine? Borland felt a flicker of disdain at being underestimated by the guards. What of the Hound? I defeated him in a direct confrontation on the Trident River. It was imperative to emphasize his triumph there. Are there any who are slightly less skilled than you? Lancelot had not witnessed how the Hound was vanquished by Borland. Yet based on his own encounters with both, he discerned that the Hound's swordsmanship and agility paled in comparison to Borland's. He merely had the advantage in equipment, strength, and stature. I can find several individuals whose skills match those of Keegan. Keegan? Lancelot felt a wave of disappointment at the thought of Keegan's 200 experience points. Such a person could become an elite soldier, yet occupying a slot within his ranks would indeed be a waste. He could tolerate someone like Jimmy, whose loyalty had started at a perfect score of 100, remaining unwavering throughout the month of their southern journey. However, Keegan's capricious loyalty made it unwise to squander valuable troop slots. Bring forth those you can find. I shall personally assess their abilities. Those who meet the standard shall remain. Lancelot surmised the type of individuals Borland would introduce, likely mercenaries of similar caliber to himself. Yet now, aside from Gogan, Jimmy, and Borland, only one former subordinate, Keegan, was available for selection. Lance was in dire need of additional manpower. For the next few days, I need you to help me recruit individuals as I have other matters to attend to. Once we manage to enlist 4 or more, we shall set up a challenge outside the King's Gate, for I intend to confront the skilled fighters of King's Landing. Why are you so fond of dueling? Boron found this peculiar. Are you not afraid of injury, or even death? Engaging in battles with real blades is exceedingly perilous. I am aware of the risks. Lance summoned the golden finger panel, glancing at the daunting requirement of over 60,000 experience points needed to ascend to level 11. He dismissed the concern with, but winter is coming. Boron realized he could pry no further. Perhaps this knight harbored peculiarities, unable to sleep without engaging in a few bouts daily, much like King Robert, who ceased to be himself without drink or women. So, which brothel shall we visit tonight? Boron again reached for his groin, feeling an itch. Naturally, we shall go to the one favored by the king. I wish to see what manner of women he has bedded. Lance intended to ascertain the whereabouts of Robert's illegitimate daughter, planning to deliver her to Lord Eddard at the opportune moment. We must certainly visit the brothel of Shataya. I have heard tales of her beautiful young daughter, Elea, whose suitors line up from the great September of Baylor to the Mudgate. Has she been with the king? Lance was more concerned with who had been Robert's lover and who had borne his illegitimate child. I do not know. Boron furrowed his brow again. I must have her tonight. 1 golden dragon for a night, and I desire 3. 1 golden dragon per night? Lance was astonished. What on earth was happening in King's Landing? The last time at the tavern outside Winterfell, Tyrion had paid the owner a single golden dragon and consumed all the establishment's wine while hiring every maid. Why would it cost a golden dragon to sleep with a woman in the brothels of King's Landing? Shataya's establishment is the finest in King's Landing, Boron scoffed. If you wish for something cheaper, you can head to the Flea Bottom. A single silver stag will suffice for 3. Chapter 46. The king's preferred haunts. Lance certainly would not venture to the Flea Bottom. After waiting for Gorgon and Jimmy to return with 6 servants, he entrusted the loyal pair to oversee repairs and cleaning while he took 2 mercenaries devoted to the Golden Dragon to Shataya's brothel. My lords, greeted a tall, middle-aged woman with dark skin, smiling as they entered. You have arrived just in time. Our best girls are waiting for you. Hearing this, Lance glanced at the bright daylight outside. Damn that Gorgon, who, upon learning of the brothel, was eager to leave, disregarding the fatigue of a long day. I am not a lord, Boron retorted, grabbing the ample rear of the middle-aged woman. I want your daughter Elea. Those who come here are all my lords, Shataya teased, caressing the mercenary's groin, her alluring smile unfazed by the presence of nobles and the occasional wealthy mercenary, accustomed to such encounters without a hint of disdain. Find me a woman who has been with the king. Boron turned to Lance, gesturing with his chin, while his right hand boldly squeezed Shataya's behind once more. Without any hesitation, Shataya guided 3 mercenaries into a lavishly adorned and subtly suggestive pink chamber, soon presenting 3 courtesans, the finest offerings in her establishment. I shall take all 3, Bolong declared, his excitement palpable as he gripped himself. This one is Jetty, a favorite of your brother's, Shataya introduced, pushing a fair-skinned, alluring young maiden towards Lance, while she sent forth another, a dark-skinned beauty, to Bolong. And this is my daughter, Aliyah. She alone will suffice to satisfy your desires. The inconspicuous Chigan received the last of the voluptuous fair-skinned women. Find me 2 more, Bolong insisted, unsatisfied. Prior to their arrival, it had been agreed that Lance would foot the bill. How could they settle for just 1 woman? I require 3 more, just like her. Lance glanced at the youthful jetty, uncertain if it was her that bore a royal bastard for the king, or if he should simply procure additional companions for assurance. We have no 3, Shataya smiled, seating herself beside Lance, her hand reaching for his groin but intercepted, prompting her to sweetly suggest, I can summon another for you. It is well known throughout the realm that our esteemed king favors your establishment. Lance feigned displeasure. So it was all a ruse? I was unaware the king had visited here, Shataya retorted, shifting to caress the guest's chest, oblivious to his indifference. However, a rather rotund gentleman resembling the king frequents my establishment, always seeking jetty and 2 other girls. One is currently unavailable for service, so I can only find another for you. You may select any girl, claiming she has been with a man who closely resembles the king. Lance jested. Secretly plotting to acquire a new pet to remain in the brothel, there was no time to waste. My services do not come cheap, as they are priced on reputation. Shataya attempted once more to touch him, only to be thwarted again. Would 2 suffice? She inquired. Forget it, Lance declined, losing interest. Rising, he left behind Ed's coin purse, which contained little silver but 5 intact gold coins. He addressed the already eager Bolong and Chigan, enjoy yourselves. I shall see you tomorrow. With that, he pushed Jetty into Bolong's arms. This one is yours. Bolong raised an eyebrow and, without hesitation, embraced the fair-skinned girl he had already chosen. The contrast of black and white, both so youthful and beautiful, ignited his hunger. As he watched Lance depart, Chigan exchanged knowing glances with Shataya. Bring me the other girl who has been with the king. I want 2. That gentleman? Shataya inquired, surprised to see the young man, who had engaged in such brief conversation and not even touched his drink, depart without a second thought. Did he find these women unappealing? Bolong turned to glance at Lance's retreating figure, chuckling, he favors men. Do you have any of those? Shataya was taken aback, having not anticipated such a preference. I do not have men here, but I know other brothels that provide them. Next time, I can offer you a recommendation. For today, let my girls attend to you well. With that, Shataya discreetly shook her head and left, summoning another girl to accompany the inconspicuous, diminutive mercenary. Lance slowly exited the brothel. Having failed to procure a pet, he reluctantly made his way to a nearby latrine, where he captured a buzzing fly and, through sheer will, guided it back into the brothel, only to lose contact moments later. Frustration welled within him. This fly proved far less effective than a silent mosquito, its utility overshadowed by its rapid demise, compelling him to seek out the ladder once more. After a flurry of activity near Silk Street, Lance finally succeeded in acquiring 2 mosquitoes, which he dispatched to the establishment of Shataya. Upon his return to the courtyard, he found his chosen room on the ground floor had been thoroughly cleaned. Settling into a newly purchased chair, he immersed himself in the perspective of the mosquitoes. He maneuvered them through every room of the brothel and encountered an infant cradled by a girl of about 15 or 16, with a few strands of dark hair adorning its head. Could this be the illegitimate child of Robert, as depicted in the series? Unexpectedly, it was not in Littlefinger's brothel but in the renowned Shataya's. Sir, would you care for a meal? As darkness enveloped the sky, Jimmy appeared at the door with a wooden tray. I did not expect you back so soon. Before leaving, Boron instructed us not to prepare dinner for you, so the fare is rather modest. Come in, Lance replied, glancing indifferently at the food Jimmy had placed on the table, a bowl of meat soup, a piece of dark bread, and a roasted chicken. This was already an improvement over his former life as a guard in Winterfell. After adding 2 more pieces of dark bread and 2 jugs of wine, Lance felt satiated and switched his focus to the other 4 mosquitoes trailing significant figures. To his dismay, he discovered that Cersei's presence had also been lost. The woman's little escapades were indeed finicky. He then shifted to Jaime's perspective, observing the Kingsguard, clad in white armor, stationed outside a door, from which the sounds of revelry emerged. Next, he switched to Eddard's viewpoint and found the newly appointed Prime Minister deep in thought, seated alone behind his desk in the Prime Minister's tower. Finally, he transitioned to the King's perspective and was struck by a scene that filled him with regret for departing Shataya's brothel. The esteemed King Robert was reveling in the company of 6 naked women, his lower half also engaged in activities of a more intimate nature. The familiarity of the sounds resonated with him as he guided the king's wine through a crack in the door, where he caught sight of Jaime guarding his sister as she entertained other men. Robert was quite the libertine, having survived 17 years of indulgence. Such a reality seemed surreal to Lance. It was no wonder that his wife and brother-in-law had borne him 3 children. Retrieving his focus from the king's wine, Lance contemplated how to position the mosquitoes near Varys and Littlefinger, yet he had never encountered either man nor knew their whereabouts. As Lance departed, Chegan exchanged knowing glances with the brothel owner, Shatia, and summoned another girl who had shared the king's bed, stating, "I desire too as well." "That gentleman?" Shatia queried, observing the young man who had spoken a few words yet left without even a sip of wine. Did he not find these girls appealing? Boron turned to glance at Lance's retreating figure and chuckled. "He prefers men. Do you have any of those?" Sartia was momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated such a peculiarity. "I have no men here, but I am acquainted with other brothels that provide them. Next time, I could recommend you. But for today, allow my girls to attend to you properly." With that, Sartia shook her head discreetly and departed, summoning another girl to accompany the inconspicuous, slender mercenary. Lance exited the brothel at a leisurely pace, yet he found no suitable pet. He reluctantly ventured to a nearby latrine, where he captured a buzzing fly. Employing his consciousness to direct it back to the brothel, only to lose contact abruptly, he felt a profound sense of frustration. This buzzing fly was inferior to his silent mosquito, its utility far outweighed by its shortcomings. It was swiftly dispatched upon entry, compelling him to seek out mosquitoes instead. After toiling near Silk Street for a while, Lance ultimately procured 2 mosquitoes, dispatching them to Sartia's establishment. Upon returning to his courtyard, he found that the room he had selected on the first floor had been tidied up. He settled into the chair he had just purchased and fully immersed himself in the perspective of the mosquitoes. He maneuvered the insects through all the rooms of the brothel and spotted a baby cradled in the arms of a girl of about 15 or 16, with a few strands of dark hair atop its head. Could this be the illegitimate daughter of Robert that had surfaced in the series? Surprisingly, it was not in Littlefinger's brothel, but rather in the renowned establishment of Sartia. "Good evening, sir. Are you ready to dine?" The sky had darkened, and Jimmy approached the door with a wooden tray. "I did not expect you to return so soon. Before leaving, Boron instructed us not to prepare dinner for you. Hence the simplicity of the meal." "Come in," Lance said nonchalantly, glancing at the food Jimmy had placed on the table: a bowl of meat soup, a piece of black bread, and a roasted chicken. This surpassed his previous life as a guard in Winterfell. After adding 2 more pieces of black bread and 2 jugs of wine, Lance felt satiated and switched his focus to the other 4 mosquitoes trailing significant figures. To his astonishment, he discovered that Cersei's lewd activities had also lost contact. This woman's private life was indeed demanding. He then shifted to Jaime's perspective, observing the King's Guard, clad in white armor, standing outside a door from which sounds of debauchery emanated. Switching to Eddard's view, he beheld the newly appointed Prime Minister, who had returned to his study in the Tower of the Hand, seated at his desk, deep in thought. Finally, he switched to the King's perspective, a stunning scene that instantly regretted his departure from Sartia's brothel. The esteemed King Robert was in the company of 6 naked women, indulging in wine, while his lower half was not idle, resting in a warm location. Lance recognized these sounds all too well. He guided the King's wine to slip through the door's crack and, indeed, spotted Jaime guarding his brother-in-law while he entertained other women. Robert truly knows how to revel, Lance mused, marveling at the fact that the man had managed to survive 17 years of such indulgence. It was no wonder that his wife and brother-in-law had borne him 3 children. Retrieving his focus from the King's perspective, Lance pondered how to position the mosquitoes near Varys and Littlefinger, having never encountered either of them nor knowing where they resided. As Lance departed, Chegan exchanged knowing glances with the proprietress, Shatia, and summoned another girl who had been favored by the king, declaring, "I desire too." "That gentleman?" Shatia queried, casting a perplexed glance at the young man seated nearby, who had uttered a few words but had not partaken of a single sip of drink before leaving without a trace of longing. Did he not find these girls appealing? Bolong turned his gaze toward the vanishing figure of Lance and quipped, "He has a preference for men. Do you have any available?" Shatia was taken aback, not having anticipated such a proclivity. "I do not have men here, but I can recommend other brothels that provide them. For now, allow my girls to serve you well." With that, Shatia discreetly shook her head as she departed, summoning another girl to keep the inconspicuous, slender mercenary company. Lance strolled out of the brothel, failing to procure a pet, and thus made his way to a nearby latrine, where he caught a buzzing fly. Attempting to control it with his mind to fly back into the brothel, only to lose connection abruptly, he felt a deep sense of frustration. This buzzing fly was far inferior to a silent mosquito, with its losses far exceeding those of the mosquito. It was quickly dispatched upon entry, forcing him to seek out another mosquito. After busily scouring the vicinity of Silk Street, Lance finally captured 2 mosquitoes, dispatching them to Shatia's establishment. Upon returning to his courtyard, he discovered that the room he had chosen on the first floor had been tidied up. He settled into the newly acquired chair and fully immersed himself in the perspective of the mosquitoes. Controlling them, he conducted a thorough reconnaissance of all the rooms within the brothel. To his astonishment, he spotted an infant cradled in the arms of a girl of about 15 or 16, with a few strands of dark hair atop its head. Could this be the illegitimate child of Robert featured in the series? Surprisingly, it was not in Littlefinger's brothel but in the renowned Chatias. "My lord, are you dining?" As darkness fell, Jimmy arrived with a wooden tray at the door. "I did not expect you back so soon. Bolong informed us before leaving not to prepare dinner for you, so the meal is rather simple." "Come in," Lance replied, his indifference directed at the food placed before him by Jimmy: a bowl of meat soup, a slice of dark bread, and a roasted chicken. This exceeded the fare he had experienced while serving as a guard in Winterfell. After adding 2 more slices of dark bread and 2 jugs of wine, Lance felt satiated and switched his focus to the other 4 mosquitoes trailing important figures. To his surprise, he found that Cersei's perspective had also been lost. This woman's private life was indeed finicky. He then shifted to Jaime's view, observing the King's Guard, clad in white robes and fully armed, stationed outside a door, from which sounds of debauchery emerged. He switched to Eddard's perspective, seeing the newly appointed Prime Minister deep in thought, seated alone at his desk in the Prime Minister's tower. Lastly, he transitioned to the King's view, the stunning scene making him regret leaving Chatia's brothel. The esteemed King Robert was indulging in wine amidst the company of 6 naked women, his lower half also engaged in activity, resting in a warm place. Lance recognized the familiar sounds and maneuvered the king's wine to slip through the crack of the door, indeed discovering Jaime standing guard outside, watching his brother-in-law entertain other women. Robert Baratheon truly knows how to indulge, having navigated the treacherous waters of life for 17 years without succumbing. Lancelot found this quite surreal, and it is no wonder that his wife and brother-in-law bore him 3 children. Retracting his gaze from the king's revelry, Lancelot pondered a strategy to place the mosquitoes near Varys and Littlefinger, though he had never encountered either man and was unaware of their whereabouts. As Lancelot departed, Chiron exchanged knowing glances with the proprietress, Chatia, and summoned another girl who had shared the king's bed, expressing his desire for 2 as well. "My lord?" Chatia remarked, casting a puzzled look at the young man who had barely spoken a word and had not even taken a sip of his drink, leaving without a trace of regret. Did he not find these women appealing? Paulin turned to glance at Lancelot's retreating figure and chuckled. "He prefers men. Do you have any?" Chatia paused, taken aback by this revelation. "I do not have men here, but I am acquainted with other brothels that provide such services. I can recommend them next time. For today, let my girls attend to you properly." With that, Chatia discreetly shook her head and departed, calling for another girl to accompany the inconspicuous, slender mercenary. Lancelot strolled out of the brothel without finding a pet to his liking, so he resorted to a nearby latrine, where he captured a buzzing fly and attempted to control it to fly back into the brothel, only to lose his connection abruptly. Frustration washed over him. This buzzing fly was no match for a silent mosquito, its utility far outweighed by its drawbacks, as it was swiftly swatted upon entry. Consequently, he had to resume his search for mosquitoes. After a flurry of activity near Silk Street, Lancelot successfully acquired 2 mosquitoes and dispatched them to Chatia's establishment. Multitasking, he returned to his quarters and found his chosen room on the ground floor had been tidied up. He settled into the newly purchased chair, wholly immersing himself in the perspective of the mosquitoes, controlling the insects. He surveyed every room within the brothel and stumbled upon an infant cradled by a girl of 15 or 16, with a few strands of dark hair atop her head. Could this be Robert's illegitimate daughter featured in the series? To his surprise, she was not in Littlefinger's brothel, but in the renowned Chatias. "My lord, would you care for a meal?" As night fell, Jimmy arrived with a wooden tray, taken aback by Lancelot's swift return. "Paulin informed us not to prepare dinner for you, so it is rather modest. Come in." Lancelot glanced indifferently at the modest fare presented by Jimmy: a bowl of meat soup, a piece of dark bread, and a roasted chicken, better than his previous existence as a guard in Winterfell. He added 2 more pieces of dark bread and 2 jugs of wine, satiating his hunger before shifting his focus to the other 4 mosquitoes trailing significant figures. To his astonishment, he found Cersei's presence had dissipated as well. This woman's private life was indeed demanding. He then switched to Jaime's perspective, observing the Kingsguard clad in white armor, stationed outside a door from which sounds of debauchery emanated. Transitioning to Eddard's viewpoint, he saw the newly appointed Prime Minister back in the study of the Prime Minister's tower, seated alone at his desk, deep in thought. Finally, he returned to the king's revelry, the stunning scene prompting him to lament his departure from Chatia's brothel. The esteemed King Robert indulges in copious amounts of wine, Accompanied by 6 naked maidens, his lower half comfortably nestled in a warm place. Lancel feels a sense of familiarity with the sounds emanating from within. He manipulates the king's wine to soar through the crevice of the door, only to discover that Jaime stands guard outside, watching his brother-in-law revel in the company of other women. King Robert certainly knows how to enjoy himself. 17 years have passed without him succumbing to his excesses, which explains why his wife and brother-in-law have borne him 3 children. Lancel retracts his view of the king's wine. He must devise a means to place mosquitoes near Varys and Littlefinger, though he has never encountered the two nor knows their whereabouts. Observing Lancel's departure, Chiron exchanges knowing glances with the Madam, Shataya, and summons another girl who has been with the king, declaring his own desires. What about that gentleman? Shataya queries, glancing at the young man who has scarcely touched his drink before departing without a backward glance. Does he not find these girls appealing? Bolton, turning to regard Lancel as he exits, chuckles. He prefers men. Do you have any? Shataya is taken aback, not having anticipated such a preference. I have no men here, but I can recommend other brothels that do. For now, let my girls entertain you well. With that, Shataya discreetly shakes her head and departs, calling another girl to attend to the inconspicuous, diminutive mercenary. Lancel ambles out of the brothel, having found no companion, and is compelled to visit a nearby latrine, where he captures a buzzing fly. He attempts to control it, sending it back into the brothel, but it quickly loses its connection. Frustration wells within him. This fly proves far less effective than the elusive mosquito, its demise occurring almost immediately, forcing him to seek out the latter. After a flurry of activity near Silk Street, Lancel finally secures 2 mosquitoes and dispatches them to Shataya's establishment. With dual purposes in mind, he returns to his courtyard. Finding the room he had selected on the first floor has been tidied, he settles into a chair he recently purchased and shifts his focus entirely to the perspective of the mosquitoes. Controlling the mosquitoes, he surveys every room within the brothel, discovering an infant cradled in the arms of a girl of about 15 or 16, with a few strands of dark hair atop its head. Could this be the illegitimate daughter of Robert featured in the series? To his surprise, it is not in Littlefinger's brothel, but rather in the renowned establishment of Shataya in King's Landing. My lord, would you care for a meal? As night falls, Jimmy brings a wooden tray to the door. Surprised by Lancel's swift return, Bolton informed us not to prepare dinner for you, so it is rather simple. Come in, Lancel replies. Regarding the modest fare laid out before him, a bowl of meat broth, a slice of dark bread, and a roasted chicken. This is a marked improvement over his previous life as a guard in Winterfell. After adding 2 more pieces of dark bread and 2 jugs of wine, Lancel feels satiated and shifts his focus to the other 4 mosquitoes trailing the significant figures. To his astonishment, he discovered that Cersei's allure had faded, revealing the woman's fastidious nature. He shifted his focus to Jaime, observing the king's guard, clad in white robes and fully armed, stationed outside a door from which lascivious sounds emanated. He then turned to Ned's melancholy, finding the newly appointed prime minister seated alone in the study of the prime minister's tower, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Next, he directed his attention to the king's revelry, a scene so striking that it made him regret leaving the brothel of Shataya. The esteemed King Robert was indulging in wine amidst the company of 6 naked women, while his lower half was not idle, resting in a warm embrace. Lance recognized these sounds with familiarity. He guided the king's wine to slip through the door's crack, confirming his suspicions as he saw Jaime guarding his sister-in-law, engaged with other women. Robert truly knew how to enjoy life, having survived 17 years of such indulgence, which explained why his wife and brother-in-law had borne him 3 children. Retracting his view from the king's wine, Lance pondered how to position the insects near Varys and Littlefinger, though he had never encountered either of them nor knew their whereabouts. As he departed, Kaijin exchanged knowing glances with the brothel's proprietress, Shataya, and summoned another girl who had been with the king, expressing a desire for 2 as well. That gentleman, Shataya remarked, casting a curious glance at the young man who had said little and sipped not a drop of wine before departing without a backward glance. Did he not find these girls appealing? Boron turned to the now-vanished Lance with a wry smile, quipping, he prefers men. Do you have any? Shataya paused, taken aback by this revelation. I have no men here, but I know other brothels that do. I can recommend them next time. For today, let my girls attend to you well. With that, she discreetly shook her head and left, calling upon another girl to accompany the inconspicuous, diminutive mercenary. Lance strolled out of the brothel, failing to find a pet, and thus sought out a nearby latrine, capturing a buzzing fly. He attempted to control it with his mind, sending it into the brothel, only to lose contact immediately. He felt a profound sense of frustration. This buzzing fly was far inferior to his silent mosquito, its loss proving far more costly, as it was swiftly swatted upon entry, compelling him to seek out mosquitoes instead. After much effort around Silk Street, Lance finally secured 2 mosquitoes, dispatching them to Chatea's establishment. Multitasking upon his return to the courtyard, he found the ground floor room he had selected had been cleaned. He settled into a newly purchased chair, fully immersing himself in the mosquito's perspective. He guided the mosquitoes to explore every room within the brothel. Spotting an infant cradled by a girl of about 15 or 16, a few strands of dark hair adorning the child's head. Could this be Robert's illegitimate daughter featured in the series? Unexpectedly, she was not in Littlefinger's brothel, but rather in the renowned establishment of Chatea in King's Landing. "My lord, would you care for a meal?" As darkness fell, Jimmy approached with a wooden tray, surprised at how quickly he had returned. "Boron informed us not to prepare dinner for you, hence the simplicity of the offering." "Come in," he replied. Lance cast a nonchalant glance at the food laid out by Jimmy on the table, a bowl of meat broth, a piece of dark bread, and a roasted chicken. This fare surpassed his previous life as a guard in Winterfell. After adding 2 more pieces of dark bread and 2 jugs of wine, Lance felt satiated and shifted his focus to the perspectives of the other 4 mosquitoes flitting around influential figures. To his surprise, he discovered that Cersei's essence had vanished. This woman's mundane life was indeed finicky. He then transitioned to Jaime's perspective, observing the King's Guard, clad in white robes and fully armed, stationed outside a door from which lewd sounds emanated. Next, he switched to Eddard's sorrowful countenance. Noting that the newly appointed Prime Minister had returned to the study of the Prime Minister's tower, sitting alone behind his desk, furrowed in contemplation. He then shifted to the King's revelry, the stunning scene instantly evoking regret for having left the brothel of Chatea. The esteemed King Robert was indulging in wine amidst the company of 6 fair maidens, his lower half engaged in activities of its own accord. Lance found the sounds all too familiar. He maneuvered the king's wine to slip through the crack of the door, and indeed, he beheld Jaime guarding his brother-in-law as he entertained other women. Robert was quite the libertine, having managed to survive 17 years of such indulgence. Lance found this fantastical. And it was no wonder his wife and brother-in-law had blessed him with 3 children. Retrieving the king's perspective, Lance contemplated a means to position the mosquitoes near Varys and Littlefinger, yet he had never encountered either of them and was oblivious to their whereabouts.